In the spirit realm, Eastern Domain, Yunxiao City. The triennial recruitment ceremony of the Qingxiao sect is about to begin. At this moment, the entire Yunxiao City is bustling with excitement. From time to time, flying boats slowly descend from the horizon, unloading large numbers of geniuses from various countries of the Eastern Domain. Wow, is this Yunxiao City? It's so huge. It's much bigger than our town. A child looks up, staring at the towering city, while his eyes full of awe. Of course. The father beside him smiled. The Qingxiao sect is the foremost sect in the Eastern Domain. Inside the sect there are true immortals. Wow. Then I must join the Qingxiao sect. Dad believes in you. On the other side of the street the crowd was a little sparser. An elderly man and a 12 or 13-year-old girl walk side by side. The girl has delicate features with a pure and elegant look in her brows and eyes. Though still young, it is easy to see that she will grow up to be a stunning beauty. Su Xiaoxiao glanced around at the street scene and said calmly, Uncle Chun, this Yunxiao City feels not as grand as our Qian Kingdom's capital. The old man smiled slightly upon hearing this. Miss, you cannot compare them like that. This Yunxiao City is essentially just a natural settlement outside the sect. It is not like our Qian Kingdom's capital where the emperor has set up offices and districts for unified administration. This Yunxiao City was built entirely because of the Qingxiao sect's influence in the Eastern Domain. As for the Qingxiao sect, they rarely interfere in the city's trivial affairs, at most maintaining order to prevent major conflicts between cultivators and mortals. So naturally, this Yunxiao City does not look as magnificent and orderly as our Qian Kingdom's capital. Su Xiaoxiao. The two walked towards the direction of the Qingxiao sect. The street was lined with shops, bustling with noise. Just then a clear and cheerful voice suddenly came from the side. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss it. Detailed guide to the 6 trials of the Qingxiao sect. With this guide, you'll have an edge over others. Don't miss it. Come and take a look. Su Xiaoxiao paused, tilted her head slightly. Qingxiao sect trial guide. The Qingxiao sect requires participants to undergo trials in order to recruit disciples. Only by passing the trials can one have the chance to become an official disciple of the sect. The Qingxiao sect's trial was notoriously difficult. Curious, Su Xiaoxiao followed the voice and walked over. There was a simple wooden table on the street behind which sat a young man of about 18 or 19. The man wore a dark blue Taoist robe with a casual top knot. His face was delicate and handsome with refined features. He could be considered one of the better-looking boys Su Xiaoxiao had ever seen. On the table lay an ancient-looking scroll. As soon as the man saw Su Xiaoxiao approach, he immediately greeted her. Little sister, want one? Let me tell you, with this guide I guarantee you'll pass the Qingxiao sect's trial. No deception, genuine goods. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile. The content of the Qingxiao sect's trial is strictly confidential each time. No one outside knows it. Even if you know, aren't you afraid that the Qingxiao sect disciples will arrest you for selling this openly in Yunxiao City? The man, instead of being flustered, curled his lips. Smack. A jade token was casually slapped on the table by the man. On the token were carved 2 characters Qingxiao. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes focused and she was slightly stunned. She turned to look at the old man beside her and whispered, Uncle Chun. The old man stepped forward, slightly leaned close to Su Xiaoxiao's ear and said softly, Miss, this is indeed a disciple token of the Qingxiao sect, no mistake. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the man again, then asked seriously, how much? The man smiled, not expensive, just 1 mid-grade spirit stone. What a? Su Xiaoxiao was shocked. 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Are you robbing me? Alas. The man smiled helplessly. Little sister, why are you calling yourself a pig? Su Xiaoxiao's face darkened. The man continued to smile. Besides, think about it. This is the Qingxiao sect's trial guide. No one else has it, but you do. Doesn't that greatly increase your chance of entering the sect? As long as you can enter the Qingxiao sect, what is a mere mid-grade spirit stone? After a moment of thought, Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, took out a large pouch from her sleeve, and placed it heavily on the table. 100 low-grade spirit stones, check them. The man took them with a smile, didn't even look, and casually set them aside. No need, I trust you. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the scroll on the table and tossed it lightly, sending it flying steadily towards Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao caught it and eagerly untied the string, unrolling the scroll, afraid she had bought a fake, and even more afraid that the man would run away if it was fake. The scroll slowly unfurled, revealing content not written with ordinary ink, but with characters condensed from spiritual light, floating above the paper, glowing softly. The first trial read, Heart-questioning bridge. Below detailed annotations, this bridge is 300 zhang long, only 3 qi wide, without railings, over a deep abyss. For every step forward, the challenger will encounter various illusions, either demons charging at them, hearing the cries of family and friends, or being trapped by past inner demons. This trial tests only perseverance. If one can hold their heart steady and not be moved by illusions, letting all scenes pass like smoke, then passing this trial is not difficult. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered and she continued reading. Inside the scroll, the name of each trial, its content, common pitfalls, and methods to deal with them were all written in great detail, clearly organized, showing it was written by someone who had truly experienced the trials. After a moment, Su Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction. Judging by the content, it certainly didn't seem like a fabrication. The Qingxiao sect disciple before her hadn't deceived her. If the trial really was as described in the scroll, then the mid-grade spirit stone was well spent. Su Xiaoxiao rolled up the scroll, tucked it into her sleeve, and turned to say calmly, "Let's go, Uncle Chun." The old man nodded and silently followed. The two turned and left, quickly merging into the crowd on the street. The man sat at the table watching the receding figures of the old and the young, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xiaoxiao held the scroll and walked confidently toward the Qingxiao sect. With this guide and her foundation establishment cultivation, she believed joining the sect would be no problem. Arriving at the great gate of the Qingxiao sect, a towering giant peak stood before them, its summit hidden in the vast sea of clouds. Whether it was due to the enhancement of the formation or the natural terrain, the entire peak appeared and disappeared as if veiled by a thin gauze, exuding an air of mystery and immortality. At the foot of the mountain was a huge bluestone square wide enough to hold tens of thousands of people. At this moment, the square was already packed with young boys and girls who had come to participate in the trial. However, when Su Xiaoxiao saw the people in front of her, she froze. Everyone's hands were holding a scroll, identical to the one in her hand. Su Xiaoxiao trembled slightly. "Uncle Chun." The old man was also confused. "Missed this?" Su Xiaoxiao lowered her brows, a vein throbbing faintly at her temple. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Just then a young boy's voice suddenly sounded beside her. "Hey, you also have a Qingxiao sect trial scroll." Su Xiaoxiao turned and saw a young boy staring wide-eyed at the scroll in her hand. Then he shouted with a look of indignation, "Damn, I feel cheated. I bought this for 10 taels of silver." Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "What? You say you bought it for 10 taels of silver?" "Yes." The boy beat his chest and stamped his feet. "My mother gave me only 20 taels when I left, and now half of it is gone." 10 taels of silver. Su Xiaoxiao's eye twitched slightly. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be that the scrolls in others' hands were fake, and only hers was real? Thinking this, she felt somewhat comforted. However, to be safe, Su Xiaoxiao looked at the boy and said, "Could you let me see your scroll?" "No way." The boy immediately hugged the scroll to his chest, looking at her warily. "I bought this with 10 taels of silver. What if yours is a cheap copy?" "Cheap copy." Su Xiaoxiao saw stars, almost fainting from anger. The scroll in her hand had cost her a mid-grade spirit stone. One mid-grade spirit stone was worth 10,000 taels of silver. Su Xiaoxiao suppressed her anger, took out 10 taels of silver from her sleeve, and tossed it to the boy. "I'll buy your scroll." The boy took the silver, his eyes shining. "Really? No backing out." He quickly stuffed the silver into his pocket, shoved the scroll into Su Xiaoxiao's hand, and turned to run. He had already read the content once anyway, so how was this different from getting it for free? His mom said little girls are easy to fool. Su Xiaoxiao ignored him, took a deep breath, and slowly unrolled the scroll. Then she froze. Identical. Exactly the same. Word for word identical to her own copy. "Off. Cheater. Don't let me find out who you are. Su Xiaoxiao will never let you off." At another corner of the same street, a young man in coarse hemp clothing stood before a stall, gazing at the scroll laid out on the table. He clenched his jaw, then dug through his pockets for a long while before finally pulling out only a few copper coins. All I have left on me is just 10 copper coins." Lian glanced at him and sighed. All right, consider it charity today. 10 coppers it is." The youth in hemp instantly beamed with joy. "Really? Thank you. Thank you." Lian waved a hand dismissively and casually tossed the scroll toward him. The young man caught it in one swift motion, hugged it to his chest, thanked Lian repeatedly, then dashed off. Lian watched his retreating figure, the corner of his lips curling slightly, then raised a hand and gave a gentle wave. The items on the table, along with the entire table itself, instantly transformed into a flash of light and vanished. "System, settle the accounts." The moment his words faded, an icy mechanical voice rang out in his mind. "Ding. Weekly task complete. Accumulated earnings of 1000 silver coins. Task successful. Granted one special sign-in opportunity." Lian's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently chanted in his heart, "Sign in. Signing in. Sign in complete. Choose from the following options. Special sign-in allows selection of 3 cultivation experience 0. 1 cultivation experience 0. 3 A elemental, wood fragment 1, a life system fragment 1, a recovery fruit 1. Lian's gaze swept across the 5 options, and a flicker of joy rose in his heart. He knew today was a day of great fortune. No child cries forever, no gambler loses every day. I'll choose 2, 3, 0, and 4. Congratulations to the host on obtaining cultivation experience 0. 3 Oi elemental, wood fragment 1, Oi life system fragment 1. Open the system backpack. Almost immediately rows upon rows of numbers materialized before Lian's eyes. wood fragments 56, fire fragments 32, water fragments 66, wind fragments 30, earth fragments 17, metal fragments 39, space fragments 63, mind fragments 18, beast taming fragments 87, life fragments 100, creation fragments 10, time fragments 77, curse fragments 28. Lian's gaze settled on the line, life fragments 100, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Beautiful. The life system is finally at 100 fragments. Systems synthesize life system fragments. Synthesizing. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the life system ability. Healing. Healing. Lian raised an eyebrow slightly, then chuckled. Not bad, at least a bit better than obliteration. The instant his words fell, a warm current surged up from within him. Lian closed his eyes to feel it for a moment. When he opened them again, a faint light glinted in his gaze. He raised his right hand and drew the tip of his finger lightly across his palm. A line of blood instantly appeared. Then a wisp of emerald green light glowed from his palm, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon returning to its original unblemished state. Lian looked at his unblemished palm and grinned. Not bad, not bad. The next instant his figure vanished from where he stood. One day later, after an entire day of selection, the disciple recruitment of the Qingxiao sect had finally concluded. Those who passed the trials would directly enter the outer sect and become official disciples of the Qingxiao sect. Among them, those with extraordinary talent would be noticed by the peak masters of each peak, taken as direct personal disciples, and ascend in a single bound. At this moment, the sixth peak of Qingxiao sect. On a winding mountain path, an elder in Taoist robes walked ahead with hands clasped behind his back. Beside him followed a slender young girl. It was Su Xiaoxiao. Ancient trees towered on both sides of the mountain path, spiritual mist drifting through them, and occasionally the cry of a crane would drift down from beyond the clouds. The elder's face was kindly, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. As he walked, he said, Xiaoxiao, the path of cultivation lies in perseverance. One must not be impatient for quick success, nor abandon it halfway. Since you have now taken me as your master, I must first ask you one question. How much do you understand about cultivation? Su Xiaoxiao bowed respectfully and said, Master, this disciple knows that cultivation is divided into the dual cultivation of nature and destiny. Destiny is the foundation of the body, the circulation of essence and qi. Nature is the essence of the spirit, the luminous wisdom. The two complement each other, neither can be dispensed with. Destiny has three great realms, condensing the essence, stabilizing life, and returning to destiny. Nature follows, clarifying the heart, settling the spirit, and perceiving the true. And legend has it, when nature and destiny are both perfected, one can break through to the legendary immortal realm. Qing Xian nodded and said, Good. Then do you know how many types of innate talent exist within a human being's primordial essence? Su Xiaoxiao, Master, this disciple knows that the innate primordial talents of the human body are divided into 8 types: element, space, time, mind, life, creation, beast taming, and curse. And regardless of who one is, the moment one enters cultivation, one will possess at least one elemental talent. And a rare few will awaken talents of multiple systems. Such people are what the world considers true geniuses. After hearing this, Qing Xian did not nod. Instead, he gently shook his head. Su Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, her face showing confusion. This knowledge had been taught to her by the family elders since childhood. Qing Xian, what you said is not wrong. Awakening talents of multiple systems does indeed deserve the title of genius. However, this is not entirely accurate. On the path of cultivation, talent is certainly important, but in the end, what does it come down to? It is the heart and nature. Take, for example, the 6 trials my Qingxiao sect has set up. What do they test? What do they measure? They test the 6 desires of a person: the greed, hatred, delusion, love, aversion, and lust born of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. No matter how high one's talent, if the heart nature is unsteady and the 6 desires cloud the mind, one will not walk far. On the road of cultivation, monstrous talents appear as countless as fish crossing the river. But those who truly walk to the end are without exception those whose heart nature is firm and whose Tao heart is clear and luminous. At this moment, Qing Xian slowed his pace a little, and his tone grew more solemn. Breakthroughs in cultivation, advancement in the destiny realms, and enlightenment of the nature path. These are the foundation. Even if one awakens only one ordinary elemental talent in this lifetime, as long as one's heart nature is sufficient, one can still step by step and achieve the Tao of immortality. Su Xiaoxiao's expression sharpened. She bowed her head respectfully. This disciple understands. Many thanks for Master's teachings. The two continued walking up the mountain path. Spiritual mist drifted gently through the mountains. The ancient pines on both sides twisted their gnarled branches, and occasionally a spirit bird would flit past, leaving behind a clear cry. Qing Xian, Xiaoxiao, now that you have joined my 6th peak, there are some matters about the mountain that I should discuss with you. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, slightly, expression earnest. The Qingxiao sect has several thousand disciples in total. The vast majority are outer and inner sect disciples. Qing Xian stroked his beard and continued slowly. The true personal disciples are all atop these 9 peaks. The 9 peaks have no distinction of main peak. Each stands as its own lineage. The first 8 peaks correspond to the elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, and wind. The 6th peak that I preside over is thunder. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes shifted slightly as she listened carefully. Each peak master generally passes down their corresponding element through a single lineage generation after generation. The techniques of each peak also mostly focus on their corresponding element. This is also the reason I chose you. Su Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. After a moment she asked, then master the 9th peak. Which lineage does it belong to? Qing Xian smiled faintly. The 9th peak belongs to the beast-taming lineage. Su Xiaoxiao nodded silently, noting it down. Qing Xian continued, because thunder, ice, and wind are not particularly common among the elemental systems, the 6th peak does not have many disciples. Apart from you, you only have 3 senior brothers in total. At this point Qing Xian's tone suddenly became subtly odd. Your 3 senior brothers, ah. He paused. For a moment Qing Xian did not know how to evaluate these few disciples of his. Apart from the eldest, the other 2 were simply calamities. In any case, just learn more from your eldest senior brother. As for the other 2 senior brothers, their cultivation isn't bad, but as for their temperaments. Qing Xian coughed lightly, looking earnestly at Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, when you see them in the future, you must absolutely not learn from them. Su Xiaoxiao. At the cliff atop the 6th peak, a figure sat cross-legged on a massive boulder by the precipice. After a long while the youth slowly opened his eyes, a faint purple lightning flickering in his gaze, before fading into stillness. Lian exhaled a breath of turbid air, concluding his cultivation for the day. He lifted his head and gazed at the churning sea of clouds in the distance. The sun was sinking in the west, its afterglow painting the horizon in hues of gold and crimson. A few spirit cranes glided gracefully through the clouds. It had been 21 years since he transmigrated into this world. Lian still remembered his past life. He came from a place called Blue Star, the Earth of the 21st century. As for how he transmigrated, he remembered that too. That day he had worked hard for 12 hours, and at 3 in the morning, he was still forcing himself to stay awake watching the World Cup opening ceremony. Then nothing more. He died of sudden cardiac arrest. Every time Lian thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Though the great Tao's fortune may not come, misfortune never arrives late. Fortunately, heaven had some conscience. The moment he opened his eyes, he transmigrated into a place called the spirit realm. Even more fortunate, at the age of 12, he awakened the system. For this system, Lian had only 2 words: life father. This was not an insult. The system was his true father, his ancestor in this life. He only needed to check in daily to gain cultivation experience, growing stronger even while lying down, a lazy man's dream. The only flaw was that the system issued a special check-in task every week. And these tasks were sometimes truly perverse. For instance, last week while the master was asleep, go pick his nose. The week before, pat the senior brother's butt and say you're amazing. And the week before that, secretly add 3 spoonfuls of chili oil to the junior brother's bowl, then watch him eat it with a straight face. Lian still couldn't forget the expression on that junior brother's face that day. The good news was that Lian's skin was thick enough. To grow stronger, he mentally redefined these tasks. Not torment, but reward. Yes, reward. Thinking this way, the psychological burden was much lighter. Just as he was pondering, the communication token at his waist suddenly emitted a faint glow and a steady voice came through. Junior brother. Today master accepted a new junior sister for us. He wants you to come over quickly. Lian was stunned. Junior sister? How? Had the master actually bloomed? After all, their master hadn't taken any disciples for 6 whole years. The last one was that clown Lu Chen. Lian had once thought the master was traumatized by him and Lu Chen, the 2 rebellious disciples, and had a psychological shadow about taking disciples. After all the things they did back, then would take anyone years to recover from. Who would have thought that after so many years the master's wound had healed? Or maybe the master thought that no one could be worse than Li Un and Lu Chun, so he simply gave up and went with the flow. Lian picked up the communication token and replied, got it, senior brother. I'll be right there. The Lingxiao Pavilion on the 6th peak was an imposing edifice with flying eaves, carved beams, and painted rafters appearing and disappearing amidst the swirling mist like a celestial realm. Legend had it that 10,000 years ago the 6th peak was the main peak of the Qingxiao sect when myriad sects came to pay homage, and it flourished beyond compare. But as time passed, other peaks produced one brilliant prodigy after another, each peak rising to prominence in its own era, and gradually the notion of a main peak faded away. On the open ground before the Lingxiao Pavilion, Su Xiaoxiao stood quietly beside Qing Xian. She had to admit becoming a personal disciple of the Qingxiao sect filled her with excitement and exhilaration. Now the Qian kingdom was in turmoil, with the prince's struggle for the throne intensifying and undercurrents churning in the court. Though her Su family was a prominent clan in the Qian kingdom with numerous branches, if they chose the wrong side, the new ruler would purge them and the entire family could fall in an instant. Now, as a personal disciple of the Qingxiao sect, she had added a layer of protection for her family. In the worst-case scenario, the Qian royal family would still have to show some respect to the Qingxiao sect. But Su Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her teeth grinding slightly. That bastard from yesterday. If she ever ran into him in the Qingxiao sect. She had never been so cheated in her life. To be fair, the scroll Li and had given her wasn't entirely useless. The content of the 6 trials was exactly as written, no deception. But what infuriated her was the price. She had asked around, and she had bought it the most expensive. Some people got it for a few copper coins, and what about her? She had paid a whole medium-grade spirit stone. A difference of tens of thousands of times. What did that mean? Did they take her for a fool? Just as Su Xiaoxiao was seething with indignation, a streak of light suddenly shot across the sky, slowly descending toward the Lingxiao pavilion. Su Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted sharply. Flight in the air. That required at least the 3rd realm of destiny cultivation, the returning fate realm, to be possible. The returning fate realm, the word returning fate, meant that one's destiny cultivation had reached the peak of mortal limits, only a step away from the elusive path of immortality. Such a powerhouse was rare, even in the vast Qian kingdom. The streak of light landed, and a white figure slowly materialized. It was a young man clad in robes as white as snow, with features as delicate as a painting, so exquisite they seemed almost unreal. He stood there as if surrounded by a faint ethereal glow, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Su Xiaoxiao was momentarily dazed. In her entire life, she had never seen such a handsome man. No, it was the aura of divinity, so intense. The feeling was, if this man wasn't an immortal, then who in the world could be? Qing Xian looked at the white-robed youth, nodded with satisfaction, and his eyes were filled with pride. Mubai, you're here. Ji Mubai bowed slightly, his voice clear and warm. Master. Then he turned his gaze to Su Xiaoxiao, a gentle smile in his eyes. You must be the junior sister Master mentioned, Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao snapped out of her trance and hurriedly bowed. Yes. Su Xiaoxiao greets, senior brother. Ji Mubai nodded slightly, smiling lightly. First meeting, I don't have much to give as a gift. As he spoke, his slender fingers flipped lightly, and 3 talismans materialized in his palm. The talismans shimmered with spiritual light, faint thunder patterns flickering on them. These are lifebound talismans I refined in my spare time. Each one can unleash a strike at the peak of the returning fate realm. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. A strike at the peak of the returning fate realm. She quickly bowed and accepted the talismans with both hands, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. These were treasures that could withstand a full-force blow from a returning fate peak powerhouse. Any one of them could fetch hundreds of spirit stones outside. Qing Xian stroked his beard with satisfaction as he looked at his eldest disciple. This great disciple was recognized as the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Domain, barely 30 years old, and already nearly touching the threshold of immortality. Qing Xian sighed inwardly. With Mubai's current realm, it would not be long before he surpassed his master and left him far behind. Truly, each generation produces its own talents, each leading the way for a few hundred years. After a while, Qing Xian's smile gradually faded and his expression turned somber. Mubai, did you inform Lu Chun and Lian? Ji Mubai replied, Master, rest assured. I have sent messages, and both junior brothers have replied. They should be here shortly. As he finished speaking, a figure was seen sprinting toward them at an astonishing speed from the mountain path. A young man in a green Taoist robe with hair disheveled, as if he had just crawled out of bed, his robe half open and his shoes not properly on. He rushed up to the 3, bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Master. Senior brother. Sorry. I accidentally overslept. Su Xiaoxiao could now see the appearance of this senior brother. He was around 20 with handsome, clean features. Although not as stunning as senior brother Ji Mubai, his foundation was not bad, and he could be considered a handsome youth outside. But this senior brother had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. Qing Xian couldn't help it, a vein bulged on his forehead. You rebellious disciple. All you do all day is sleep. Your cultivation hasn't improved at all. Look at you. Lu Chun shrank his neck, gave an awkward smile, and dared not talk back. Qing Xian took a deep breath, thinking that today was a good day after all, and finally suppressed his anger, flicking his sleeve with a cold snort. Lu Chun scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, then turned his gaze to Su Xiaoxiao, looked her up and down, and grinned. So you're the junior sister? I'm your 3rd senior brother, Lu Chun. Although Su Xiaoxiao already sensed that this 3rd senior brother was unreliable, she still bowed politely. Su Xiaoxiao greets, 3rd senior brother. Lu Chun nodded and then suddenly stretched out his hand to Su Xiaoxiao, palm open. Well, junior sister, since we're meeting for the first time, do you have any gifts prepared for your senior brother? Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. The air suddenly became silent. Su Xiaoxiao stood frozen, utterly bewildered. She had just been thinking that even if the other 2 senior brothers were unreliable, they would at least give her a small gift, right? But what happened? This 3rd senior brother not only gave nothing, but actually asked her for a gift. Get lost. Qing Xian roared, nearly slapping him. This is Xiaoxiao's first visit and you don't give her a gift, but instead shamelessly ask for one. You've disgraced me. Lu Chun chuckled, not caring, and retreated to the side, while scratching his head, casually glancing toward the sky. Senior brother, isn't it time to come down? I've already played the role of the bad junior brother. Behind a cloud in the distant sky, Leon was hidden there, peeking through the gaps. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. He really hadn't expected that the new junior sister their master had accepted was actually the biggest fat sheep he had fleeced yesterday. A medium-grade spirit stone. He had thought she would bargain, but she just agreed. How satisfying it was yesterday, how uneasy it was today. He didn't care what his junior sister thought of him, but he was afraid she would tell the master. Then he would probably get another scolding. At that moment the sky suddenly rippled like a pond, and a streak of light slowly descended once more. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao felt another jolt of surprise. Another Guiming realm cultivator. Within the radiant light, a slender figure gradually materialized. Silken hair drifted in the breeze, spiritual light shimmered around him, and his entire being exuded an ineffable aura of otherworldly elegance. Like senior brother Jimubai, he was ethereal, a celestial being stepping out of a painting. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Except for third senior brother, who was a bit odd, the other two senior brothers were so. Before she could finish her reverie, the celestial aura dissipated, and the figure landed. Su Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. It was him. That swindler. The bastard who had cheated her out of a mid-grade spirit stone. At that moment Qing Xian gazed at his second disciple with a mixture of emotions. His second disciple possessed terrifying talent as well. Not only had he awakened both thunder and ice elements from birth, but he also possessed the space attribute. In terms of life cultivation, he was hardly inferior to the eldest disciple. Regarding Li, and Qing Xian was satisfied with everything except for one thing. Sometimes this fellow would suddenly do inexplicable things, and many of his actions were unbecoming of the sect. Can you imagine it? He would be meditating in the middle of the night only to wake up and find his disciple digging into his nostrils. Even a pervert wouldn't be this perverted. Every time he thought his second disciple might have a mental problem, the fellow would apologize with impeccable timing. Qing Xian had no way to deal with him. He cleared his throat lightly and asked, "Why are you so late?" Lian smiled and explained, "Disciple just had a breakthrough in cultivation and was immersed in it, hence the delay." Hearing this, Qing Xian nodded slightly and asked no further. Meanwhile, Ji Mubai's eyes brightened at the words, his gaze turning fervent as he looked at Li Un with battle intent surging in his eyes. Lian pretended not to notice, calmly shifting his gaze to the utterly stunned Su Xiaoxiao. "You must be the new junior sister our master took in Xiaoxiao. I am your second senior brother, Lian." He paused, then added, "Your senior brother is quite poor, so I don't have much to give you." With that, he took a small cloth pouch from his sleeve and handed it over. "Inside are several dozen mid-grade spirit stones for your cultivation." At these words, aside from senior brother Ji Mubai, who remained calm, Qing Xian and Lu Chun both shot Lian a surprised glance. They knew Lian's little flaw all too well. He was a complete miser. When going out to eat at bill time, he would either suddenly get a stomachache or urgently need to use the bathroom. He never willingly paid. Making him fork over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones was practically like taking his life. Su Xiaoxiao now looked at Li Un with mixed feelings. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. A moment ago she had been gnashing her teeth wanting to drag that swindler out and beat him senseless, but now he was handing out dozens of mid-grade spirit stones. How could she still hate him? The corner of Su Xiaoxiao's mouth lifted in a sly smile like a fox that had stolen a chicken. She took the pouch and said sweetly, "Thank you, senior brother. Then I won't stand on ceremony, junior sister." Though Lian wore a smile on his face, his heart was bleeding. He had saved up for years, and today he gritted his teeth and gave away half of his savings. Take it." Su Xiaoxiao beamed as she tucked the pouch into her sleeve, then added a final jab. "Senior brother is so kind. If junior sister ever needs spirit stones, she'll come to you." Lian, he now wanted to slap himself twice. Why on earth had he emptied his coffers just to maintain an image in front of his junior sister? What could an image do? Could it be eaten? He regretted it now. Dozens of mid-grade spirit stones. His spirit stones. Lian silently turned his head and gazed into the distance, his eyes hollow and sorrowful. Second senior brother, Lu Chun, sidled up and whispered, "Are you all right?" Lian's face was expressionless. "Don't talk to me. I want to be alone." Then Qing Xian took Su Xiaoxiao to impart the Tao. Only Li and Ji Mubai and Lu Chun remained on the open ground. Ji Mubai couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Lian. "Junior brother, congratulations on your breakthrough again." Without thinking, Lian replied, "No sparring." He knew his senior brother's nature all too well. The man was a downright cultivation maniac. Especially after Lian had inadvertently revealed his cultivation level before the man had pestered him for months. Ji Mubai was silent for a moment. Ji Mubai said with some resignation, "How did you know I wanted to spar with you?" Lian rolled his eyes. "Senior brother, from just now till now your eyes haven't left me. It's like a wolf that hasn't eaten in 3 days spotting meat. Do I even need to guess?" Ji Mubai was taken aback. "Did I, eh?" Then he changed the subject, his tone serious. "But junior brother, since you've made a breakthrough, don't you want to know how far your strength has reached?" Lian, "No I don't." Ji Mubai, "All right, senior brother, I have things to do. I'm off now. After saying that, Lian turned to leave. Seeing Lian about to leave, Ji Mubai's eyes narrowed. In the next instant his aura surged, and an invisible pressure spread like a tide. Wait! Seeing this, Lu Chun immediately retreated to a safe distance without a word, pulling a handful of melon seeds from his sleeve. The familiar routine was here again. In the next second, Ji Mubai's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, a fist wrapped in fierce wind was already hurtling toward Lian's face. Lian, startled, instinctively dodged sideways. Damn it! Senior brother ambushing again. The corner of Ji Mubai's mouth lifted and his punch didn't relent. Junior brother, don't blame me. The master said it's my duty as the senior brother to frequently test your cultivation progress. Damn it. Then go test Lu Chun. Why do you always pick on me alone? Lu Chun, who was munching on melon seeds, immediately protested, yelling, Damn it. Senior brother, you can't do that. I'm only at the gushing realm. How can I be a match for the senior brother? Less nonsense. Take this. Before the words faded, Ji Mubai moved again, his speed leaving only an afterimage. On the open ground, fists clashed in an instant, stirring up fierce winds. Neither of them used their innate divine abilities this time. They only fought with their life cultivation. Each punch carried a dull sonic boom. Boom. The speed of their exchange grew faster, afterimages overlapping, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. The surrounding trees trembled under the fierce wind, leaves rustling, and many twigs snapped and fell to the ground. Lu Chun sat to the side, squinting his eyes. Not bad, not bad. Senior brother has grown stronger again. I just wonder how long it will take before he gets knocked down this time. It happened even sooner than Lu Chun had expected. With a loud bang, a figure was sent flying from the battle circle, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Lian clutched his chest, grimacing as he lay on the ground, looking indignant. I'm done. I'm done. I surrender, I surrender. Ji Mubai halted, his momentum landed slowly, and let out a long breath. He walked over to Lian and asked with concern, Are you all right, junior brother? Lian lay on the ground, speaking weakly, I'm fine. If you come again, I won't be. Ji Mubai looked at Lian, silent for a moment, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He had to admit that his junior brother was truly growing stronger. Despite having cultivated for a shorter time, his life cultivation was now almost catching up to him. What was the so-called Eastern Domain's #1 prodigy? In Ji Mubai's view, his junior brother was the true prodigy. No, he must work even harder. He absolutely must not let his junior brother leave him behind. Having made up his mind, Ji Mubai withdrew his thoughts and said calmly, Junior brother, rest well. With those words, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a gentle breeze. Seeing Ji Mubai far away, the pained expression on Lian's face instantly disappeared. He dusted off his clothes, stood up unhurriedly, and stretched his limbs. Lu Chun had somehow wandered over to him and said with a grin, Senior brother, your acting is getting worse and worse. There's no longer that feeling of an old man teasing a child. If it weren't for the senior brother's personality, you would have been found out long ago. Lian stretched lazily and smiled nonchalantly. Can't help it. The senior brother is getting stronger, and I'm having trouble controlling my power now. Lu Chun nodded, dropped his joking demeanor, and suddenly became serious. Honestly, the senior brother is the true prodigy I've ever seen. Even in those eras teeming with geniuses and brilliant stars, our senior brother would definitely be the cream of the crop. Lian turned his head to look at Lu Chun, his gaze deepening. Your memories, have they all recovered? Lu Chun shook his head. Not yet. I've only awakened some fragments scattered like dreams. Sometimes I see images, but most are blurry and I can't piece them together completely. Lian didn't ask further, just nodded. He knew a bit about the secrets of his junior brother. Lu Chun was the reincarnation of an ancient deity with an extremely high status in his past life. But now his spirit had not yet fully recovered, and most of his memories still slumbered deep in his sea of consciousness. Just as he was thinking, Lu Chun suddenly changed the subject, smiling at Lian. Senior brother, you promised me a condition just now. Don't forget. Just now I deliberately ruined my image in front of the junior sister to make you look like the rich and handsome one. Now my perfectly proper image is completely shattered in her eyes. Lian laughed. Shattered is fine. Your image in Qingxiao sect was like that anyway. Lu Chun. Senior brother, that hurts. Lian, alright, don't worry. Since I promised, I won't go back on my word. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Lu Chun's face turned serious. Senior brother, I want you to accompany me to the western region. Lian raised an eyebrow. Western region? What would we do in a place like that? Lu Chun was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Senior brother, I need to go to the Shengshan. Upon hearing the words Shengshan, Lian's expression changed. You want to go to the Shengshan? Are you crazy? Shengshan has another name in the spirit realm. It's called the Taichu Forbidden Land. Legend has it that when heaven and earth first opened, Shengshan already existed. Thus Shengshan is also known as the origin of all things, and the most mysterious and perilous place in the entire spirit realm. Over countless years, how many brilliant and extraordinary cultivators have stepped into it, never to emerge again. Lu Chun, some time ago, I awakened a memory. Deep within the Taichu Forbidden Land, there grows a divine object called the Soul Divine Fruit. This fruit, once consumed, can directly heal soul wounds, and even helped one break through the bottleneck of the nature Dao. Lian's pupils contracted. So you mean? Lu Chun, senior brother, you should also know that when Master was young his soul suffered a severe injury. His nature Dao cultivation has been stuck at the spirit calming realm, unable to advance even an inch. Even though his life cultivation has long reached the peak, achieving the great perfection of returning life, both nature and life are indispensable. Without complete nature Dao, Master cannot become an immortal. And Master's lifespan only has 10 years left. Lian, so you want to go to the Taichu Forbidden Land to fetch the soul divine fruit for Master? Lu Chun nodded yes. Lian said gravely, but that is the Taichu Forbidden Land, a truly place of certain death, with no chance of survival. Lu Chun looked at Lian and smiled slightly. Precisely, because it is a place of certain death, senior brother, that is why I want you to accompany me. Lian raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Chun, senior brother, your strength has already reached the level of heavenly immortal or above, right? Hearing this, Lian couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother, you flatter me too much. Heavenly immortal, not to mention me, even the founding ancestor of our Qingxiao sect, might not have touched the threshold of that realm. Lu Chun did not respond, merely smiled. The meaning of that smile was also very clear. It was telling you, senior brother, you can fool others, but you cannot fool me. Lian looked at his expression, sighed inwardly. This junior brother of his, being a reincarnated deity, hit a bunch of trump cards and had exceptionally sharp eyes. It was indeed not easy to hide one's true ability before him. Lian, all right. You set the time, just let me know when we depart. This concerned his own master's life. Naturally, he would not take it lightly. Even if Lu Chun didn't go, he would still venture into the Taichu Forbidden Land. After saying that, Lian vanished from the spot. Lu Chun stood alone on the open ground, his gaze fixed on the place where Lian had disappeared, a flicker in his eyes. Lu Chun was a reincarnation of an ancient deity. The status of his past life was so high that it could be considered top-notch across the myriad worlds. Yet even so, facing Lian, he could not see through him at all. This second senior brother of his, only in his 20s, possessed such terrifying cultivation. Even if he himself were to cultivate again with all the experience and foundation accumulated in his past life, he could never achieve such a level. If someone said Lian was a true genius, he would never believe it. After all, even the most brilliant deities of ancient times could not possess such strength at this age. Then there was only one possibility. Lian, like him, was also a reincarnated ancient deity. Moreover, the other's method of reincarnation was even more sophisticated than his. The mountain breeze blew, stirring Lu Chun's clothes. Lu Chun murmured, second senior brother. Who exactly are you? 3 days later, early morning. Lian slowly opened his eyes, ending his cultivation session. Even with the system, this cheat at his side, he had never given up on cultivation. As the saying goes, what you get from books is shallow. To truly understand, you must practice it yourself. No matter how powerful a cheat is, it is ultimately just a tool, a shortcut, but not the foundation. If he truly wanted to stand at the pinnacle of this world, he must take one step at a time, cultivating every bit of his cultivation solidly and thoroughly. A cheat could make him go fast, but only he himself could make him go far. System. Check-in. Check-in successful. Obtain the following options. 1. Cultivation experience 0. 1. 2. Cultivation experience 0. 3. 3. Restoration fruit 1. Lian glanced at it. Indeed, the probability of getting fragments from daily check-in was still too low. After so many years, he had figured out the probability of the system's check-in. The chance of getting talent fragments from daily check-in was about once every 3 days, while the weekly special check-in had a much higher chance. Moreover, Lian had discovered, the more outrageous the special check-in, the higher the probability of drawing good items. So, the more outrageous the task, the more excited he became. Lian withdrew his thoughts, his gaze falling on the options, and decisively said, choose 2. Obtained cultivation experience 0. 3. With a thought, Lian opened his personal panel. Host Lian, age 21, realm domain fixing, immortal talent abilities, elemental, thunder, ice, spatial, devour, a life, heal. Lian glanced at the realm column, pondering slightly. Because the system didn't display an experience bar, he wasn't sure how far he had progressed in the domain fixing immortal realm and how much remained to the next realm. On the path of cultivation, cultivating both nature and life is indispensable. Neither can be lacking. When both nature and life are perfected, one has the opportunity to knock on the door to the immortal path and break through to become an immortal. Once reaching the immortal realm, one undergoes a qualitative transformation. A leap in life level and lifespan can reach 1,000 years. Within the immortal realm, there are 3 sub-realms: life melting immortal, domain fixing immortal, and world crossing immortal. However, Lian preferred another set of names: earth immortal, heavenly immortal, and true immortal. Domain fixing immortal is the heavenly immortal realm. Looking across the entire spirit realm, experts at the heavenly immortal realm are few and far between, each being at the level of a founding ancestor of various sects. As for the even higher true immortal, it is said that none have appeared for several thousand years. And above true immortal there is the divine path. However, legend has it that after the divine demonic war 100,000 years ago, the Xianhuang continent shattered, the heavenly Tao was damaged, and the divine path, was no longer permitted. That is to say, in the current spirit realm, the divine path is extinct and immortality is the pinnacle. By this standard, Leon, as long as he doesn't court death, basically no one in the spirit realm can kill him. Just as he was silently calculating, a cold mechanical voice sounded again. This week's special check-in task has been updated. Leon perked up and quickly opened the task panel. This week's task, facing the junior sister, say with a sincere attitude, "I am your little cutie." Leon, good heavens. What? Dude, are you serious? He knew the system's quirks all too well. Since it used the word sincere, it had to be genuine sincerity from the heart. Going through the motions or fooling around wouldn't get the task done at all. But the problem was, his junior sister had only known him for 3 days. No, counting the time he killed her, it was already 4 days. For days. After knowing her for only 4 days to go and say, "I am your little cutie." TSK. If the disciples of the entire Qing Shao sect found out, then in this life he would probably be a 10,000-year single dog again. Within the Lingxiao Palace, Qing Xian sat cross-legged at the head, his eyes slightly closed with faint lightning energy swirling around him. After a moment he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Su Xiaoxiao, who sat upright in the hall, and he intoned in a deep voice. The art of thunder is the pivot of heaven and earth, the movement and stillness of yin and yang. Between movement and stillness, thunder is born. The heart is the thunder palace, the will is the thunder command, and the spirit is the thunder mechanism. When the heart is still, thunder gathers. When the will moves, thunder strikes. When the spirit operates, thunder travels. Thunder does not emerge from without, but from within. It does not borrow from external things, but is born from the heart. Thus it is said, all arts originate from the mind, and so does thunder. Xiao, this is the main cultivation art of our 6th peak, the Zifu Jinglei Ju Purple Mansion Thunderclap art. Su Xiao murmured softly, Zifu Jinglei Ju. So this was the founding art of the 6th peak, its very foundation. However, no matter how profound and arcane a cultivation art might be, it is ultimately created based on the cultivator's own innate talent. Taking thunder as an example, the art itself cannot create thunder out of nothing. Rather, it guides, amplifies, and stimulates the inherent power that already exists within the cultivator's thunder origin. It is like a seed. The art does not grow leaves for it, but waters and fertilizes it, allowing the seed's own vitality to unfold freely. The art is a boat and talent is water. If the water is insufficient, even a large boat is useless. If the water is abundant, even a single leaf boat can cross the boundless sea. Su Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly, held her breath, and concentrated, attempting to channel the spiritual energy within her body. In the next moment, faint fragmented lightning sparks began to flicker faintly around her. Seeing this, Qing Xian stroked his beard, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. It seemed that his newly accepted disciple was yet another genius. Now his lifespan was drawing to a close with little time left. To be able to add another talented personal disciple to the 6th peak during his remaining years had fulfilled a long-cherished wish. At this thought, Qing Xian could not help but sigh inwardly. His eldest disciple Ji Mubai possessed extraordinary talent and a steady temperament. He never needed to worry. But his 2nd and 3rd disciples, Leon, though exceptionally gifted, was always up to some inexplicable mischief that compromised the sect's dignity, catching him off guard. And Lu Chun, whose cultivation was passable, spent all day sleeping as lazy as a pig. If he were truly gone. Qing Xian's eyes dimmed slightly as he silently sighed in his heart. Without him, those two fellows would probably bring down the entire reputation of the 6th peak. No, he must, before his lifespan ended, make one last attempt at that elusive immortal realm. After a long while, Su Xiao slowly opened her eyes and gently exhaled a turbid breath. Although she had memorized the incantation of the Zifu Jinglei Ju, when she actually tried to circulate it, she could not grasp its essential points. The power of lightning was unruly and difficult to tame. The slightest mistake would make it surge wildly through her meridians, numbing her hands. She looked up at Qing Xian, her eyes filled with confusion and a desire for guidance. Qing Xian smiled slightly. Haste makes waste. Chasing small gains leads to failure in great undertakings. Cultivation is like cooking a delicate dish. If the heat is insufficient, urgency is futile. Take it slowly, feel the rhythm of thunder with your heart, rather than trying to forcefully control it. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Qing Xian paused, then added, "By the way, I plan to go into seclusion for a while. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask your 3 senior brothers." Su Xiao rose and respectfully bowed. "Yes, master." As she turned to leave, Qing Xian's voice suddenly rang out again. "Oh wait." Su Xiao looked back. "Master, what is it?" Qing Xian cleared his throat awkwardly. "You. If there's nothing urgent, try to avoid spending too much time with your 2nd senior brother." Su Xiao was taken aback. "Huh? Why?" Although she had been tricked out of a mid-grade spirit stone by her 2nd senior brother on her very first day at the 6th peak, he had later returned the favor. She no longer held any resentment. Moreover, after these few days of interaction, she found her 2nd senior brother rather mysterious and amusing in his words and actions. At least, he was much more normal than her 3rd senior brother. As for the eldest senior brother, Su Xiaoxiao felt that his aura of immortality was so overwhelming that she didn't even feel worthy to stand beside him. So among the three senior brothers, she actually felt more inclined to get along with the second one. Ahem. Qin Xian, your second senior brother. His behavior is sometimes, well, too peculiar. In short, don't keep company with him unless necessary. He was truly afraid of what absurdity his second disciple might pull next. Just imagining Lian picking Su Xiaoxiao's nose made him shudder, almost passing away on the spot. Though filled with doubt, Su Xiaoxiao still nodded. Yes, master. After leaving the Lingxiao Palace, she walked slowly down the mountain path. Her residence was arranged on the mountainside, near the dwellings of her three senior brothers. For small courtyards stood within 100 paces of each other, making visits very convenient. A mountain breeze blew, rustling the pine trees. Just as Su Xiaoxiao reached the entrance of her courtyard, she abruptly halted. She saw her second senior brother pacing back and forth in front of her gate, muttering to himself. Su Xiaoxiao stood at a distance watching the scene when her master's warning suddenly echoed in her mind. Avoid the second senior brother, don't stay around him unless necessary. But the problem was, it was the second senior brother who had come to her first. That shouldn't count as her seeking him out, should it? Steeling herself, Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward and called out, "Second senior brother." Lian suddenly turned around, grinning. "Hey, it's Xiaoxiao. What a coincidence." "Su Xiaoxiao, you've been squatting at my doorstep since early morning. How could it not be a coincidence?" "Senior brother, what business do you have with Xiaoxiao?" "Ahem." Lian coughed twice. Awkward. Extremely awkward. This was the first time Lian silently complained about the system in his heart. Why did it have to come up with something like, "I'm your little cutie"? How could a grown man say such a thing without feeling utterly embarrassed? He had never been this awkward, even when he picked his master's nose or slapped his eldest senior brother's bottom. They were all family, all men. What was wrong with a friendly pat on the rear? That was called brotherly love. But to say such a thing to a 12-year-old junior sister, wasn't that crossing into forbidden territory? In his previous life, he would have been cyberbullied. Fortunately, Lian had already prepared his speech. He cleared his throat, trying to appear as a proper senior brother. "Junior sister, do you know what love is?" Su Xiaoxiao. What was this? Blocking her courtyard gate at dawn to ask her what love is. For a moment, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly understood why her master had said to stay away from the second senior brother. This was no longer just strange. This was downright perverted. She opened her mouth momentarily at a loss for words. But Lian didn't give her time to react. He continued speaking on his own, even adopting a didactic posture. What is love? Love is the righteous principle of heaven and earth, the innate goodness of the human heart. Fraternal love is love. The bond between siblings as close as hands and feet is love. Parents' love for their children, deep as a cow licking its calf hoping for them to become dragons, is also love. Between master and disciple, imparting knowledge and caring attentively is likewise love. Lian then fixed his gaze on Su Xiaoxiao, and the love between a senior brother and his junior sister is the same. It includes the bond of the same sect, the responsibility of an elder brother, and the care and expectations of an elder toward a younger one. "So, junior sister." Lian took a deep breath, trying to appear as sincere as possible. "I am your little cutie." Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson. What was this? Even though she had been called the first genius of her clan since childhood and was far more mature than her peers, she was still only 12 years old. A 12-year-old girl. How could she have ever heard such racy words? At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mind buzzed, and she stood frozen in place. After saying this, Lian heaved a huge sigh of relief and quickly asked the system in his mind, "System, is the task complete?" "Special task completed. Sincerely say to your junior sister, I am your little cutie." Obtained a special check-in once. Lian was ecstatic inside, beautiful. But his face remained calm, and he said in a deliberately flat tone, "Ahem. Well, senior brother has things to do, so I'll be going now." Before the words had even faded, without waiting for Su Xiaoxiao's reply, Lian's figure vanished from the spot, as if a demon were chasing him. The mountain wind blew, leaving only Su Xiaoxiao, standing dazedly at the courtyard gate. After a long time, she finally came to her senses, the blush on her cheeks not yet fully faded, her lips trembling slightly. Su Xiaoxiao clenched her fists and took a deep breath. What? Little cutie. Master was right after all. The second senior brother is a pervert. After leaving Su Xiaoxiao's courtyard, Lian practically teleported back to his own room. Closing the door, he silently intoned in his mind, "System check-in. Checking in. Check-in complete. You have obtained the following options. For a special check-in, you may choose 3-1. Cultivation experience 0. 3-2. Beast taming fragment 3-3. Fire fragment 1-4. Metal fragment 2-5. A bowl of authentic snail noodles. Lian, holy crap. Jackpot. Beast taming fragment 3. 3 pieces. Holy crap. Heart pounding. Hands trembling. However, as Lian's gaze fell upon the last option, his smile stiffened slightly. Wait, what the heck is this bowl of authentic snail noodles? System, are you serious? But Lian didn't hesitate much. I choose 2, 4, and 5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Beast Taming Fragment 3, a Metal Fragment 2, and a bowl of authentic snail noodles. Lian glanced at the bowl of snail noodles that had appeared in his inventory, a flicker of thought in his eyes. He had chosen the snail noodles because he believed that if the system offered it, there must be a reason. Once before during a special mission, the options had included durian candy. At the time he thought it was useless and didn't choose it. The next week the system issued a mission: eat durian candy, while talking with the third junior brother for 10 minutes. Without the durian candy, he couldn't complete the mission at all, and he wasted a special check-in opportunity. A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. So this time, no matter how ridiculous the snail noodles seemed, he would take them first. Who knows, maybe next week the system would make him eat snail noodles while boasting to his junior brother. Wait, why would he be the one eating them? He wouldn't eat them. Lian opened his inventory, scanned the number of beast-taming fragments, and felt a surge of joy. Excellent. Only 10 more beast-taming fragments to collect. The beast-taming lineage was one he had always wanted. A cultivator with the beast-taming talent could contract a personal spirit beast. This contract was bidirectional. As the beast grew stronger, it would nourish the cultivator, and when the cultivator broke through, it would likewise nourish the beast. One person, one beast, their cultivation advancing in tandem, complementing each other. Thus in the spirit realm, beast-taming cultivators were extremely popular. As long as such a person found a spirit beast with extraordinary talent, their cultivation speed would skyrocket. For instance, the peak master of the 9th peak of Qingxiao sect was a powerful earth immortal, and her contracted spirit beast was also at the earth immortal realm. One person, one beast fighting together, their combat power far exceeded those of the same rank. It could be said that the 9th peak's master was recognized as the strongest among the 9 peak masters. Lian closed his inventory, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Only 10 pieces left. With his strength, he should at least contract a heavenly immortal level spirit beast. Before long, a figure appeared in Lian's courtyard. Lian glanced at the door, pushed it open, and looked at Lu Chun in the yard. Ready? He asked. Lu Chun nodded. Just in time, master is in seclusion. We'll go and come back quickly. Lian raised an eyebrow. Even if master is in seclusion, what about big senior brother? How do you plan to explain? Lu Chun, tomorrow Qingxiao sect will send a group of disciples to Qinglin Kingdom to attend the Wanjian sect's centennial celebration, led by intersect Elder Xiao. Lian pondered briefly and nodded. He knew of Qinglin Kingdom. It was located at the border between the Eastern Domain and the Western Domain, a strategically special location. As for Wanjian sect, though it couldn't compare to a giant like Qingxiao sect in the Eastern Domain, it was still a first-rate sect. Such a centennial celebration would likely have prompted an invitation from Qingxiao sect. So, Lian looked at Lu Chun. You plan to take this opportunity to go to the Western Domain? Lu Chun smiled slightly. Exactly. 1 hour later, at Big Senior Brother's courtyard. What? You two want to attend Wanjian sect's centennial celebration? Ji Mubai looked at the two before him with a puzzled expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Lian, yes, senior brother. We've been inside the sect for nearly 10 years and haven't seen the world. We thought we'd take this chance to go out with third junior brother and have a look. Lu Chun, yes, senior brother. The world is vast, and we want to see it. Ji Mubai was silent for a moment, then said flatly, the world is vast, but it is also dangerous. Better not go. Lian. Lu Chun. Lu Chun cleared his throat and quickly added, senior brother Elder Xiao is leading the team to Qinglin Kingdom. You know Elder Xiao's strength. Besides, second senior brother is not weak. What danger could there be? Ji Mubai pondered for a moment. After a while he looked up and said flatly, then I'll go too. Lian immediately waved his hands. No. Really no. Senior brother. Now that master is in seclusion, our 6th peak needs you to guard it. Besides, there's little junior sister. If she has any cultivation questions while master is in seclusion, who would she ask? Ji Mubai pondered again, then finally nodded slowly. All right. He took out a few talismans from his sleeve and handed them over. Take these lightning talismans. If you encounter danger, they might come in handy. Lu Chun glanced at the talismans, his lips twitching slightly. Senior brother, they really didn't need them. Not to mention Lian, that freak, even he Lu Chun, when going all out, might not be easily beaten by big senior brother. Just then the back of his head was suddenly knocked hard. What are you spacing out for? Lian barked. Big senior brother's kindness. Hurry up and accept it. Lu Chun rubbed the back of his head, grimacing. Okay, thank you, big senior brother. Ji Mubai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two. Don't bring shame to our 6th peak out there. Lian smiled. Don't worry, senior brother. If I can't beat you, can I still take down others? Ji Mubai nodded slightly. That was true. With his junior brother's strength among peers, he truly had few rivals. Then Lian and Lu Chun went to find little junior sister and briefly told her about their trip. During this, Su Xiaoxiao's gaze at Lian was still very strange, as if she were looking at a pervert. Lian. To this. Lian silently comforted himself. Can image make you stronger? Can you eat it? No. So if he had to do it again, he would still say those words. I love you. Ugh. No, he even disgusted himself. The next day, at the shipyard of Qingxiao sect. The shipyard resembles a port on Earth, except that one is on the sea and the other is atop a towering peak. In the shipyard, all of Qingxiao sect's flying vessels were stored. These vessels were typically crafted from spirit wood and refined iron, their hulls inscribed with defensive arrays and wind runes enabling them to fly at high speeds and altitudes. Aside from a few small flying boats, medium and large vessels were only used by the sect when disciples needed to travel far. The interior of a medium-sized flying boat was spacious, generally accommodating about 50 people, and it included cabin storage rooms and cultivation chambers. Beyond the medium-sized ones, there was also a large flying boat that could hold several hundred people. However, that level of vessel was rarely deployed except for grand sect ceremonies or distant expeditions. For this trip to Wanjian sect, Qingxiao sect had sent only a dozen people. Apart from Elder Xiao, who led the group, and another accompanying elder, the rest were the cream of the inner disciples. After all, at such a centennial celebration, there would inevitably be contests and sparring between sects. If the disciples sent out were not strong enough, it would bring shame to the entire Qingxiao sect. On the deck of the flying boat, several inner disciples gathered, murmuring among themselves. "Hey, have you heard? It seems 2 direct disciples are also going to Wanjian sect this time." "No way. For real? Direct disciples? Which peak do you know?" "I heard it's the 6th peak." "Holy crap. The 6th peak. Could it be Senior Brother Ji Mubai? If Senior Brother Ji Mubai leads, then those guys from Wanjian sect would be utterly crushed, right? That would be a complete curb stomp." "Not Senior Brother Ji Mubai. I heard it's the other 2 disciples of the 6th peak." "The other 2? Who are they? Have you heard of them?" "No. Besides Senior Brother Ji, I haven't heard of any particularly famous direct disciples from the 6th peak." Just then a young man seated cross-legged at the bow slowly opened his eyes and spoke coldly enough. "Stop gossiping about the direct disciples. If they hear this, you'll be in deep trouble." The group immediately fell silent and lowered their heads. "Yes, Senior Brother Longzhe." Longzhe nodded and closed his eyes again, but a dark gleam flickered in his gaze. He was originally the highest cultivation disciple among those leading the team and one of the best in the inner sect. On this trip, he should have been the one in charge. Yet out of the blue, 2 direct disciples had appeared. Although they hadn't explicitly taken command, as long as they were present, Longzhe's limelight would inevitably be overshadowed. In his heart, Longzhe believed he was no worse than any direct disciple. At most, he was just missing an opportunity. After a few dozen more minutes, a figure slowly descended from the sky and landed steadily on the deck. The newcomer was Elder Chen, the highest-ranking elder among the leaders. The moment Elder Chen landed, almost everyone involuntarily stood straighter, and even Longzhe was no exception. In the inner sect, there was a saying that 3 people must not be offended: first Elder Chen, second the cafeteria lady, and third Elder Li of the Sutra Library. And among them, Elder Chen was the most formidable. He was notoriously strict in the inner sect, impartial and relentless. Especially on occasions that concerned the sect's honor, if any disciple dared to break the rules or tarnish the sect's reputation, Elder Chen would show no mercy at all. A public reprimand was the lightest punishment, or at worst, he would directly sentence them to face the wall in meditation, and no one could save them. Elder Chen scanned the crowd on the deck, finally, settling his gaze on Longzhe, and gave a slight nod. He was quite satisfied with Longzhe's ability and talent. Diligent, self-disciplined, and gifted. This was why he had specifically appointed Longzhe as the lead disciple. As for the 2 direct disciples who had descended out of nowhere, Elder Chen didn't pay them much mind. He had heard something about their reputations among the direct disciples, and simply assumed they were taking this opportunity to go sightseeing. As long as they didn't cause trouble, it was fine. Elder Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Longzhe, asking in a deep voice, "Longzhe, is everyone here?" Longzhe bowed slightly. "Elder Chen, apart from Elder Xiao and the 2 direct disciples, everyone else has arrived." Elder Chen furrowed his brow slightly and was about to take out his communication jade pendant when several clear, cheerful voices suddenly came from a nearby intersection. Everyone turned to look. A man in his early 30s was walking side by side with a handsome young man, chatting and laughing as they approached. Behind them followed a young man with hair like a bird's nest. Elder Xiao laughed. "Oldly, how about we visit that shop again next time? That flavor was absolutely amazing. If you hadn't led the way, I would never have known there were such delicious skewers in Yunxiao City." Lian replied, "Of course, Senior Brother Xiao. If you invite, how could I refuse? And Senior Brother Xiao, I actually know another place where the braised pork knuckles are simply divine. Crispy and tender, incredibly fragrant." "Sigh. Is it really that tender?" Lian smiled. "Absolutely." Lian was quite familiar with Elder Xiao, whose real name was Xiao Yi. In the entire history of Qingxiao sect, he was considered a brilliant prodigy. Before the age of 40, he had already stepped into the destiny realm. If not for the overshadowing brilliance of his senior brother Ji Mubai, who dimmed all his peers, Senior Brother Xiao would have been the true #1 genius of Qingxiao sect. Later it seemed he didn't want to compete with his senior brother for the position of peak master of the 4th peak, so he voluntarily stepped back and became an inner sect elder instead. Some said he was broad-minded, others said he had no ambition, but regardless, Senior Brother Zhao's strength and character were well recognized within the sect. What particularly bonded them was a shared love for good food. As Senior Brother Xiao put it, without fine wine and delicious food, even becoming an immortal would be tasteless. What would be the difference between that and a clay statue enshrined in a shrine? In Li Yan's eyes, Senior Brother Xiao was the foremost gourmand of Qingxiao sect. He knew exactly which alley in Yunshao City had the strongest wine, and which shop had the most fragrant grilled meat. When they first talked about food, they clicked instantly, almost burning yellow paper and swearing brotherhood on the spot. The three of them boarded the flying boat. The inner disciples on the deck bowed and made way, many casting curious glances at Lian and Lu Chun. Logically direct disciples were few, and as inner disciples they should have heard of them, but Lian and Lu Chun were too mysterious. Most people only knew that besides Ji Mubai, the sixth peak had two other direct disciples, but they had never seen them in person, nor did they even know their names. At that moment, when Elder Chen saw Lian, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. He looked him up and down and remarked, "I have heard that senior brother Qingshuan's second disciple Lian is a peerless genius like Ji Mubai. Meeting you today, I see the reputation is well earned. To have reached the destiny realm at such a young age, truly the younger generation is formidable." At these words, all the inner disciples on the deck wore expressions of shock. They didn't know which of the two was Lian, but both looked barely over 20. At that age to have attained the destiny realm. No wonder they were direct disciples while they were merely inner disciples. The gap was enormous. Lung Zhe's pupils constricted and his heart trembled. He had always believed that his cultivation in the life consolidation realm was no less than any direct disciples, having trained hard for years and reached the late stage of the life consolidation realm, making him a top figure among inner disciples. But he never expected. That young man who looked even younger than him was already in the destiny realm. Lian bowed slightly. "Elder Chen, you flatter me. How dare I compare myself to senior brother Ji? My talent isn't even worthy of polishing his shoes." Lu Chen stood by, his brow twitching involuntarily. "Brother, if you keep acting so humble, what will happen when your true strength is revealed? What about senior brother Ji? How will the Eastern Domain's #1 prodigy save face?" Elder Chen shook his head and smiled. "Pride invites loss, humility brings gain. It's good for a young man to be modest, but excessive modesty is a form of arrogance. You have the cultivation of the destiny realm, so accept it openly, without belittling yourself. All right, hurry aboard. We're about to set off." The three nodded, lightly leaped, and landed steadily on the deck. The flying boat slowly ascended, left the mooring platform, turned westward, and pierced through the clouds, soon disappearing beyond the horizon. It takes a full 9 days to travel from Qingshao sect to Wanjian sect, so Lian and Lu Chun were in no hurry. Inside the cabin, Lian looked at Lu Chun, who was drowsy across from him, and frowned. "Junior brother, when will you ever stop being so sleepy?" Lu Chun, with his eyes half closed, said indifferently, "As my memories gradually recover, my current body cannot yet bear such vast divine soul power, so I have to rely on sleep to maintain balance. But it won't be long. Once I reach the sacred mountain, I will choose to break through to the immortal realm there. After attaining immortal realm cultivation, these symptoms will improve greatly." Lian nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. "Do you think there are many reincarnated gods like you?" Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Lian. "Senior brother, don't you know?" "Lian, me? Why would I know? Wait, junior brother, you don't think I'm also a reincarnated god, do you?" Lu Chen retorted. "Isn't that the case?" "Lian, how is that possible? I'm just simply a genius, okay?" Lu Chen. A simple genius. He didn't believe such nonsense. Even the most monstrous geniuses of ancient times were not like Lian, who had broken through to the celestial immortal realm at just over 20 years of age. Cultivation itself is going against the heavens, contending with fate at every step, fraught with thorns. How could it be so unreasonable? Unless there is another possibility. That is, Lian is the heaven's own son. Lu Chen glanced at Lian again, no longer dwelling on whether Lian was a reincarnated god, and instead began to explain. To become a god, the most important thing for an immortal is to comprehend the laws. Laws? Lian raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time Lian had heard the term laws. Lu Chen nodded. "As for gods like us who can reincarnate, we must first comprehend the laws of time, so that after falling we can cast our divine soul into the cycle of reincarnation and complete rebirth. But in this world, the most difficult to comprehend is the law of time. Throughout the ages, countless immortals have only barely reached the divine realm by comprehending elemental laws, while those who can comprehend the law of time are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And everyone who achieves this is a great power shaking the heavens." Lian. He seriously suspected that Lu Chun was boasting. In the end, wasn't he just indirectly praising himself? "Look at me, I am that rare one, I am that ancient great power." But this indeed showed that his junior brother was no ordinary person. Lu Chun continued, "Unfortunately, during the war between gods and demons 100,000 years ago, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the myriad realms were shattered and scattered. Now only the largest spiritual realm and demon realm remain. The other worlds were shattered and drifted into the unknown void. And after the collapse of the heavenly Tao, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth has become impossible." Lian frowned. "Impossible? Is there no other way?" Although he was still a bit short of the peak of the immortal realm, that was only a matter of time. With his cultivation speed, he would eventually reach that step. He certainly didn't want to be stuck in the immortal realm for life, staring at the threshold of the divine path, but unable to cross it. Wouldn't that be worse than death? Lu Chun, it's not that there's no way. When the heavenly Tao recovers, everything will naturally be resolved. Moreover, since ancient times the collapse of the heavenly Tao has not been a one-time occurrence. In ancient records, the heavenly Tao of this world has collapsed twice before. But after 10,000 years, the heavenly Tao will slowly recover, the myriad realms will reunite, and the world will return to its prime. At that time, the gate of the divine path will open again. Lian, then when will the heavenly Tao fully recover? Lu Chun spread his hands. Senior brother, I'm not the heavenly Tao, how would I know? Lian. That made so much sense that he was speechless. Over the next week, the two hardly left the cabin, spending most of their time cultivating separately. However, Lian would occasionally get bored and sneak out to the deck to enjoy the scenery along the way. It had to be said, the scenery of the spiritual realm was truly beautiful. The sea of clouds surged like tides, and the mountains stretched like dark brows. What shocked Lian the most was that he actually saw a Kuan with his own eyes. He had always heard that the legendary Kuan dwelled in the depths of the clouds of the spiritual realm, but had never seen one before. Seeing it for the first time, he was completely stunned. The Kuan slowly emerged from the sea of clouds, its body indescribably huge, dozens of times larger than the largest blue whale on Earth. Lian stood on the deck looking up at the behemoth as it disappeared into the distant sea of clouds, unable to look away for a long time. So the world is truly vast, one must come and see more of it. On the 7th day, the system's special check-in task refreshed again. This week's special task: invite 3 or more fellow disciples to enjoy snail noodles together. Lian saw this and raised an eyebrow. Just as he thought. He knew that the system wouldn't give him a bowl of snail noodles for no reason. And here came the task. But he only had one bowl. Would it be enough to share? Soon Lian realized he was overthinking. With a thought, he chose to retrieve the snail noodles. The next second, a large bowl materialized in his hand. No, to be precise, it was a huge basin of snail noodles. With this amount, it was more than enough for 5 people, let alone 3. But the most deadly part was not the portion. It was the smell. Lian, ugh. Oh my god. This smell? It's authentic. This smell was stronger than any he had ever tasted in his past life. At this moment, Lu Chun, who was sleeping nearby, suddenly twitched his nose. The next second, his expression twisted like he was constipated, his brows furrowed, lips pressed tightly, as if suffering some torment in his dream. He didn't last long. He suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up from the bed. Damn it. How could a divine fruit taste like shit? Just now I had a dream. In the dream, I found a 10,000-year-old divine fruit and was about to eat it to return to my peak. But when I took a bite, the taste was like someone had stuffed an entire latrine into the fruit. Lu Chun covered his mouth, almost vomiting on the spot. No. He suddenly realized, his eyes sharpening, this smell can escape the dream. Lu Chun whipped his head around, his gaze locked onto the source of the smell. He saw Lian holding a basin, chopsticks in hand, eating something. And that overwhelming stench, strong enough to knock someone out, was emanating from the basin in Lian's hands. Lu Chun covered his nose in shock. Senior brother. What is going on? This smell. Why is it so foul? He almost blurted out. Senior brother, are you eating shit? Lian put down his chopsticks and smiled. This is called snail noodles, a delicacy from the mortal world. Lu Chun was shocked at delicacy. Bro, don't joke. With this smell, it could wake him from his dreams. A true mortal weapon. And you call this a delicacy? Even the most famous miasma beast of the spiritual realm doesn't emit such a stench. Lu Chun took a deep breath. No, he didn't dare to take a deep breath. Afraid he would faint outright. Senior brother, you're not joking, are you? Lian, come on, don't be so skeptical. Here, come and try it. Try it. Lu Chun waved his hands frantically, as if wishing he could stick himself to the wall. No, senior brother, I have something to do, I'll just step out for a moment. Joking, try such a thing. He would rather reincarnate. However, just as Lu Chun was about to turn and flee, his body suddenly froze. He couldn't move. It was the pressure of a celestial immortal. Lu Chun's pupils contracted. Murder to silence a witness. Senior brother was going to murder him. Senior brother, everyone has their peculiar hobbies, I can understand that. Really, I don't discriminate against you. Lian's smile remained unchanged as he said calmly, eat or not. Lu Chun trembled and finally closed his eyes. I'll eat. I'll eat it now. This smell makes my appetite soar. Lian. He had never heard of snail noodles making anyone appetite soar. And what was that expression, like you were about to die? Lu Chun took the chopsticks with tears in his eyes, took a deep breath, and almost fainted from the stench again. He, a reincarnated god, an ancient great power, would one day have to eat such a thing. He closed his eyes and shoved it into his mouth as if facing death. The taste is actually not bad. Lian asked with a smile, how is it? Lu Chun was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice. Smells like a 1,000-year-old latrine, tastes like a rare fresh flavor of the mortal world. Want a few more bites? No need at all. Next, for the mission. And also to share the delicacy. Lian carried the basin of luosafen and walked straight out of the cabin. And wherever he went, it was utter chaos. Men and horses knocked over, not a single blade of grass left alive. That domineering odor spread along the corridor, and wherever it passed, people held their breath or fled. A few junior brothers even nearly couldn't resist jumping over the railing and abandoning ship. On the deck, Senior Brother Li, are you sure this is a delicacy, not a moldy dish? This smell. I thought my great-grandmother was calling me to dinner. Lian He. Everyone rest assured it's absolutely delicious. These past few days Lian had been chatting with these intersect junior brothers whenever he had free time. Because he was approachable and easygoing, they quickly became familiar with each other. These days could be called everyone's honeymoon period. After all, intersect disciples rarely saw a direct disciple as friendly and easygoing as Lian. But, just 2 days after praising him, he was now inviting them to such a feast. Everyone even suspected if Lian was doing this on purpose. First give a sweet date, then strike with a slap. Was he afraid they were being used as test subjects? Sorry, I just took a fasting pill and feel a bit full. Can't eat. Senior Brother, I'm allergic to flour. Senior Brother, this is troublesome. Yesterday my family's ancestor appeared in a dream and warned me to avoid heavy-flavored food recently. Just as everyone had already thought of excuses to refuse Lian's kindness, a cheerful voice suddenly came from behind. Junior Brother Li, I heard you have a delicacy to share with everyone. Why didn't you notify me in advance? Xiao Yi strode over, but before he could finish his sentence his smiling face instantly froze. Ugh, damn, what is this smell like? Lian pretended not to hear and waved at Xiao Yi. Senior Brother Xiao, you're here. Hurry over, the delicacy is with me. Deli shit. Xiao Yi's face turned slightly green. The closer he got, the stronger the odor became, even piercing straight to his crown chakra. And he finally confirmed that the smell capable of sending someone away came from the basin of delicacy in Lian's hands. Xiao Yi held his breath slightly. Junior Brother, this. Even if there's nothing to eat on the ship, you don't have to eat something so peculiar, do you? Lian sighed and explained earnestly, Senior Brother, this thing is called luosafen. Although it smells awful, its taste is extremely delicious. If you don't believe me, just take a bite and try. Xiao Yi was skeptical. Is it really delicious? Senior Brother, when have I ever deceived you? Lian's face was full of sincerity, then he raised his head to look at the ship's roof. At that moment Lu Chun was sitting cross-legged there to get some fresh air. He had made up his mind. As long as the cabin didn't air out, he would never go back. Lian said loudly, Junior Brother, am I wrong? Lu Chun was startled upon hearing this, looked at everyone, and his eyes flickered. Since he had already eaten it, then everyone must also taste it. Death to friends, not to the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist is already dead. I'll let the friends be buried with me. That's right. I also thought it was hard to swallow at first, but the taste was indeed good. Xiao Yi swallowed his saliva, waged a fierce inner battle for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth. All right, Junior Brother, don't trick me. He took the chopsticks, held his breath, closed his eyes like a condemned man going to the execution ground, and took a shallow bite. All the disciples held their breath, staring intently at Xiao Yi's expression. Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he blurted out, peerless flavor. This is a peerless flavor of the mortal world. As he spoke, he quickly took a few more slurps. The taste is indeed good. Marvelous. Lian asked with a smile, Senior Brother, I wasn't wrong, was I? Xiao Yi nodded repeatedly, not bad. Indeed not bad. Lian looked around and smiled at the other junior brothers, everyone who else wants to have a taste. The disciples exchanged glances. They knew in their hearts that Elder Xiao never lied about food, but this smell was too overpowering. A normal person simply couldn't bring themselves to eat it. Finally, a few junior brothers who wanted to save face for Li and endured the tremendous stench and took a few bites. To their surprise, the taste was indeed far better than they had imagined. However, even with the affirmation of these few disciples, most of the others still dared not take a bite. After all, it was like being told this is chocolate that tastes like poop and the chocolate is delicious, but still many people dare not try it. Xiao Yi, you young people, you have eyes but cannot see, gold and jade, and mouths but cannot taste the flavors of the world. Since you won't eat, I won't be polite. After saying that, Xiao Yi looked at Lian. Junior Brother, is it all right if I keep these? At that moment, the sound of the system mission completion notification rang in Lian's mind. His eyes lit up, and he generously pushed the basin in front of Xiao Yi. Senior Brother, of course. This bowl of luosafen, you can take it away. Xiao Yi was overjoyed. Really? Naturally. Junior Brother Li. Next time you have such a delicacy, be sure to remember to call me. No problem. Xiao Yi held the luosafen like a treasure, happily returning to the cabin. However, a moment later, a earth-shattering roar came from the direction of Xiao Yi's cabin. Elder Xiao, why did you bring shit into the room? It was Elder Qin's voice, full of vigor, shaking the flying boat 3 times over. Lian. All disciples. The next day, there was only 1 day's journey left before reaching Wanjian sect. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the cabin. Senior Brother, bad news. Something happened. Lian opened the door to find a junior sister standing outside. Her features were delicate, not the most beautiful, but quite cute. Lian recognized her. Her name was Hu Yuanyuan. She was usually lively and rarely seen in such a panic. Lian frowned slightly. What's wrong? Hu Yuanyuan said urgently, it's demon creatures. Elder Xiao just discovered that the town below is under a massive attack by demon creatures. Elder Xiao has already led the disciples down to provide support. Lian's brow furrowed. Demon creatures. How is that possible? Aren't all the passages to the demon realm sealed? Where did they come from? At these words Yuan was also stunned. Clearly she didn't know the reason either. Just then Lu Chun, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering slightly. It should be a boundary rift. Lian turned to look at him. Boundary rift. Lu Chun stood up, his expression unusually serious. Senior brother, I'll explain when we get back later. Let's go down first and rendezvous with Elder Shao and the others. Lian, all right. Coincidentally, he also wanted to see what the so-called demon creatures of the demon realm, which the spirit realm regarded as its #1 enemy, actually looked like. At this moment in Sanka Town, Yuzhou Yuling Kingdom. Yuling Kingdom was a neighbor of Qinglin Kingdom, also ranked among the great nations of the Eastern Domain. Its territory was vast, with a population close to 1 billion. In fact, Lian had known ever since he first crossed over to the spirit realm that it was incredibly vast. In the spirit realm, the area of the Eastern Domain alone was dozens of times larger than Earth. And in the Eastern Domain, there were hundreds of great nations like Yuling Kingdom, with countless smaller kingdoms and city-states scattered among them. But at this moment, this town of Sanku, with only a few 100,000 people, had already turned into a hell on Earth. Throughout the small town, there were bloodstains, severed limbs, and ruins everywhere. On the main street, 7 or 8 soldiers dressed in attires similar to the Imperial Guard were desperately slashing at the ceaselessly surging demon creatures. Those demon creatures resembled wolves, but were several times larger than ordinary hounds, covered in dark purple scales with crimson eyes, protruding fangs, and ferocious, hideous faces. At that moment, a young man slashed down a lunging demon creature, panting heavily as he looked at the middle-aged man with stubble at the lead. Master, are these what they call Yao? The middle-aged man was named Liao Fei, the commander of this squad. Liao Fei said in a deep voice, "No, they are not Yao." He paused, then swung his long blade in a sudden arc, cleaving a demon creature lunging at him, and half-blood splattering everywhere. Though Yao also devour humans, they avoid the strong and flee when in danger. As the saying goes, Yao know the will of heaven, fear the strong, and avoid them. They have intelligence and know when to advance and retreat. But these things are different. Liao Fei stared darkly at the demon creatures that charged forward wave after wave. These creatures are bloodthirsty and fearless of death. Even if gravely wounded with guts spilling out, they still use their last breath to come up and bite. And combined with that black aura emanating from their bodies, it's very likely they are the legendary demons. The young man's pupils contracted and he cried out, "Demons!" Liao Fei did not answer because he no longer had the strength to speak. The surrounding demon creatures grew more numerous, a dark oppressive mass that seemed inexhaustible. Liangzi. Liao Fei sliced a lunging demon creature in two and asked sternly, "How is the evacuation of the townspeople going?" Liangzi cut down a demon creature, breathing heavily as he replied, "Lord Liao, most people are evacuating toward the west gate. We should go too." "Good." Liao Fei's gaze sharpened and he made a quick decision. "Then we retreat as well." But before he finished speaking, boom! Suddenly a deafening explosion came from the direction of the west gate, followed by heart-wrenching screams. "What's going on?" "It's the west gate." Liao Fei's face changed drastically. "Damn. Something must have gone wrong at the west gate. Hurry over." Just as they were about to turn and run toward the west gate, a huge cleaver tinged with dark red blood streaks came whistling from the depths of the alley. Crack! Blood splattered. One team member didn't even have time to scream before the giant cleaver sliced him in two at the waist. His upper and lower halves flew in opposite directions, entrails spilling all over the ground. "Who is it?" Liao Fei's eyes were wide with rage, his long blade held horizontally in front of him. "Come out." From the depths of the alley, a huge figure slowly emerged. It was a fat man, no more like a mountain of flesh. The demon creature was 3 or 4 meters tall, its skin a dark purple-black, as if scorched by fire and then soaked in blood. It had an enormous belly, and with every step it took, the ground trembled slightly. On its head grew 2 short horns, its face was ferocious, its mouth split to the ears, and its entire body was covered in blood. No one knew how many people it had already killed. The demon creature looked down at Liao Fei and the others, extended its long forked tongue, slowly licked its lips, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Humans, where are you going?" The demon's terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire street. Liao Fei's pupils sharply contracted. So powerful, just its aura alone almost suffocated him. Liao Fei gritted his teeth and growled, "Liangzi, take Lin Fan and the others and go first. I'll hold it off." The young Lin Fan looked up shocked. "Master." "Follow Liangzi." Liao Fei gripped his long blade tightly, his gaze firm. "Your master's blade is not yet dull." Lin Fan clenched his fists and nodded firmly. "All right." Liangzi shouted, "Go. Everyone follow me." Just as the group was about to rush toward the west gate, the demon suddenly let out a low, sneering laugh. "Go? How ridiculous. You will all end up in my belly. Where can you go?" As soon as the words fell, its colossal mountain-like form vanished from the spot. Liao Fei's pupils abruptly contracted. "No. Liangzi, watch out." A blurry afterimage tore through the air and arrived in an instant. Liangzi turned back in alarm, his pupils reflecting the enormous purple-black figure. This. Crack. A thick, immensely powerful arm directly pierced through Liangzi's chest, blood gushing out. Liangzi, save me. The demon slowly lowered its head, opened its gaping maw, and bit down on Liangzi's entire head. Crack. Blood spurted. The sound of chewing and bones cracking left everyone frozen in place. Liangzi, damn it, beast, I'll kill you. All the team members roared in fury, wielding their blades and madly slashing at the demon. Yet the demon didn't even spare them a glance. With a wave of its massive hand, the huge cleaver, as if drawn by an invisible force, flew back into its grip. Then the demon sneered and casually swung its weapon. Swish! A blade light flashed, and 6 team members, without even a chance to scream, were cleanly cut in half, blood splattering across the entire street. Ha ha ha! The demon laughed wildly to the sky. A bunch of ants, countless droplets of blood, fell drenching Lin Fan nearby into a bloody figure. Lin Fan trembled all over. In just a few seconds, his friends and teammates were all dead. Ever since he joined the Jinyue, these people had become like family to him. Whether it was Liangzi or the others, they were the ones who cared for and looked after him the most in the team. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Lin Fan's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot. A terrifying spiritual power suddenly erupted from within him, an invisible force surging out like a tsunami, slamming fiercely into the demon. The 3 to 4 meter tall behemoth was actually forced back 2 steps, its feet gouging 2 deep furrows into the ground. The demon, instead of anger, laughed, extended its tongue to lick its lips, eyes filled with greed. Kid, are you trying to tickle me? Just then a figure suddenly appeared above the demon. Liao Fei gripped his blade with both hands, pouring all his strength into a vicious slash downward. The demon let out a scornful laugh, casually raised its right hand, and caught the blade of the cleaver with one hand. Liao Fei's pupils shook violently. How is that possible? Crack. The demon's right hand squeezed, and the blade snapped. Then the demon threw a punch. No. Liao Fei crossed his arms to block, but was still sent flying dozens of meters, tumbling over a dozen times across the ground before stopping, leaving a long trail of blood. With just one punch, his internal organs were severely damaged, both arms' bones shattered, hanging limply at his sides, completely useless. Master! Lin Fan frantically rushed to Liao Fei's side. Liao Fei's mouth gushed blood. He used his last ounce of strength to grab Lin Fan's arm. Fanner, run. Hurry and run. Master! For the first time, Lin Fan felt such a profound sense of helplessness, tears streaming uncontrollably. Liao Fei's gaze gradually grew vacant. The hand that had been gripping slowly slid away. Master! Lin Fan wailed heart-wrenchingly. The demon strolled over leisurely, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Kid, don't worry, you're next. Lin Fan knelt beside Liao Fei, holding his hand motionless, as if his soul had left him. The demon reached him, looking down from on high at this insignificant human, and sneered. Humans so fragile. Cracking sounds. The demon opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow Lin Fan in one gulp. Just then, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly changed. A roar suddenly erupted from the depths of his soul. That pair of pitch-black pupils instantly turned into pure white, devoid of any emotion, cold, as if not of this world. An ancient and vast aura awakened within him, as if a primordial god who had slumbered for eons had opened its eyes. Lin Fan suddenly stood up. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch, landing squarely on the demon's forehead. Boom. Damn. The demon's massive body, as if struck by a meteor, flew backward dozens of meters, crashing through a courtyard, bricks and stones flying, dust rising. Meanwhile, in the air, Lian and Lu Chun, who had originally planned to first rendezvous with Elder Shao and the others, both stopped in their tracks. Lian's gaze sharpened. What is that? Lu Chun stared at the youth below, his eyes flickering. Unexpected. We've encountered another reincarnation of a deity. Lian frowned. You say that boy is a reincarnated deity? It feels more like he's been possessed, not the same person at all. Lu Chun shook his head slightly and explained, the reincarnation method of the other party is, strange to say, it's not mature. Although it is reincarnation, the soul of the past life and the soul of this life seem to have been split into 2 halves. The main soul has been in slumber. It must have been forcefully awakened due to this life and death crisis, only a part of its power. At this moment, Lin Fan below seemed to have completely changed into a different person. He was expressionless, his movements fierce and violent, punching the demon one after another, each punch carrying terrifying spiritual power, cracking the ground inch by inch. The demon roared repeatedly, grabbing its huge cleaver to counterattack, but was again flung away by an invisible spiritual force, crashing heavily into the ruins. You little brat. The demon struggled to get up, covered in wounds, finally showing fear in its eyes. Just then 2 figures slowly descended from the air. The youth seemed to sense something, looked up at the sky, then his body went limp, collapsing straight into the ruins, the white light in his eyes slowly fading, reverting to the black pupils of Immortal. Lian glanced at the unconscious youth, then turned his gaze to the bedraggled demon. He raised his right hand, lightning surging in his palm, an overwhelming pressure instantly sweeping the entire area. far more powerful than the demon's aura from before. The demon's pupils sharply contracted, and it cried out anxiously, "Wait." Boom. A terrifying divine thunderbolt descended from the sky, its brilliant lightning illuminating the entire street as if it were daylight. The demon didn't even have time to let out a second scream before it dissipated in the thunder, turning into scattered ashes. Meanwhile, Lu Chun flashed to the youth's side, bent down to examine him, and after a moment, let out a sigh of relief. Lian asked, "How is it?" Lu Chun stood up. Nothing serious, just that he used too much of his soul's power. However, after this awakening, his main soul will probably need to sleep for a few more years before it wakes up again. Lian nodded, his gaze sweeping around indifferently. Let's go." To Elder Zhao's side. Lu Chun acknowledged, grabbed the youth by the collar, lifted him up like a chick, and quickly followed Lian. At this moment at the west gate, Lian saw from afar a crowd gathered together with demon corpses scattered all around. He glanced and said calmly, "It seems Elder Zhao and the others have already resolved the battle." The demon that Lian had instantly killed was actually quite formidable, having reached the Guiming realm. However, it was still far too difficult for a demon of this level to harm Elder Zhao and Elder Chun. As Lian and Lu Chun drew closer, a cacophony of abusive shouts reached their ears clearly. They saw Elder Zhao, Elder Chun, Lung Zhe, and the other disciples, all with tense faces, expressions extremely grim. Before them stood a man and a woman. The man was in his 20s, the woman slightly younger, under 20. They were pointing at the Qingshao sect members and cursing vehemently, spittle flying. "You cultivators, why did you come so late? If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't have died." The woman held the corpse of a middle-aged woman and wept bitterly. "Why don't you just die? Cultivators, demon vanquishers, is this how you vanquish demons? Mother, your fate is so bitter." The other residents around also gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with hatred. Among them, many had lost their relatives in the chaos just now. Grief-stricken and led astray by the two, they stared at the Qingshao sect members with venomous gazes. "Exactly. If it weren't for you, our home wouldn't have been destroyed. If it weren't for you, my child wouldn't have died. You must pay with your lives." Hearing these words, Lian froze completely. He thought this kind of scene only appeared in the melodramas of his past life. He never expected to actually encounter it. Are these people's brains all kicked by donkeys? Don't they thank us for saving their lives, but instead blame us? Are these people's brains all kicked by donkeys? Don't they thank us for saving their lives, but instead blame us? One of the Qingshao sect disciples could no longer bear it and roared angrily, "If it weren't for us, you would have died at the hands of those demons long ago. Now you still have the nerve to blame us." At this moment, the pockmarked woman abruptly released the woman's corpse, sprang up, and yelled, "A family has its rules, a nation has its laws. Farmers till the land, soldiers defend the homeland. You cultivators, shouldn't you be the ones to slay demons and vanquish monsters?" "Oh." The woman paused, rolled her eyes, and suddenly roared again. "Pay up. No, pay with your lives. Of course, if you don't want to die, you can pay us compensation." As soon as these words were spoken, many of the surrounding residents chimed in. "Right? Our homes are gone. You must compensate us. Pay up. Pay up." At this moment, Xiao Yi was trembling with rage. So after all this roundabout, after slapping a huge label on them, the goal was just to make them pay compensation. He took a deep breath and looked at Elder Chun. "Elder Chun, what should we do now?" Elder Chun's face was ashen and he snorted coldly. "Just treat kindness as thrown to the dogs. Let's go. Go." The man rushed forward, spreading his arms to block the way. "You still want to leave? Fellow villagers, arm yourselves. These cultivators, not only do they do nothing, but they also want to run away." The pockmarked woman, "That's right, don't let them escape." Just as the crowd was about to surround the Qingshao sect members, a furious shout suddenly descended from the sky. "Bold demon." A fierce bolt of lightning instantly struck down, precisely hitting the man. Boom. The man didn't even have time to scream. He was instantly charred to a crisp and fell straight down. The smoke cleared, and Lian descended slowly with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the charred corpse and sneered, "Fortunately, I discovered it in time." Elders, fellow disciples, is everyone all right? The Qingshao sect members. They had been in a bad mood just now, but now they felt much better. After a moment, Xiao Yi was the first to react, slapping his thigh. "We're fine. Junior brother's divine ability is truly remarkable. To be able to see a demon possessing someone. Admirable. Admirable." At this moment, the pockmarked woman finally came to her senses and let out a piercing scream. "Brother. My brother." The woman hugged the charred corpse, trembling all over. When she looked up, her face was streaked with tears, and she glared at Lian with venomous eyes. "Ah. You killed my brother. I'll make you pay with your life." Lian raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Before Lian could speak, Xiao Yi bellowed, stealing Lian's lines. "There's another one possessed by a demon. Damn it. Junior brother, let senior brother handle this one." As soon as the words fell, a blazing flame erupted in Xiao Yi's hand, sending a wave of heat. The pockmarked woman's face changed drastically, and she hastily cried out, "Wait. I'm not a demon." But before she could finish, the flames engulfed her, and without even a scream, she was instantly reduced to a pile of ashes. In an instant, the whole place fell silent. A deathly stillness. Many of the residents who had been shouting and demanding compensation involuntarily took a step back, their legs trembling. Xiao Yi's cold gaze swept slowly over the crowd, and he said icily, "Let me see if there are any more demons." Not long after he spoke, it seemed the pressure was too much. A middle-aged man in the crowd fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing and saying, "Thank you, Immortals, for saving our lives. The Immortals' divine powers are vast, demons have nowhere to hide. If not for the Immortals, we common folk would still be at the mercy of those demons. Thank you, Immortals. Thank you, Immortals." The others, as if waking from a dream, followed suit, kneeling in a dark, prostrate mass. "Thank you, Immortals. The Immortals are merciful. The Immortals saved our whole family." Seeing this, the cold severity on Xiao Yi's face instantly dissipated, replaced by a warm smile, as he hurried forward to make a gesture of raising them. Please everyone rise. Slaying demons and vanquishing monsters is the duty of us cultivators, it's what we should do. The Qingxiao sect disciples nearby. This turnaround is too fast, isn't it? The people who had just been cursing them for coming too late and demanding they pay with their lives or money were now kneeling on the ground, kowtowing in gratitude. This change of face was faster than turning a page. Elder Chen stroked his beard, shook his head slightly, and sighed softly. The human heart. This is the human heart. On the other side, Lu Chen walked over to Lian and lowered his voice, smiling. Aren't you afraid? Everyone will accuse you of killing innocents. Lian replied with a composed expression, What's there to fear? Innocent. Didn't I say they were possessed by demons? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Possessed by demons. Do you think? He suddenly felt a murderous gaze land on him, cold enough to freeze an ox. Lu Chen shuddered and immediately changed his tune, laughing. Senior brother, well killed. Who would have thought that after 10,000 years demons have evolved to the point of possessing people? Deserving to die. Kill them. Lian snorted coldly. Little brat, even if you're a reincarnated deity, I can still handle you. Even if you're the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor, you're still my junior brother. Easily managed. Lian suddenly thought of something and frowned. Where's that kid? Lu Chen pursed his lips toward the distance. Over there. I asked junior sister who to heal him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan's shout came from that direction. Senior brother Lu. Senior brother Li. He's awake. Lian and Lu Chen exchanged a glance and walked quickly. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat dazed as he scanned the surroundings. But the daze was fleeting, his pupils suddenly focused, and he sat up abruptly, shouting hoarsely, Master! Master! At this moment Lian came before Lin Fan and explained, We rescued you. However, before we arrived, we didn't see your master. Hearing this, Lin Fan's pupils contracted. He quickly stood up, first bowed deeply to Lian. Thank you, senior, for saving me. Lin Fan will never forget this life-saving grace today. But my master's body is still warm. Let me first collect my master's remains before coming back to kowtow in gratitude. With that, Lin Fan turned and sprinted toward the direction of his master's corpse. Lian watched his retreating figure and nodded slightly. The first thing he did upon waking was to think of his master, showing that he is loyal and righteous, grateful and faithful. Not bad, not bad, a good lad. Lian elbowed Lu Chen beside him. What's the matter? Both of you are old antiques from the same era, won't you go comfort him? Lu Chen, you're the old antique, your whole family are old antiques. He looked at Lian expressionlessly and said flatly, The Tao is heartless, but humans have affections, partings of life and death have been the same since ancient times. The path must be walked alone and tribulations must be crossed individually. Lian listened and clicked his tongue, truly worthy of a great power who has comprehended the law of time. Your way of speaking has class. Lu Chen. He seriously suspected his senior brother was mocking him. Is there any relationship between comprehending the law of time and being eloquent? After about an hour or so, two small spirit boats pierced through the sky from afar, slowly descending above the outskirts of Sanka Town. At the forefront was an elder of the returning to destiny realm, his hair half white, clad in a light, gray Taoist robe. The elder leaped down from the spirit boat with a group of disciples. He first swept his gaze over the devastated ruins, and when he saw the mountain of demonic creature corpses piled on the ground, his pupils contracted slightly. So they truly are demonic creatures. Not long ago he had received a transmission about the demonic invasion in Sanka Town. At the time he had not believed it, thinking it was merely some ignorant commoners speaking nonsense. But upon seeing the corpses of these demonic creatures recorded in ancient texts, the elder had no choice but to believe. Then he turned his gaze to Elder Chun and the others, momentarily stunned before recognizing their identity as members of the Qingxiao sect. The Qingxiao sect differed from many sects. They had no uniform attire. The sect advocated pursuing the great Tao with freedom and ease unbounded by external forms, so the disciples' clothing was always casual and unrestrained. However, when traveling abroad, most Qingxiao sect disciples would hang their sect token from their waist. It served as a symbol of identity. The elder steadied himself, stepped forward, quickly cupped his hands and bowed. I am Yun Lang, the sect master of the Yunyue sect of the Yuling Kingdom, paying respects to the superior sect. In the spirit realm, the hierarchy of sects was extremely strict. For a colossus like the Qingshao sect, even an ordinary disciple traveling abroad was enough to make small and medium sects treat them with courtesy. Thus, even though Yun Lang's cultivation was on par with Elder Chun's, he still had to bow respectfully to show deference. Elder Chun nodded slightly and said indifferently, "We passed by this place and happened to encounter the demonic disturbance, so we dealt with it." Yun Lang was overjoyed upon hearing this and bowed again. "Thank you, Superior Sect, for your assistance. Otherwise Sanka Town would have become a dead town." Elder Chun nodded. "We leave the rest to you. We have important matters to attend to and cannot stay long." Yun Lang quickly replied, "Yes, Superior Sect, please go ahead." He could roughly guess that the Qingshao sect delegation was likely heading to the Wanjian sect's centennial celebration. Elder Chun said no more, turned and led the disciples back onto the spirit boat. Meanwhile, on a hilltop outside Sanka Town, several new graves stood in a row, each with a flask of wine placed before it. Lin Fan knelt before the middle grave, deeply kowtowing several times, his forehead pressed against the soil, remaining motionless for a long time. After a long while he straightened up and slowly poured the wine over the grave. "Master, in my next life Lin Fan will still be your disciple." Having said this, Lin Fan slowly rose, wiped the corner of his eyes, and turned to look at Li Un and Lu Chen behind him. "Two seniors, Lin Fan, thanks you once more for saving my life. If in the future..." Before he could finish, Li Un had already appeared beside him, draping an arm over his shoulder. "I'll mourn but don't dwell. And you don't need to call us seniors. We're only a few years older than you. My name is Li Un. Oh, just call me Big Brother from now on." Lin Fan. He opened his mouth, momentarily unable to react. Was he proposing a sworn brotherhood? Big Brother. Li Big Brother. Li Un, hey, good little brother. Lin Fan. Just then Lu Chen said flatly, "My name is Lu Chun. You can still call me senior." Li Un raised an eyebrow. "Huh? What do you mean? You want to stand above me?" Lu Chun gave an awkward smile. Senior brother, you know my identity. It's not strange for me to be a senior, is it?" Li Un said coldly. "No. Lin Fan, from now on call him Brother Lu, Brother Lu." Lin Fan. He silently watched the two before him, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. Although they were his saviors, their level of familiarity was too strange. Li Un then turned serious, looking at Lin Fan. "Brother Lin, we are disciples of the Qingshao sect. Would you like to join our sect?" Lin Fan was astonished. Qingshao sect? The one known as the #1 sect in the Eastern Domain? That's right. Li Un nodded with a smile. He had already secretly examined Lin Fan's constitution. Though the other had not yet reached foundation establishment as a heavenly immortal realm powerhouse, Li Un could naturally see that Lin Fan had already awakened his spiritual aperture, possessed excellent innate talent, and had an affinity with their 6th peak lineage, awakening the element of lightning. But what surprised him most was that Lin Fan seemed to also possess the space element. Having just awakened and already manifested dual element talent, this was extraordinary. If he let this seedling slip away, his name would not be Li Un. Lin Fan, can I? That was the Qingshao sect, a celestial sect countless dreamed of joining. His master had once said that his greatest regret was failing the Qingshao sect's examination. Li Un patted his shoulder. "You can't join directly, of course, but I believe you can pass the entry test." Lin Fan clenched his fists and nodded firmly. "All right. But, Brother Lu, I want to observe a 7-day mourning period for my master and brothers. I wonder if..." Li Un and Lu Chen exchanged glances. Li Un nodded. "Fine, but we still have some things to take care of. Lu Chen and I will come back to pick you up in a while." With that, Li Un and Lu Chen's figures dissipated like a gentle breeze, vanishing from the spot and instantly soaring to the flying boat high in the sky. Lin Fan stood still, watching the two receding figures, and slowly bowed deeply. Meanwhile, the flying boat continued steadily westward. Inside the cabin, Li Un looked at Lu Chun. "Junior brother, what exactly is the dimensional rift you mentioned earlier?" Lu Chun pondered for a moment, then explained slowly. "To be precise, a dimensional rift is a spatial crack that appears between two realms due to unstable space. Such cracks usually do not last long. They tend to heal on their own shortly after appearing." Li Un frowned slightly. Then how come I've never heard of it before?" Lu Chen's eyes flickered. "Because this dimensional rift has not appeared for millions of years. Very few ancient records about it remain." Li Un was slightly startled. "Millions of years? It hasn't appeared? Damn. It's not the end of the world, is it? Or some outer realm celestial demon descending?" Lu Chun. His second senior brother really had an overactive imagination sometimes. He must have read too many storybooks. Lu Chen explained, "It's not the end of the world. Senior brother, do you remember what I said before? The heavenly Tao once collapsed. Actually, in the ancient era millions of years ago, humans and demons were not the rulers of the world. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan of the Yao race governed the heavens. And that year, due to certain events, the war between the Dragon and Phoenix clans caused the heavenly Tao to once shatter and break apart, leading to the decline of both dragons and phoenixes. Later, tens of thousands of years after the heavenly Tao's collapsed, dimensional rifts began to appear between the two realms. An ancient great power sensed the anomaly. Soon after, the heavenly Tao started to heal itself. That great power concluded that the appearance of dimensional rifts was a sign. It meant that the space outside the realm was becoming unstable and all the separated worlds were slowly drawing closer to one another. Lian So, the heavenly Tao is recovering. Lu Chen exactly, and it's likely accelerating. Soon the era of the war of 10,000 races will descend once more, and the gate of the divine path will open again. Lu Chen, senior brother, this is our chance. It will be our great fortune. Lian raised an eyebrow. Huh? How great is this fortune? Lu Chen. Could he stop asking such pointless questions? How great? It was immensely great. Lu Chen explained, not to mention the hidden relics, divine inheritances, and secret realms in small worlds. When the heavenly Tao collapsed, countless fragments of the world's origin scattered into various small worlds. Lian, huh? World origin fragments. What are those? Lu Chen explained, a world has its origin just as a person has a soul. It is the essence condensed at the dawn of heaven and earth, the source of all laws, the root of all things. When the heavenly Tao collapsed, the core of the origin also shattered, splitting into countless fragments scattered across the small worlds. Each fragment contains a wisp of the purest origin power, the foundation of the world and the embodiment of the laws. Lu Chen, and those scattered origin fragments are our greatest fortune. They can not only accelerate cultivation speed, but also allow you to comprehend the laws with half the effort. They are in a sense the shortcut to the divine path. Lian nodded. Not only could they speed up cultivation, but they also aided in comprehending laws. These origin fragments were indeed extraordinary. So how do we get to those small worlds? Naturally through the dimensional rift, Lu Chen replied. As the heavenly Tao gradually heals, the dimensional rifts will appear more frequently and on a larger scale. By then, traversing the myriad worlds will no longer be difficult. Lian, one more question. If we enter other worlds, how do we find those fragments? We can't just stumble around blindly, can we? Lu Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, senior brother. According to the memories I've awakened, the origin fragments have a natural resonance with the world's spiritual vein patterns and law fluctuations. As long as you hold a guide imbued with the aura of origin, you can sense the fragment's location within a certain range. Coincidentally, I still have a fragment of origin from the ancient era that can serve as a guide. Once we enter a small world, we can use it to lock onto the approximate positions of the scattered fragments. Lian's eyes lit up. What a treasure. You were hiding such a precious item. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. You think I was reincarnated as a divine being for nothing? Without some assets, how could I get by? Lian, then take it out, and let me see. Let your senior brother broaden his horizons. Lu Chen, want to see? Beg me. Bang. A moment later, Lu Chen clutched his head and looked at Lian speechlessly. Can't even take a joke. Senior brother's magnanimity was as small as a pinhole. Lu Chen, that origin fragment is not in my hands right now. Lian, then where is it? Lu Chen, well, it's on the Xingshan. One of my old treasure caches is located there. Lian squinted. Junior brother, when you go to the Xingshan, is it really to rescue master? Lu Chen, well, both, but mainly to rescue our master. Lian, really? Lu Chen said solemnly. I can swear. Lian looked at his earnest expression, was silent for a moment, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. All right, I believe you. Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but Lian immediately added, but if you dare to deceive me, I'll tie you to the outside of the flying boat and drag you all the way back to Qingxiao sect. Lu Chen. Having said that, Lu Chen suddenly raised his finger and traced in the air. Spiritual light swirled at his fingertip, forming a string of ancient characters in the void, each word as if forged from gold and iron. Senior brother, this is an ancient technique that uses the power of the soul to create avatars. You can try cultivating it. Lian fixed his gaze and saw the characters engraved in the air, the spiritual light flowing as the content of the technique clearly emerged. The spirit divides into one chi, transforming into myriad forms. With a single thought, an avatar emerges. With one soul dwelling, 100 bodies take shape. The spirit roams 10,000 miles while the body sits unmoving. The soul enters the 9 abysses while the body remains as usual. Divided yet not scattered, united as one, the soul indestructible, the avatar imperishable. Lu Chen, this technique is called the 10,000 Thoughts Incarnation Art. With it we can send avatars to descend into the small worlds, giving us an extra layer of security. Lian silently memorized the technique, finding it more and more profound and exquisite. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Not bad. Having a divine junior brother is truly reliable. Lu Chen. On the morning of the second day, the flying boat officially entered the territory of Qinglin Kingdom. Below, a majestic giant city gradually emerged. This was precisely Lin City, the capital of Qinglin Kingdom. The scene before him was truly like a painting. Beyond the smoke and dust of the 9-layered city walls, within the splendor of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Even though he had seen countless modern skyscrapers, Lian could not help but admire the beauty of this ancient city. Compared to modern cities, each had its own kind of grandeur and beauty. On a street in Lin City, a little girl with her hair in 2 pigtails suddenly looked up and pointed at the flying boat sweeping across the sky. Mom, look. What's that in the sky? The woman followed her daughter's pointing hand and looked up, a flicker of shock in her eyes. Then she explained, Xiaobao, that's an immortal's carriage. The little girl blinked. Carriage? So an immortal's carriage can fly. That's amazing. But what if the immortal needs to poop up there? Will the poop come flying down? The woman. On the deck of the flying boat, a disciple looked at Xiao Yi. Elder Xiao, I heard that Qinglin Kingdom is your hometown. Lian, who was admiring the scenery nearby, also cast a surprised glance at Xiao Yi upon hearing this. He had known Xiao Yi for so long, but had never known his background. He had always thought Xiao Yi, like himself, was an orphan without parents, adopted and raised by Qingxiao sect since childhood. Xiao Yi nodded, his gaze fixed on the familiar city below, his expression complex. Yeah, it's been a long time. Lian looked at Xiao Yi's expression, a glint flashing in his eyes. There's a story. There's definitely a story. This senior brother Xiao of mine must have some tea to spill. Just wondering what flavor that tea is. A broken engagement. A mortal enemy. Abandoned by his family. Betrayed by a brother. Hiss. Lian figured he was probably just bored from being cooped up in Qingxiao sect. He was itching with curiosity, but he didn't ask. It would be bad if he touched on something painful. After a few more hours, the flying boat slowly entered a continuous mountain range. On the deck, Xiao Yi looked at the towering peaks ahead that pierced the clouds and introduced, Junior brotherly, this is the 10,000 Great Mountains. Lian stood beside him, gazing into the distance. The scene before him was completely different from the autumn forests he had seen earlier. Every peak here was extremely high and steep, sheer cliffs rising thousands of feet, like swords and halberds. The entire mountain range stretched endlessly with no end in sight. What also surprised Lian was that the spiritual energy here was very abundant. Although not as dense as within Qingxiao sect, it was the richest place he had felt on this journey. And the 10,000 Swords sect was located within these 10,000 Great Mountains. Crossing these 10,000 Great Mountains was also the true destination of his and Lu Chen's journey. The western regions. After entering the 10,000 Great Mountains, Lian noticed many spirit beasts appearing in the vicinity. In fact, spirit beasts and demon beasts were not fundamentally different. Both were born from heaven and earth, possessing intelligence and cultivation. Simply put, those that do not eat humans are spirit beasts, and those that do are demon beasts. As the saying goes, beasts have no inherent heart. Good and evil lie in humans. Those that devour humans are demons, those that follow humans are spirits. Lian sensed the spirit beasts in the forest. Snakes, boars, cats. All sorts. His beast-taming talent fragments were about to reach 100 pieces. He really should start considering what kind of spirit beast to contract in the future. Preferably, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. Any would do. He wasn't picky. If not, a Qilin would also be acceptable. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the 10,000 Swords sect was filled with a festive and harmonious atmosphere. Red silk hung high, colorful flags fluttered, and the mountain gate was decorated with lanterns and banners, bustling with joy. Flying boats from all directions, south, east, northwest, kept streaming and immersing the entire sect in the jubilation of the centennial celebration. The flying boat port at the mountain gate was already filled with all kinds of spirit boats. On the port platform, the elders of the 10,000 Swords sect were busy greeting guests from all directions. Today was not only the sect's centennial celebration, but also the day to celebrate the sect master's breakthrough to the immortal realm. A double joy, so it was naturally especially grand. On the port platform, a group of cultivators dressed in uniform blue robes leaped down from a flying boat. The blue robes were embroidered with pine flower patterns, which was the attire of the Songhua sect of Yu Kingdom. The Songhua sect's strength in the eastern domain was comparable to that of the 10,000 Swords sect. Both were first-class sects with immortal realm experts stationed within. Elder Zhao of the 10,000 Swords sect saw them from afar, his eyes lighting up as he immediately went forward to greet them with a beaming smile. Old Ning. Long time no see. Sect Master Ning of the Songhua sect, upon seeing him, also smiled broadly and stepped forward quickly. Oh, if it isn't old Zhao. It's been almost 30 years since we parted at the secret realm. Elder Zhao sighed. Yes. Almost 30 years. Time waits for no one. Sect Master Ning cupped his hands and smiled. By the way, congratulations. Congratulations to the 10,000 Swords sect for adding another immortal. Now your sect has 2 immortals. In the eastern domain, besides behemoths like Qingxiao sect, your 10,000 Swords sect is unique. Elder Zhao waved his hand repeatedly. Keep it low-key, low-key. But even as he said low-key, his face was already blooming with smiles, wrinkles piling up. In the spirit world, competition between sects had always been about the number of immortals. In the cultivation world, immortals were the true trump cards. One immortal was enough to elevate a sect to the first-class tier. Moreover, once one broke through to the immortal realm, their lifespan would directly skyrocket to 1,000 years. This meant that an immortal could protect the sect for several hundred years. Why had Qingxiao sect always held the top spot in the eastern domain? Because Qingxiao sect had many immortals. Among the 9 main peaks, 6 peak masters were immortals, and there were even rumors that Qingxiao sect harbored a heavenly immortal realm ancestor who lived in seclusion and rarely appeared in the world. Sect Master Ning changed the subject. By the way, have the people from Qingxiao sect arrived? Elder Zhao shook his head. Not yet. Sect Master Ning stroked his beard. I wonder which Elder Qingxiao sect will send this time. As for a peak master, he didn't think much about it. Qingxiao sect generally didn't send their immortals to such events unless a peak master had a personal connection with the sect. Hearing this, Elder Zhao's expression suddenly darkened slightly, and he snorted coldly. Humph, as long as it's not that old man Chen Chuan. Sect Master Ning laughed heartily and patted Elder Zhao on the shoulder. Haha, after all these years, how can you and Elder Chen still be so incompatible? 100 years ago at the last 10,000 Swords Sect celebration, Elder Chen of Qingxiao sect had defeated Elder Zhao in a single blow during the sparring session. That battle had caused Elder Zhao to lose face publicly. Since then the two had held a grudge and never got along. Now both were over 100 years old, yet they still acted like hot-headed teenagers. Sect Master Ning remarked, but after so many years with Chuan Jingchuan's talent, he might be about to cross that threshold. Elder Zhao curled his lips, full of disdain. He'll never make it in this lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from high above. Zhao Shan, who are you talking about? High above, a flying boat bearing the emblem of the Qingxian sect broke through the clouds, its hull shimmering with spiritual light, steady and dignified as it slowly sailed into the harbor. Upon hearing the sound, Sect Master Ning burst into laughter. I never thought it would be Elder Chan. Elder Zhao's face darkened. Humph, you and your cursed mouth. Sect Master Ning. Could he really be blamed for this? He shook his head helplessly, not taking Elder Zhao's words to heart. In truth, within the Eastern Domain, the major immortal sects generally maintained good relations, especially for celebratory occasions like this. Even the Wanjian sect, which had strained ties, would not be left out. After the Qingxian sect's flying boat docked steadily, Elder Chen was the first to leap down, his green robe fluttering in the wind. His gaze swiftly landed on Elder Zhao. From afar I heard some old crow squawking. It really is you, Zhao Shan. Elder Zhao. Today is our sect's celebration, and I won't stoop to your level. Elder Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, turning his gaze to Sect Master Ning. His expression softened slightly as he gave a slight bow. Sect Master Ning. Ning Yuan returned the greeting with a smile. Elder Chen, long time no see. As they exchanged pleasantries, the disciples of Songhua sect behind Ning Yuan craned their necks to look at the Qingxian sect entourage behind Elder Chen. Are they the disciples of Qingxian sect? I wonder if Ji Mubai, the Eastern Domain's foremost prodigy, has come. Rumor has it that Ji Mubai is peerlessly handsome and unmatched in the world. Wonder if it's true. Among these disciples, none seem particularly outstanding. There is. That one in white is quite handsome. Could he be Ji Mubai? In the crowd, Lian, dressed in white, raised an eyebrow and silently gave a thumbs up to the Songhua sect disciple who had spoken. Not bad, brother, you have good taste. The senior brother is handsome. Yes, but too unnatural, not like a person. And I am naturally handsome. I'm the type of good looks that grow on you. However, before Lian could bask in his joy, another disciple scrutinized him and sneered, I think not. Look at that disciple cowering in the middle of the crowd, timid and shrinking. How could he be the top prodigy? He's just a good-looking extra. No, maybe he's just a kid, probably brought along by Qingxian's sect to see the world. Hearing this, the smile on Lian's face froze instantly. He slowly turned his head, staring at the Songhua sect disciple's face with a resentful gaze, silently memorizing the other's features. Good. Very good. Pancake face, huh? I've got you marked. When the chance comes, you and I will have a little chat. The Songhua sect disciple, feeling that sinister gaze, felt a chill down his spine, instinctively shrinking his neck and taking a half-step back. Regardless, the other was a disciple of Qingxian sect. Being held a grudge against was no small matter. Elder Zhao, all right, everyone, please follow me. The celebration will officially begin in a few hours. The crowd nodded in unison and followed Elder Zhao into the Wanjian sect. Lian and Lu Chun lingered at the rear of the procession. Lian's gaze swept across the surroundings, noting the sword marks and carvings everywhere within the Wanjian sect, and spoke. I heard that the disciples recruited by the Wanjian sect are primarily those with metal element talents. Lu Chen nodded. Metal element dominates the path of the sword. It has been so since ancient times. In the ancient era, sword cultivators were hailed as the foremost path of slaughter. A single sword could break 10,000 spells, and wherever its edge pointed, none dared to defy. Pausing for a moment, Lu Chun then sighed. But as times changed, more and more cultivation methods emerged, systems grew more complex, and sword cultivation is no longer mainstream. Sects like Wanjian, which still focus solely on the sword, are now rare. Lian nodded in agreement. Their own Qingxian sect's first peak also specialized in the sword, with most disciples there possessing metal element talents. The other peaks, however, cultivated various spells and techniques. As for which was stronger, Lian couldn't easily judge. Their sixth peak's primary cultivation art, the Purple Mansion Thunderous Revelation, was no less formidable in terms of slaughter than the sword path. Thunder techniques were fierce and swift, calling down heavenly might. The sword path was sharp and decisive, breaking all spells with a single strike. But ultimately, techniques were merely tools. The sword had its edge, thunder its power, strength and weakness always lay in the cultivator. What truly determined superiority was the cultivator themselves. After descending the mountain, they arrived at a vast plaza. As far as the eye could see, it was packed with people, at least tens of thousands. Various sects and schools gathered together, their robes distinct, banners fluttering. A magnificent spectacle. However, in the Eastern Domain, only one sect was always the center of attention wherever it went. And that was the Qingxian sect. When the Qingxian sect disciples made their entrance, almost everyone's gaze converged upon them. Look, it's the Qingxian sect. Wow, the Qingxian sect is here too. No wonder they're Qingxian sect disciples. They all seem incredibly skilled. The constant chatter naturally irritated the Songhua sect disciples walking nearby. Their Songhua sect was also a first-rate faction, a top-tier existence in the Eastern Domain. Why wasn't anyone talking about them? That pancake face disciple couldn't help muttering, "Humph, what's so great about the Qingxian sect? Our Songhua sect is just as good." Exactly. Who knows who has higher cultivation? That's right. We're strong too. Right, brother? The pancake face disciple smugly echoed, then suddenly felt something was off. That voice, he didn't recognize it. It wasn't any of his fellow disciples. He spun around abruptly, only to find Lian walking beside him, smiling at him. Holy crap, brother, you. Lian raised his chin slightly, looking down at the other. Hello there, brother. The pancake-faced disciple was so startled, he nearly jumped out of his skin, quickly apologizing. Fellow cultivator. I just spoke rashly, I didn't mean it. Lian patted his shoulder and laughed. Oh, you weren't wrong. Disciples of Qingxian sect aren't anything special. The pancake-faced disciple. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Fellow cultivator. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize here. Haha, don't worry, I haven't taken it to heart. Lian waved his hand, casually, looking unconcerned. I'm not the petty kind of kid. The pancake-faced disciple was on the verge of tears. Still says he hasn't taken it to heart. You just remembered me calling you a kid. And you say you haven't taken it to heart. Brother, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. In the end, Lian let him off. After all, he was just having some fun. It had been a while since he met someone so straightforward. Normal people, even if they felt displeased, would mostly keep it to themselves, at most rolling their eyes. But this guy just blurted it out. If he mocked righteous cultivators, it might be fine, but if he ever insulted a demonic cultivator, that would be a sight to behold. He had heard that once a righteous cultivator insulted a demonic cultivator and was stalked by that demonic cultivator for over a decade. Every time he left his sect, he would be ambushed. It was a real headache. The crowd crossed the plaza and arrived before a magnificent hall. The hall's doors were tall and wide, with a large plaque above the lintel inscribed with 3 characters, Wan Jian Tang. 10,000 swords hall, each stroke as sharp as a sword chi. On both sides of the steps leading to the hall stood 2 rows of white-robed disciples, each with a long sword at their waist, exuding a solemn aura. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man in a golden white robe with a refined face, but a sharp aura between his brows. Lian immediately sensed that this man was at the Earth Immortal realm. Presumably the Wan Jian sect's sect master Sima Yu. Beside Sima Yu stood a woman with a cold and striking appearance, her temperament like frost-covering plum blossoms. Not Lian's type. He preferred someone a bit more flirtatious, ahem. Both of them were receiving guests at the hall, their demeanor composed and graceful. Sima Yu's eyes brightened slightly as he saw Elder Chen approaching. He clasped his hands and smiled. Elder Chen, long time no see. Chen Xuan returned the greeting and congratulated Sect Master Sima. Congratulations on achieving the Immortal realm. From now on you will have 1,000 years of lifespan, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Sima Yu waved his hand modestly. It's just luck. But Chen Xuan shook his head seriously. In cultivation there is no such thing as luck. Breaking through to the Immortal realm requires true perfection of life and nature, shattering the Dantian and dissolving the golden core to achieve true unity of body and spirit. After that, one must face inner demons and see through one's true heart to step onto that threshold. Not to mention the perilous step of dissolving the golden core. Even the inner demon tribulation has brought down countless prodigies throughout history. Despite all their preparations and schemes, they ultimately fell before their inner demons, filled with regret. Sect Master Sima's breakthrough cannot be summed up by mere luck. Sima Yu laughed heartily. Haha, Elder Chen flatters me. Then with a smile he turned his gaze to Xiao Yi, who stood beside Chen Xuan. His gaze paused slightly, feeling as if he had seen this person somewhere before. Since the other stood beside Chen Xuan, he must also be a leading figure from Qingxian sect. Elder Chen, who is this? Sima Yu asked. Just as Chen Xuan was about to speak, Xiao Yi stepped forward, his tone indifferent. Sect Master Sima, you certainly have a poor memory. 20 years ago you came to my Xiao family to break off the engagement. Could you have forgotten? At these words the air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. The cold woman beside Sima Yu opened her mouth slightly in surprise. You are Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi smiled calmly. Miss Sima, long time no see. Behind the crowd, Lian witnessed this scene, his eyes lighting up. It's an engagement breakup. What a classic scene. He was all too familiar with this plot. Lian stared at Xiao Yi, his eyes glimmering. Could it be that senior brother Xiao is the legendary protagonist? Isn't that how all the novels from his past life went? The disgraced young man, after being betrayed, bore the humiliation, turned the tables, and returned in triumph. And now wasn't Xiao Yi exactly the protagonist who had turned the tables? Xikong Yu finally recalled, casting a complex glance at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, I never expected that after 20 years you would have joined the Qingxian sect. 50 years ago, Xikong Yu's father and Xiao Yi's grandfather were close friends bound by mutual admiration, and they arranged a marriage for their families. If one family bore a son and the other a daughter, they would be wed. Although both elders had since passed, the parents on both sides steadfastly upheld this betrothal without objection. Alas, fortune did not last. Xiao Yi's parents were ambushed by demonic cultivators during a mission and perished together, causing the Xiao family to lose its most vital pillar. Misfortune followed in succession. The Xiao family backed the wrong side in the imperial struggle for succession in the Qin kingdom and was purged by the new sovereign. The entire clan was banished from the capital to a remote countryside, declining in power and fading into obscurity. At that time, Xikong Yu had considered whether to honor the betrothal. After all, it was the wish of the elders, and he did not wish to bear the stigma of breaking faith. However, his daughter Xikong Ran vehemently opposed it, even threatening to die rather than go through with the marriage. Left with no choice, Xikong Yu personally carried a vast array of rare treasures to the Xiao residence to request the dissolution of the engagement. That year, Xiao Yi was only 12. Later, Xikong Yu heard that Xiao Yi had gone missing from the Xiao family. He sent people to search far and wide, for he still felt some concern for the grandson of his old friend. Yet amidst the vast sea of people, no trace was ever found. At that moment, Qin Xuan spoke calmly. Elder Xiao is not only a personal disciple of the fourth peak of the Qingxian sect, but also an inter-sect elder of our Qingxian sect. At these words, Xikong Yu was startled. Although his status and position had vastly changed from those days, he still dared not show the slightest negligence toward an elder of the Qingxian sect. After all, the Qingxian sect was renowned for its fierce protectiveness of its own. Disciples who passed the sect's entrance examination were already 1 in a million in both character and talent, and Xiao Yi had not only entered the sect, but ascended to the position of elder. This achievement alone attested to a resilience and brilliance of spirit far beyond ordinary imagination. Xiao Yi gazed at Xikong Yu with a detached expression, yet his mind was well aware of his own intentions. He had come to the Wanjian sect not for reminiscing with old friends. The humiliation of the engagement dissolution had long since faded, yet it remained a thorn in his heart. Moreover, as far as he knew, the branch of the Xiao family's grand elder, his own cousin, was also within this very Wanjian sect. Old grudges and new grievances, they must all be settled. Xikong Yu looked at Xiao Yi with a complicated expression, opened his mouth as if to speak, when suddenly, someone's BGM leaked out, 20 years on the East Bank, 20 years on the West. Don't bully a youth for being poor. A clear voice rang out from behind. In an instant, everyone present fell into dead silence. Xikong Yu, who the hell was that? What did he mean by don't bully a youth for being poor? Back then he had offered ample sincerity in dissolving the engagement. Those rare treasures were enough to propel an outer disciple all the way from foundation to the solidifying life realm. Where was the bullying? Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha! Junior brotherly, well said. 20 years on the East Bank, 20 years on the West. Don't bully a youth for being poor. In truth, Xiao Yi did not blame Xikong Yu and his family for what happened back then. Marriage ultimately requires mutual affection. A forced union bears no sweetness. Moreover, they had shown him some kindness after his parents' death and the downfall of the Xiao family. Yet a knot remained in the young man's heart. After all, being visited with a dissolution of engagement was hardly a glorious affair. He had once resented and struggled against it, though with the passage of time, he had come to see it more lightly. But if this knot were not untied when he broke through to the immortal realm, it would surely become the greatest obstacle in his inner demon tribulation. Thus he had come in person this time to completely resolve this heart knot. And as for how to resolve it, naturally with his fists. He would prove himself openly and honorably, showing that it was not he Xiao Yi who was unworthy of Xikong Ran, but rather that he Xiao Yi had never looked upon her with favor. As for the account with his cousin, humph, one matter at a time, slowly settled. Xikong Yu sighed and said softly, Xiao Yi, what happened back then was indeed my fault. But Ran she. Xikong Ran, standing beside him, interjected, Xiao Yi, if the events of the past caused you distress, I hear. No need, Miss Xikong. Xiao Yi cut her off directly. Your sect is celebrating today, and I represent the Qingxian sect. Let us discuss these old matters another day. Xikong Yu sensed the estrangement in Xiao Yi's tone, and not daring to press further, quickly seized the opportunity. Very well, very well. Elder Qin nephew Xiao and esteemed guests of the Qingxian sect, please come in. Please come in. With that, he stepped aside from the hall entrance and made a gesture of invitation. After making the gesture, Xikong Yu did not forget to cast a glance into the crowd, precisely locking onto the instigator of that 20 years on the East Bank remark. Lian, you little rascal, it was you stirring up hatred. Lian met that gaze, his expression unchanged, and even returned a polite smile. Humph, he hadn't even said, today's shame will be repaid 100-fold. And yet the man dared to glare at him. Everyone entered the hall. The hall was vast with a high ceiling spacious enough to accommodate thousands without seeming crowded. The tables were laden with rare delicacies and fine wine. Given the status of the Qingxian sect, their seats were naturally arranged in the most prominent positions, second only to the host seat of the Wanjian sect. The next part held little interest for Lian, mere formalities of pleasantries and toasts between sects. He lazily surveyed the hall, observing the disciples of various schools. He had to admit the women of the cultivation world were indeed beautiful. Perhaps nourished by spiritual energy, each possessed graceful figures, jade-like skin, and an ethereal air that ordinary women lacked. But what a pity! Lian sighed. Alas! Hearing his senior brother's sigh, Lu Chun frowned slightly. His senior brother was a true immortal. For him to sigh, it must be something serious. Could it be that he sensed some anomaly? Senior brother, what's wrong? Lian's expression turned somber, and after a moment of silence he sighed deeply. Layers of cloud veiled jade, only to regret that the wind won't lift the garment. Lu Chun. Damn it. After several rounds of wine and half-sated appetites, it was naturally time for the familiar segment. The exchange of skills between different sects was almost a staple of every sect celebration. After all, it was the best opportunity for each school to showcase their disciples' strength and measure their sect's foundation. Sikong Yu set down his cup, looked around, and smiled. Everyone, since we've eaten and drunk our fill, why not move to the martial arena and let the younger disciples spar a little? We'll keep it light, a friendly contest of skill, shall we? Qinchuan, naturally. Ning Yuan, no problem. Let's follow Sect Master C's arrangement. The various sect leaders and masters responded in unison. At this moment, Lung Zhe, who had been silent all along, brightened. Here it comes. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The world only remembered the Qingxian sect's Ji Mubai and those radiant personal disciples, but after today Lung Zhe would make sure everyone remembered his name as well. The martial arena of the 10,000 Swords sect was enormous, even larger than that of the Qingxiao sect. Perhaps this was because the 10,000 Swords sect had a larger number of disciples. The Qingxiao sect, by contrast, followed an elite path, with a total membership barely 1/5 of the 10,000 Swords sect. The entire arena was arranged in a circular layout capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 people. At the center lay a competition platform the size of 2 football fields, paved with hard lapis lazuli, and its perimeter was densely inscribed with defensive formations. At the Qingxiao sect's seats, Hu Yuan asked Lian and the others, Senior brother Li, Senior brother Lu, will you two be stepping into the arena later? Hearing this, many disciples turned their heads to look at Li Un and Lu Chun. They knew Lian's strength. He was at the return to Fate realm, even more formidable than senior brother Lung Zhe. Most importantly, Lian appeared to be only in his early 20s, yet he had already achieved such cultivation, truly worthy of being a direct disciple. As for Lu Chun, being Lian's junior, and also a direct disciple, his strength surely could not be weak. When the two of them stepped onto the stage, they would surely demonstrate the power of the Qingxiao sect. Yes, senior brothers, will you two be going down later? With the 2 senior brothers present, the others will probably just go through the motions. Lian waved his hand and smiled. We'll see. I'm actually quite introverted. I don't really like competing under the gaze of so many people. The crowd. After spending so many days together, they had never seen any sign of Lian being introverted. If he was introverted, then there was probably no one in the world who was outgoing. Lu Chun said, Senior brother, with the thickness of your skin, this crowd won't be able to pierce through you. Lian's smile remained unchanged, but his right hand had somehow landed on Lu Chun's shoulder. With a slight squeeze, Lu Chun's expression instantly darkened. Oh no, he spoke too fast again. Little Qinshin, you've learned some skills now, and you even dare to embarrass your senior brother. Lu Chun, sorry senior brother, haha, just a slip of the tongue. Meanwhile ahead, Xiao Yi's gaze swept slowly across the entire arena, finally locking precisely onto a figure in the 10,000 Swords sect seats. A cold and stern young man with a mole on his nose. Xiaofeng, the direct grandson of the great elder of the Xiao clan. Back when his parents and grandfather passed away one after another, the great elder's branch began to oppress him relentlessly. Resources, elixirs, and cultivation techniques were all withheld under various pretexts. The entire Xiao clan had fallen into the hands of the great elder. The treasures and rare herbs that Sikong Yu had brought for the annulment of the engagement never reached Xiao. They were all seized by the great elder on the excuse of too many resources to be centrally managed by the clan, and then given to his own grandson Xiaofeng. From then on, Xiaofeng often humiliated him in public without restraint or mercy. This debt Xiao Yi had remembered for over 20 years. Today it was time to settle it. On the high platform, Sikong Yu stood up, looked around, and announced, Everyone, today we have gathered the finest talents. The 10,000 Swords sect offers this arena as a stage for your entertainment. The rules are simple. Focus on sparring, no killing, and stop when the match is decided. As the words fell, disciples from various sects and clans began to roll up their sleeves, eager to try. Opportunities to display one's strength in front of 10,000 people were rare. If one showed their brilliance today, the world would know their fame. However, despite the enthusiasm, no one was the first to step onto the stage. Everyone seemed to be waiting. Sikong Yu glanced at Elder Zhao beside him. Zhao Shan understood, nodded slightly, and instructed a young man next to him. Zhao Quan, you go first. A young man stood up holding his sword and said respectfully, yes, master. Zhao Quan moved, leaping several times to land in the center of the arena. His posture was upright, his long sword slightly raised, and he scanned the audience. Which fellow cultivator would like to spar with me? As soon as the words were spoken, a crimson flame shot out from the audience, landing directly on the competition platform. As the flames dissipated, a bald young man with a gleaming head appeared. I am Zheng Anshan from the Fire Spirit Sect, please guide me. From the audience, Li and looked with interest. Fire Spirit Sect? Which sect is that? Lu Chen shook his head. I don't know, never heard of it. Disciples around them turned back in surprise. Senior brother Lu, you've never heard of the Fire Spirit Sect? Lian, it can't be helped, it's my first time out, so my knowledge is limited. The crowd. Hu Yuan explained. Senior brother Li, the Fire Spirit Sect is a major sect in the Tianchu Kingdom and is quite famous in the Eastern Domain. This sect is renowned for its fire-based techniques and was once a prominent first-class sect. However, decades ago, the Fire Spirit Sect's ancestor fell, and the sect lost its Immortal Realm powerhouse, dropping from first class to second class. Lian nodded after hearing this. An Immortal Realm powerhouse was indeed crucial for a sect. As the saying goes, all beneath the immortal are but ants. This was no joke. Throughout history, there had been geniuses who could defeat a return to fate realm cultivator while at the consolidate life realm, but never had there been a return to fate cultivator who could cross the chasm to the immortal realm. The life levels between the two were no longer in the same dimension. After breaking through to the Earth immortal realm using the system, Lian deeply understood this. At that time, he could easily kill his former return to fate self with a single move. Inside the arena, after a brief bow, Zheng Anshan made the first move. A layer of crimson flame erupted around him, surging like a tide, enveloping his entire body. From the Qingxiao sect seats, a disciple exclaimed. The flames wrap around his whole body, but his clothes are completely unharmed. Lian casually explained, that fellow's flames look fierce, but they haven't actually released high temperature. Instead, he condenses fire's spiritual energy into a flame garment on the surface of his body. It looks intimidating, but it's just containing the fire's heat within the surface of the spiritual energy. This technique, while flashy, has limited actual killing power. It's more for intimidating opponents and concealing his own flaws. The crowd glanced at Lian in surprise. They hadn't expected Senior Brother Li to see through the Fire Spirit Sect disciple's technique at a glance. Lian maintained a calm expression, his gaze fixed on the arena. With his current cultivation, seeing through the opponent's moves was almost effortless with no difficulty. However, he was willing to watch this match longer, as he would eventually awaken his fire affinity. The more he understood fire-based combat styles, the better. It could only be beneficial. Inside the arena, Zhao Quan, facing the flame-wrapped Zheng Anshan, dared not be careless. He immediately drew the long sword from his waist. Then Zheng Anshan launched his attack. His figure vanished from the spot, reappearing within 2 meters of Zhao Quan. At the same time, the flame garment on his body surged, and a ball of flame condensed into the shape of a fist wrapped in a scorching aura and punched straight toward Zhao Quan's face. Zhao Quan was startled, instinctively sidestepping to dodge, while swinging his sword horizontally. A sharp sword chi severed the flame fist on the spot. However, the moment the sword chi cut through, Zhao Quan's expression flickered. The flame was actually illusory. It had no heat at all. You fell for it. Zheng Anshan grinned. A burst of flame spewed from his mouth, shooting straight at Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan's pupils contracted. Not good. He rapidly retreated, unleashing several sword chi slashes to forcibly cleave through the oncoming flames. But the fire was too fierce. The flame still sprayed onto his right arm, scorching a patch of skin. His sleeve instantly turned black and his skin throbbed with pain. Zhao Quan glanced at the wound, his eyes darkening. It was his own carelessness. Even such a trick could deceive him. Zheng Anshan, oh, you dodged that. Not bad. Zhao Quan snorted coldly, wasting no more words. He pressed 2 fingers together like a sword and swept them forward. The long sword immediately hovered before him, the blade humming. Zheng Anshan's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, finally using it. The 10,000 sword sect's sword control technique. Zhao Quan did not reply. With a slight movement of his fingers, the long sword shot out like a fish, aimed straight at Zheng Anshan's throat. The sword was incredibly fast, leaving a silver trail in the air. Zheng Anshan dared not meet it head-on. He sidestepped, barely avoiding the sword edge, while his right fist wrapped in flames struck the blade. But the flying sword, as if it had eyes, suddenly veered in midair, bypassing his fist, and thrust again from the flank. The two exchanged moves, the flying sword darting through the air like lightning. Zheng Anshan used flames to block and dodge continuously. Fist shadows and sword light intertwined, sparks flying, captivating the audience below. From the stands, Lian watched the sword controlled by Zhao Quan, his eyes flickering. So this was the sword control technique. It seemed to be a technique that enhanced the control of metal affinity, specifically for piloting a flying sword. But if that was all, it didn't seem particularly special. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Zhao Quan suddenly pressed his fingers together and uttered a low shout. The flying sword trembled violently in mid-flight, and then split into 3 sword shadows. 3 swords identical in form, but several times faster than before thrust at Zheng Anqian from 3 different directions, sealing all his escape routes. Zheng Anqian was shocked, one sword transforming into 3. Zhao Quan's lips curled slightly as he manipulated the 3 sword shadows to attack. In turn, the sword strikes continuous and dense like raindrops. Zheng Anqian dodged left and right, flames erupting again and again, but he remained suppressed. Damn, forget it, it's not the first time I've gone bare. Zheng Anqian gritted his teeth and suddenly let out a loud shout. The flames on his upper body became dense and thick, and then the clothes on his upper body were instantly incinerated by the flames, revealing a set of muscular arms. The flames that had originally covered his body transformed into dozens of arms made of flame extending out from all directions. A dozen massive flaming hands reached out simultaneously. Some clenched into fists to strike at the sword shadows, while others spread their fingers and grabbed directly at the flying sword. Come down, Zheng Anqian growled. 3 flaming hands closed together, firmly gripping Zhao Quan's flying sword. The blade hummed and trembled, but could not break free. Zhao Quan's expression changed. He repeatedly urged his spiritual energy to recall the sword, but it was locked tight by the flaming hands, utterly immobile. The next second, Zheng Anqian took a step forward, and the remaining flaming fists rained down on Zhao Quan like a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Zhao Quan blocked again and again, but ultimately could not withstand such a relentless assault. A fist struck his chest, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily at the edge of the competition platform. The match is decided. Zheng Anqian withdrew his flame's hands on his hips, grinning. You yielded, brother Zhao. Zhao Quan clutched his chest as he rose, his face unwilling, but he still cupped his fist, and said, I am inferior in skill. My respect. Unexpectedly, the 10,000 Swords sect lost in the very first round. What background does this disciple from the Firemount sect have? He's remarkably powerful. His mastery of flames is utterly superb, as if they were alive, truly formidable. Interesting. This one is worthy of my intervention. Then go ahead. Patience. I do not act lightly. Damn dog, caught in a loop, aren't you? Lu Chun cast a glance at Zheng Anqian on the stage and said coolly, I never thought that after all these years I would still see the flame suppression art. Lian raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's the background of this technique? Lu Chun pondered briefly, then explained, the origin of the flame suppression art is no simple matter. It is said to have been created by a great cultivator 10,000 years ago. That great cultivator was a deity who had truly comprehended the laws of fire. With a mere gesture, he could incinerate mountains and boil seas, commanding all flames to submit. The flame suppression art he created emphasizes controlling fire with intent and shaping it with spirit. It can condense flames into any form, allowing both offense and defense with endless variations. It is said that when he exerted his full power, the flames could easily burn an entire continent, even searing away the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As he spoke, Lu Chun paused, his gaze falling on Zheng Anqian. However, the flame suppression art displayed by this Zheng Anqian seems somewhat different from what is recorded in ancient texts. More like a fragmented version. Lian nodded. It seemed this trip to the 10,000 Swords sect was not in vain. His cultivation had advanced too quickly, and while his strength was formidable, his knowledge of external techniques and methods was still too limited. If he were to encounter a rival of the same level in the future, a lack of combat experience would easily put him at a disadvantage. Next, Zheng Anqian did not step down. Instead, he stood on the platform bare-chested, continuing to face challengers. In the following matches, several challengers ascended the stage one after another, but without exception, all were repelled by Zheng Anqian's flame suppression art. The flames in his hands were like living creatures, sometimes forming massive fists, sometimes coiling into long whiffs, ever-changing, blending offense and defense, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd below. Lian gazed at the figure enveloped in flames on the stage, unable to help but recall an anime from his past life. In that anime, the protagonist had a nine-tailed mode that similarly switched protective forms. There's no problem that a spirit bomb can't solve. If there is, then 2 spirit bombs. The more Lian watched, the more he felt the resemblance. After winning 3 consecutive matches, Zheng Anqian finally withdrew the flames around him, cupped his hands toward the audience, and turned to walk off the stage. Though the flame suppression art was formidable, its consumption was also immense. Given his current cultivation level, continuing would likely leave him exhausted. Ning Yuan stroked his beard and smiled. It seems the Firemount sect has produced a promising genius. He bears some resemblance to the founder's style. Then Ning Yuan turned to look at a young man with an ordinary face beside him. Hire, go up and show them a few moves as well. The young man rose upon hearing this, his expression calm as he nodded. Yes, master. With that, he leaped lightly, landing softly at the center of the stage, and then cupped his hands toward the surroundings. I am Wang Hai from the Songhua sect. Which fellow cultivator would care to offer guidance? No sooner had the words fallen than a figure stood up from the stands, shouting, I will. The figure quickly arrived and stood opposite Wang Hai. I am Chun Jiahao from the Yixing sect. Please enlighten me. Wang Hai nodded slightly, said nothing, and casually patted the seemingly ordinary storage pouch at his waist. A flash of spiritual light burst from the pouch, and a silvery white figure abruptly leaped out, landing steadily beside Wang Hai. It was a massive wolf 7 or 8 meters in length, entirely silver-white, radiating a chilling cold. Its eyes were icy blue, fangs exposed, and its mere presence exuded a suffocating pressure. Qin Jiahao, holy crap. A spirit beast. Spirit beast taming talent. Damn it. If he had known the opponent was a beast tamer, he would never have come down. Damn it. Young people have no martial ethics. At this moment, exclamations erupted from the stands. I didn't expect a beast-taming genius to appear. That's a rare lineage. Whether it's beast-taming space-time or life, such talents appear only once in hundreds of thousands of people. Whenever one appears, they are undeniably a genius. Lian's eyes flickered with interest as he watched the silver-white giant wolf on the stage. Oh, a peak-level frost dire wolf of the spirit grade. In the spirit realm, spirit beasts are divided into 6 grades: mortal, spirit, Xian, earth, heaven, and king. The frost dire wolf before him had already reached the peak of the spirit grade, corresponding to the peak of the gushing realm for cultivators. As for Qin Jiahao, his cultivation was merely at the middle stage of the gushing realm. Let alone fighting Wang Hai, even facing the frost dire wolf alone, he probably wouldn't last more than a few exchanges. Meanwhile in the city, damn it, he had originally just wanted to show off a few moves and then retreat. But he had kicked an iron bucket. Why couldn't he have used the beast taming method later? After cursing Wang Hai in his heart several times, Qin Jiahao decided to strike first. If he directly conceded, his sect would be utterly humiliated. No matter what, he had to exchange a few moves before going down. Qin Jiahao slammed both hands onto the ground, his spiritual power surging wildly. With a rumbling sound, several thick earthen walls rose abruptly from the arena's perimeter, converging to encircle Wang Hai and the frost dire wolf. The walls were thick, dust billowed, and the momentum was fully displayed. Wang Hai's expression remained indifferent as he coldly said, "Take him down, Xiao Shuang." The frost dire wolf let out a low growl, its silver-white figure vanishing in an instant, just as the earthen walls closed in. The next moment, a burst of ice crystals exploded, sweeping through the surroundings like countless blades. The seemingly indestructible earthen walls shattered inch by inch under the frost's assault, sending debris flying. Qin Jiahao's pupils contracted. Holy crap, so strong. What the hell was he even fighting for? Before he could finish, a massive silver figure burst through the scattered rubble, carrying chilling cold straight toward his face. Boom. Qin Jiahao had no time to dodge, hastily gathering spiritual energy to shield himself, but was still sent flying by the immense impact. He tumbled through the air, rolling several times before stumbling back 7 or 8 steps upon landing, barely managing to steady himself. He wiped the ice chips from his face, then brushed back his bangs, which had been scattered by the shock, trying to look as cool as possible. Posture must be stylish, success or failure doesn't matter. But no sooner had he struck the pose than the frost dire wolf charged at him again. Qin Jiahao, damn. Wait, I surrender. Wang Hai, Xiao Shuang, stop. With the command, the frost dire wolf halted immediately. Qin Jiahao breathed a sigh of relief. Losing was acceptable, but he absolutely couldn't look too pathetic. Then Qin Jiahao cupped his hands slightly and returned to the ground. At this moment, the stands buzzed with discussion. Damn, how are we supposed to fight this? Beast tamers are the most troublesome to deal with at the same level. With one person and one beast, it's a 2-on-1 fight. Who can withstand that? Unless someone at the Guiming realm steps up to crush them through sheer force. But even if they win, it's nothing to boast about, since it's just relying on a higher realm. Xiao Hao, you're also a beast tamer. Why don't you go challenge him? No can do. My spirit beast has only just reached the spirit grade. The gap in realm is too wide. Ooh, I can't fight. For a while, faced with the imposing frost dire wolf and Wang Hai on the stage, no one dared to step down easily. Then from the Qingxiao sect seats, a figure slowly rose. Senior Brother Lung is going to make a move. Go, Senior Brother Lung. Lian chimed in as well. Indeed, our trump card. Go on, Lung Zhe. The Qingxiao sect crowd. Wow. Recognition from Senior Brother Li. Lung Zhe, who had already assumed a stance ready to leap down, stumbled at those words, a rare blush creeping onto his face. The trump card, huh? Even the personal disciple said he was the trump card. Then this match he would definitely carry the team. As Lung Zhe stepped into the arena, murmurs rippled through the crowd once more. Look, someone from the Qingxiao sect has taken the stage. Could it be that the Qingxiao sect is sending a Guiming realm cultivator directly? If not a Guiming realm cultivator, I can't imagine who else could defeat this Wang Hai. Probably not. The Qingxiao sect disciples are notorious for their pride and disdain for bullying the weak. Wang Hai gazed at the calm-faced Lung Zhe before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had unleashed the frost wolf directly to intimidate everyone with absolute power. Yet, even so, Lung Zhe still stepped down to compete, indicating that his opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, he was from the Qingxiao sect. Lung Zhe cupped his hand slightly. Qingxiao sect, Lung Zhe. Wang Hai returned the gesture. Songhua Gate, Wang Hai. After the formalities, Lung Zhe assumed a starting stance, his gaze sweeping coolly across the man and beast before him. Wang Hai wasted no words, his voice cold. Go, Xiao Shuang. The frost wolf let out a low growl, its silver-white figure vanishing once again, charging straight at Long Zhe with a chill in the air. Long Zhe's expression remained unchanged before the frost wolf. He gently shifted his foot, his body turning slightly, as if he had already anticipated the opponent's advance. Then he raised his right hand, precisely catching the frost wolf's lower jaw as it lunged. Using the momentum, he twisted his wrist, deflecting the force instantly. The entire motion was fluid and graceful, soft, yet firm, like casually brushing aside a fallen leaf. Then he sank his waist and flung it away with a sudden jerk. Boom. The massive body of the frost wolf was sent flying, tumbling twice in the air before crashing heavily on the edge of the arena. At this sight, the crowd erupted. Holy crap! He flung the frost wolf away with just his physical techniques. That's a peak-grade spirit beast. The Qingshao sect disciples are way too fierce. As expected of a Qingshao sect disciple, his physical techniques are insane. Awesome. 666. On the Qingshao sect's seats, Hu Yuan exclaimed excitedly, amazing. It's the Cloud Extreme Hand. A male disciple said, impressive. Senior brother Long Zhe's Cloud Extreme Hand must have reached great mastery. Witnessing this, Li Yan's eyes also flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected his ace to have honed the Cloud Extreme Hand to such a degree. In the cultivation world, techniques are broadly divided into two categories. One is the physical body refining technique, which focuses on using human strength to resist beasts and using skill to overcome brute force, demanding extreme control over the physique. The other is the spell-based technique tailored to one's innate talents. Since ancient times, most human cultivators have specialized in spells. After all, spells are immensely powerful, and the human body is ultimately inferior to demonic beasts. The path of body refinement is arduous, and those who reach great heights are as rare as phoenix feathers. Li Yan himself primarily followed the path of spells. After all, human energy is limited. With his talent growing through daily system sign-ins, he would have more and more spells and techniques to learn, leaving no time to train in physical techniques. In the arena, the frost wolf, now enraged after being flung, rose to its feet. It let out a low growl, gathering a ball of pale white frost in its mouth, then shot a pillar of ice straight at Long Zhe. Yet Long Zhe moved unhurriedly, his figure like a phantom vanishing from the spot an instant before the ice pillar struck. Wang Hai's eyes narrowed. So fast. It must be some kind of movement technique. At that moment, Long Zhe, having sidestepped, did not attack the frost wolf. Instead, he turned directly and bypassed the beast, charging straight at Wang Hai himself. In such a spar, defeating the beast tamer renders the spirit beast a tree without roots, no matter how strong. Seeing this, Wang Hai was not flustered. Instead, he shouted, well done. He stomped the ground, and a layer of ice instantly condensed, spreading rapidly in all directions toward Long Zhe's feet. Long Zhe remained calm. He stamped his right foot, and several thick earthen walls rose from the ground, blocking the path of the spreading ice. Earth overcomes water, and ice is no exception. Though the chill was fierce, it could not easily penetrate the earthen barriers. Then Long Zhe clenched his fists, and from the earthen walls dozens of thick wooden vines burst forth, emerald tendrils growing wildly, like snakes spreading toward Wang Hai. Wang Hai, what element? Dual element talent. In the cultivation world, dual element prodigies are no less remarkable than those with high-grade talents. Some even believe that dual element talents are easier to cultivate. After all, elemental affinities are the most manageable talents. Some have time or space affinities, but mastering them is extremely difficult. Wang Hai Xiaoshuang. The frost wolf let out a low roar, its silver figure charging toward the earthen walls amidst a flurry of frost crystals. With claw swipes and freezing breath, the frost wolf tore through the first earthen wall in mere breaths. But just as it was about to breach the second line, its feet suddenly tightened. Several wooden vines shot out from the rubble, tightly entangling its hind legs. The frost wolf turned back with a low growl, exhaling frost to freeze the vines. But Long Zhe's vines were infused with earth spirit power, granting them great resilience. The cold could slow their growth, but not shatter them completely. The vines grew ceaselessly, tightening from the hind legs to the torso. The frost wolf struggled, fiercely biting and tearing, breaking the vines only to have them regenerate, but it could not break free from the ever-denser bindings. The moment the frost wolf was restrained, Long Zhe moved again. He swiftly weaved through the gaps in the vines, his figure like a ghost closing in on Wang Hai. Wang Hai, not good. How is he so fast? Sensing danger, the ice beneath his feet burst forth, sending dozens of sharp icicles shooting upward toward Long Zhe's lower body. Long Zhe tapped his toes, his body rising abruptly, nimbly dodging and weaving among the icicles. Using the slope of an icicle, he leaped, flipping in midair, and flung a rope of earth-yellow spirit energy, precisely snaring Wang Hai's right arm. Startled, Wang Hai tried to break free, but Long Zhe pulled on the rope, descending like a meteor, his left palm charged with spirit energy, striking at the exposed gap in Wang Hai's chest. Wang Hai reacted swiftly, blocking with his left arm, instantly forming an ice armor. The palm struck the ice with a loud crack. The ice armor shattered, and Wang Hai staggered back 3 steps, ice cracking beneath his feet, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up to see Long Zhe landing steadily, his palms moving as several wooden vines surged from the ground again, entangling his legs. Wang Hai let out a low shout, shaking his arms to burst forth a wave of cold that drove back the approaching vines. But as he focused on the vines at his feet, Long Zhe's figure had already ghosted behind him. Too fast. It's over, Long Zhe's voice sounded from behind. Wang Hai turned to see Long Zhe's right fist already glowing with a layer of earth-yellow spiritual light, the fist heavy as Mount Tai, striking out as he turned. Boom. Wang Hai was struck squarely in the chest, his ice armor shattered, and his body flew backward, crashing heavily on the edge of the arena, rolling several times before stopping. Wang Hai struggled to get up, but found his chest churning with blood, his arms too weak to lift. At that moment, the frost wolf broke free from the vines, letting out a low roar about to pounce on Long Zhe, but was stopped by Wang Hai. Enough, Xiao Shuang. Come back. The frost wolf halted, turned to look at Wang Hai, whimpered softly, and trudged back to his side. Wang Hai sat up on the ground, looking at the calm-faced Long Zhe, silent for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. I lost. I admit defeat. He had thought himself invincible among peers, and even intended to challenge a Guiming realm cultivator. But he had truly underestimated others. The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Qingxiao sect. Long Zhe. Long Zhe. He won. Senior brother Long Zhe won. As expected of senior brother Long Zhe. Handsome. Disciples from other sects were also amazed. Incredible. I never thought even Wang Hai the beast tamer would lose. This Long Zhe might be the strongest under the Guiming realm. Hiss. What now? Who's going up? It's not yet time for me to make my move. For a moment no one dared to step into the arena. Long Zhe's combination of earth and wood techniques along with his terrifying hand-to-hand skills made him unbeatable at the same cultivation level. At this moment Long Zhe stood on the arena, sweeping his gaze across the crowd and slightly cupped his hands. Everyone, if you're not up for it, I can also face a Guiming realm cultivator. These words caused an uproar. Such arrogance. Facing a Guiming realm cultivator. Too cocky. But he has the confidence. Those moves were indeed impressive. Just then a cold voice rang out from the Wanjian sect seats. Facing a Guiming realm cultivator. I'm arrogant. Today let me show you what a Guiming realm cultivator truly is. Everyone turned to see a stern young man with a mole on the tip of his nose rising slowly. An ant cannot shake the heavens. Young man, let me take you on. With that, Xiao Feng's figure soared into the air, landing firmly on the arena like an unsheathed sword. Who was that? From Wanjian sect. Anyone know him? I know. That's the personal disciple of the Wanjian sect, Xiao Feng. What? Xiao Feng. The one said to have already entered the Guiming realm with exceptional sword talent. Holy crap, this is going to be good. A Guiming realm against a gushing realm. Can Long Zhe still win? Probably not. That's a whole major realm. In thousands of years, only Ji Mubai has ever won a gushing against a Guiming. Damn, it can't be that the Qingxiao sect has produced another Ji Mubai, right? That would leave the rest of us sects with no chance. From the stand, Xikong Yu's gaze swept across Xiao Feng in the arena, then he glanced subtly at Xiao Yi, who was seated among the Qingxiao sect members. He had heard some rumors about the Xiao family's affairs back then, but when he attempted to investigate, Xiao Yi had suddenly vanished. The Xiao family claimed that Xiao Yi had gone missing during an outing, his whereabouts unknown, and they themselves were uncertain. As for Xiao Feng, that fellow had joined the 10,000 Sword sect at 15, possessing extraordinary talent, and was one of the few promising seedlings their sect had. Moreover, Xiao Feng had recently been selected by a senior brother to be taken in as a closed-door disciple. Xiao family. Xiao Yi. Xikong Yu felt an inexplicable unease in his heart, a vague suspicion that the matter between Xiao Yi and the Xiao family was far from simple. Meanwhile, in the arena, Long Zhe stared at Xiao Feng opposite him, his eyes narrowing slightly. From the aura emanating from his opponent, he was undoubtedly a genuine Fate Return realm powerhouse. But this was exactly what he wanted. The entire Eastern Domain knew that Ji Mubai had once defeated a Fate Return realm cultivator through a level leap. Since senior brother Ji could do it, so could he. Now it was time for everyone to remember his name. Long Zhe. Xiao Feng raised his chin slightly, his gaze filled with disdain. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, I'll forfeit. Long Zhe snorted coldly, arrogant. Without wasting words, he slammed both hands onto the ground. Several thick wooden vines burst forth from the earth, lurching straight toward Xiao Feng, attempting to entangle him instantly. But Xiao Feng merely sneered, his figure vanishing from the spot in an instant. Long Zhe's pupils contracted. So fast. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng was before him, his right fist hurtling straight for his face with a fierce gust of wind. Long Zhe reacted swiftly, instinctively, using Cloud Extreme Hand. His palms twisted and turned, dissipating part of the force like flowing water, while he ducked low, barely dodging the punch. He then slid backward quickly to create distance, his breathing slightly rapid. Xiao Feng raised his chin, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You do have some skill. But that was just the first move. The moment the words fell, Xiao Feng moved again. His speed was even faster than before. However, Long Zhe did not panic. This was not his first time facing a Fate Return realm cultivator. To succeed in a level leap, he had to summon extreme focus. Drawing a deep breath, Long Zhe concentrated all his mind on every subtle movement of his opponent. In a flash, Xiao Feng was once again before Long Zhe. Long Zhe's pupils contracted slightly, instantly catching the prelude of his opponent's shoulder dropping. Left fist. Long Zhe's body instinctively dodged to the right, while his right hand traced an arc, employing the force-deflecting technique of Cloud Extreme Hand, preparing to counterattack, while evading. Yet Xiao Feng's fist had not fully extended before he changed his move midway. He withdrew his left fist, his center of gravity suddenly dropping, and a low sweep kick aimed straight for Long Zhe's lower body. What's going on? Did he anticipate my move? Long Zhe's heart tightened. He had no choice but to press down with Cloud Extreme Hand, using both palms to deflect the sweeping kick with soft force. However, the moment his palms touched the side of the opponent's leg, he felt a tremendous force. Xiao Feng instantly retracted his leg and changed direction, leaping up like a spring, delivering a knee strike straight to his chest. Long Zhe had no time to think. He quickly joined his palms using the embracing style of Cloud Extreme Hand to meet the knee strike head-on. The moment palm met knee, he felt numbness in both arms and had to retreat repeatedly to dissipate the force, leaving two shallow pits in the ground beneath his feet. This won't do. I'm completely suppressed in close combat. I must create distance and win with techniques. Long Zhe made a decision. He immediately pressed his hands to the ground, spiritual energy surging out. Several thick wooden vines burst from the earth and lunged at Xiao Feng. At the same time, he pushed off his feet, leaping back several zhang to re-establish the range. But Xiao Feng seemed to have already seen through his movements. He didn't even glance back at the wooden vines. With a slight shift of his feet, he easily dodged them. Long Zhe's heart sank. He channeled his spiritual energy again, and an earthen wall rose abruptly from beneath Xiao Feng's feet. Yet Xiao Feng anticipated it once more. The moment the wall rose, he lightly stepped on it, using the force to leap into the air, somersaulting over the wall with ease. Cold sweat began to bead on Long Zhe's forehead. Had his opponent evaded all his attacks with just physical techniques? What a joke. Even some inner sect elders couldn't do that, could they? No, I can't let it end like this. Long Zhe let out a low shout, clenching his fists. The soil beneath him churned again, and several earth spikes shot out from all directions around Xiao Feng, sealing off every possible escape route. At the same time, he condensed a long whip of wood spirit power in his hand, sweeping it horizontally toward Xiao Feng's waist. But Xiao Feng merely smirked in the face of the converging spikes. His figure flickered, and in the instant the spikes closed in, he slipped through the narrow gaps with a ghostly grace, as if stepping into the interstices before the spikes fully formed. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out, precisely grasping the wooden whip sweeping toward him. This. Long Zhe's pupils trembled violently. Could his opponent even predict his techniques? Xiao Feng exerted force the moment he gripped the whip. A tremendous force traveled along the whip, and Long Zhe was jerked off balance, stumbling forward. In that moment, Xiao Feng's left fist was already primed. As Long Zhe's stance wavered, he punched out, landing a solid blow on his abdomen. Long Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward and tumbling several times before finally stopping. He clutched his arm, his face pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Every move, every change of technique, every spell, all seen through by his opponent. And from start to finish, his opponent hadn't even used his natural techniques, defeating him solely with physical prowess and prediction. From the stands, Lian remarked calmly, "That's a mind-based ability." Lu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, it should be the see-through of the mind system. This ability is similar to the time-based precognition, but see-through focuses more on reading the opponent's intentions from their psychological activities, thereby predicting their next move in advance. Lian mind system, curse system, creation system. These talents are all related to the cultivator's nature cultivation. The higher the cultivation of nature, the stronger these abilities. Conversely, if the opponent's nature cultivation is stronger, using these abilities on them becomes far less effective. Lian sighed, what a pity. If junior brother Long's nature cultivation had reached the insight realm, it wouldn't have been so easy for his opponent to see through him. Lu Chen agreed, indeed. After all, see-through is ultimately just prying. If one's cultivation is insufficient, the flaws remain exposed. Inside the arena, Long Zhe quickly retreated several steps to create distance. The bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, not yet dry, yet his gaze remained sharp. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Oh, still not conceding?" Long Zhe did not reply, slowly assuming the starting stance of Cloud Extreme Hand. He vaguely sensed that Xiao Feng could predict all his movements. But even so, making him concede was impossible. Seeing this, Xiao Feng's eyes turned cold, and he said viciously, "Since you're asking for death, don't blame anyone else." He had held back in that punch. If not for the fact that his opponent was from the Qingxiao sect, he would have crippled Long Zhe long ago. But this guy didn't know when to quit. Long Zhe stomped the ground, and countless wooden vines and earthen walls surged once more, charging at Xiao Feng. In that case, Xiao Feng drew his long sword from his waist in an instant. Then he spun around, sweeping the sword in a horizontal arc, the sharp sword light tracing a semicircle in the blink of an eye. Rip! The vines snapped, the earthen walls crumbled, and all the techniques disintegrated under that single sword stroke. The residual force of the sword pressed on hurtling straight for Lung Ze's face. Lung Ze's pupils contracted. No, I concede. Yet Xiao Feng did not hold back. The sword light still slashed down mercilessly. Too late. Trash. From the stands, Sikong Yu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Xiao Feng to be so audacious. This was the territory of the 10,000 Swords sect. If he actually injured a disciple of the Qingxiao sect, things would get troublesome. Stop. Xiao Feng. Before the words had faded, Sikong Yu's figure vanished from the spot, turning into a beam of light charging into the arena. However, someone was faster than him. A figure appeared almost out of thin air in front of Xiao Feng, several times quicker than Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu was startled. What? Space system. Space jump. At that moment, Xiao Yi, who had instantly arrived before Lung Ze, almost without hesitation threw his right fist straight at Xiao Feng's face. Xiao Feng was greatly alarmed. Such speed. He was a Fate Return Realm cultivator. He reacted quickly, instinctively sidestepping and retreating several steps, narrowly dodging the punch. The wind from the fist grazed his ear, bringing a sharp sting, and a few strands of hair were severed by the fierce gust fluttering slowly down. Xiao Feng steadied himself, squinting, and finally saw the face of the newcomer. For some reason, looking at Xiao Yi's face, he felt a vague familiarity, yet couldn't recall where he had seen it. Composing himself, Xiao Feng said in a deep voice, "Sir, why are you interfering in the match?" Xiao Yi ignored him, instead turning to look at Lung Ze behind him, and said calmly, "Lung Ze, go back first. Let Hu Yuan you and treat your injuries." Lung Ze wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth and nodded, "Okay." With that, he turned and returned to the Qingxiao sect seats. Only then did Xiao Yi shift his gaze to Xiao Feng, sneering, "I didn't expect that after all these years you're still the same." But then again, like father, like son. Xiao Feng's expression changed. "You. Wait, you are Xiao Yi. You're still alive?" "Xiao Feng, you're still alive, you rat in the gutter. How could I possibly die? But speaking of which, Xiao Feng, it's time to settle the score for what your branch did to me 20 years ago." Xiao Feng's eyes flashed coldly, a sneer curling on his lips as his right hand slowly gripped the sword hilt. "Fine. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish." At this moment, Sikong Yu suddenly stepped between the two, his expression grave. He had listened intently to every word of their conversation. Although he was not clear about the specifics of what had happened between Xiao Yi and Xiao Feng from the line, "What your branch did to me 20 years ago," and Xiao Feng's reaction upon recognizing him, it was evident that the grievances between them ran deep, likely to the point of life and death. This was a situation he absolutely did not wish to see. One was a genius personal disciple carefully cultivated by his 10,000 Swords sect. The other was an inner-sect elder of the Clear Sky sect. No matter who was injured in this conflict, it would be a huge trouble for his 10,000 Swords sect. "Xiao Yi," Sikong Yu said in a deep voice, "today is the centennial celebration of my 10,000 Swords sect. If you have any grievances, please discuss them another day." Xiao Yi stared straight at Sikong Yu and said coldly, "Sikong Yu, you don't need to interfere. My purpose in coming to the 10,000 Swords sect today is precisely to settle the old scores between Xiao Feng and me. Of course, there was one more thing Xiao Yi didn't say to make him, and his precious daughter. See who was truly unworthy of whom." Upon hearing this, Sikong Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't care about how the other addressed him, but from Xiao Yi's tone, it seemed this grievance could not be resolved with a few words. Sikong Yu turned to glance at Xiao Feng. His meaning was clear. He was telling him to withdraw immediately. If Xiao Feng left, even if Xiao Yi pressed relentlessly, he could block him. However, at that moment, an aged voice suddenly came from the direction of the high platform. "Since that's the case, junior brother, let them settle it within the arena." The moment the words fell, a figure carrying a heavy pressure suddenly descended, landing in the center of the competition stage. That aura instantly swept across the venue, and almost everyone outside felt the terrifying strength of the newcomer. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted. "That's the previous generation sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, Chen Chongshan." In the arena, a white-haired old man stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep, sweeping over the three people inside. Sikong Yu frowned slightly. "Senior brother, but..." Chen Chongshan waved his hand, cutting him off, then slowly turned his gaze to Xiao Yi. "I already know about your matter." Chen Chongshan said, "What the Xiao family did to you back then was indeed improper. However, I hope your grievances remain personal and do not escalate to the sect level." Xiao Yi raised his head slightly, completely unafraid of Chen Chongshan's gaze. "No problem. Sikong, you wanted to say more, senior brother." But Chen Chongshan had already turned around, raised his hand, and waved. "Let's go." Sikong Yu glanced at Xiao Yi's side and had no choice but to turn and leave. The two immortal-level experts, one after the other, vanished from the competition stage in an instant and returned to the high platform. Outside the arena, after a brief silence, the crowd erupted. Hey, what's going on? What does this mean? Are people from the 10,000 Swords sect and the Clear Sky sect going to fight? From what I heard, it seems these two have some personal grudge. As expected of you, I thought the same. Exciting. If that's the case, this match is no simple sparring. It's probably a battle to determine superiority in life and death. Now there's a good show to watch. On the clear sky sect seats, Lian watched the scene below, his eyes lighting up and a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he knew it. Senior brother Xiao was definitely going to stir things up. From the moment he heard that annulment of engagement, he had a vague feeling that the plot was going off track, and now it was confirmed. Old grievances resurfaced, face-to-face confrontation, and then a satisfying show of dominance. No, a battle of revenge. Even without a time-related talent, he could already imagine the next plot. Senior brother Xiao would strike powerfully, utterly crush Xiao Feng, shocking the entire audience, and leaving the 10,000 Swords sect members dumbfounded. In the end, he would leave everyone with the message, the person you once looked down upon is now beyond your reach, and then make a graceful exit. Perfect. He was very familiar with this plot. However, at this moment, Lian scanned the stands and laid his eyes on Qin Chongshan, who was sitting beside Si Kongyu. Lian said, this 10,000 Swords sect has something. They actually have a peak Earth Immortal. Lu Qin said something, but not much. Lian. At this moment in the arena, Xiao Yi coldly looked at Xiao Feng across from him. After I deal with you, I will also make a trip back to the Xiao family. As for those matters from back, then I will settle them with your branch one by one cleanly. He remembered those debts clearly. Back then it wasn't a simple case of going missing while away. Rather, during his journey, he was ambushed by Xiao Feng's father, who personally led men to kill him and forced him off a cliff. If not for being rescued by his master by chance, he would have long become a pile of bones. Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and then he said coldly, you should have died forever at the bottom of that cliff, reunited with your parents. But even if you survived, what of it? You will still remain here today. With that, Xiao Feng gripped his sword in his right hand, his figure instantly lunging forward. Countless sword chi poured out from the sword tip, like a rainstorm, carrying fierce, killing intent straight at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi neither dodged nor evaded. He clenched his fists, set his stance, and his spiritual energy suddenly surged around him. Just as Xiao Feng was less than 5 meters away, Xiao Yi suddenly swung his fist, throwing a punch. The fist wind roared out, carrying a heavy sense of oppression, meeting the overwhelming sword chi. Boom! The fist wind and sword chi collided fiercely in midair, erupting with a deafening roar. The shockwaves scattered the ground of the competition stage, cracked inch by inch, gravel flew and dust filled the air. Both were forced back several steps by the recoil, leaving deep scratches on the ground beneath their feet. Then at the same time, they charged forward again. For a moment, light and shadow interwove within the arena, their speed so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. Outside, Wang Hai watched the two figures locked in fierce combat, and couldn't help murmuring in awe, so strong. These two are so strong. With his strength, he couldn't even see the movements of the two inside. Ning Yuan said in a deep voice, Xiao Hai, watch carefully. This is a true confrontation between geniuses. In the arena, Xiao Yi fought with increasing vigor, his fist techniques surging like a relentless tide. Each punch carried thick spiritual energy, causing the air to burst repeatedly. Xiao Feng's sword light was sharp, his sword chi crisscrossing, yet he could never break through Xiao Yi's defense. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, used the momentum to retreat several steps, forcibly creating distance. With his long sword, he slashed several sword chi, forcing Xiao Yi back a few steps, and muttered in a low voice. Unexpected. Your cultivation of the nature Tao has also reached the cave, true realm. In the previous exchanges, his mental type, perception, had been completely unable to see through Xiao Yi's movements. This meant that the other party's cultivation of the nature Tao was definitely above his. Xiao Yi said, I told you you will die here today. Xiao Feng sneered, arrogant. Even if you join the clear sky sect, you're nothing but a stray dog that climbed a high branch. With that, Xiao Feng shook his long sword, the blade humming, and strands of sword chi coiled around the edge like gossamer. Today I'll show you what true swordsmanship is. Xiao Feng's figure burst forward, his long sword thrusting straight at Xiao Yi's throat. Xiao Yi was not flustered at all. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, his right fist charged with spiritual energy, and threw a punch. Fist and sword clashed, producing a deafening sound, like metal striking metal. The shockwave scattered, and both figures were knocked back simultaneously. However, Xiao Yi stabilized after 2 steps, while Xiao Feng stumbled back 4 steps, leaving 2 deep cracks in the ground beneath his feet. Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly. The opponent's strength was even greater than before. At that moment, Xiao Yi gave him no chance to catch his breath. His figure flickered, and he swung his left fist in a sweeping strike. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block, but felt a tremendous force transmitted through the blade, numbing his tiger's mouth, and nearly causing him to drop his sword. He hastily retreated several steps to create distance, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This guy, how is he so strong? Xiao Feng sneered coldly, a flash of ruthlessness passing through his eyes. However, he would not lose. The ring on his fingers suddenly shimmered faintly, and as spiritual light flowed, 7 flying swords materialized out of thin air, swirling around him. The swords were of various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, In purple their 7-colored sword lights interweaving brilliantly. On the high platform, Sikong Yu's expression changed at the sight. Senior brother. You. The 7 flying swords summoned by Xiao Feng were called the 7 Luminaries Rainbow Light Swords. They were the life-bound artifacts refined by Chun Chongshan in his youth with his life's essence. Each sword contained a pure primordial sword chi. When all 7 swords were deployed together, their power was enough to split mountains and rivers. This artifact was renowned throughout the cultivation world, once serving as Chun Chongshan's reliance to dominate the eastern domain. Sikong Yu never expected that his senior brother would entrust this set of life-bound artifacts to Xiao Feng. With such a powerful artifact, Xiao Yi's chance of defeating Xiao Feng was almost zero. Chun Chongshan said calmly, "Junior brother, after this matter, I will formally announce that Xiao Feng becomes my final disciple." Sikong Yu frowned deeply. But senior brother, about Qingxiao sect. Although Xiao Yi had just personally promised that it would not escalate to the sect level and would remain a private grudge, such words were only spoken in passing. Given the notoriously protective nature of Qingxiao sect, if Xiao Yi were to truly encounter trouble on the territory of 10,000 swords sect, the matter would likely not be easily resolved. Chun Chongshan waved his hand. Rest assured, if Fenger strikes too heavily later, I will intervene in time, which can also be considered as giving face to Qingxiao sect. Of course, if the other party remains stubbornly unrepentant, then it will not be our fault. At this time, Chun Chongshan slightly raised his head, his eyes narrowing. Besides, hundreds of years have passed, and that old monster from Qingxiao sect has made no move yet. Now the most powerful in Qingxiao sect is merely the peak lord of the 9th peak, Su Xiaoxiao, and she is only at the late Earth Immortal realm. The current Qingxiao sect is no longer the true overlord of the eastern domain as it was 2,000 years ago. Inside the arena, Xiao Feng formed hand seals, and the 7 flying swords moved in response, each carrying a distinctly different fluctuation of spiritual power. The 7 swords rotated together like a moving sword formation, firmly protecting Xiao Feng at the center. Xiao Feng pointed his finger at Xiao Yi. In an instant, the 7 swords shot out together, attacking Xiao Yi with a speed that even ordinary life-returning realm experts could not clearly see. Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. With a surge of spiritual power at his feet, his figure suddenly vanished. Space attribute, space leap. Xiao Yi appeared instantly 3 zhang behind Xiao Feng, his right fist charging and striking out with a roaring wind. However, Xiao Feng did not even turn his head. The 7 flying swords sensed and moved on their own. The green and blue swords instantly crossed and arrived, their sword chi forming a net that sealed Xiao Yi's attack path. Xiao Yi had no choice but to alter his move midway, changing his fist trajectory while simultaneously activating space leap, again appearing to Xiao Feng's left. Yet just as his figure landed, the red and gold swords had already swept in horizontally, their sword lights fierce, sealing off all his angles of attack. Xiao Yi frowned, retreating several zhang again to create distance. 3 consecutive space leaps, yet none succeeded. He couldn't even get close. Xiao Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. It's useless, Xiao Yi. So what if you have the space attribute? My 7 luminaries rainbow light swords are one entity. The swords move with my heart's intent, requiring no deliberate control from me. Wherever you leap, the swords will strike. As his words fell, he clasped his hands together, and the 7 flying swords suddenly accelerated their rotation. The 7-colored sword lights interwove into a massive sword wheel carrying a terrifying aura as it shot straight towards Xiao Yi. Huh. Xiao Yi let out a low shout, sharply thrusting both palms forward. A torrent of blazing flame erupted from his palms, forming a wall of fire before him. The flames surged like a tide, colliding head-on with the sword wheel. Boom. The scorching blast wave and sharp sword chi exploded simultaneously, tearing countless deep gashes into the ground of the dueling platform. If not for the defensive array, the entire arena would have been reduced to ruins. Outside the arena, Long Zhe stared at the smoke-filled dueling platform, his lips slightly parting. How terrifying. Is this Elder Zhao's strength? Elder Chen stroked his beard and laughed. Judging from the current situation, Xiao Yi's strength is already no less than mine. Truly, the waves behind drive on those before, each wave higher than the last. Inside the arena, Xiao Feng's 7 luminaries rainbow light swords, as if possessing intelligence, continuously charged in from all angles. Xiao Yi's figure darted swiftly, his fists swinging continuously. Each punch he threw carried a scorching wave of fire, colliding with the sword chi in ear-splitting thunder. The red sword swept horizontally. He sidestepped to avoid it, then smashed his fire fist onto the sword's body, knocking it back several feet. The gold sword struck from behind Xiao Yi. Without turning his head, threw a backhand punch, the fist wind, carrying flames that sent the gold sword flying backward. Yet the 7 swords came in an endless stream. If one strike missed, they quickly circled around and attacked again, the assault unceasingly continuous, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Xiao Yi's robe had been sliced into several gashes by the sword chi, his hair disheveled. He took a deep breath, his eyes unwavering with determination. Enough. Xiao Yi abruptly clapped his palms together, his spiritual power erupting explosively. A crimson flame shot up from beneath his feet, instantly transforming into a fire dragon over 10 zhang long. The fire dragon was entirely crimson, with clear scales and blazing eyes. The terrifying heat it radiated caused the temperature of the entire arena to soar abruptly. That is the crimson dragon's sky-scorching art of the sixth peak. Lung Zhe exclaimed in shock. The fire dragon let out a silent roar toward the sky, its massive body carrying overwhelming flames as it lunged at Xiao Feng with claws bared. Wherever it passed, the ground was scorched black. The seven luminaries' rainbow light swords collided with the fire dragon's body and were actually knocked back in all directions, the sword bodies emitting a pained hum. Xiao Feng's pupils contracted. What a... He dared not dally, quickly recalling the seven swords to reform the formation, the flying swords gathering again before him. Then the seven-colored sword lights suddenly merged, forming a giant sword that overflowed with flowing light, its blades several zhang long, and exuding an awe-inspiring pressure. On the high platform, Xikong Yu's expression changed slightly. That is, Senior Brothers, Seven Luminaries Union. Senior Brother, you even passed this on to Xiao Feng. Chen Chongshan said gravely. Junior Brother, you should know the mind-type flaw, plus Xiao Feng's talent in the way of the sword. Such talent is born for the way of the sword. I believe that as long as he overcomes this hurdle, he will soon become a new sword immortal. A sword immortal renowned throughout the Eastern Domain. The giant sword carrying seven-colored light shot straight toward the fire dragon like a meteor. In an instant, the fire dragon was severed by the sword and dissipated in the air. However, the giant sword did not pause at all, continuing to charge at Xiao Yi. Xiao Feng's eyes were full of killing intent as he roared, "Xiao Yi, go die." Yet Xiao Yi, facing the terrifying giant sword, merely narrowed his eyes, slightly slowly raising his hands. Between his fingertips, a crimson fire lotus bloomed slowly. The fire lotus was only the size of a palm, but its color was as deep as solidified magma. Seeing this, Xiao Feng sneered. He thought Xiao Yi, knowing he was outmatched, was ready to give up and await death. Such a feeble fire lotus dared to contend with his seven luminaries union. Die! The giant sword, carrying overwhelming sword pressure, plunged straight down, tearing through the air with a piercing roar. At that very moment, Xikong Yu and Qin Chongshan both slightly changed color almost simultaneously. Not because of the giant sword, but because of the fire lotus Xiao Yi had condensed. As Earth Immortal Realm experts, they could actually sense the terrifying energy contained within the fire lotus. Not good. Xikong Yu abruptly stood up, his hands quickly forming seals as spiritual power surged out, instantly erecting a thick barrier to protect the audience outside the arena. Xiao Yi gazed calmly at the giant sword slashing toward him and lightly parted his lips. Go, Skyburn! Boom! The fire lotus exploded violently the moment it touched the giant sword, a massive mushroom cloud of flame shooting skyward. The entire dueling platform trembled violently from the explosion, debris flying like rain, flames and shockwaves sweeping across the whole arena. The shield Xikong Yu had erected shook violently from the impact, cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. His face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and held on, barely managing to block this terrifying force outside the arena. Smoke and dust filled the air, flames blinding. Outside, there was a moment of dead silence, then a thunderous uproar. Holy crap! What happened? Such terrifying energy. Is this really a battle between life-returning realm experts? As a fellow life-returning cultivator, I feel like an ant. Who won? Who exactly won? Xikong Ran stood on the viewing stand looking at the devastated dueling platform, her lips pressed tightly together. She had met Xiao Yi only a handful of times and could not claim any emotional attachment. But seeing the strength he displayed at this moment, it would be false to say her heart was not stirred. However, she only felt a momentary complexity. Dislike was dislike, as she did not think she had done anything wrong by breaking off the engagement. The smoke slowly dispersed. In the arena, Xiao Yi still stood in place, his robe covered in dust and ashes, breathing slightly rapid. The Skyburn technique was a skill he had found by chance in a secret realm. Its principle was to compress fire element spiritual power to the extreme and then release it instantly, unleashing destructive power far beyond his own cultivation level. Unfortunately, Skyburn consumed a tremendous amount of energy. With his current cultivation, he could only use it a few times. At this moment, opposite Xiao Yi, Xiao Feng was covered in blood, his clothes torn, kneeling on the ground. The seven flying swords were scattered on the ground, their blades dull and lusterless. Xiao Feng slowly raised his blood-covered hands, a look of bewilderment on his face. How is this possible? I actually lost. At this time, clear footsteps slowly approached from ahead. Xiao Feng instinctively shrank back, watching Xiao Yi draw closer, his eyes full of fear, his lips trembling. You, what are you going to do? Xiao Yi sneered. Do. I said you will die today. Xiao Feng, don't kill me. Master, save me. On the high platform, Qin Chongshan gritted his teeth. He could no longer sit still. His figure flickered, instantly appearing before Xiao Feng, raising his hand to block Xiao Yi's path. Seeing this, Xiao Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, the fear in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a hint of mockery. His master was a peak Earth Immortal Realm expert. With such strength, even if the peak lord of Qingxiao sect came, they might not be able to do anything to him. He wanted to see what Xiao Yi could do to him. Xiao Yi stopped looking at Qin Chongshan blocking his way and said sarcastically, "What? Do the people of 10,000 Sword Sect speak like they're farting?" Qin Chongshan took a deep breath, ignoring his mockery, and said gravely, "You have won. However, Xiao Feng you cannot kill." Xiao Yi slightly raised his head, staring directly into Qin Chongshan's eyes, and said coldly, "I said I will kill him today. Even if a god comes, it's useless." Upon hearing this, Qin Chongshan was almost amused. He didn't know if Xiao Yi's mind was not working properly, but a mere Guaming realm cultivator dared to threaten him, an immortal. If not for the identity of an elder of Qingxiao sect, he would have crushed this insolent fellow long ago. Qin Chongshan said, "Ridiculous. Do you think that with Qingxiao sect backing you up, our Wanjian sect would be afraid of you? If you think you're capable, just try." As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure at the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm suddenly erupted, pressing down on Xiao Yi like a collapsing mountain. Xiao Yi's body sank abruptly, his knees slightly bent, the ground beneath his feet cracking inch by inch, and he was almost crushed to his knees by that pressure. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to use his final trump card, suddenly, an even more terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. All winds stopped, the air solidified, and even time seemed to be paused. The sky instantly darkened, even sunlight lost its color before that pressure. Above the entire arena, only a heavy shadow remained, as if the very heavens were bowing. At that moment, a figure in white robes stepped on the void, walking down slowly step by step. The white-robed youth did not walk fast, but with each step faint ripples spread across the void, as if heaven and earth were making way for him. At this moment, everyone looked up at that figure, as if gazing at an immortal descending to the mortal world. Lu Chan curled his lips slightly. This guy finally made a move. Hu Yuan widened his eyes, staring at the figure in midair, and exclaimed in shock, "That's Senior Brother Lian." "This," Ning Yuan said, "Heavenly Immortal. Such a young Heavenly Immortal, how is it possible?" Big Face said, "Hallucination, it's definitely hallucination. He must have been hit by a mental-type illusion. Damn it, wake up. How could someone he casually teased be a Heavenly Immortal powerhouse? Yes, he must be dreaming." At this moment, Xiao Yi, who was about to use his trump card, also looked stunned. "Junior Brotherly. You." Even Elder Chun, who was secretly holding a communication token and planning to urgently contact the sect, was shocked stiff, holding the token motionless. Qingxiao sect leader. "Hey Elder Chun. What happened?" "Hey, Elder Chun, I must be dreaming." Qingxiao sect leader. At this moment, Lian reached a certain distance, stopped in midair, and looked down at Qin Zhongshan from above. "Old fool, my senior brother said he will kill, so he must die today." Qin Zhongshan trembled slightly, forced himself to look up at the figure in the sky, and said shakily, You are from Qingxiao sect?" "That's right." Lian stood with his hands behind his back, and said calmly, "Qingxiao sect Lu Chun is here." Qingxiao sect crowd. "Lu Chun? Damn it. If you want to show off, just show off. Why did you mention my name? I want to keep a low profile." After saying that, Lian didn't give anyone time to react. He stepped out, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Qin Zhongshan. Qin Zhongshan's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to move, he saw Li and casually slap. Qin Zhongshan didn't even have a chance to react. His whole body, as if hit by a meteor, flew backward and crashed heavily into a side of the stands. In an instant, the formation shattered directly, the entire stone wall cracked, debris flew, and dust billowed. "Senior brother." Sikong Yu's face changed drastically, and he quickly flew over. As the dust slowly cleared, Qin Zhongshan was seen clutching his chest with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his face pale. With just one strike, he was severely injured. Even more, that casual slap from the opponent was held back. Otherwise, he might have perished on the spot. Sikong Yu crouched beside him and asked anxiously, "Senior brother, are you alright?" Qin Zhongshan waved his hand, breathed a few hard breaths, and looked at the white-robed figure in the sky with a complex gaze. Just now, he had still suspected that the other party might be bluffing like a fox using the tiger's might. Now it seems, one slap directly severely injured an Earth Immortal. The other party is definitely a Heavenly Immortal. Unexpectedly, Qingxiao sect was hiding so deeply. No wonder it has been the undisputed overlord of the Eastern Domain for tens of thousands of years. Other sects at this moment no longer cared whether today was the celebration of Wanjian sect. Heavenly Immortal. That is a Heavenly Immortal. The entire Eastern Domain had not seen a Heavenly Immortal in hundreds of years. One slap severely wounded the patriarch of Wanjian sect. A Heavenly Immortal powerhouse. Absolutely terrifying. Outside, the arena murmurs continued, and everyone looked at Lian as if looking at a living legend. After dealing with Qin Zhongshan, Li and turned his gaze to Xiao Yi and said, "Senior brother, from now on do whatever you want, no one will stop you." Xiao Yi slowly came back to his senses from shock upon hearing this. He had originally prepared to use his final trump card, even if it meant severely injuring himself, to forcefully kill Xiao Feng. But he didn't expect that before he could reveal his trump card, this junior brother of his gave him a huge surprise. He gave Lian a deep look, didn't ask further, and didn't say much, only said solemnly, "Junior brother, senior brother owes you a huge favor." Lian, huge? How huge? Xiao Yi. Stop messing around, he still has serious matters. Xiao Yi directly turned around, his gaze falling back on Xiao Feng, who had already collapsed on the ground in terror. "I said you will die today." At this moment, seeing his backing directly slapped away, Xiao Feng changed completely. His previous mockery was gone, and he became trembling all over with tears, and snot smeared all over his face. "You? Xiao Yi. No, brother. Cousin. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'll return all those resources from before to you. No. I'll pay you back 3 times. Please. Please don't kill me." Xiao Yi ignored his pleas, raised his right hand, and a ball of crimson flames slowly condensed in his palm. "Xiao Yi." Xiao Feng screamed. However, Xiao Yi did not want to hear any more nonsense. The flame fell directly pressing onto Xiao Feng's head. In an instant, flames spread throughout his body, completely engulfing that desperate figure. "Oh!" Screams echoed throughout the arena. In the flames, Xiao Feng struggled and roared, "Xiao Yi, you will die a horrible death. And you, Lu Chun, I will never let you off even as a ghost." "Lian." "Xiao Yi, Lu Chun, don't die yet, I have something to say." Among the ruins, Chen Zhongshan watched helplessly as Xiao Feng turned to ashes in the flames. His chest suddenly ached, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining his robe. His figure swayed, and he almost fainted. Over the years, he had truly treated Xiao Feng as the future heir of Wanjian sect. He not only taught him everything he had learned, but also passed on his most precious natal artifact, the 7 Radiance Rainbow Sword, hoping that one day Xiao Feng would carry the banner of Wanjian sect and lead the sect to a higher level. As a result, Chen Zhongshan slowly straightened up, raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, his eyes turbid and desolate. Sikong Yu hurried forward to support him, urgently saying, "Senior brother." Chen Zhongshan waved his hand, pushed away Sikong Yu's hand, and walked step by step slowly toward the arena. His steps were faltering, but he still kept his back straight. Lian sensed the movement behind him, turned to look at him, and his expression was calm. That slap, just now, he could have directly killed Chen Zhongshan, but he held back after all. After all, Wanjian sect was a righteous sect of the Eastern Domain, and had always been on good terms with Qingxiao sect. Even if he wanted to assert his authority, he couldn't go too far. If he really killed the other sect's patriarch on the spot, it would somewhat affect Qingxiao sect's reputation in the Eastern Domain and bring unnecessary trouble to the sect. Chen Zhongshan walked to the center of the arena, stopped at the spot where Xiao Feng turned to ashes, and bowed his head in silence for a long time. After a long while, he raised his head, looked at Xiao Yi, and said hoarsely, "Xiao Feng is dead. Can the grudges between you and Wanjian sect be considered settled?" Xiao Yi looked at his aged face, was silent for a moment, and said calmly, "The grudges between Xiao Feng and I are settled, but I still need to go to the Xiao family. However, as long as your Wanjian sect does not interfere again, I will naturally not pursue further." Chen Zhongshan nodded slightly. "Good. The 10,000 Swords sect will no longer involve itself in the Xiao family's affairs." Finished speaking, he turned to glance at Lian, bowed slightly in salute, then turned and left. Lian watched Chen Zhongshan's retreating figure, his gaze flickering. He hadn't expected the man to salute him before leaving. Regardless, although this person was protective of his own, he at least knew when to yield. However, with his Dao heart wounded and cultivation impaired today, it was utterly impossible for him to ever break through to the heavenly immortal realm in this lifetime. At that moment, on the other side, the voice of the Qingxiao sect's leader came through the communication token. "Are you certain? The 6th Peaks Lian is at the heavenly immortal realm." Elder Chen's beard trembled slightly. "Yes, sect leader. Absolutely certain." Every cultivator present witnessed it. Lian sent that old man, Chen Zhongshan, flying with a single move. Silence fell on the other end of the mirror, followed by a burst of wild laughter. "Cultivating for less than 20 years, and he's already at the heavenly immortal realm. Huh. Our Qingxiao sect has truly found a dragon this time." "A dragon?" After the sect leader finished laughing, his voice turned stern. "Elder Chen, immediately bring Lian back to the sect once the 10,000 Swords sect celebration ends." Not a single moment's delay. Elder Chen's expression turned serious. "Understood, sect leader." An hour later, everyone had returned to the flying vessel. With what had just happened, Sikong, you could only hastily conclude the celebration. Many sect leaders and elders rushed to the Qingxiao sect's flying vessel at the first opportunity, hoping to pay respects to Lian, but he refused to see any visitors. However, the news could not be contained. From today onward, Qingxiao sect had produced a prodigy even more extraordinary than Ji Mu Bai, a heavenly immortal in his 20s. This news would soon spread across the entire Eastern Domain and even the entire spirit realm. Lian, know the name Lu Chun would resound through heaven and earth, becoming the spirit realm's acknowledged #1 prodigy. At that moment on the flying vessel, Elder Chun frowned at the two before him. "What? You and Lu Chun want to go to the western region?" "Lian, that's right. With my cultivation level, Elder Chun, I believe you need not worry. The reason he had directly revealed his strength was also out of fear that Elder Chen would not approve of him and Lu Chen traveling to the Western region. After all, the Western region was widely recognized as the most chaotic place in the entire spirit realm, filled with demonic cultivators and perilous dangers. If he were only at the returning Fate realm, Elder Chen would never have allowed him and Lu Chen to go. But the heavenly immortal realm was different. It was the pinnacle of power in the entire spirit realm. Elder Chen fell silent for a moment. Must you go? Must go. How about reconsidering? No need to think. Must go. Elder Chen. He had just promised the sect leader an hour ago that he would bring both of them back safely to the sect. What was he to do now? Lian, all right, Elder Chen. We're not going to any dangerous place, just handling some simple matters. We'll be back at the sect in a while. Elder Chen, really? I'm old, don't you lie to me. Rest assured it's true. Lian said without batting an eye, then turned to Lu Chen. Right, Lu Chen. Lu Chen. True. He had figured it out. His senior brother could lie without even a hint of red on his face. Not a dangerous place. The sacred mountain of the Western region was a universally acknowledged forbidden ground. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the most dangerous place in the spirit realm. Lu Chen cleared his throat. My uncle married a princess in the Maoqiu kingdom of the Western region. Senior brother and I are going to attend the wedding feast. Elder Chen frowned slightly. Western region. Maoqiu kingdom. Your uncle. Lian shot Lu Chen a speechless glance. What kind of nonsense was he fabricating? Going to the Western region for a wedding feast. Only a fool would believe that. Elder Chen, a wedding feast, that's acceptable. Lian. Elder Chen, but if you encounter any trouble you must contact the sect immediately. Lian, remember this. Even if you're at the heavenly immortal realm, our Qingxiao sect can still control you. Lian was somewhat surprised by these words, casting a meaningful glance at Elder Chen. There was a lot of hidden meaning in those words. Could it be that their Qingxiao sect truly had some trump card, yet to be revealed? After convincing Elder Chen, Lian turned and found Xiao Yi. Senior brother, you're going back to the Xiao family. Xiao Yi nodded. Yes, junior brother. Since some matters have arisen, it's best to settle them all at once. Those old scores with the Xiao family need to be cleared. Lian, do you need me to? No need. Xiao Yi shook his head with a smile. He understood what Lian meant. You don't need to worry about my affairs. With the trump cards I have on me, even an Earth Immortal Realm opponent I can handle. Lian's eyes lit up. That awesome. So with your cards revealed, could you take on a heavenly immortal? Xiao Yi. Revealed. If revealed, he'd be done for. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yi continued. But junior brother, you've been hiding it deep. A heavenly immortal in your 20s. Has there ever been anyone as monstrous as you from ancient times to now? Lian waved his hand. Nothing I can do. Maybe I'm just hardworking. Xiao Yi. This conversation was utterly unmanageable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lian bade farewell to Xiao Yi. Not long after Lian left, the ring on Xiao Yi's fingers suddenly glowed faintly, and a faint residual soul drifted out, materializing into an old man with a childlike face and white hair. Xiao Yi bowed slightly. Master. The old man gazed in the direction Lian had gone, his eyes filled with incredulity. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. I never imagined that in your era such an extraordinary prodigy would appear. A heavenly immortal in his 20s. Even in the ancient times there was never such a stunning talent. He paused, then added with emotion, but it's good. Such a prodigy is your junior brother. Xiao Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. Junior brother's kindness. Xiao Yi would remember it. If junior brother ever faced any difficulty, Xiao Yi would spare no effort, even at the cost of his life. The old man looked at him, his tone growing heavier. You must hasten your entry into the immortal realm. I can sense that before long the rifts between realms will multiply, and the heavenly Tao is about to awaken. When that time comes, the myriad realms will reconnect, opportunities will abound, but dangers will multiply as well. If you don't step into the immortal realm soon, you may not even earn the right to contend. Xiao Yi's gaze was resolute, and he said in a low voice, Understood, master. Before long, a small flying vessel detached from the Qingxiao sect's medium-sized ship and sped westward. Typically, a medium-sized vessel would carry 1 or 2 small craft for short trips, emergency evacuations, or separate missions, much like lifeboats on an ocean-going vessel. Aboard the small vessel, Lian and Lu Chen sat cross-legged facing each other. Lian closed his eyes, his mind deeply focused, silently cultivating the myriad thought incarnation art that Lu Chen had given him. Divide a strand of spirit, transform into myriad forms. With a single thought, the incarnation emerges. With one soul dwelling, the 100 bones take shape. The incantation flowed gently through his heart. Lian carefully separated a sliver of his soul force, following the technique described, and slowly condensed it into form, as if sculpting a figure from chaos. Yet after only half a day, Lu Chen suddenly turned his head, his eyes wide with shock. There beside Lian, a humanoid phantom identical to him was slowly materializing. At first the phantom was translucent, its outline blurred like a mist churning in the wind. But as Lian continued to drive his soul force, the phantom gradually solidified. Its features sharpened. The curve of brows, eyes, nose, and lips, even the folds of its robes matched perfectly. Within a few breaths, an incarnation identical to Lian sat steadily beside him. Its form, expression, and aura were almost indistinguishable. Lu Chen stared at the incarnation for a long moment, then turned to look at Li and who remained with eyes closed in concentration. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn, what a freak. This guy had actually grasped the myriad thought incarnation art in just half a day. When he first cultivated the technique, it had taken him 7 full days and nights to condense his first incarnation. And Lian, half a day. Lu Chen took a deep breath, silently turned back, and decided not to look at him anymore. If he kept watching, he feared he might lose his composure. A week later, above the clouds, a long, resonant cry of a koan echoed. Whoa! The sound seemed to come from the deepest part of the northern sea, traversing vast seas of clouds, stirring layers of air currents, and lingering in the night sky. Then another cry. Whom! Lu Chen turned his head to see a colossal koan swimming slowly past the side of their vessel. Lu Chen gazed at the massive figure gradually receding and suddenly recited. The koan's cry spans cloud seas and 1,000 peaks. In one night it flies across 10,000 heavens. Shortly after his voice faded, a voice sounded behind him. It was Lian, who had been cultivating continuously for 7 days. Lian smiled and said, "Not bad, excellent poem." Lu Chen turned to him and asked, "Senior brother, how is your progress with the myriad thought incarnation art?" "It's going well, I've basically mastered it." As he spoke, with a thought, an incarnation identical to him slowly materialized beside him. Lian glanced at the incarnation and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, even the clone is this handsome." Lu Chen, "This man is utterly shameless. Unfortunately, its realm is a bit low," Lian added. "It can only exert the strength of an earth immortal." Lu Chen, the incarnation from the myriad thought incarnation art usually has only 1/10 of the original's power. Reaching earth immortal is already quite impressive. Moreover, such combat power may be insufficient in the spirit realm, but in other worlds it's more than enough. Enough? How can earth immortal be enough? Lian looked puzzled. Lu Chen smiled. "Senior brother, in the memories I've awakened, those broken worlds like the spirit realm are suppressed by the heavenly Tao even more severely than here. The spirit realm at least allows cultivation to the true immortal realm, but in other incomplete worlds under the fractured heavenly Tao and suppression, they may not even break through to the immortal realm, reaching at most the peak of the return to destiny stage." Lian was taken aback that low. Lu Chen nodded. "So earth immortal can already dominate those worlds. Or when entering another world, the realm might be suppressed below the immortal level." Lian nodded after hearing this. If everyone was below the immortal level, his strength would be unmatched. With his life-based healing and space-based devouring abilities, no one could kill him at the same cultivation level. Not to mention his ice and lightning dual attack talent. "Lu Chen, senior brother, after this trip to the sacred mountain, we must start looking for the locations of realm rifts. The fragments of the origin are a great opportunity." Lian pondered for a moment and asked, "By the way, how long do ordinary realm rifts last? If we go and can't return soon, what can we do?" Lu Chen's expression was calm. "Don't worry. As the heavenly Tao recovers, the rifts connecting each world to the spirit realm will increase. After the heavenly Tao shattered, the spirit realm has always been the core of all realms. All broken worlds will converge toward the spirit realm and eventually reunite into one. If the rift we enter disappears, just wait for the next one. Of course, some rifts last longer depending on spatial stability. Some rifts may close after just a few hours, while others can persist for over a month or even longer." Lian nodded, then raised an eyebrow. "But that means the entire spirit realm might fall into chaos. The demon realm is also a problem." Lu Chen, "This is the struggle of the great Tao. The conflict between humans and demons is inevitable. Besides, in human history, our battles against the demon realm have more often been in our favor. This time the heavenly Tao is recovering and the realms are reconnecting. It's an unstoppable tide, and our opportunity." Lian then asked several more detailed questions about realm rifts and other small worlds, noting down every detail Lu Chen shared. Then he sat back down cross-legged and closed his eyes. This week he had been cultivating almost every day. And while cultivating, he hadn't forgotten to check in with the system. Now he felt he was getting closer to the peak of the celestial immortal realm, and it wouldn't be long before he broke through to true immortal. But what delighted him most these days was picking up a few beast-taming fragments from the system. Opening his backpack, he saw that he had accumulated 94 beast-taming fragments, only 6 short of the full set. Speaking of which, the special weekly check-in task should have refreshed by now, right? With a thought, Lian opened the system panel. This week's special check-in task: under the gaze of at least 3 people, hold a male's hand and say, "I'm here," with deep affection. Lian, wait, what? System Dad, why do you always want me to become a pervert or a man from Rongqing? A male's hand. Lian's gaze involuntarily drifted to Lu Chen sitting cross-legged beside him. To be honest, this task wasn't really that hard for him. They were brothers. Holding hands. No big deal. The hard part was having 3 people watch. On this vessel there were only him and Lu Chen. Where could he find 3 pairs of eyes? But when they reached the western region with many people around, there would be plenty of opportunities. The only question was whether Lu Chun could accept it. Lian stared at Lu Chun's profile for a long time, his gaze gradually turning complicated. Lu Chun seemed to sense something. His brow twitched, and he opened his eyes to look at Lian. Senior brother, why are you staring at me? Lian looked away, expression unchanged, nothing, just thinking. Lu Chun, something's wrong. Very wrong. That look from senior brother was all too familiar. It was the prelude to some prank. This time he hadn't offended senior brother, had he? Lu Chun, senior brother, if I've done something wrong, please tell me. I'll actively correct it. Lian, oh, you're not wrong, it's my fault. A few hours later, the flying vessel broke through the last thick layer of clouds, and the view suddenly opened up. The vast mountains receded behind them, their peaks like coiled giant dragons, eventually vanishing into the mist. Ahead, an endless sea of sand slowly spread out. Golden dunes undulated like frozen waves, stretching to the horizon and merging with the azure sky. This was the western region, west of the spirit realm, a land ruled by drought and sandstorms. Nearly 80% of the region was covered by desert, with conditions far harsher than the eastern domain. And it was in this barren land that numerous ferocious beasts and demons thrived. The human forces of the western region mostly gathered in the oases, which accounted for only 20% of the area. Lian stood at the bow, gazing at the vast sea of sand below. So this is the western region. Lu Chun nodded, taking out a yellowed map and unrolling it. The sacred mountain lies in the central part of the western region, near a country called Duma Empire. Lu Chun pointed to a mark on the map. The Duma Empire is one of the largest countries in the western region, ruling over the largest oases in the central area. The sacred mountain is on its northwestern border, reachable by crossing the empire's territory. Lian, let's go. 3 days later, at the border of the Duma Empire, a jet-black giant eagle was speeding across the sky, its wings spreading several zhang wide. On the eagle's back, a man and a woman were anxiously looking back, repeatedly, their expressions grave. The woman was about 20 years old, with healthy, wheat-colored skin, tall and slender, nearly 1.8 meters in height. The woman was scantily clad, wearing a short leather armor top and knee-length shorts, revealing 2 straight and shapely long legs. However, the key point was that her peaks were extremely large. The boy beside the woman was much smaller, about 12 or 13 years old, with black hair and blue eyes and handsome features. At this moment, dozens of spirit boats were closely pursuing behind the giant eagle, their hulls shimmering with spiritual light, like a dense swarm of bees, drawing closer and closer. Wally looked back and exclaimed in alarm, "Sis, those pursuers are catching up again." Shunny gritted her teeth, glanced at the spirit boat swarm closing in, then took out a yellowed scroll from her bosom and spread it open on the eagle's back. In her other hand, a brush had appeared, as if from nowhere. Taking a deep breath, she moved her wrist swiftly, and the brush tip danced rapidly across the scroll. In just a few seconds, dozens of birds of various shapes appeared on the paper. With the final stroke, Shunny let out a low shout, and spiritual light from her palm surged into the scroll. In an instant, those ink birds on the paper seemed to be infused with souls, one after another flapping out of the scroll, their feathers growing, and their bodies rapidly expanding to the size of real humans. Then dozens of ink birds cried out in unison, gathering into a dark, oppressive ink cloud, and charged fiercely toward the spirit boat swarm behind. Behind them, on the leading spirit boat, a middle-aged man in a golden robe with a gloomy face sneered. Overreaching. The golden-robed man raised his hand and waved lightly, conjuring several sharp wind blades from thin air, which shot out like streaks of light, instantly piercing through the flock of ink birds. One by one, the ink birds were shattered by the wind blades, turning into a rain of ink scattering in the sky. The golden-robed man said, "Give up. You can't escape." As his words fell, dozens of spirit boats accelerated simultaneously, their hulls blazing with spiritual light, chasing after the giant eagle at even greater speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lian sat at the bow of the boat, complaining, "Damn, how come there isn't a single decent human town in these western regions?" He had thought that after traveling for so many days, he would surely encounter a town where he could find an excuse to take Lu Chun down for a stroll, and also complete that special check-in task of holding a man's hand and saying, "I'm here." But after these 3 days apart from the endless yellow sand and occasional beast appearances, he hadn't seen a single decent human figure. Lu Chun beside him asked curiously, "Senior brother, do you need to go to a town for something?" However, ahead lies the territory of the Duma Empire, so there should be plenty of towns. Lian said, "We're about to arrive." "All right. As long as there's a place to check in." Seeing that Lian didn't answer, Lu Chun didn't press further. After a moment of silence, Lian suddenly spoke again. "By the way, junior brother, what kind of person do you think I am?" Lu Chun was stunned by the question, not expecting Lian to suddenly ask this. What kind of person? Narcissistic, show-off, sharp-tongued. Ahem. He couldn't think further in case he accidentally said it out loud. "Senior brother, which aspect are you asking about?" Lian waved his hand. "You don't need to answer, let me tell you." Clearing his throat, Lian said seriously, "Your senior brother pursues the great path of immortality. The immortal path is long seeking the true self. I will not betray heaven and earth nor my heart. Lu Chen nodded. What he said was good and quite serious. Lu Chen also pursued the great path of immortality carefree and unrestrained. But at this moment Lian suddenly changed the subject and continued. As for me, I don't have many strengths, but I can still name a few. For example, suave, handsome, loyal to friends and brothers, valuing relationships and righteousness, and also compassionate. Lu Chen. What the hell? Just now it was the great path of immortality. Now it's suave and handsome. Li, and most importantly, your senior brother likes beautiful women. The best ones have big chests and long legs. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Senior brother, what exactly are you trying to say? Lian, I like beautiful women. Lu Chen. And then, Lian shrugged. No, and then. You just need to know that I like beautiful women. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then silently closed his eyes and turned his head away. Idiot. So damn random. Senior brother's mouth sometimes really leaves one speechless. At this time, not far from the flying boat, Shunny gritted her teeth, continuously channeling spiritual energy to paint on the scroll, and one after another ink birds flew out from the paper, charging at the pursuers behind. However, the number of pursuers was too great. As soon as the previous batch of ink birds was shattered by wind blades, the next batch surged forward. Her spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and her face grew paler and paler. On the leading spirit boat, the golden-robed middle-aged man said coldly, "Continue attacking. Don't stop. That bitch's spiritual energy is about to run out." At this moment, Shunny's arms were trembling slightly. She looked back at the wolf-like pursuers, a glimmer of despair flashing in her eyes. Damn it. Are they really going to die here today? Mother, father, your child cannot avenge you. Just then, Wally beside her suddenly pointed at the distant sky and exclaimed with joy, "Sister, there's a flying boat over there." Shunny followed the direction of her brother's finger and saw a small flying boat with flowing spiritual light heading west. Its hull was unfamiliar, and she couldn't tell which faction it belonged to. At this moment, Shunny's eyes flickered, and a moment of hesitation crossed her mind. She also understood that if she led this trouble over, it might bring disaster to the owner of that flying boat, or perhaps the other party wouldn't be willing to help. But in the end, it was hope. After all, she wanted to live. She had promised her mother and father that she would survive with her younger brother. She still had a blood debt to avenge, and she didn't want to die here. Shunny gritted her teeth, yanked the reins sharply, and the giant eagle let out a long cry, flapped its wings violently, and turned to charge toward the flying boat. Now she could only take a gamble. On the flying boat, Lian slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the approaching giant eagle. Lu Chen said calmly, "It seems someone is bringing trouble over." Lian's lips curled slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Trouble? A mere group of fellows at the Gushing and Guaming realms, what trouble could they cause? Right? The people have come to him, and his show should begin. On the other side, on the pursuer's spirit boat, a subordinate hurriedly shouted, "Boss, that bitch is heading toward that flying boat." The golden-robed middle-aged man sneered, his eyes full of disdain. "Chase after them. In this Duma Empire, no one dares to meddle in the affairs of our youth family." Dozens of spirit boats accelerated simultaneously, with loud sounds of breaking air, rapidly chasing after the giant eagle. However, just as they were drawing closer, suddenly a terrifying pressure erupted from the flying boat, like the heavens and earth overturning, instantly sweeping across the entire sky. Everyone felt a sudden weight in their hearts, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing on their chests. The spirit boats all came to a halt in midair, their hulls trembling slightly, not daring to advance an inch. Their faces turned pale, pupils contracted, staring in disbelief at the seemingly unremarkable flying boat. At this moment, the golden-robed middle-aged man was sweating cold, his lips trembling slightly, such terrifying pressure. This is an immortal. No, that's not right. He had seen immortal realm experts before. The head of their Yu family was a powerful Earth immortal realm expert. Yet even when the family head exerted full force, it was nowhere near this suffocating pressure. Shunny, being closest to the flying boat, felt it most acutely. That pressure descended like a mountain, crushing her almost to the point of breathlessness. Cold sweat instantly soaked her leather armor, and sweat from her temples continuously dripped down her cheeks. Terrifying. It was definitely a supreme powerhouse of the world. At this moment, in everyone's sight, a white-clad youth slowly appeared at the bow of the flying boat. He had handsome features, appearing no more than 17 or 18 years old, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone below. Lian swept a glance below, confirming that everyone's gaze was focused on him, and nodded inwardly. Good enough people, enough eyes. Then he slightly turned his head and said calmly, "Junior brother, come over here." Lu Chen, although puzzled, he still walked over to Lian's side. But the next second, Lian suddenly reached out, grasped Lu Chen's left hand, tightened his fingers, and his gaze suddenly turned tender. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Everyone." Lu Chen. What the fuck? At this moment, Lu Chen felt goosebumps crawling all over his body. Even if he were a deity reincarnated, what difference would it make now? Terrified, utterly terrified, Lu Qin shook off Li An's hand, retreating several steps in an instant to put distance between them, his eyes fixed on Li An with full alertness, as if he were staring at a monstrous flood or a savage beast. Senior brother, what are you trying to do? Li An pretended not to hear, his gaze still calmly fixed on the distant horizon. At such a moment, saying nothing and offering no response was the best course of action. He silently asked in his mind, "System, is the task complete?" Special sign-in task completed. Does the host wish to sign in now? Li An's heart leaped with joy. Wait a moment. I'm sorry, junior brother, I hope you can understand. Then Li An turned his gaze back to the crowd below. Yet, that single glance almost made every male cultivator instinctively step back. As for why they retreated, they themselves didn't know. They were simply afraid. Li An said calmly, "Don't all crowd here. If there's nothing important, just disperse." The crowd. Was it their choice to gather here? They wanted to leave too. But before anyone could move, Shunny was the first to react. She swiftly knelt on the giant eagle's back and bowed deeply toward the flying ship, thumping her head heavily. "Senior, please, I beg you to save us. If you are willing to spare my brother and me, I will serve you as a maid or a slave, work like a beast of burden, and never utter a single complaint." After speaking, Shunny couldn't help stealing a glance at Li An. If he really was that kind of person, then becoming his maidservant might not be such a bad deal. Li An, a maid or a slave? Sorry, not interested. Shunny was momentarily stunned, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes, and she let out a soft sigh. Indeed, not interested in that kind of interest. She knew she wasn't bad-looking. She had the figure and the face, but if he didn't like beautiful women, there was nothing she could do. Li An caught sight of her sighing and twitched the corner of his mouth. "Why are you sighing?" At that moment, the middle-aged man in gold robes looked at Li An, his gaze carrying a mix of scrutiny and wariness. The terrifying pressure from earlier was far too exaggerated, yet seeing the young man, barely 20 years old, with such cultivation, he found it hard to believe. A 20-year-old celestial immortal. Even a god reincarnated couldn't achieve that, could they? Perhaps. It was a mind-type talent. He had heard of a mind-type ability called disguise. It didn't change one's appearance, but worked on everyone's subconscious, making them perceive the person as a great power. The earlier heaven and earth pressure was just an illusion. But, whether real or fake, the golden-robed man ultimately didn't dare to act directly. He steadied himself and spoke tentatively. "Brother, we are from the Yu family of the western region. These two are fugitives our family is pursuing. Please grant us passage." Li An turned to Lu Qin, "The Yu family. Junior brother, have you heard of them?" Lu Qin, seeing Li An look at him again, instinctively shrank back and blurted out, "Don't mess with me." Li An, "Hey, it was just holding hands. Was that really a big deal? Isn't there pure friendship between boys?" Li An took a deep breath. "Junior brother, did I say I like beautiful women?" Lu Qin, "You like beautiful women, but that doesn't mean you can't like handsome guys." Still, he didn't dare say it out loud. Lu Qin pushed aside his stray thoughts and shook his head. The Yu family is one of the 4 great families of the western region, with about 2 or 3 immortal-level powerhouses guarding it. Li An heard this and said flatly, "Oh, 2 or 3 immortal-level powerhouses." The golden-robed man's lips curled slightly at the words. So he had heard of them. The Yu family was the top of the 4 families. Surely this would make him think twice. But Li An added casually, "Well, that's just a second-rate family." The golden-robed man's face stiffened. The Yu family was the most powerful force in the western region, second only to the imperial house of the Duma Empire. What did he mean by second-rate family? Li An waved his hand impatiently. "All right, I'm not interested in your affairs. Get lost now, and don't block my way." The golden-robed man gritted his teeth, his face alternating between pale and red, his fists clenched and released. Finally, he forced down his anger and waved his hand. The fleet of spirit boats behind him slowly parted to both sides, clearing a passage. Seeing this, Shunny was frantic and quickly stepped forward again. "Senior, wait." She bit her lip and pulled out a yellowed cultivation scroll from her bosom, holding it high with both hands. "Senior, if you are willing to save my brother and me, I will offer this Howren sword scripture to you." Li An asked, puzzled. Howren sword scripture? Beside him, Lu Qin's expression suddenly tightened. Howren sword scripture? Li An turned his head. "Junior brother, you know of it." Lu Qin didn't answer. Instead, he gave a slight wave of his right hand. The next moment, the cultivation scroll in Shunny's hand vanished and reappeared in Lu Qin's grip. Shunny's pupils contracted. This? Space type. She hadn't even reacted before the scroll was already in his hands. The golden-robed man's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock and fury. That damned woman. She actually handed the Howren sword scripture to him. No, the Howren sword scripture must never fall into an outsider's hands. At that moment, Lu Qin slowly opened the scroll, his eyes scanning the contents. After a moment, a flicker of light passed through his gaze. It's real. Though only a fragment, it is indeed the scripture left by that person back then. He closed the sword scripture, looked down at Shunny, and said coldly, "Fine, I will protect your lives." Li An looked at Lu Qin with some surprise. It was the first time he had seen Lu Qin make such a decision. It seemed the Howren sword scripture was indeed of great origin, enough to move even his junior brother, a reincarnated deity. Shunny's heart flooded with joy, and she bowed heavily. Thank you both, seniors. Meanwhile, the golden-robed man's face had turned ashen, and he said coldly and angrily, Sirs, have you considered the consequences? Offending the Yu family. Lu Chun didn't even look at him, only uttering flatly, Senior brother, clear the area. Lian raised an eyebrow. You're the one protecting them, shouldn't you be the one to act? Lu Chun turned to him, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his tone teasing. Hey, senior brother, you were the one who said don't be afraid, I'm here just now. Lian. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hiss. When he said it himself it didn't feel like this, but hearing it from someone else made him shudder all over. So disgusting. Ugh. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Don't be so disgusting, damn it. Lu Chun smiled. Senior brother, you weren't like this just now. Lian, stop. Stop. I know. Then Lian turned his gaze to the crowd below. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost or die. The golden-robed man gritted his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Brother, are you really being so ungrateful? Going back empty-handed, he would face punishment anyway. It was better to gamble. Gamble that Lian was just a mind-type illusion of a great power. Brothers, attack. That guy is just a mind-type fake. Don't be fooled by him. Hearing this, the crowd channeled their spiritual power, and dozens of spirit boats simultaneously lit up with attack light poised to strike. Lian shook his head, a bunch of idiots. He waved his right hand casually. In an instant the world turned bitterly cold. An extreme chill radiated from him, freezing the air solid, and the entire sky seemed to crystallize into a giant block of ice. A dense cold mist spread, and the sharp, biting cold surged outward like a tangible force, freezing even the light itself in its path. And this happened in the blink of an eye. Shunny's pupils shrank as she turned in horror. Behind her, the dozens of spirit boats, along with all the pursuers on them, including the golden-robed man at the late Return to Destiny stage, were all frozen into ice sculptures. The next second, the ice shattered, and the dozens of ice sculptures, together with the spirit boats, turned into a mist of ice dust scattering into the depths of the desert. Gulp! Shunny's throat emitted a difficult swallow, her whole body frozen, her lips trembling slightly. He was definitely an immortal, even stronger than her father. A celestial immortal. Absolutely a celestial immortal level powerhouse. Lian watched the figures dispersing into the air and said calmly, well, the deal is done. You can leave now. Sha and I was taken aback and quickly said, wait. Senior, please wait. Lian turned his head to look at her. What? Is there something else? Sha and I bit her lip, her fingers slightly clenched. Now that her clan had been wiped out, though the pursuers were all killed, the Yu family would never let it go and would surely send more assassins. With her and her brother's strength, they could never escape the Yu family's pursuit. The best course now was to seek the protection of a powerful figure or a superpower. And this man before her. His strength was more than enough to crush the Yu family effortlessly. If she could gain his patronage, her and her brother's safety would no longer be a worry. Thinking this, Sha and I once again kowtowed heavily to Li Un and the other. Senior, my clan was slaughtered by the Yu family, and they will never spare us siblings. I hope Senior could take us in and protect us. Lian smiled. Protection? Sure. Sha and I lifted her head abruptly, her eyes brimming with surprise. Really, Senior? Lian nodded. Of course. But on one condition. Do you have any more of that good stuff you just showed? Hearing this, Sha and I was stunned. The Howren sword scripture was a treasure her clan had obtained at great cost from a secret realm. It was precisely because of this scripture that the Yu family had targeted them, wiping out the entire clan, leaving only her and her brother to escape. Sha and I bit her lip and whispered, no. But I can serve as your maid. Lian turned to Lu Chun. Junior brother, do you want a maid? Lu Chun, a maid. What use is it? Can it be eaten? Lian nodded and turned back to Sha and I. Miss deals off. Bye-bye. With that, he unhesitatingly activated the spirit boat and continued westward at full speed, vanishing into the vast yellow sand in an instant. Sha and I stood there watching the departing boat, stunned for a long time, her lips slightly parted. She hadn't expected him to actually leave so decisively, without a shred of hesitation. While he tugged at her sleeve and asked softly, sister, what do we do now? Sha and I took a deep breath, her eyes firm. We go to Zhongzhou. Since she couldn't obtain Lian's protection, then their only options were few. Zhongzhou, the central region of the spirit realm, richest in resources, teeming with the strongest cultivators. Perhaps a power there could offer them refuge. The two turned and left, their figures quickly swallowed by the boundless sea of sand. However, not long after they departed, a spirit boat suddenly turned back and hovered in the same airspace. Lu Chun said helplessly, brother, why are we back? Lian grumbled, I forgot something. Damn, we killed them but didn't take their loot. Isn't that a wasted effort? As the saying goes, if you kill and leave no money, you might as well not kill. What's the worst thing when someone dies? That they didn't spend all their money. Since that's the case, I'll spend it for them. Lu Chun, I'll thank them for you. Earth Daxia Hangqing. In an ordinary residential area, a young girl with a ponytail was curled up on the sofa. She was around 20 with delicate features and a pure ethereal aura, a typical campus beauty. She wore a loose white t-shirt with a cute bear pattern on the front paired with light gray home shorts, her long fair legs casually draped over the armrest. Across from her the TV was on. A news channel was broadcasting. Recently, global temperatures have continued to rise, breaking records for the highest temperatures in many places. Meteorologists say this year is likely to become the hottest summer on record. Experts remind citizens to take precautions against heatstroke, avoid going out during peak heat hours, and ensure sun protection and hydration. A woman in a floral apron poked her head out from the kitchen, spatula in hand. Shia, have you really booked the tickets to Mount Tai? Guya didn't look up, staring at her phone. Mom, I've booked them. High-speed rail in 5 days. The woman sighed. Why go to Mount Tai in such hot weather? Why not just stay home? What if you get heatstroke? You see, even the experts on TV say to avoid going out. Guya smiled. Oh mom, do you still believe experts these days? Every year they say it's the hottest ever, and it's no different from before. The woman, it's still unsafe, and you won't know the place. Guya, oh mom, this trip classmates from the school club are all going. More than a dozen people. Plus we're hiking at night, it's nice and cool then. Don't worry. The woman still wasn't reassured and said a few more things, but ultimately, she couldn't argue with Guya and finally retreated to the kitchen to continue cooking. Guya listened to the sound of stir-frying from the kitchen, and the smile on her face slowly faded. She let out a soft sigh, uncrossed her legs, and reached for a glass of water on the table. Guya stared at the glass in her hand, her gaze a little distant. After a few seconds of silence, she applied a little pressure with her fingers. Then from the bottom of the glass the still water began to rapidly form a thin layer of ice crystals. The chill crept up the walls, and in just a few breaths the entire glass had frozen solid. Guya looked at the completely frozen glass in her hand, her expression complex, and murmured to herself, what is going on? Duma Empire's southwestern border, the Gray Triangle region. This road is opened by me, this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass, leave the toll money. On the spirit boat, Leon looked at the 2 small spirit boats across, which were modified to be shabby, and then swept his eyes over the 5 people standing on the boats, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. The 5 people in front were all dressed in black, wearing black masks, a mix of tall, short, fat, and thin, standing in a row with fierce looks in their eyes. This place is really chaotic. This is already the 3rd batch today, right? Leon turned to look at Lu Chun. Lu Chun, the Gray Triangle region is not under the jurisdiction of the Duma Empire, and it backs onto the Holy Mountain, so there are indeed quite a few demonic cultivators. But cultivators of this level are rare. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man at the head of the opposite group immediately bristled and shouted angrily, what demonic cultivators? We are the chivalrous thieves 5. Leon raised an eyebrow. The thieves 5. What thieves? We are chivalrous thieves. The middle-aged man was so angry that his mask bulged, and he turned to shout at the people behind him, brothers, tell these 2 blind fools what is our name. The 4 behind him straightened their chests in unison. The middle-aged man roared, I am Wankai. As his voice fell, a thin bamboo pole-like black-clad man immediately shouted, I am Xingyun. The short one followed, I am Huanxi. The fat one, I am Yuanbao. When it was the turn of the tall and sturdy one, he scratched his head, stood dumbfounded for a long moment, and then said in a simple voice, I am. What am I called? Wankai angrily turned around and slapped him on the back of the head. Idiot. You are Fuxing. Fuxing suddenly realized, oh, I am an idiot. Leon puffed. Ha ha. He laughed so hard, he almost fell off the flying boat. These people are so funny. Indeed, the world is vast, and there are really many interesting people. These people are really amusing. They even put on a show before robbing. Ha ha. Wankai roared, shut up. We are not robbers. This is borrowing. Borrowing, understand? Yuan Bao, exactly. Do you know what borrowing means? Borrow without returning, easy to borrow again. Leon put away his smile, too lazy to waste words with them, and said coldly, what if I don't borrow? Fuxing scratched his head, looked at Wankai innocently, and said, boss, they won't borrow, so let's go. Wankai slapped him on the back of the head again. Go where? Idiot. As he spoke, Wankai directly pulled out a large chopping knife from his waist. When the chivalrous thieves make a move, you'll know if they've got it. If we return empty-handed today, we'll sleep in a straw basket. The 4 behind him joined in a chorus, their momentum fully charged. Wankai said fiercely, since you won't cooperate, don't blame us. Second, third, attack. Xingyun and Huanxi responded, driving the 2 battered spirit boats, one left and one right, and charged fiercely towards Leon and the others. Leon let out a cold sneer. 5 solid realm cultivators, and they dared to rob them. Among the 3 groups of bandits, this batch was the weakest. He was too lazy to waste more time, and his aura exploded instantly. A terrifying pressure instantly spread out. The 2 charging spirit boats seemed to hit an invisible wall, abruptly stopping in midair, their hulls trembling violently, unable to advance even half a step. Wansai's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembling. This is an immortal. Xingyun B. Boss, what do we do? Wansai, what do we do? Follow the plan. As he finished speaking, the 5 of them almost simultaneously fell to their knees on the spirit boat with a thud. Senior, we were wrong. We were really wrong. Leon. Lu Chun. Lian's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, "Get lost." Wang Sai, as if pardoned, immediately climbed up. "Senior will get lost right away." Right away. The 5 people hastily turned their boats around. The 2 spirit boats wobbled and changed direction as if being chased by dogs and vanished into the air in a flash. Lian watched their retreating figures, then turned to look at Lu Chun. "So how was the harvest?" At that moment, Lu Chun had a storage pouch in his hand, which was exactly the one that had been at Wang Sai's waist. He weighed it casually, opened it, and glanced inside, then shook his head. "Just a few dozen low-grade spirit stones, not even a single medium-grade one." Lian snorted disdainfully. "Are all bandits this poor? The previous groups that robbed us were also dirt poor, not even a medium-grade spirit stone. Not even as rich as our own junior apprentice sister." Lu Chen casually tossed the storage pouch aside and said calmly, "If they weren't poor, they wouldn't become bandits." Lian nodded, looked ahead, and said, "It's not far from the Holy Mountain, right? Should we go directly, or?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment. "No rush. Ahead lies Haisha City, the most populous and centralized trading hub in this Gray Triangle region. Let's first go there to buy some essential supplies for entering the Holy Mountain." Lian nodded. "All right. Haisha City Port. 2 bosses. The docking fee is 5 low-grade spirit stones per day." A rotund boss in a greasy short jacket came up with a smile. Lian raised an eyebrow. 5? Damn, boss, are you ripping us off?" The boss was not annoyed and still smiled. "Boss, our prices are all standard. Small and medium spirit boats are 5 per day, large ones are 20 per day. No too expensive. How about 1 spirit stone?" Upon hearing this, the boss's mouth couldn't help twitching. "Who bargains like you? Others haggle by 3 or 4, but you directly cut to 1. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, forced a smile. "2 bosses must know in this Gray Triangle area that no one governs us, so doing business is really not easy. But if you really want a discount, you can apply for our membership card. With the membership card, it's only 3 spirit stones per day, much more affordable." Lian's eyes lit up. "Oh, membership card. Not bad, boss, you know how to do business." The boss chuckled. "How about it, young brother, get one. The membership card is not expensive, you just need to top up 1 medium-grade spirit stone here." Lian said without hesitation, no." The boss's smile stiffened. "Lian, but boss, I have another plan, do you want to hear it?" The boss asked, puzzled. "Another plan?" "That's right, a monthly subscription. 1 month, 30 low-grade spirit stones." "Boss, 30 per month. You still want 1 per day?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." "Hey." Lian patted the boss's shoulder. "Boss, you don't know how to do business like this. Think about it, would ordinary people dock their spirit boats every day, eh?" The boss was stunned. "No, there you go. When ordinary people come to Haisha City, they stay for a while." Lian gestured with his chin towards the empty spots in the port. "I see you have many other bosses here, so the competition must be fierce. I see many of your spots are empty. Since they're empty anyway, why not create a package, lower the price, and attract more people to dock? Then although the docking fee per boat is less, the quantity will increase. Originally you docked 10 boats a day, earning 50 spirit stones. Now you dock 60 boats a day, earning 60 spirit stones. Calculated, you not only don't lose, but you gain 10 more. Boss." After a long silence, the boss counted on his fingers again and again, finally looked up and stared at Lian with a complicated expression. "Seems kind of reasonable." Lian see. "Don't worry, boss, I'm also in business. I won't cheat you." Then it's settled, just like that. Lu Chun, watching Lian's series of maneuvers, his eyes flickered. Indeed, this senior brother of his was too versatile. After securing the spirit boat, Lian and Lu Yuanshan finally set foot in Haisha City. The entry fee was 1 low-grade spirit stone. Upon payment, the 2 would receive a temporary passage permit. Such was the custom in most cultivation cities. The moment they finished paying, before they could even survey their surroundings, a young man, wearing a worn straw hat and a gray cloth vest full of patches, blocked their path. The young man was as thin as a monkey, radiating the unmistakable air of the streets. Lian glanced at him. "What's the matter?" The young man grinned, slightly bowing. "Gentlemen, hello. My name is Lu and I see you 2 are unfamiliar faces, so this must be your first time in Haisha City, right?" Lian, "No, we've been here many times. This Haisha City is just like home to us." Lu and I. The corner of his mouth twitched as he forced a laugh. "You sure know how to joke, young sir. Lu and I may not have much, but I know practically everyone in this city of several 100,000 people. Are you 2 really from out of town?" Lian narrowed his eyes slightly. "What if we are? You discriminating against outsiders?" Lu and I. For some reason, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if one wrong word would draw the condemnation of everyone present. Lu and I hastily waved his hands. Now, young sir. I didn't mean." Afraid Lian might twist the narrative again, Lu and I quickly revealed his true purpose. "Gentlemen, you could think of me as a guide to Haisha City. I've lived in this city for over a decade. Where the good stuff is where you shouldn't go, which shops are rip-offs which are honest. I've got it all figured out. If you'd like to hire me for a few spirit stones, I can show you around in detail. Or if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Lian and Lu Yuanshan exchanged a glance. They weren't exactly familiar with Haisha City, so having a guide wouldn't be a bad idea. Lian asked, "How much do you charge?" Lu and I rubbed his hands together beaming. Only one low-grade spirit stone. This time Lian didn't even try to bargain. A low-grade spirit stone was too small to bargain down. It wasn't like he could split one in half. He casually took a low-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and tossed it to Lu and I. Deal. Lu and I caught it nimbly and tucked it into his chest with practiced ease, grinning. Hey brothers, where would you like to go? Or do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. Lu Yuanshin said coolly, take us to wherever they sell disaster-averting pills in Haisha City. Lu and I paused for a moment, then his eyes flickered. Disaster-averting pills. Are you two planning to enter the Holy Mountain? Lian nodded. That's right. Want to come along? Lu and I. Like hell he'd want to come along. That place was a death trap. He dared not go anywhere near it. Lu and I forced a laugh and waved his hands dismissively. Haha brothers, you're really joking. With my cultivation level, entering the Holy Mountain would be suicide. I'm not going. But if you're looking for disaster-averting pills, there's a Qingyun Pill Pavilion in the city that sells them. Rest assured brothers, Qingyun Pill Pavilion is the largest pill shop in Haisha City. Authentic goods, fair prices. Lian nodded. All right, lead the way. Right away. Lu and I responded cheerfully and walked ahead with practiced familiarity. The three of them made their way through Haisha City's main street. Shops lined both sides, bustling with people, far livelier than one might expect. Perhaps due to the western region's climate, the local skin tended toward yellow and tan. They wore far less clothing than people in the eastern region. Most men went about with their sturdy torsos bare, while women dressed in minimal cool clothing revealing healthy wheat-colored skin. Lian swept his gaze across the surroundings and inwardly made an observation. Everyone here was well endowed. After about 10 minutes of walking, the three arrived at the Qingyun Pill Pavilion Lu and I had mentioned. The pavilion stood 4 stories tall with soaring eaves and intricate bracket structures. The facade was impressively grand. Upon entering, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted over, refreshing both body and mind. Upon seeing them enter, a woman with delicate features immediately approached. Her gaze briefly flickered over Lu and I, a hint of surprise crossing her eyes, but she quickly restored her smile and turned her attention to Li-Un and Lu Yuanshin. What can I help you gentlemen with? Lian, disaster-averting pills. The woman nodded slightly. Of course, honored customers. Disaster-averting pills are on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. The group followed the woman upstairs. There were more people inside than Lian had expected. However, most were purchasing healing pills on the 1st floor. By the 2nd floor, the crowd had thinned considerably. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the environment was clearly a cut above the levels below. The display cases were all carved from a single piece of white jade. The woman led the three to a counter and smiled. Honored customers, our disaster-averting pills are 50 low-grade spirit stones each. How many would you like? Lu Yuanshin's voice was calm. 100. The woman's smile faltered slightly, her surprise evident. 100. Upon hearing this, Lu and I behind them couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. 100 disaster-averting pills. That was a full 50 medium-grade spirit stones. A ordinary life return realm powerhouse would be hard-pressed to scrape together 10 medium-grade spirit stones, yet these two were spending 100 as if it were nothing. Lu Ni's eyes flickered as his mental calculations ran wild. This was the gray triangle after all. Black-hearted eating black happened every day. Spending so lavishly meant either they had terrifying backing or they were tired of living. Lu Yuanshin, what's the matter? Don't have them. The woman quickly came to her senses and smiled. We do. Distinguished guests, if you purchase 100 we can offer you a discount. Just 45 medium-grade spirit stones. Lian, deal. With that, he took a heavy small cloth bag from his storage bag, withdrew 5 medium-grade spirit stones, and casually tossed the bag to the woman. Count them. The woman hastily caught it and opened it to look inside. Neatly arranged were 45 medium-grade spirit stones. The woman immediately said respectfully, Yes, please wait a moment. I'll fetch the disaster-averting pills right away and bring them to you. Before 10 minutes had passed, the woman returned carrying 5 lustrous jade bottles, walking briskly. She carefully set them on the counter and smiled. Honored guests, here are your 100 disaster-averting pills. Lu Yuanshin casually picked up one of the jade bottles, uncorked it, and poured out a disaster-averting pill into his palm. He examined it carefully for a moment, then nodded and returned the pill to the bottle. No problems. He waved his hand, and the 5 jade bottles vanished into his storage bag. Then Lu Yuanshin proceeded to order several other detox pills. Altogether, another 30 medium-grade spirit stones were spent. Lu and I stood to the side, utterly dazed. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. In all his life, it was the first time he'd witnessed so many medium-grade spirit stones being spent like running water. Just as Lian and Lu Yuanshin were about to leave, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. A young man in brocade garments, his face fair, but carrying an air of frivolity, strode into the pavilion. Behind him followed 4 burly guards, each with piercing gazes and an aura of killing intent. The young man bellowed the moment he entered, "Make way for your lord." Many cultivators in the shop, the instant they saw him, flinched with fear and apprehension. Without a word, they scrambled to both sides, clearing a wide path. Clearly pleased with this reaction, the young man slightly raised his chin, ignored everyone around him, and strode straight toward the 2nd floor with his guards. Lian paused, his gaze shifting slightly to watch the young man's back as he climbed the stairs. He turned to Lu Ni. Who is that? Lu Ni's expression changed slightly as he lowered his voice. Brothers, that's the young master of the Qin family of Haisha City Qinfeng. He glanced cautiously at the surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention before continuing. It's too crowded now, I can't say much. In short, brothers, if you run into him in Haisha City, stay far away. That one's not to be trifled with. If you offend him, then it's... With that, Lu Ni shook his head, his face full of dread. Lian laughed. Let me guess. Big backing, arrogant behavior, bullying the weak, oppressing the innocent, going after both men and women. That kind of package. Upon hearing this, Lu Ni's face turned white with fright. He frantically scanned his surroundings in panic. Shoo, brother, walls have ears. If anyone else heard that, and it got back to him, we're finished. Lian shook his head and said nothing more. What kind of person the other was had nothing to do with him anyway. But well, if the other dared to be foolish enough to come looking for trouble, then he'd have no choice but to reluctantly rid the world of a menace. As the saying goes, when you spot injustice in the road, give a mighty shout, then keep walking ahead. But if you dare to provoke me, I'll send your whole family on a trip. After leaving the alchemy pavilion, Li and had Lu Ni take them to several shops specializing in insect repellents. Within the sacred mountain, aside from the lethal miasma, the most troublesome were the mosquitoes and insects. These were no ordinary mosquitoes. Most of these insects were mutations of ancient exotic beasts. Any single one could drain a spirit beast into a desiccated corpse in an instant, and if a mortal encountered them, not even bone fragments would remain. For this, Lian spent several more medium-grade spirit stones, making Lu Ni's eyes gleam and his lips barely suppress a grin. The wealthier Li En and Lu Chun were, the larger his commission would be. Once all supplies for entering the sacred mountain were prepared, Li En and Lu Chun left Haisha City and followed the mountain path toward the sacred mountain. As for Lu Ni, after finishing the purchases, he tactfully ended the mission and took his leave. On the mountain trail, Li En and Lu Chun deliberately slowed their pace. After walking for nearly an hour, Li En suddenly halted, sneering. Not bad, they finally came. As expected of a guide swift in action. Lu Chun chuckled. I wonder how much we'll recoup after spending so many spirit stones this time. Soon rustling sounds came from the forest and several figures landed in a few bounds before the two. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scarred face at the initial stage of the Destiny realm, while the others were mostly at the solid life realm. The scarred man glanced at the two and said without preamble, attack. Lian remarked, "'Tis quite efficient." In an instant, lightning flashed through the forest. A minute later, aside from Lian and Lu Chun, several charred corpses lay on the ground. The scarred man, eyes wide, uttered his final words, "Damn Lu Ni." After that, his head lolled, dead beyond dead. Lian paid no attention to the corpses and turned to Lu Chun. Junior brother, what's the harvest? Lu Chun searched the storage pouches on the bodies. Not bad, about 30 medium-grade spirit stones. Lian nodded. Pity that fellow was alert and didn't follow, or we could have dealt with him together. Lu Chun put away the storage pouches and said calmly, in the Gray Triangle region, people are killed every day. The weak are prey to the strong. It's common. Without some vigilance, it's hard to survive. Lian nodded and said no more. The two figures turned into streaks of light and vanished instantly. At the entrance of the sacred mountain, the outer perimeter of the Taichu Forbidden Land was perpetually shrouded in dense toxic miasma, and only this entrance, due to geographical reasons, had the thinnest miasma. For countless years, treasure seekers and herb gatherers would take the calamity-averting pill and enter the sacred mountain through this passage. At this moment, however, the entrance was crowded with people, including many Destiny Realm cultivators confronting a group of black armored guards. Why won't you let us in? Exactly. This sacred mountain isn't exclusively owned by the Qin and Song families. The crowd was agitated, voices rising in clamor. Just then, the leading guard, clad in black armor with a stern face, suddenly unleashed the pressure of the perfected Destiny realm, forcing everyone back several steps. The guard said coldly, "The announcement has been issued. For this month, no one is allowed to enter the sacred mountain. Of course, you may try to force your way in if you have the strength." As he finished speaking, dozens of black armored guards behind him simultaneously erupted with formidable auras, their spiritual energy surging like tides, forcibly suppressing all discontent. The crowd's expressions changed, and they fell silent, retreating. Many of these black armored guards were at the Destiny realm. Charging at them would be suicide. At the back of the crowd, Li En and Lu Chun arrived just in time to witness this scene, frowning slightly. Instead of forcing his way, Li En patted the shoulder of a young man carrying a medicine basket. "Brother, what's going on up ahead?" The young man turned back and sighed. Yesterday, the Qin and Song families of Haisha City suddenly went mad and declared the sacred mountain closed for a month, barring all herb gatherers and explorers. Li En and Lu Chun exchanged a glance. Lu Chun asked, "Do you know the reason?" The young man looked around cautiously and lowered his voice. "I heard it through the grapevine. The Qin family recently discovered a Bodhi tree at the edge of the sacred mountain." Both Li En and Lu Chun's expressions shifted slightly. The Bodhi tree was a legendary spiritual root known as the Tree of Enlightenment. Most importantly, the Bodhi fruit from the tree could help cultivators at the perfected destiny realm overcome the heart demon tribulation, increasing their chance of breaking through to the immortal realm by a full 30%. Do not underestimate that 30%. That success rate was enough to drive every destiny realm cultivator stuck at the bottleneck to risk their lives. Moreover, what truly stirred the hearts of great powers was that the Bodhi fruit could even directly enhance the cultivation of immortal realm experts, truly earning its reputation as one of the divine fruits. Lu Chen's gaze darkened. If it's truly a Bodhi fruit, it would drive every destiny realm cultivator to fight for it. How can the Qin and Song families stop them? The young man sighed helplessly. Fight. This time, all the immortal realm experts from the Qin and Song families have mobilized, and even the Qin family's patriarch and Earth Immortal at the late stage has personally entered the sacred mountain. No matter how many destiny realm cultivators there are before an immortal realm expert, they are no different from ants. Besides, this is the only safe route into the sacred mountain. Sai, we lose cultivators. How dare we challenge the immortals? Lu Chen nodded and was about to say something when Lian suddenly frowned, his gaze fixed on a direction. Junior brother. Lu Chen. Following Lian's gaze, they saw an unkempt old man with disheveled hair, a wine gourd in hand, staggering toward the entrance of the sacred mountain. The old man drank from the gourd as he walked, mumbling indistinctly. Lu Chen's expression turned solemn. This old man is no ordinary person. Immortal realm, or even celestial immortal middle stage, said Lian calmly. And it doesn't seem like a recent breakthrough. Lu Chen naturally trusted his senior brother's words. Celestial immortal middle stage. Interesting. Now the real show begins. The old man wobbled through the crowd, muttering, "Hey, make way, make way." Many people smelling the strong alcohol frowned and stepped aside, while some grumbled, "Hey, old man, what's your rush?" The old man paid no heed, drinking and shaking his head, humming unintelligibly. "I'd ride the wind and fly away, but fear my wine gourd is empty. Life is about drinking and being merry. Immortals and demons, I'll drink first and think later." Stumbling all the way, he passed through the crowd and came straight to the black armored guards. The leading guard at the perfected destiny realm glared at him and barked, "Old fool, get out of here. This is no place for you." The old man seemed not to hear, still walking forward. A cold glint flashed in the guard's eyes, and his spear thrust out abruptly, aiming for the old man's throat. But the next moment, the old man's body moved as if boneless, twisting in an eerily odd arc, causing the spear tip to graze his clothes and miss. The guard's pupils contracted. How is that possible? As he was about to retract the spear for another thrust, the old man suddenly blew a mouthful of alcohol vapor into his face. The dense alcoholic mist surged toward the guard before he could even close his eyes. In an instant, the mist enveloped his entire body. Within a single breath, the guard's face began to dissolve and collapse at a visible rate, followed by his body and limbs. In just one short breath, a powerhouse at the perfected destiny realm turned into a pool of black ash scattered on the ground, without even a scream. A dead silence fell over the surroundings. Lian raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Oh, it's from the life system, eradication." Lu Chen nodded slightly. "Indeed, it's of the life system. Among the 8 great talent systems, only the life system lacked multiple branches. For instance, the space system boasted abilities like teleportation, severing, devouring, domain cage, and theft. The life system, however, had merely 2. One was healing, the other annihilation, representing rebirth and destruction. Witnessing the scene, everyone present instinctively stepped back, their faces etched with horror. Dead. That man. I know him. He's Qin Yi, the captain of the Qin family's black armor guard. A cultivator at the great perfection of the return to fate realm. A powerhouse like him was snuffed out by that old man's mere breath." The remaining black armor guards raised their spears, yet dared not attack. Instead, they retreated a step, their hands trembling slightly on the weapons. Ridiculous. That was their captain, a master just one step away from the immortal realm. And such a formidable figure was obliterated without a chance to resist. The old man's strength was at least the Earth Immortal realm. How could they possibly stand against him? The gap between the immortal and return to fate realms could not be bridged by numbers alone. One guard forced himself to shout, You don't think that just because you're an immortal realm expert you can do whatever you want. Do you know the consequences of offending the Qin family?" The old man tilted his head, took a swig of wine, and sneered with drunken eyes. "The Qin family. Ha ha ha. A tiny insignificant clan that only dares to throw its weight around in this desolate land. Consequences? I'd like to see them." As his words fell, a heavy immortal realm pressure suddenly descended from the sky, blanketing the entire area like a mountain. "Tiny, friend, your words are a bit too arrogant." A figure hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back, looking down. "That's the current head of the Qin family, Qin Fenghao. Oh no, it's about to erupt into an immortal realm battle. Everyone flee." When immortal realm experts fought, mountains crumbled and seas overturned. Ordinary mortals standing nearby risked being caught in the crossfire, threatening their lives. The crowd instantly stirred into chaos, countless people retreating in a frenzy. The young man, carrying a medicine basket, also hurriedly retreated. Looking back, he saw Li Yin and Lu Chun still standing motionless, even gazing up with interest. The young man immediately warned, "You two run. An Immortal Realm battle is no joke." Li Yin smiled. "No worries, brother. I've never seen Immortal Realm experts fight before. Today I finally get a close-up feast for the eyes." The young man sighed helplessly. He said no more, turned, and sprinted away, vanishing into the crowd behind him. In the center, the old man cast a disdainful glance at Qin Fenghao in the air, took a swig, and scoffed. "A frog at the bottom of a well peers at the sky, unaware of the vast oceans. A barbarian dares to bark before me." Qin Fenghao's eyes hardened. "Whether I'm a frog or not, you'll find out yourself." With that, Qin Fenghao formed hand seals, water spiritual energy surging wildly around him. A water dragon several tens of feet long coalesced behind him, its head raised high, its roars shaking the heavens, charging down at the old man with monstrous waves. The old man sneered. "A water worm dares to show itself." He unhurriedly raised his gourd, took a large gulp, then suddenly spat it out. Boom. A colossal water dragon several times larger than Qin Fenghao's emerged from nowhere. Its body was crystalline, its bulk mountainous with a sky-covering might, and it swallowed Qin Fenghao's dragon in one gulp. Boom. Qin Fenghao's pupils contracted in shock. "How is this possible? No, you're not an earth immortal, you're a heaven immortal." The old man's eyes turned cold. With a casual wave, he said, "Die." The giant dragon roared as it dove, engulfing all the black armor guards and Qin Fenghao in a single torrent. The water exploded, gouging a deep chasm in the ground, and everything fell silent. Without a glance at the carnage, the old man shot into the sky as a streak of light, flying straight into the depths of the holy mountain, disappearing into the miasma in an instant. Li Yin looked up at the vanishing figure, a slight smile curling his lips. "Let's go, junior brother. We're going in too." The two of them blurred into streaks of light, following the aura into the holy mountain. No sooner had they entered the holy mountain than Li Yin sensed something amiss. It wasn't the dense miasma surrounding them. While the miasma posed a lethal threat to cultivators below the immortal realm, it posed no barrier to Li Yin. Nor was it his heaven immortal cultivation, it was his abilities. Whether it was the space systems devouring or the life systems healing, both easily neutralized the miasma's erosion. What truly surprised him was that upon entering the holy mountain, his cultivation was suppressed to the mid-heaven immortal realm. Lu Xun seemed to notice his confusion and explained, "The holy mountain is a land forsaken by the heavenly Tao. It is perpetually suppressed by the laws of heaven. The deeper you go, the stronger the suppression. Any cultivator who enters will have their cultivation forcibly reduced by one or even several realms." Lu Chun pointed into the distance. There stood a massive mountain shrouded in thick clouds and miasma, hidden and indistinct, yet exuding an ancient, boundless aura. That mountain is the true holy mountain. The closer you get, the stronger the suppression. Even an ancient deity entering its core would be suppressed to below the immortal realm, perhaps even reduced to immortal. Li Yin's gaze sharpened. "That terrifying?" Lu Chun nodded. "Otherwise, why would it be called a forbidden land?" Li Yin fell silent for a moment, then turned to him. "What about your treasure trove?" "Don't worry. My treasure trove is on the outskirts, it won't be heavily suppressed." Lu Chun paused, then suddenly smiled. "But now shouldn't we do something else first?" They exchanged a glance, and both grinned. The Bodhi tree. Sorry, since Li Yin had come. It was his now. He. Earth Daxiao Jingxing inside the Tianheng Bureau. The Tianheng Bureau was the official department in Daxiao responsible for all supernatural incidents and transcendent affairs. At this moment, everyone in the Bureau was in a state of high tension. Inside the command room, a stern-faced old man in military uniform stood before a large screen, his gaze fixed on the satellite images. "How's the situation?" Yang Jinghua asked gravely. A technician beside him quickly replied, "General Yang, the Scorpion Squad has the situation under control. Most of the demon beasts have been cleared." Yang Jinghua nodded. "Notify the rescue teams to enter the scene immediately and ensure every civilian's safety." "Yes, sir." Yang Jinghua breathed a small sigh of relief. Since 2 weeks ago, massive spatial rifts had suddenly appeared across the globe. Some rifts spewed torrents of giant insects, while others disgorged violent, bloodthirsty monsters. In an instant, chaos reigned in every nation. Fortunately, most rifts healed automatically shortly after appearing, otherwise it would have been an unbearable catastrophe for all life on Earth. Just then, the image on the screen flickered. The communication with one Scorpion Squad member was cut off, followed by a piercing scream from the remaining audio channel. Yang Jing's heart clenched. What's happening? Before he finished, the images of Scorpion Squad members disappeared one by one, screams echoing back into the command room. "Ah, monster, monster." Seeing this, Yang Jinghua urgently ordered, "Switch to the satellite real-time feed." "Yes, sir." The technician quickly operated the screen, zooming in and out, the focus gradually sharpening, finally centering on the battlefield. The moment they saw the figure in the image, everyone's face was filled with shock. "What is that?" A woman. In the center of the battlefield stood a tall woman, her body wrapped in thick shadows, leaving only her fair shoulders and arms exposed. Behind her trailed a long tail, its tip sharp like a whip swaying slightly. On her head, two short horns extended from the sides of her forehead. At that moment the woman's right hand gripped a young man, the captain of the Scorpion Squad. His arms had been torn off, the wounds raw and bleeding profusely. His face was deathly pale, but he still stared at the woman, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Around him on the ground lay the dismembered remains of the other Scorpion Squad members. None of the bodies were intact. The woman licked her lips, revealing a delicate, yet icy smile. The mortals of this world are truly weak. But that's fine. This world will serve as the first stepping stone for my demon race to unify the myriad realms. As her words fell, she lightly brushed her right hand. The young man's head was neatly severed, rolling into a pool of blood. In the operations room, everyone's pupils contracted violently, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The Scorpion Squad was one of the Tianheng Bureau's elite units, and its captain was at the Consolidated Life Realm's later stage. Such a powerhouse had been utterly helpless before that woman. Yang Jinghua took a deep breath, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, and ordered sternly, "Have all civilians been evacuated?" "General Yang, all have been evacuated." "Good. Notify the military. Ready all drones and missiles. Bombard her. Blast that bitch to hell." "Yes, sir." The moment the command was given, countless drones lifted off around the battlefield, missile launchers slowly rising. The woman seemed to sense something, looking up slightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "My, what is that?" "A new human artifact." Seeing the dense swarm of drones rushing toward her like a hive, the woman frowned slightly and waved her hand casually. Innumerable wind blades swept out like a torrential storm, shredding most of the drones in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions roared in succession across the sky. But at that moment, a supersonic missile descended from the sky, slamming directly into her position. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion shook the entire battlefield. Flames shot into the sky and a massive crater was blasted into the ground, smoke rising. As the smoke slowly cleared, the woman was seen kneeling amid the ruins, one hand clutching her shoulder, her body covered in purple blood, her face slightly pale. Between gritted teeth, her eyes were full of disbelief. Damn it. What was that thing? If her strength hadn't been suppressed to the demon general level upon arriving in this world, how could such a puny thing have injured her? But before she could catch her breath, another missile trailing flames hurtled toward her again. The woman snorted coldly, her form dissolving into smoke and vanishing, leaving only a low, lingering echo. "Humans, just wait." Inside the command center, as the second missile struck and the dust slowly settled, everyone's eyes were fixed on the ruins at the center of the screen. The ruins no longer held the figure of the woman. That person has vanished. "Yang Lao, what should we do now?" Yang Jinghua took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "Notify Zero Squad and Tsunami Squad to head to the scene immediately for investigation. Keep all satellites locked on. We must find this person." Owen immediately informed the Taoist and Buddhist sects to coordinate. "Yes, Roger." Yang Jinghua gazed at the scattered wreckage and closed his eyes briefly. "And send word to retrieve the bodies of the Scorpion Squad members. They are heroes of Daxia." In the command center, after everyone began carrying out their tasks, Yang Jinghua turned to look out the window at the gray sky. His clenched fist slowly relaxed, and he let out a helpless sigh. The world was undergoing a great transformation. What else would these creatures from other realms bring? What would become of the world? And how would Daxia's future unfold? He did not know, nor was he certain. Yet regardless of what happened, Daxia and the Tianheng Bureau would do everything in their power to protect the people of Daxia. Lu Province, Anqing High-Speed Railway Station. Guya, dressed in an off-white dress that reached her knees, revealing her slender fair calves, stepped out of the station in white canvas shoes. She looked pure and adorable. "Guya, over here." A crisp female voice rang out. Guya turned to see a cute girl with short hair and a round face waving energetically beside her, a tall, handsome boy. "This way." Guya pushed her luggage over. Li Ruoxuan looked her up and down and teased, "Xiaoya, why are you dressed like that? Can you even climb a mountain in that?" Guya smiled. "Don't worry, the sportswear is in my suitcase. Besides, we're not climbing until tomorrow night, right?" "Yes, we're climbing Mount Tai tomorrow night to watch the sunrise." Li Ruoxuan nodded. "Oh, by the way, Xiaoya, Zheng Hao and the others might be late." Guya looked puzzled. Why?" Wang Bo chimed in. "I heard something happened in Nanqing area. Many people died, and the high-speed rail is suspended. They'll probably be delayed quite a bit. Now Zheng Hao and the rest plan to take a bus here." Guya nodded. "All right," Li Ruoxuan said. "No worries, we can still climb without them. There are already 7 or 8 people from the club here." Guya, great. Wang Bo turned and walked toward the parking lot, casually twirling a BMW key. "Let's go, my car is over there." Guya raised an eyebrow. Impressive, Wang Bo. A luxury car as a junior. Wang Bo chuckled and naturally reached for her suitcase. "Come on, let me help you with your luggage." Li Ruoxuan, damn. Wang Bo, I see right through you. You're just sucking up because our Xiaoyu is pretty, right? How come you never offered to carry my luggage before? Wang Bo, your suitcase is full of snacks. I can't carry it. Li Ruoxuan, outside the sacred mountain in a hidden valley. An ancient tree, its trunk flowing with iridescent light, stood silently deep in the valley. The trunk was thick as a coiled dragon, the branches lush like a canopy, every leaf shimmering with a glassy luster, as if carved from gemstones. The entire tree exuded a gentle yet immense vitality, as if it had taken root here since the dawn of creation, enduring millennia without decay. Among the colorful branches hung 9 fist-sized fruits, each crystal clear. Not far away, Qin family ancestor Qin Jiang stared eagerly at the 9 fruits on the branches, excitement in his voice. Soon, at most another hour, and the fruits will be ripe. At that moment, the man beside him, who appeared to be a youth in his early 20s, furrowed his brow, slightly, his gaze sweeping over the shadows around the valley, as he said solemnly, "Ancestor, with such a momentous event as the Bodhi tree, will it attract other forces? For instance, the Duma royal family?" Before Qin Jiang could respond, a middle-aged man in a white robe, standing with his hands behind his back, laughed and cut in, "Xiao Zhan, don't worry. The news might leak, but Black Fiend City is at least a day or 2 away from the Duma dynasty's capital. By the time the news reaches them, and they rush over, the Bodhi fruits will already be in our stomachs." Qin Jiang stroked his beard and nodded slowly. "No need to worry. Even if the Duma royal family does send someone with the foundation and strength of the Qin and Song families, we are not necessarily afraid of them." Hearing this, Qin Jiang still knitted his brows, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the entrance of the valley. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable unease, as if something beyond his control was happening outside. Unfortunately, the forbidden ground was special, making it impossible to contact the outside world. Although his father was personally overseeing matters outside, and theoretically nothing should go wrong, that lingering anxiety refused to fade. Qin Jiang gazed at the increasingly plump fruits, his ambition swelling. With these Bodhi fruits, the Qin family might gain 2 more immortal realm experts. By then, the master of the Duma Empire might need to change. Song family patriarch Song Zhilong nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. "Exactly. When the time comes, if our 2 families join forces, we will surely become the true overlords of this western region." Qin Jiang cast a glance at him, a hint of disdain in his eyes. 2 immortal realm experts. 1 mid-stage Earth immortal, 1 early-stage Earth immortal, yet they dared to dream of standing on equal footing with the Qin family. How utterly reckless. If it weren't for the fact that the Bodhi tree incident had been accidentally stumbled upon by the Song family, and the Qin family feared the Song would not keep their mouths shut, they would never have sought them out to cooperate. Otherwise, why would the Qin family share a portion with such riffraff? He would have taken all 9 Bodhi fruits for himself long ago, and the Song family wouldn't have a chance to daydream. But, for now, the Bodhi fruits were not yet ripe, and the Song family's help was still needed for protection. Once the fruits were in hand, well, settling accounts could come later. By then, these 9 fruits would still belong to the Qin family. In less than an hour, the 9 Bodhi fruits on the branches suddenly burst forth with dazzling streams of light, layers of colorful radiance rippling outward like ripples. Then the entire Bodhi tree seemed to come alive, its leaves trembling gently, emitting a clear wind chime-like hum. Qin Jiang's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "It's ripe." The moment his voice fell, Qin Jiang's figure flickered, and he was about to leap up to the branches to pick all 9 fruits. But just then a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his way. Qin Jiang narrowed his eyes, his tone slightly low. "Family head Song, what is the meaning of this?" Song Zhilong clasped his hands and said, "Haha, old Qin, I just wanted to confirm with you once more. These 9 Bodhi fruits, 5 for your Qin family, 4 for my Song family. No problem, right?" Qin Jiang's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "Naturally." Song Zhilong laughed and said, "Old Qin is indeed venerable and trustworthy." Then he turned his head and shouted to the person behind him, "Brother, pick the 5 biggest ones and give them to old Qin." Song Jihu leaped up in response, deftly picked the 5 plumpest Bodhi fruits and held them out with both hands to Qin Jiang. "Old Qin, please." Qin Jiang gave a cold snort, raised his hand, and stored the 5 Bodhi fruits into his storage pouch. His gaze unconsciously swept toward the canyon entrance, and his expression darkened slightly. Damn it, why hasn't Feng Hao arrived yet? Originally his plan was to wait for Qin Feng Hao to finish dealing with matters outside, and then join him, so the 3 of them could join forces to kill the Song brothers directly and take all the Bodhi fruits for themselves. But now, with Qin Feng Hao nowhere to be seen, he couldn't act rashly. Although his strength surpassed both Song brothers, he was already over 800 years old, while the Song brothers were in their prime, with vigorous vitality. If it came to a fight, it would be nearly impossible to subdue them without sustaining injuries. If they were cornered and fought desperately, injuring him, then his lifelong hope of breaking through to the heavenly immortal realm would be shattered. This was absolutely not what he wanted to see. After Song Zhilong safely stored away his 4 Bodhi fruits, he clasped his hands to Qin Jiang and said, "Old Qin, we shall take our leave now." Qin Jiang's heart tightened. He was about to speak and find an excuse to stall for time, but before he could utter a word, a person had appeared beside them without anyone noticing. It was a disheveled old man dressed in ragged clothes, holding a wine gourd in his hand. He was looking up at the bare Bodhi tree, exclaiming in surprise, "I didn't expect it to be the legendary Bodhi tree." I've lived so many years, yet this is the first time I've seen the divine tree with my own eyes. At that moment, the four people in the scene all changed color drastically. Especially Qin Jiang, who instinctively stepped back several paces, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. What a joke. He was at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Even though his power was suppressed to the late stage of Earth Immortal after entering the Xingshan, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to appear beside him so silently. Unless the other party's strength was the legendary Heavenly Immortal realm, or some extremely rare innate ability. Qin Jiang suppressed the shock in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Who are you, sir?" The old man then withdrew his gaze, took a swig of wine, and scanned the four with drunken eyes. "You've already picked the Bodhi fruits, haven't you? Well, then I'll give you a chance. Hand over all the Bodhi fruits and I won't kill you. After all, I've already killed quite a few people today. If I kill any more, this old man will break my precepts again." The old man paused, looked at Qin Jiang beside Qin Jiang, and seemed to recall something. "Oh right, that young man at the mid-stage of Earth Immortal outside looks quite similar to this young friend. But it's a pity. He insisted on blocking me, not letting me in." Qin Jiang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, "You? What do you mean? What did you do to my father?" The old man smiled, revealing yellow teeth. "Naturally, I killed him. What? Are you going to avenge your father? Do you want to avenge your father? Qin Jiang, you?" Qin Jiang was trembling all over, his eyes bloodshot, and was about to rush forward to fight for his life, but Qin Jiang grabbed his shoulder and held him back. On the other side, upon hearing the news of Qin Fenghao's death, Song Zhilong and Song Zhu's eyes flickered almost simultaneously. They hadn't expected that this suddenly appearing old man had killed the current head of the Qin family. With Qin Fenghao dead, the power gap between the Song and Qin families was almost completely leveled. If he could stir up some more hatred at this moment. Song Zhilong's mind raced, and he suddenly stepped forward, coming before the old man. Then, with 3 Bodhi fruits appearing in his hand from somewhere, he presented them with both hands. "Senior, this time the Bodhi tree bore a total of 8 Bodhi fruits. But because the Qin family was powerful, our 2 families agreed on a 5-3 split. 3 are from my Song family, and the other 5 are in the Qin family's hands. Now I hand these 3 Bodhi fruits to you." The old man glanced at him, reached out to take the 3 Bodhi fruits, and smiled. "Young man, you're quite good." Qin Jiang watched Song Zhilong's treacherous face, and was so angry that he nearly ground his back teeth to pieces. He had lived for so many years, he wasn't stupid. The other party had killed Qin Fenghao, and could appear beside him so silently. His strength was absolutely terrifying. But the Bodhi fruits were already in his hands. How could he possibly spit them out? Song Zhilong asked cautiously then, "Senior, may we leave?" The old man waved his hand. Go. Song Zhilong's heart relaxed, and he hurriedly said, "All right, senior." But before his words faded, as he turned around, his expression suddenly changed. The storage pouch at his waist was gone without him knowing when. Song Zhilong immediately turned back, only to see the old man holding the pouch, gently swinging it. Song Zhilong was shocked. "Senior, what are you doing? Space type A?" "No, it was simply speed." This old man was actually so fast that he had taken the storage pouch from his waist without his noticing at all. The old man looked down, rummaged through the pouch, and took out a Bodhi fruit, clicking his tongue. When a person gets old, it's normal to be a little more cautious. But the old man's gaze shifted slightly, looking at Song Zhilong. "Young man, your heart is not sincere." Song Zhilong's face stiffened. "Senior." The old man shook the Bodhi fruit. "If you had directly said you wanted to keep one, I might have considered it." Upon hearing this, Song Zhilong's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Then senior, can I?" "No." Qin Jiang was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then burst out laughing. "Ha! Song Zhilong, he's making a fool of you. Ha!" Song Zhilong's face instantly darkened, and his gaze turned gloomy and fierce. He took a deep breath, turned to Qin Jiang, and said coldly, "Old Qin, let's cooperate." Qin Jiang sneered, "Should have thought of that long ago." After saying that, Qin Jiang gave a glance to Qin Jiang beside him. Qin Jiang understood, silently stepped back, and placed his hand on his storage pouch. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within Qin Jiang suddenly boiled. He formed hand seals, and a raging sea of fire burst forth from his palms, carrying scorching waves of heat directly toward the old man in the field. At the same time, the earth beneath Song Zhilong's feet shook violently. A colossal earth-and-stone giant hundreds of meters tall rose from the ground, its massive fist sweeping down toward the old man's head with a howling wind. Facing the dual assault of fire and giant, the old man remained unfazed, even taking the leisure to tilt his head back and take a gulp of wine. The old man smacked his lips and sighed. "People these days, why can't you just live well?" As his words fell, the wine in his mouth suddenly sprayed out, transforming into a monstrous wave. That wine wave blotted out the sky, pouring down like a raging sea, and in an instant it completely extinguished Qin Jiang's flames. "Qin Jiang, this. How is this possible?" Then the old man moved, leaping high into the air. A layer of pitch-black light condensed on his fist, and he punched toward the hundreds of meters tall earth and stone giant. Boom! That giant, as massive as a mountain, was shattered by a single punch, and countless fragments scattered like rain. Song Zhilong was horrified. "Oh no! Brother, run. Song Jihu was already terrified out of his wits. Without any hesitation, the two turned and fled madly out of the canyon. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't take it. Now you want to leave. That won't do. The old man shook his head with a smile, then threw a punch. Two black fist shadows shot through the air like ghostly apparitions so fast that they almost surpassed the limit of the naked eye, catching up to the Song brothers in the blink of an eye. Song Jilong turned his head abruptly, hastily condensing a yellow spiritual shield in front of him. But the moment the black fist shadow touched the shield, it passed through it like a phantom, directly entering his body. No! In that instant, the bodies of Song Jilong and Song Jihu simultaneously froze, then like paper burned by fire, they turned into two wisps of black smoke dissipating into the air. Two punches annihilating two Earth Immortal cultivators. Qin Zhang's scalp tingled and cold sweat kept streaming down his temples. This old man was definitely a heavenly immortal realm powerhouse. Xiaozhan, go. Get out of here now. Qin Zhang gritted his teeth, grabbed the storage pouch containing the 5 Bodhi fruits, and without looking back, he sped out of the valley. Qin Zhang took a deep breath, a flash of determination in his eyes. He formed hand seals, and his body began to swell rapidly with twisted patterns appearing on his skin. His aura surged like a volcanic eruption. Then Qin Zhang's bones began to creak, veins bulging, and a wild, dangerous aura emanated from his entire body. The old man raised an eyebrow, looking at him with interest. Oh, using a secret technique to forcibly elevate to half-step heavenly immortal. Quite interesting, but the side effects must be considerable, I'm afraid. At this moment, Qin Zhang felt unprecedentedly powerful. A terrifying pressure spread outward like a tangible force, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack and collapse. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the surging power, his tone tinged with intoxication and arrogance. So this is the power of the heavenly immortal realms. The old man nodded with a smile. How is it? Don't you feel invincible? Qin Zhang raised his head slightly, staring directly at the old man. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have used the blood-burning, soul-sacrificing art, forcibly burning my essence, blood and soul, to enhance my power. Today you must die here. The old man threw his head back and laughed. There's no need for such boasts. Aren't you just trying to buy time for that junior of yours to escape? After a moment, the old man's smile slowly faded, his gaze suddenly turning cold. He turned his head to look in another direction and said calmly, "But it's a pity. Your junior can't escape at all." "What? After watching for so long, aren't you coming out?" Hearing this, Qin Zhang was startled. There was someone else. With his half-step heavenly immortal perception, he hadn't even detected the presence of a third person nearby. I didn't expect to be discovered. Senior brother, why are you laughing like that? Junior brother, don't you think this laugh sounds like a villain's? No, it sounds like a duck. You're the duck. Your family's ducks make that sound. In the void, two figures slowly emerged, the very ones who had been hiding in the shadows. Li Yun and Lu Chun. At this moment, Li Yun was weighing a storage pouch in his hand. Qin Zhang was all too familiar with that pouch. It was the very one he had just given to Qin Zhang to take away. Inside was not only all his belongings, but also the 5 Bodhi fruits he had just obtained. Qin Zhang exclaimed in fury, "Damn it! What have you done to my genre?" Qin Zhang was the most brilliant prodigy of the Qin family in 1,000 years, having stepped into the immortal realm at less than half a century old. He had always been grooming Qin Zhang as his successor. He also regarded Qin Zhang as the future hope of the Qin family. Li Yun chuckled. "Oh, you mean that young man in black? I asked him to give me the storage pouch, and I was willing to exchange it for 5 low-grade spirit stones. But he refused, said my offer was too low, and accused me of insulting him. What's more, he wanted to kill me. Well, I had no choice but to defend myself. As it turned out, I slipped and accidentally killed him." Li Yun spread his hands, looking innocent. "Old sir, this really isn't my fault. I don't usually kill unless the other side wants my life." Hearing these words, Qin Zhang's veins bulged instantly, his eyes turning bloodshot. 5 low-grade spirit stones. And you killed Johnner. I want you dead. I want you dead. I'll kill your entire family. Qin Zhang's aura exploded, his terrifying pressure pouring out like a mountain flood. Behind him, a fire dragon thousands of meters long took shape, its scales distinct, its roar shaking the heavens. Li Yun sighed helplessly. Old people nowadays are so impulsive, can't hold their temper. It's just a descendant dying. Just have a few more. Lu Chun. Senior brother, doesn't your conscience ache when you say that? Beast. Die, old man. The fire dragon roared, tearing through the air, carrying a torrent of heat as it charged straight at them. The old man beside them narrowed his eyes. If not for the fact that he had specially cultivated a perception-type technique, he would never have been able to detect Li Yun and Lu Chun hiding in the void. These two young men were definitely not ordinary. He couldn't see through either of them. As for the scruffier young man, he could vaguely sense that his aura wasn't that strong, but Li Yun, he could not gauge his depth at all. Could it be that the other party's strength surpassed his own? How was that possible? He looked no more than 20 years old. Li Yun watched the earth-shattering fire dragon charging straight at him, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, a black circular domain suddenly expanded like a maw of an abyss, devouring everything. In just a single breath, the thousands-meter-long fire dragon was completely swallowed by the black domain, not even a spark remaining. Qin Jiang was shocked this. How is this possible? He was at the half-step celestial immortal realm. Even a true celestial immortal couldn't have taken his move so easily. The old man beside him also widened his eyes. This is Spatial System Devour. According to ancient records, this ability was extremely abnormal. It could devour all magical attacks unless a physical attack directly hit. Otherwise, cultivators of the same realm would find it very difficult to harm the opponent. Moreover, the strength Li Yan had displayed in that instant had definitely reached the celestial immortal realm. A celestial immortal in his 20s? Could it be the Dao Sun of the Xiantian sect in the central continent? No, that's not right. Even the Xiantian sect couldn't produce a celestial immortal in his 20s. Even the most monstrous genius couldn't do it. Li Yan slowly lowered his hand, saying indifferently, too weak. The moment the words fell, Li Yan's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, reappearing almost instantly in front of Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang hadn't even had time to react before Li Yan's fist was already thrown. One punch. Boom. Qin Jiang's entire body flew backward like a meteor, crashing violently into the cliff wall with a thunderous blast. The cliff wall cracked, rocks flew in all directions, and dust filled the sky. As the dust slowly cleared, Qin Jiang's originally swollen and massive body was rapidly deflating like a leaking balloon covered in ghastly wounds with blood soaking through his entire robe. Qin Jiang struggled to lift his head, his lips trembling, looking at Li Yan in midair with utter disbelief. One move. He was killed in one move. At that moment, fragments of scenes suddenly echoed in his mind. He thought of his two Immortal Realm juniors who had died, tragically, the thousand-year foundation of the Qin family destroyed in an instant, and now even he himself was about to fall here. This was utterly shameful before the ancestors of the Qin family. Overwhelmed by rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood, then his head lolled to the side, and he was completely lifeless. Li Yan slowly withdrew his gaze, turned his head, and unhurriedly looked at the scruffy old man beside him. This old man's cultivation was now suppressed to the early stage of celestial immortal by the forbidden ground, one minor realm lower than his own. But don't underestimate this small gap. Above the immortal realm, the difference between each minor stage was like a chasm. Unless the opponent was extremely talented, they could never be his match. Oh, then again, even if they were monstrous, they couldn't be more monstrous than him, Li Yan. The old man sensed Li Yan's somewhat provocative gaze, but instead of getting angry, he grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth. Little brother, how are you? Li Yan, oh, in what way am I good? Old man. Damn, he hadn't felt this humiliated in centuries. If any other junior had dared to speak to him like that, he would have slapped them long ago. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, the old man smiled and said, I am Zunyangzi, an elder of the Tiandao sect. May I ask where you are from? Li Yan raised an eyebrow. Tiandao sect. You're from the Tiandao sect of the central continent. In the spirit realm, the central continent had 8 major powers that were extremely famous, almost dividing all the resources of the entire central continent. These 8 major powers were also known as the 2 sects, 2 gates, 3 schools, and 1 sacred land. The Tiandao sect was one of these 8. Zunyangzi, that's right. The other party had heard of the Tiandao sect. Good. He should know that the Tiandao sect had a true immortal guarding it. Moreover, there were several celestial immortal powerhouses within the sect. With such strength, they could walk sideways anywhere in the spirit realm. He didn't believe this young man wouldn't be afraid. Li Yan nodded. Oh, and then. Zunyangzi's smile stiffened. And then Hey. This is the Tiandao sect. Not some random nobody sect. Li Yan waved his hand. Alright, I don't want to waste words with you. Hand over the Bodhi fruits in your hand, and you can leave. I don't like to bully the elderly. Zunyangzi's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Youngster, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that just because you're a higher realm than me, you can defeat me. Cultivation does not represent strength alone. Li Yan, so you're not giving them then? No. Then you'll be buried here. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? With that, Li Yan didn't hesitate. He stomped on the void, and in an instant the ground, rocks, and vegetation within a radius of several thousand meters were all covered with a thick layer of ice. The ice spread like a tide, freezing everything in its path, with fine ice crystals drifting in the air as if the world had been instantly dragged into a bitter winter. Zunyangzi's heart skipped a beat. This guy's mastery of ice was actually this powerful. Daring not to be careless, Zunyangzi formed hand seals, and the ground beneath him split open. Scarlet magma erupted from the fissures, the scorching heat waves colliding violently with the ice, producing a piercing, sizzling sound. A thick white mist instantly rose. The magma continued to spread, holding back the advance of the ice, forming a tense stalemate zone. Li Yan squinted slightly. Old man, you actually have dual water and fire affinities. Zunyangzi sneered. Now do you know fear? It's not too late to surrender. Fear. Li Yan curled his lips. In your grandpa's dictionary, there is no such word as surrender. Before his words faded, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, charging straight at Zunyangzi. Zunyangzi snorted coldly. Such an impolite young man. He simultaneously channeled the spiritual energy of both water and fire with a fire serpent writhing in his right hand and a water sword in his left attacking Lian from both sides. Lian moved like lightning, weaving effortlessly between the fire serpent and the water sword. His fists and kicks brought up a flurry of frost, and every landing caused large patches of ice crystals to form on the ground. He raised his right hand, and dozens of huge ice pillars sprouted from the ground like spears and halberds stabbing straight at Xuanyangzi. Xuanyangzi let out a low shout, and the magma beneath him exploded, forming a fire curtain that shot up, melting all the ice pillars. Then with a push of his hands, countless fire meteors shot out from the fire curtain, raining down on Lian like a storm. Lian neither dodged nor avoided, but suddenly clenched his right hand. The incoming fire meteors abruptly halted in midair, then were encased in a layer of ice, turning into frozen fireballs that fell one after another. The battle between the two grew increasingly fierce, ice and fire intertwining and colliding. The entire mountain range trembled under the impact of these two extreme forces, with rocks shattering and trees uprooted only to be instantly frozen and shattered. Half the sky was pale with ice, half was crimson with lava, clearly divided like two completely different heavens devouring each other. Xuanyangzi grew more and more alarmed as he fought. The other's ice mastery was simply divine, able to summon a heavenly cold tide with a mere gesture, as if the entire world was at his command. Yet although he himself was simultaneously driving both water and fire, he was still being completely suppressed, with fewer and fewer opportunities to counterattack. Damn, this guy, what kind of monster is he, and where did he come from? Xuanyangzi grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. No, he thought, this cannot continue. Given the disparity in their cultivation levels, he would inevitably be defeated sooner or later. He must find a way to drag the fight into close combat and defeat Lian in melee. Xuanyangzi's gaze darkened, and his footwork suddenly became erratic and unpredictable. With a flicker of his form, several afterimages split from his body, illusory and real, converging on Lian from all directions. A glint of interest flashed in Lian's eyes. Want to fight up close? Perfect, I was just thinking the same. He raised his right hand palm open, assuming a steady and composed starting posture. He took a slight step back, with his left foot rooting himself to the ground like a tree, lowering his center of gravity. Xuanyangzi's figure drew closer and closer, then he launched himself at Li, and like a drawn bow releasing an arrow. His punches and kicks were wide and fierce, each strike imbued with scorching water and firepower, causing the air to hum and buzz. Yet Lian remained unhurried, his arms moving like swimming dragons, his footwork steady yet agile. His left hand parried a straight punch, while his right palm smoothly slipped into the opening. He sidestepped a sweeping kick and countered with a palm strike to the opponent's ribs. Each move flowed like drifting clouds and running water, using softness to overcome hardness, effortlessly dissolving Xuanyangzi's storm-like onslaught. In the distance, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on a high rock, watching the battle below with amazement. I never thought. Senior Brother's 8 trigrams palm has reached the grand completion stage. He had known that Senior Brother practiced the 8 trigrams palm, but he remembered Senior Brother once saying he disliked close combat and only learned the 8 trigrams palm because its core philosophy focused on defense. It could counter some close-quarters brawling. Yet he never expected Senior Brother had actually mastered it to grand completion. He now seriously suspected his Senior Brother was putting on an act. What he didn't know was that among physical cultivation techniques, Li had truly only learned the 8 trigrams palm and had never dabbled in any others. Lian had devoted most of his time to spell cultivation except for the 8 trigrams palm, which he had persistently practiced ever since his transmigration. As long as he had no weaknesses, no one could kill him. Boom. The two clashed again with fists and palms, the impact spreading outward like ripples, cracking the ground beneath them and sending fragments of stone flying. As time passed, the battle shifted from equal footing to Lian gradually gaining the upper hand. Lian's palm techniques grew smoother, his steps more composed. A move called Single Whip struck straight at Xuanyangzi's face, forcing him to sidestep and block. Then with a turning body and blocking hammer, he pressed the attack, striking heavily against Xuanyangzi's arm and sending him stumbling back several steps. Xuanyangzi gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by Lian's relentless palm techniques, almost unable to catch his breath. By now he realized this Lian was clearly using him as a practice dummy. Damn. In over 1,000 years of life, Xuanyangzi had never felt so humiliated, being used as a training tool by a junior. Lian seized the moment and struck out with a palm, the wind sharp, and aimed directly at Xuanyangzi's chest. But in that instant, a cold gleam flashed in Xuanyangzi's eyes. He took the strike head on. Blood sprayed from his mouth, but his left hand turned and firmly clamped onto Lian's right wrist. Lian frowned and tried to withdraw his hand, but it was too late. A black substance surged from Xuanyangzi's palm like a living thing, instantly covering Lian's right arm. Wherever the black substance passed, flesh, spiritual energy, and vitality were rapidly consumed, as if devoured, and the right arm visibly disintegrated. Without hesitation, Li Yin kicked Xuanyangzi away while activating his spatial devouring power to swallow the spreading black substance completely. Even so, Li Yin's entire right arm had vanished, leaving only an empty sleeve. In the distance, Lu Chen abruptly stood up, his expression changing. He hadn't expected that even with Li Yin's vigilance he would fall victim to Xuanyangzi's annihilation. "Senior brother, are you alright?" Li Yin raised his left hand and waved it back, signaling that he was fine. Amid the rubble, Xuanyangzi slowly climbed to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked at Li Yin's empty right sleeve. A smile gradually curled at the corner of his mouth. Young people are still young people. Indeed, the older the wiser. Using him as a practice dummy. Who did he think he was? Xuanyangzi straightened up, his face calm. "Young man, let me teach you a lesson today. Don't push people too hard. Know when to stop. Besides, you've already obtained 5 Bodhi fruits. That should be enough. If you leave now, it's not impossible to restore your arm." But before his words faded, his pupils suddenly contracted, his mouth slightly opened, and he froze in place. At the severed end of Li Yin's empty right arm, a soft green light glowed. Then the flesh began to writhe, bones reconstructed, and meridians reconnected. In just a few breaths, a completely intact arm grew back. Li Yin flexed his new right arm, clenched his fist, sensing the familiar power, and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Aside from consuming a bit of spiritual energy, it was almost no different from before. Xuanyangzi stared wide-eyed, his lips trembling for a long time. Healing ability. What kind of freak are you at? First spatial devouring, now life-based healing. With such a configuration, who of the same cultivation level could kill this guy? Moreover, his realm was lower than Li Yan's. Damn. In the distance, Lu Chun was also stunned. He hadn't expected his senior brother to have another hidden card. Life-based healing. He certainly knew about this ability. The higher the cultivation level, the more monstrous the healing talent. Even in his past life at the divine realm, the last thing he wanted to face was an opponent with healing abilities. Those kinds of beings were like unkillable cockroaches. No matter how you killed them, they wouldn't die, and once they latched onto you, you couldn't shake them off. Xuanyangzi took a deep breath. He definitely wouldn't fight anymore. If he continued, he might end up losing his own life here. Damn, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How could he encounter such a freak in this desolate wilderness? Then Xuanyangzi quickly pulled out 3 Bodhi fruits and decisively tossed them in 3 different directions. Immediately after, he kicked off the ground and shot off in another direction, his speed so fast he left an afterimage, vanishing into the mountains in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Li Yin vanished from his spot, collecting 2 of the Bodhi fruits, while the last one was caught steadily by Lu Chun. Just as Li Yin was about to continue the pursuit, Lu Chun stepped in front of him, shaking his head slightly. "Forget it, senior brother." Li Yin frowned. Why let him go? In his mind, since they had become enemies, he should crush them completely. Settle grievances on the spot. He didn't like leaving hidden dangers. As the saying goes, if you don't root out the weeds, the wind will bring them back again. Lu Chen explained, "This Bodhi tree is a spiritual root of heaven and earth. According to ancient records, a Bodhi tree can bear at most 9 Bodhi fruits. That old man probably has at most 1 left. Besides, he's from the heavenly Tao sect, a major force with a true immortal. He's bound to have some life-saving treasures. If we push him too hard, he might use his trump card in desperation, and we'd end up losing more than we gain." Li Yin was silent for a moment, then sighed. "It's my fault. My cultivation speed is still too slow. If I had already broken through to true immortal, I would have crushed this old bastard to death right here." "Lu Chun. Not this again. You're still humble bragging. Senior brother, if the cultivators who spend 100 years just to touch the threshold of the immortal realm heard your words, they'd probably suffer from chi deviation on the spot." Li Yin, there's no comparison. Everyone's constitution is different. Lu Chun. That's true enough. Mount Tai, known as Dai Mountain in ancient times and also called Dai Zone, is located in the eastern part of Daxia. Its main peak, Yuhuang Peak, stands at an elevation of over 1500 meters. Though not the highest mountain in the world, Mount Tai is revered in Daxia as the foremost of the 5 great mountains and the number 1 mountain under heaven. Since ancient times, Mount Tai has been regarded as a celestial staircase leading directly to the throne of the emperor, a sacred site for emperors of successive dynasties to perform the Fengshan rituals, and one of the spiritual totems of Daxia civilization. At the foot of Mount Tai, the members of the Hangqing University Tourism Club had mostly gathered, 9 in total. The club president was none other than Gu Ya's close friend Li Ruoxuan. Gu Ya had only joined the club recently purely because Li Ruoxuan felt her life was too quiet and stuffy and had dragged her out to relax. Thus, she was not particularly familiar with the other members, as she knew their names at most, but little beyond that. As night deepened, the group began to ascend the stone steps. Gu Ya wore her hair in a ponytail, a white windbreaker zipped up to her collar, a lightweight hiking backpack, and held a trekking pole in her hand. This was her first time climbing Mount Tai, and she felt a sense of novelty and anticipation. Mount Tai truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost of the 5 great mountains, inspiring the timeless verse, "Ascend to the summit, and behold how small all other mountains appear." Though it was night, Gu Ya could still vaguely see the distant mountains shrouded in ink-like darkness, and hear the rustling pines nearby. How breathtaking the scenery would be in daylight. An hour later the group continued upward. Li Ruoxuan as the president led the way at the front, while Guya stayed near the back of the group. At that moment Wang Bo, clad in a black windbreaker, slowed his pace and naturally walked beside her, asking with a smile, "Guya, did you bring your jacket?" Guya nodded. "It's in my backpack." "Good," Wang Bo said gently. "It gets cold at the summit during night climbs and the wind is strong. Make sure to put it on. I've climbed Mount Tai before. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Guya nodded politely. "Okay." Since high school, Guya had been the recognized school beauty, never lacking suitors. She could naturally see Wang Bo's intentions. But she simply had no feelings for him, and moreover she knew that her best friend Li Ruoxuan actually harbored some affection for Wang Bo. For either reason, Guya tried to maintain a certain distance and aloofness when facing Wang Bo. Wang Bo in turn sensed the estrangement. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, but he said nothing more. The group continued their ascent. Far more people were night climbing Mount Tai than expected. The stone steps were crowded with a stream of people, and the lights of flashlights wound and flickered through the mountains. Supply stations dotted the path as well. The group walked and rested, stopping to drink water and chat when tired, so the journey was not too exhausting. Around 4 a.m. the sky remained pitch black with sparse stars hanging overhead. The group finally succeeded in reaching the summit of Mount Tai. Li Ruoxuan stood at the front, raising her arm and shouting, "Everyone take a break. The sunrise will be here soon." "Awesome." The crowd cheered, each finding a spot to sit, waiting for the first light of dawn. At that moment, in the command room of the Tianheng Bureau in the capital city, an alarm suddenly blared. "Bad news. A spatial rift has appeared again." "What? Where is it?" "Mount Tai. At the summit of Mount Tai." "Damn. Notify the Luzhou branch immediately. Prepare for prevention." "Yes, sir." At that moment, on Yuhuang Peak of Mount Tai, a faint light was beginning to glow on the horizon. Low clouds hung heavily, and a thick fog permeated the mountains. The sunrise was nowhere in sight. "Damn. Is there no sunrise? It's all fog, can't see a thing. Damn it. Wait a little longer, maybe the fog will clear." The crowd was reluctant, raising their phones to gaze toward the eastern sky. But at that very moment, a low, eerie sound suddenly echoed above the summit. A low hum. Then a fierce wind suddenly descended from the sky. No, it was more like an invisible force violently yanking at everyone's bodies. "What's happening? Where did this freak wind come from?" The crowd cried out in alarm. The once calm Yuhuang Peak instantly fell into chaos. Just then Wang Bo abruptly looked up, pointing at a pitch-black rift in midair, and shouted in terror, "Everyone look. What is that?" A black crack about a meter long had appeared out of nowhere in the air. Its edges twisted like burned paper, while the interior was an impenetrable darkness, bottomless and abyssal. "Bloody hell. Is that a special effect? Are you stupid? Who would make a special effect black?" Under the crowd's gaze, the rift expanded at a visible rate, growing to 2 or 3 meters in just a few breaths. As it grew larger, the suction force intensified, and a gale swept across the entire summit. "Heavens, that thing is getting bigger. The wind is getting stronger too. Everyone be careful. I'm going down. I want to go down." The wind roared like thunder. The entire Yuhuang Peak trembled violently in the gale. Broken stones, fallen leaves, and even roadside trash cans were lifted into the air, spiraling toward the ever-expanding black rift. "Everyone grab onto something fixed. Don't let go." Li Ruoxuan shouted hoarsely, clinging desperately to a stone pillar. The others also held tight to railings, boulders, and iron chains. At that moment, a middle-aged woman was struck by a stone. Her grip on the railing involuntarily loosened. In an instant, the wind swept her away, her body uncontrollably lifted into the air, flying straight toward the rift. "Help! Save me!" Before she could finish, her figure vanished into the rift. "Ah! Someone got swallowed in." A chill ran through the crowd and fear spread instantly. No one knew what would become of those sucked into that rift. Meanwhile, the rift continued to expand unnoticed by many until it had stretched to 5 or 6 meters long, like a giant black mouth hanging overhead, devouring everything. Rocks, tiles, and building debris cracked and flew upward, streaming into the rift like a reversed waterfall. More and more tourists were swept away, their screams echoing endlessly. "Help me! Don't let go!" Boom! The stone pillar Li Ruoxuan was clutching finally could not withstand the suction tearing from the ground and lifting her into the sky along with it. "Ruoxuan!" Guya cried out in shock. She tried to reach out, but her own body was rising in the immense force, her feet nearly leaving the ground. Her fingers dug desperately into the edge of a nearby boulder, her nails scraping bloody marks on the rough stone. Sharp pain shot through her fingertips, but the suction kept intensifying. She could not hold on much longer. Crack! Her fingers slowly slipped the bloody tips, losing their last grip. Guya was yanked into the sky. The next second, darkness swallowed everything. At that moment, somewhere on the outskirts of the Taichu Forbidden Land, a massive black rift suddenly tore through the sky. Countless building fragments, boulders, and debris cascaded out like a waterfall, mixed with chaotic gusts, crashing into the dense forest below. Guya felt the world spinning. One moment she was head up, the next she was plummeting downward. The sensation of weightlessness seized her heart. Like a broken kite, she crashed through layers of branches scraped and battered by thick limbs, a searing pain spreading across her entire body. Then, boom, she slammed heavily onto the ground. Her vision went black and her internal organs felt as if they had been shaken apart. Hissing through her teeth, Guya endured the agony for a long while before slowly opening her eyes. What met her gaze were enormous ancient trees, their trunks so thick that several people would be needed to encircle them, their canopies blotting out the sky. Only fragmented, dappled light filtered through the leaves. Beneath her feet lay a thick layer of fallen leaves and soil, soft yet firm. The air was thick with the scent of vegetation mingled with a trace of blood. Guya propped herself up with her aching body and slowly sat up. Looking down, she saw her white windbreaker torn to shreds, covered in holes and stains. Her trouser legs were ripped as well, exposing the skin of her knees and calves, which were covered in scrapes, oozing fine beads of blood, stinging fiercely. After a while, her body began to recover slightly. Guya slowly lifted her head and looked around. Everywhere lay the wreckage of Yuhuang Peak's structures, stone pillars, tiles, wooden planks, trash cans. Not far away, half a shattered stone tablet was slanted into the soil. Guya tried to stand up, bracing herself on the ground, but her right hand touched something warm and soft. She instinctively glanced sideways. Guya scrambled backwards several steps, her face pale as death. It was an arm. Torn from the shoulder, it lay alone in the fallen leaves. And the arm's owner was the middle-aged woman who had been the first to be sucked into the rift. She was now unrecognizable, her entire body crushed to a pulp under a massive boulder, a bloody mess, with only that arm relatively intact. Guya's stomach churned violently, but she forced herself not to vomit. Where is this? Forcing herself not to look at the woman's corpse, she raised her head again, surveying the strange primal environment, her mind blank. Just then a familiar voice came from nearby. Xiaoya, are you okay? Guya immediately turned around. Li Ruoxuan, Wang Bo, and a few other tourism club members were running toward her. They all bore some scratches and signs of dishevelment, but overall seemed uninjured. Seeing Li Ruoxuan, Guya's tense heart finally eased a little. Her eyes glistened. Ruoxuan. Li Ruoxuan hurried to her side, crouched down, and reached out. Are you okay, Xiaoya? Guya took Li Ruoxuan's hand and slowly rose to her feet. She moved her limbs, and apart from the pain of the scrapes, nothing felt particularly serious. Guya shook her head. I'm fine. Is everyone else okay? Wang Bo's face darkened. He said in a low voice, Zhao Zhun, Wang Yiming. They're dead. And old Zheng. They haven't been found yet. When these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Having originally come to climb Mount Tai and watch the sunrise, how could this happen? What exactly was that crack? After a moment of silence, Guya spoke first. Does anyone have any ideas? Wang Bo looked up and pointed at the sky. Yes. Now it seems we were sucked in by that crack. Guya followed his gaze and looked up. Although the canopy above was dense and impenetrable, through the gaps one could vaguely see the huge crack in the sky, which had expanded to nearly 10 meters long, like a wound torn in the heavens, its edges still writhing slightly. At that moment, a bespectacled young man with a scholarly and refined appearance pushed up his glasses and spoke calmly. If my reasoning is correct, it's very likely that this place is no longer Earth. Wang Bo turned to look at him. Xiao Chao, how do you know? Wang Jichao pointed at a towering tree beside them. I've loved plants and animals since I was a child, especially plants. I can't claim to recognize every species of tree in the world, but I'm familiar with most of them. But this trunk, this leaf shape, I swear it absolutely doesn't exist on Earth. And look at the surrounding ecological environment. It's abnormal. Logically, with such dense foliage overhead blocking almost all sunlight, the ground should be dark and vegetation sparse. He crouched down, pointing at the lush, eerily thriving green plants in the shade. But these low-growing plants are so vigorous, completely defying the basic laws of photosynthesis. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even if they didn't know botany, they had heard that plants need sunlight to grow, yet these green grasses were clearly abnormal. A slightly plump girl trembled as she asked, Then what is this place? Wang Jichao shook his head. I don't know. But since ancient times, Mount Tai has been said to bring peace to the world when it is stable. Many ancients regarded Mount Tai as a mountain connecting to heaven. Perhaps this world is connected to Mount Tai, or even could be the legendary Immortal Realm. Wang Bo frowned. Immortal Realm. Xiao Chao, isn't that too far-fetched? Wang Jichao did not refute. After all, it was just speculation. But the plants here were truly bizarre. He had never seen such enormous trees. Li Ruoxuan analyzed. If this is another world, and we came through the crack, then if we cross back through the crack, can we return to Earth? Wang Bo shook his head and pointed at the crack in midair. That's impossible. The crack is suspended in midair. Even if we climb to the top of the trees, we can't reach that height. Perhaps because of those words, the slightly plump girl Duodwa finally broke down, tears streaming down her face. Then what do we do now? I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Li Ruoxuan quickly walked over and patted her back to comfort her. It's okay, Duodwa, we will definitely find a way back. And the police will surely investigate. Maybe the rescue team will come in soon. Hearing this, Wang Jichao let out a bitter laugh. The police. It's uncertain whether they would even send a search party into such an unbelievable crack. Even if they did, going through various procedures would probably take several days. At times like this, relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. Just then a hoarse voice came from not far away. Hey, you guys, can you come help? My leg is wrecked. Guya and the others followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man sitting on the ground, his face pale, his calf bent at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. Beside him stood several other tourists, equally disheveled and anxious. Without a second thought, Guya immediately said, "Let's go help first." Everyone quickly gathered around some tearing clothes to make makeshift bandages, others using branches to splint the injury. Just as they were busily working, the ground suddenly shook violently. The soil not far away bulged, cracking, as if something enormous was pushing up from below. "Look at the ground," Wang Bo exclaimed. Dozens of meters away, the earth churned and heaved like boiling water, as if something huge was moving rapidly underground, charging toward them. Wang Jichao squinted and looked closely, his face instantly changing color. "Run. Run now." The moment he spoke, he turned and fled. The man with the broken leg immediately panicked, reaching out and shouting, "Hey, don't leave me." Wang Bo grabbed Wang Jichao's backpack strap and shouted angrily, "Damn. Wang Jichao, what are you doing? That thing underground is definitely alive." Wang Jichao shook off Wang Bo's hand and continued running in the opposite direction, shouting over his shoulder, "You guys run too. That thing is definitely huge." Everyone watched Wang Jichao run farther and farther away, momentarily stunned. In that instant of stunned silence, boom, the earth suddenly exploded, soil surging like waves, and a gigantic black shadow burst out from underground. It was a jet-black giant centipede, its pair of fangs alone as long as a minibus. As for its body, no one knew how long it was. They could only see countless pairs of legs arranged like blades on either side, emitting a terrifying rustling sound as it writhed. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in place, legs trembling, minds blank. What is this thing?" Wang Jichao's anxious voice came from afar. "You idiots. What are you standing there for? Run." In an instant, everyone snapped out of it, screaming and turning to run desperately. As for Wang Jichao's earlier remark of idiots, no one cared anymore. However, the slightly plump girl named Duo was completely terrified, frozen in place, her legs like lead, unable to move a step, her eyes filled with fear. "Oh, don't come near." Li Ruoxuan ran a few steps, turned back, and saw Duo still standing there, panicked. "Hey, Duo, run." But it was too late. The giant centipede swooped down, its huge maw snapping shut with a crunch, biting off Duo's upper body and swallowing it. Blood exploded like splashed water, splattering on the ground and leaves around. Li Ruoxuan was instantly frozen, pupils constricting as if nailed to the spot. At that moment, Guya came to her senses, grabbed Li Ruoxuan's hand, and pulled her desperately back. "Go, Ruoxuan, go." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man with the broken leg struggled to crawl, his face full of despair, screaming hoarsely, "Don't all run away. Take me with you. I don't want to die." The young man screamed, "Take me. If we get back to Earth, I'll give you 10 million. Wang Bo heard this and paused for a moment. 10 million, that was indeed a lot. But he took one look back at the centipede bearing down like a mountain, and his heart trembled. Even if it were 100 million, he'd have to be alive to spend it. He gritted his teeth and continued running without looking back. Seeing this, the middle-aged man completely collapsed, cursing loudly. "Damn it, I'll curse your whole family." He struggled to grab a broken branch and swung it at the approaching centipede. "Back off, back off, back off. Evil creature, retreat." Crunch. The centipede swallowed him in one bite along with the broken branch, and the sound of chewing echoed in the dense forest, making everyone unconsciously quicken their pace. After devouring the middle-aged man, the giant centipede paused for hardly a moment before charging toward the crowd with a terrifying speed. Its massive body crushed the ground, snapping trees like twigs in its path, sending branches and leaves flying and dust swirling into the air. Wang Bo glanced back, nearly frightened out of his wits. "Holy crap. Move your damn legs. What the hell? What the hell? Xiaoya, Ruoxuan, hurry." At this moment, the last ones were several middle-aged women whose stamina was quickly failing, their faces turned pale. Young man, help. Please help me. Wang Bo, help. Help my ass. Soon. The centipede caught up to them, its enormous mandibles snapping shut, instantly swallowing the tourists' bags and all. The crowd ran frantically through the dense forest, tripping over dead branches and rocks, but no one dared to stop. Yet after running a few dozen steps, Wang Jichao, who was at the front, suddenly halted, his arms stretched out. "Everyone stop." Wang Bo immediately shouted, "Hey, Xiao, why aren't you running?" Wang Jichao pointed ahead, trembling. "There's a cliff ahead." Everyone stopped and looked forward. Indeed, there was no path ahead, only a bottomless precipice beneath their feet. The bottom of the cliff was shrouded in mist, its depth unknown. And at that moment, the dense forest behind them exploded as the giant centipede burst through the trees, its massive body stretching across like a train before them. Under the sunlight, its body was pitch black like iron, over 30 meters long, coiled among the trees. Its countless legs writhed like blades, and its huge fangs still dripped with the blood of those it had just consumed. This big. Ancestors protect me, ancestors protect me. A middle-aged man, unable to bear the pressure, leaped directly off the cliff. The crowd shuddered at the sight. In such a situation, perhaps jumping off the cliff gave a better chance of survival. Still no one dared to try. Death both ahead and behind, they chose to die standing. Longbow swallowed hard cold sweat on his forehead now. What do we do? The centipede slowly approached, its massive body pressing down on their living space step by step, despair spreading rapidly through the crowd. Some collapsed to the ground, others wailed. I don't want to die. Save me. At this moment, Guya stared at the giant centipede, clenching her fists tightly. She didn't know if the power within her could confront this terrifying monster, but now they had no retreat. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Li Ruoxuan was startled. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Longbow, Xiaoya, don't go. Guya didn't answer. She raised her right hand toward the giant centipede, palm facing it. Then a crystal-clear ice spike rapidly formed in her palm. Longbow was shocked. Holy crap. Superpowers. Wang Jichao adjusted his glasses, his eyes flickering, but he remained silent, staring intently at Guya's hand. Guya suddenly exerted force, and the ice spike shot out like a streak of white light, slamming into the centipede's carapace. Bang! The centipede's massive body shuddered slightly, leaving a faint white mark on its shell. It worked. Wang Bo felt a surge of hope, but it was only for a moment. The centipede seemed enraged, letting out a sharp hiss as it charged straight at Guya, its huge mandibles wide open, a foul stench rushing toward her. Guya's pupils contracted. It's over. Xiaoya, Li Ruoxuan screamed. Just as the centipede was about to bite Guya less than 2 meters away, its massive body suddenly halted. Then, as if sensing something, it began to slowly retreat, its legs digging nervously into the ground. Guya was stunned. Huh? What's happening? Wang Bo exclaimed. Guya, did your superpower work? I don't know. Guya looked utterly bewildered. She felt her power was strong, but clearly it hadn't harmed the monster. Wang Jichao stared at the centipede's huge compound eyes, seeming to understand something. No, that's fear. It's afraid. Guya afraid. At that moment, behind them, the light suddenly dimmed. Everyone turned around instinctively. At the edge of the cliff, a massive shadow slowly rose. Then a golden vertical pupil as large as a house slowly lifted from the bottom of the cliff, immense and majestic. At that moment, everyone felt as insignificant as ants on the ground. Next, the head of a giant bird covered in crimson feathers rose from the cliff, its beak as large as a giant axe, each feather shimmering with a flowing flame-like luster. Li Ruoxuan's mouth fell open. What is that? Suddenly a gale rose, and everyone was blown off balance, falling to the ground. Then a crimson giant bird hundreds of meters long slowly flapped its wings and rose from the cliff, its wings spreading to blot out the sun like a burning cloud floating in the sky. The giant centipede, seeing this, panicked, completely twisting its body and fleeing into the dense forest. But the giant bird's eye showed a hint of mockery, and it flapped its wings fiercely. Boom! A violent hurricane swept through, flattening the entire forest. Wang Jichao's face changed drastically. No. Quickly hide behind the rocks. Several people reacted fast and immediately hid behind a huge boulder at the cliff's edge. But 2 tourists who were slower were swept up by the wind, screaming as they disappeared into the vast sky. The giant bird swooped down, its huge claws like steel hooks grabbing the frantically fleeing centipede. Sharp talons dug deep into the centipede's carapace, pinning it to the ground, crushing a large area of trees, with branches snapping and cracking. Then the giant bird lowered its head, and its massive beak pecked down. It pierced straight through the centipede's head. The huge body twitched a few times, then went limp and motionless. The people hiding behind the rock trembled uncontrollably. This scene was utterly shocking. Compared to this, those sci-fi movies were just child's play. Li Ruoxuan, what is that? Wang Bo, a centipede dozens of meters long, a bird hundreds of meters long. What kind of world have we come to? Even Godzilla in the movies isn't this exaggerated. Wang Jichao stared at the giant bird, swallowed, and murmured, Immortals. This must be the immortal realm. However, after finishing off the centipede, the giant bird did not leave immediately. It slowly turned its head, its golden vertical pupils rolling, then fixed on the people hiding behind. Wang Bo, that bird is looking at us. It's not going to eat us, is it? No way. We're just a bit of meat, not enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Wang Jichao's face changed, and he whispered urgently, shut up. Don't speak. Don't look directly into its eyes. With that, he was the first to lie flat on the ground, burying his face in the grass, motionless like a stone. Wang Bo was stunned. What the hell? What are you doing? Don't talk. Do as I do. Seeing this, the others, though confused, had no choice but to follow suit, gritting their teeth and lying down like Wang Jichao, one by one prostrate on the ground, holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. The giant bird's golden vertical pupils slowly swept over the group, pausing on them for a moment. Then, as if losing interest, it withdrew its gaze, flapped its wings violently, sending up a gust of wind, grabbed the centipede's corpse with its huge claws, and flew away into the distance. Wang Bo, who had been sneaking a peek, immediately sat up as he saw the bird fly far away, panting heavily. It's gone. That bird is gone. Hearing this, the others dared to get up, watching the giant bird disappear into the distance, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Many collapsed to the ground, their backs soaked with cold sweat. It was terrifying. They had never seen such a terrifying creature in their lives. Just one of its feathers was larger than their entire bodies. Just then Li Ruoxuan suddenly raised her hand and pointed at the sky. Wait, look, what is that? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. In the distance above the giant bird, a dazzling meteor was streaking across the sky at an incredible speed, heading straight for the bird. The giant bird sensed the anomaly and tried to dodge sideways. Boom! The meteor slammed heavily into the bird. Then the giant bird let out a mournful cry, its huge body losing balance, falling like a broken kite toward the forest below. Rumble! The entire ground shook violently, a terrifying shockwave spreading like a tsunami, flattening and snapping trees for miles around, sending dust flying. Wangbo squinted and shouted, "Holy crap! Again! What now?" The others quickly hid behind the boulder on the opposite side. The dust slowly settled, and only then did the people dare to peek out and look at the sky. And that single glance shattered their worldview. At the spot where the meteor had stopped, a figure was suspended in midair. No, it was a human figure. Guya's pupils contracted slightly. That's a person. Wangbo was shocked. How can a person fly in the sky? The figure slowly descended to a height visible to the crowd. It was a young man with a Taoist topknot, wearing a white robe, his face handsome as jade, with an ethereal aura untouched by worldly dust, like an immortal stepping out of a painting. The young man hovered in the air, and around him faint purple lightning began to flicker. Then he slowly raised his right hand, pointing a finger to the sky, a dazzling light gathering at his fingertip. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled. In less than a breath, a thick bolt of heavenly lightning tore through the sky, carrying a destructive pressure, and struck precisely onto the giant bird below. Boom! The heavenly lightning pierced through the bird's belly, its crimson feathers instantly charred and shattered in the radiance. The giant bird let out one last mournful cry, then its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, completely lifeless. The world fell silent, with only the wind and the remnants of lightning. Wang Bo's mouth hung open. Is that a god? Wang Jichao, an immortal? That's an immortal. A true immortal. Guya and the others just stared blankly at the white-robed figure in the sky. In just half an hour, their worldview, everything they had learned since childhood, was completely shattered. The young man seemed to notice the crowd as well. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon them. With just one glance, everyone instinctively held their breath. That gaze was like a gust of cold wind blowing from the summit of 1,000 zhang snowy mountain, indifferent, aloof. Words could hardly describe it best. If previously facing the golden vertical pupils of the giant bird, they felt like mere ants, then now confronted with the young man's gaze, they could not even muster any anger at being looked down upon. Instead, they felt a primal, heartfelt reverence. It was as if what stood before them was not a youth, but a deity overlooking the mortal world. Soon, however, the young man withdrew his gaze and turned back to look at the giant bird's corpse below. The young man descended slowly, hovering above the giant bird's head. He raised his finger and gently tapped the bird's brow. A thread of spiritual light entered the bird's body, drawing out a bowl-sized droplet of essence blood. The essence blood was crimson, radiating scorching energy. The storage pouch at the youth's waist flickered slightly, and 3 jade bottles floated out. The droplet of essence blood automatically divided into 3 portions, each flowing into a bottle. Having done this, the youth put the jade bottles back into his storage pouch, and only then did he turn his gaze back to Guya and the others. With a slight movement, he drifted slowly toward them. Wangbo, he's coming flying over. The young man landed gently a few meters in front of them, his white robe fluttering lightly, watching them with keen interest. Wangbo lowered his voice. What do we do now? Wang Jichao gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, stepped forward to shield everyone, and then bowed deeply to the young man. Immortal, greetings. After uttering those 4 words, he remained bowed, not daring to raise his head. Everyone behind him stared intently at the young man. Yet the young man's expression remained unchanged. He still watched them with a hint of appraising interest, saying nothing. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Wangbo couldn't help whispering, "What does this mean? Can't the immortal understand us?" Wang Jichao slowly raised his head, frowning. "If we can't communicate, that's a real problem." Li Ruoxuan ventured, "How about trying a different language?" Wang Bo's eyes lit up. Let me. I'll give it a try." He mimicked Wang Jichao's bow, then forced a warm smile at the young man. "Hello. Huh. No, let's try another. Sawadee." No response. "Appa." Still no response. Yamit." No, that's not right. How do you say hello in Japanese?" Guya whispered, "Ohayo." Right. Ohayo. Immortal. But no matter how they switched languages or gestured, the young man merely watched them calmly, without response or movement, like a breathing statue. Wangbo gradually couldn't hold it in. He opened his mouth, glanced at the others, and silently mouthed a word. "Do you think this guy could be a idiot?" Everyone understood his lip movement. After all, even if he didn't understand, a normal person would at least have some body language, right? Nodding or shaking his head. But this youth stood there motionless as if he hadn't heard a thing, giving no reaction at all. Just like that, the youth remained still, quietly watching the crowd. After a while, a system prompt finally sounded in Lian's mind. Special check-in task: in front of 3 or more people, stay silent, act aloof, for 5 minutes. Completed. Received a special check-in. Lian's lips curled into a slight smile. By then Wang Bo and the others had already discussed a plan. They found a wooden stick from somewhere, came to a spot 2 meters in front of Lian, and crouched down to start drawing on the ground. Wang Bo drew as he cautiously spoke. Immortal. It's like this: we accidentally came here. He drew a few stick figures and a circle. Just as he was painstakingly showcasing his talent, a clear voice suddenly rang out. No need to draw. I can understand you. In an instant, everyone's body stiffened. Wang Bo slowly raised his head, looking uncertain. Huh, what? Who just spoke? Li Ruoxuan quietly pointed at Lian. Wang Bo followed her finger, his pupils contracting. You mean the Immortal? Yes, it was me. The clear voice sounded again. Wang Bo was so startled, he nearly fell to the ground, scrambling backward 2 steps. Wang Bo still couldn't believe it. He looked at Lian and asked tentatively, Immortal? You really understand what we're saying? Lian smiled slightly. Yes, I understand. Wang Bo, holy crap. Then what were you doing staying silent for those few minutes? Acting aloof. He almost blurted out those words, but his reason forced the words back down his throat, leaving only a look of frustration on his face. After all, the other party could kill a giant beast in an instant. Crushing him would be easier than crushing an ant. Then Wang Jichao stepped forward respectfully, saying, Immortal, my name is Wang Jichao. It's like this: we come from a very distant place. Originally we were on a mountain, and for some unknown reason we suddenly arrived here. He deliberately avoided mentioning sensitive words like Earth or another world. After all, although this youth looked friendly, no one knew whether he was good or bad. Before figuring out the other's attitude, he chose to probe with ambiguous statements. This way he wouldn't make the other feel he was lying, nor would he reveal everything too early. Lian glanced at him, then swept his gaze over the other's jackets, sport pants, and hiking boots. He had never seen such styles in the spirit realm, but there was one place where they were everywhere. That place was Earth, the world where he lived in his past life. Lian's heart stirred slightly, but he quickly suppressed that long-lost excitement. Even if he now knew these people were from Earth, so what? He was no longer the ordinary person he once was. He didn't even know if his past life family and friends were still alive. Even if they were alive, how should he face them? A cultivator should sever worldly ties and focus solely on the Tao. This was a principle his master had taught him countless times. The immortal path was long, since he had already journeyed far, there was no turning back. Lian composed himself, looked at the group, and said calmly, You came out of a realm rift, didn't you? Realm rift? Wang Jichao was taken aback. You can think of it as a space rift, Lian explained. Passing through it brings you to another world. Everyone was startled. Wang Jichao swallowed hard. You know. Lian didn't answer, but instead asked, Where is that space rift? Wang Jichao instinctively pointed to where they had fallen, over there. However, when he looked up at that sky, his entire body froze. The huge crack, originally nearly 10 meters long, had now completely vanished, leaving only a few streaks of drifting clouds. Disappeared. Lian looked in the direction they pointed, sweeping his divine sense over that space, and nodded slightly. That space is indeed still fragile. It must have just healed recently. Since the space has healed, it's currently impossible for you to return to your original world. Li Ruoxuan's face changed. Do you mean, we can't go back? Lian glanced at her, and said calmly, For now you really can't go back. Hearing this, Gu Ya's heart stirred. Immortal, do you mean? We still have a chance to return? Lian nodded. Yes. The heavenly Tao is currently reviving, and your world will eventually merge into the spirit realm. Returning home is only a matter of time. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, their minds filled with terms like heavenly Tao revival and merge into the spirit realm. This, they couldn't understand at all. However, one thing they understood, they could go home. Wang Jichao pressed further, Immortal, this sooner or later. Roughly how long? Lian thought for a moment and said indifferently, At least a few years, at most a few decades. Wang Bo immediately exploded. That long? Lian gave a soft laugh upon hearing this. That long? I think you've misunderstood something. What you should worry about now is not when you can leave, but how to survive. The moment his words fell, everyone present was stunned. Yes, whether a few years or decades, if they couldn't survive, everything was pointless. Recalling the giant bird that blotted out the sky and the 30-meter-long centipede, everyone involuntarily shuddered. Then Wang Bo stepped forward and pleaded to Li and Immortal. Can you help us? Lian raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Help you? Why should I help you? Li Ruoxuan, Immortal. We can become your disciples, be your students. Honor you. Right. Wang Bo nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining. We can become your disciples. If they could follow this Immortal to cultivate celestial arts, then returning to Earth didn't seem as important. On Earth, they were just ordinary college students. After graduation, they'd be ordinary workhorses. But here they might learn real immortal arts. He could almost picture himself returning to Earth decades later, flying on a sword and summoning wind and rain. Ahaha. but a bucket of cold water was poured over them. Lian sneered, "Take disciples. You all look older than me. Why should I take you as disciples? Besides, you've long passed the optimal age for foundation establishment. Why should I waste my time and resources cultivating a group with poor foundations and late starts?" Everyone was instantly rendered speechless. At that moment, Wang Jichao remained slightly bowed toward Lian. "Immortal, it's fine if you look down on us. But could you send us to a relatively safe place? We can exchange something with you." Lian chuckled. "Exchange something? You mortals, what could you possibly have that I'd find valuable?" Wang Jichao, "Well, indeed, what could they have that an immortal would value? Gold necklaces, Rolexes. An immortal had no use for those." Just then Li Ruoxuan suddenly took off her backpack, crouched down, and started rummaging through it. Then a few items were placed one by one on the ground: a bucket of Master Kong braised beef noodles, 2 sausages, a pack of Mimi shrimp crackers, a bag of sakama. Lian, "Hiss, don't be like this." He had intended to maintain his lofty demeanor, but when his eyes fell on the bucket of Master Kong braised beef noodles, his throat involuntarily bobbed. Having been transported to the spirit realm for so many years, he had tasted all kinds of spirit fruits and immortal brews. Yet it was this single bucket of instant noodles that made his entire defense waver. That packaging so familiar, it was beyond words. If he hadn't recalled it, it would have been fine, but now seeing it, those familiar tastes and memories came flooding back. Lian took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his composed expression. Master Kong beef noodles. This is the flavor. Damn, it seems there's really something to it. Li Ruoxuan emptied all the snacks from her backpack in one go, then pulled out a white tablet with a silver apple logo printed on the back. Li Ruoxuan held the tablet and approached Lian. "Immortal, what do you think? Can this one work?" Lian's eyes flickered slightly, and he said calmly, "What is this thing?" "This is called an iPad." Li Ruoxuan quickly unlocked the screen and swiped deftly with her fingers. "Immortal, look. You can play games on it, watch movies, listen to music, take photos, record videos, and save files." As she spoke, she raised the tablet and clicked a photo of Li, and then flipped the screen around and held it out to him. The screen displayed a photo of Lian's upper body. At that moment, everyone held their breath, fixating on Lian's expression. Their only hope now was that Lian had never encountered anything so advanced. After all, judging by Lian's clothing and mannerisms, the technological level of this world must be quite low. In other words, these electronic products from Earth were undoubtedly unfamiliar to the immortal. Lian took the tablet, glanced at it, and after a moment nodded. You look truly handsome." Everyone. "Wait, isn't that not the point? Yes, you are very handsome, but pretty handsome. And then, that's it. Just that." Lian handed the tablet back to Li Ruoxuan. "Here, it's useless." Li Ruoxuan, unwilling to give up, said, "Huh? How could that be? The immortal can use it to record life. By the way, it can also record videos." Before she could finish, Lian suddenly raised his hand. A flash of spiritual light emerged from his storage pouch, and a bronze mirror the size of his palm floated out, hovering above his palm. Lian said, "This mirror is called the shadow recording mirror. It can take photos and record videos as well, and it can preserve images for 100 years without fading. All the functions you just mentioned it has." After hearing this, the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. This mirror can truly record life and take photos. Though they didn't entirely believe it in their hearts, none dared to question it. Li Ruoxuan said timidly, "Immortal, besides taking photos, there are actually many fun games inside. I can introduce them to you." Just then Guya gently tapped her shoulder and whispered, "Ruoxuan, there's no network here. None of your games will work." Li Ruoxuan froze, then realized the truth. All right, whether it was Genshin Impact or any other game, they all required a network connection. As for whether this world even had a network, she was uncertain. Li Ruoxuan scrolled through the screen and muttered awkwardly, Then it seems only Shining Nikki is left to play. I just don't know if the immortal would like playing Shining Nikki." "Lian, if you like it, I like my grandfather." At this point, Lian had no intention of wasting words. A plan had already formed in his mind, and he said calmly, "Never mind. Meeting each other is fate. I don't want this thing of yours. Hand over those instead." He pointed toward the large bag of snacks at Li Ruoxuan's feet. "Give me those and I will escort you out of this forbidden zone to a place where people live. If you stay here any longer, your mortal bodies certainly won't survive a single day." Li Ruoxuan looked down at her bag of snacks, then up at Li, and barely able to believe it. She had originally thought Lian would choose something like the tablet as his high-tech prize, but he had actually picked food. Wait. She hadn't even introduced them. Even someone unfamiliar with these items might not know they were food. Or perhaps the immortal knew they were food. But shouldn't immortals not eat mortal food? Still, she didn't dwell on it further, and quickly gathered the bag to hand it over. As long as she could survive and return to Earth, what was a little snack worth? "All right, immortal, these are all for you. These are all food, and they're delicious. Braised beef noodles, ham, sausages, sakama. All delicacies of the mortal realm. If you like them, I can bring you even more when I get home." Lian waved his hand. "No need. I'm only accepting these to avoid helping you for nothing." As he spoke, he swept his sleeve, and the bag of snacks transformed into a streak of light that vanished into his storage pouch. Having finished, Lian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping calmly over the group. Fate brought us together. I will escort you to a relatively safe place. Upon hearing that Lian was willing to escort them out of this dangerous zone, everyone felt a wave of relief. With an immortal like this by their side, they no longer needed to live in fear of those terrifying monsters. However, only Wang Jichao stood at the back of the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lian's attitude was somewhat peculiar. Those snacks, in his opinion, were hardly precious items, yet the immortal had deliberately chosen them. It was almost as if he was giving them a graceful way out and using something inconspicuous as an excuse. Could the immortal have ulterior motives? If Lian had known what he was thinking, he would likely have merely sneered. The reason for saving them was purely because he felt these people were genuinely connected to him by fate. After all, his past life had also come from Earth. Though in this life, he no longer belonged to that world, at the very least they were fellow countrymen meeting fellow countrymen. Lending a simple hand was only natural, but it was merely a simple favor at that. The idea of bringing them back to Qingxiao sect never once crossed his mind. He had no intention of carrying dead weight along the way. With the heavenly Tao's revival imminent, and his own affairs already piled high like a mountain, where would he find the time to care for a group of mortals? Wang Bo cautiously spoke up, then Immortal. What should we do next? Lian glanced at him and said calmly, follow me. I still have some matters to attend to within this forbidden zone. Once finished, I will lead you out. As his words fell, his fingertips twitched slightly, and spiritual energy slowly surged within him. The next moment, Guya Li Ruoxuan, Wang Bo, Wang Jichao, and the other 4 people all felt a strange lightness beneath their feet as their bodies uncontrollably began to slowly rise off the ground. Wang Bo immediately panicked. Hey, what's going on? Li Ruoxuan screamed, we're flying? Lian ignored their shrieks and casually waved his hand, propelling the group into the air toward a certain direction. Oh. Slow down. Immortal, slow down. Their terrified screams and the roaring wind intertwined, echoing above the dense forest and gradually fading into the distance. Within 5 minutes, Li had brought the group to the edge of a sheer cliff. Before the precipice, white mist churned like a restless sea, drifting as ethereal as gossamer veil, partially concealing the distant mountain ranges in a mystic haze that resembled an immortal realm. A flat stone platform jutted out from the cliff's edge, suspended on 3 sides with an abyss too deep to see the bottom. Lian set the group down on the platform, then stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Wang Bo steadied himself by bracing his palms on his knees, then turned to glance at the bottomless chasms on either side, his entire body involuntarily shuddering. Immortal, what brings you to lead us here? Lian raised his hand and pointed toward a cave entrance shrouded in the thin mist behind them. My junior brother is in seclusion within. I cannot remain away for long. The nest of that strange beast was nearby. I found its noise intolerable and feared it would disturb my junior brother's cultivation, so I took advantage of its absence to slay it. It was then that I happened upon you all. The group killed it just because the bird was too noisy. What kind of excuse is that? Do all immortals reason this way? Or is this world simply governed by the law of the jungle? The few exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with utter astonishment. It was Wang Jichao who finally broke the silence, stepping forward with reverence. Then Immortal Wei. Lian waved his hand, dismissively cutting him off. Everyone find a place to rest for now. Do not enter the cave. Once my junior brother emerges from his seclusion, I shall personally escort you out of this forbidden territory. With that, he withdrew a meditation cushion from his storage bag, tossed it carelessly onto the ground, sat cross-legged upon it, and closed his eyes, paying no further heed to the group. Seeing his demeanor, the others dared not press further, and could only wait obediently, where they were using the time to introduce themselves to one another. Among the 6, besides Li Ruoxuan, Wang Jichao, Guya, and Wang Bo, there was a youth named Zheng Jie. Zheng Jie's face was pale, and he had barely spoken throughout, clearly still shaken from the earlier terror. The other was a middle-aged woman who introduced herself as surnamed Qian, and everyone called her Sister Qian. Sister Qian took a picnic mat from her backpack, spread it on the stone platform, and called out, "Everyone please have a seat." Several nodded and sat down one after another. Though the cliffside stone platform was hard and cold after the harrowing life-and-death ordeal they had just endured, being able to sit and catch their breath was a rare luxury. Li Ruoxuan patted the empty spot beside her. Shall I sit with me? Guya shook her head. No need, I'll stand. She did stand, her body leaning slightly against the rock face, yet her gaze kept flicking, subtly but persistently, toward Lian seated on his cushion, as though hoping to read something in him. At that moment, Wang Bo rummaged through his backpack and pulled out several bottles of mineral water, handing them out. Here, drink some water, everyone. Guya took the water and softly murmured, thank you. Perhaps because Lian was present, everyone spoke with great caution, and the atmosphere grew quietly oppressive. It was not until the youth named Zheng Jie could bear it no longer that he cautiously approached Lian and asked, Immortal, you hello. Lian opened his eyes, his gaze settling on him. What is it? Zheng Jie swallowed hard. Immortal, may I ask you a few questions? Yes, go ahead. Zheng Jie took a deep breath and mustered his courage. Immortal, what exactly is this place? Is it truly the immortal realm? Hearing this, Li and gave a faint smile. The immortal realm. This is not the immortal realm. This world is called the spirit realm. And this place is a forbidden territory known as the Taichu Forbidden Ground. Lian's words instantly perked everyone up. Spirit realm. Taichu Forbidden Ground. If it was called a forbidden ground, it must be an extremely dangerous place. Zheng Jia. Then immortal. Is there truly no other way for us to return to where we came from? This was also the question most on everyone's minds. Lian replied in a calm tone, there is. Unless the spatial rift leading to your world opens again, you can pass through it and return to your own world. Zheng Jie's eyes lit up. Then how can this spatial rift be opened? Lian glanced at him and teased, don't ask me. You should ask the heavens themselves. Zheng Jie scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Ask the heavens, what did that even mean? He had no idea. At this point, Wang Jichao adjusted his glasses and spoke up. Immortal, you mentioned earlier that the heavenly Tao is reviving and that our world will sooner or later merge with the spirit realm. What did you mean by that? Lian looked at him and, far from keeping secrets, slowly explained, this world is called the Xianhuang continent. 100,000 years ago, due to a great catastrophe, the Xianhuang continent shattered, fracturing into hundreds, nay thousands, of smaller worlds. The largest and most central of these is this very spirit realm. Now that the heavenly Tao is reviving, all the fractured worlds are gradually drawing closer to the spirit realm and will eventually reassemble into the complete Xianhuang continent. And those spatial rifts that have appeared are the signals of the worlds merging. The group exchanged glances, feeling as though everything they had ever learned was crumbling into pieces. In other words, was the Earth they lived on merely one of the fractured small worlds? But Earth was unmistakably round. So what about outer space and the starry sky? Could world merging mean Earth would literally crash into another planet? For a moment, bewilderment was etched across every face. All that studying in science and mathematics seemed utterly useless after all. Wang Jichao pointed toward the sky. Then immortal, if the worlds are indeed merging, what about this starry sky and the celestial bodies? Lian explained, what you perceive as your world or the stars you behold are merely projections and folding phenomena arising from the intersection of spaces, a consequence of the heavenly Tao shattering. Each small world possesses its own spatial laws and appearances. The starry sky you see may not be real at all, but rather reflections cast through spatial rifts from other worlds. A flash of understanding crossed Wang Jichao's eyes like lightning striking through his mind. In other words, the sky and stars we see are all illusions. Lian replied, it would not be accurate to call them false. What you see is genuinely real. It is simply not the true appearance of your own world, but rather images projected from other realms. The space your world inhabits is like an enclosed room with countless mirrors hanging upon its walls, each reflecting the scenery beyond. You believe you are gazing upon the entirety of the world, when in truth you are only seeing the reflection of a neighboring realm. Wang Jichao fell silent for a moment, absorbing these words, then slowly nodded. So our world is fundamentally an independent and complete small world, and the stars we observe are actually a composite image woven from the projections of countless other worlds. Lian, that is one way to understand it. Wang Jichao drew a deep breath, adjusted his glasses, and his gaze grew particularly complicated. If that were truly the case, then this blue planet they inhabited was far more lonely than they had ever imagined. No wonder humanity had never discovered aliens in all these centuries. It turned out they had been sealed inside a room from beginning to end. After a while, the silence was broken once more. Guya suddenly stepped forward and approached Lian. Immortal, please look at this. What is happening with me? Is it some kind of supernatural ability? As she spoke, she raised her right hand palm, facing upward. A crystal-clear shard of ice slowly coalesced in her palm. Lian's gaze fell upon the ice crystal in her palm, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he slightly raised his head. Your talent is quite remarkable. I did not expect you to have awakened an elemental affinity before even reaching foundation establishment. It appears your ice elemental talent is exceptional. The onlookers also gazed at Guya in amazement. They had originally assumed Guya's ability to condense ice crystals was merely some form of superpower, but hearing Lian speak of it this way, it turned out to be an extraordinarily rare gift. Li Ruoxuan's eyes lit up and she excitedly exclaimed, then Immortal, are you saying our Xiaoya is a genius? How about you reconsider? Our Xiaoya is both beautiful and gifted. Would you not consider taking her as a disciple? Upon hearing this, Guya's eyes also held a trace of anticipation. Whether as a disciple or in some other manner, as long as she could learn immortal arts, she would possess the ability to protect everyone in this unfamiliar world. However, Lian merely cast a casual glance at Li Ruoxuan and said calmly, I only said her talent is good. I never called her a genius. In the spirit realm, those who awaken their talents before reaching foundation establishment are everywhere. It is hardly rare. Besides, I have no interest in taking disciples. Guya's previously brightened gaze instantly dimmed. Li Ruoxuan opened her mouth wanting to say something more, but Wang Jichao gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. No one continued to pose questions to Lian as they feared that asking too much might offend this immortal. However, Wang Jichao still harbored a trace of doubt in his heart. Logically, shouldn't Li and also be curious about their world? Yet he had not inquired about anything concerning Earth, neither the snacks, the tablet computers, nor their peculiar attire. All of it seemed to hold no interest for him whatsoever. Could it be that he regarded their world as nothing more than a mundane realm unworthy of his attention? Time trickled by, and the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, they witnessed the night of another world for the first time. The sky was ablaze with brilliant stars far brighter and denser than any seen on Earth, as if one could reach out and touch them. Countless celestial bodies shimmered with varied hues. Some glowed a faint blue, others gleamed silver-white, and a few even displayed a subtle rotating radiance visible to the naked eye. Li Ruoxuan tilted her head back, unable to suppress a gasp of wonder. Such a beautiful starry sky. It's like a dream. Seated beside her, Guya nodded, gently gazing at the resplendent sea of stars and murmuring softly. The Milky Way spreads across the vast wilderness, heaven and earth, but a fleeting life. The sky indeed seemed unreal in its beauty. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze and glanced back at Lian, who sat cross-legged some distance away with his eyes closed. Under the moonlight, Lian seemed enveloped in a faint spiritual glow, fine specks of light drifting slowly around him, like fireflies, an exquisite sight against the night. His countenance, illuminated by starlight, appeared exceptionally clear, handsome, and serene, as if he had merged with the surroundings. Guya paused, then felt her cheeks flush slightly before hastily turning her head back. As the night deepened, though everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, none felt much inclination to sleep. On one hand, they were in an utterly alien environment, on the other, uncertainty about the future weighed heavily on their hearts. No one knew if they could ever return, or even if they would survive. Guya pulled out her phone. 50% battery remained, but the top right corner of the screen persistently displayed the words, "No signal." She opened WeChat. Every message was followed by a red exclamation mark. The most recent one, sent by her mother a few hours ago, read, "Be careful. After the climb, let me know you're safe at the hotel." Guya stared at that message for a long time, then finally sighed softly and pressed the power button. Whatever happened, she would conserve the battery first, just in case it might be needed later. Li Ruoxuan leaned over and whispered, "Xiaoya, why don't you rest your head on my lap for a while?" Guya shook her head. "I'm not sleepy yet." She was about to say something more when suddenly the wind around them shifted. A powerful current surged from deep within the cave, carrying a low, resonant hum. In the next moment, a rainbow of light radiated outward from the cave entrance, illuminating the entire cliff, as bright as day. Wang Bo exclaimed in alarm, "What's happening? What's going on?" Wang Jichao fixed his gaze on the cave entrance. "It's from inside the cave." At that moment, Lian also opened his eyes, stood up, and looked into the depths of the cave. Though others had no idea what was happening, he understood perfectly well. He could clearly sense Lu Chen's aura rising steadily, growing stronger and stronger. Is he about to succeed? Lian murmured to himself. To be honest, because of the system, his own cultivation path had been far too smooth. He had never truly experienced the life and death tribulation of breaking through to the immortal realm. Everything had come naturally, as if it were his due. But he had read about it countless times in ancient texts and heard about it from the older generation of powerhouses. The threshold of the immortal realm was the greatest and most perilous gate on the path of cultivation. Success meant ascending to immortality in a single step. Failure meant at best the complete loss of cultivation, and at worst the destruction of both body and soul. In the spirit realm, countless cultivators at the great perfection of life and death spent their entire lives stuck before this barrier, unable to advance. Although his junior brother was a reincarnated deity, he still felt a measure of concern. At this point, Lian glanced at the others, who were barely able to stand against the violent wind. He waved his hand casually, and a translucent spiritual barrier materialized in front of them, shielding them from the torrent of air. Lian explained, "Don't worry, just stay where you are." Before long, the rainbow light gradually faded, the wind subsided, and tranquility returned to the cliff. Wang Jichao's tense shoulders relaxed slightly as he whispered, It's over." Zheng Jia added, "So this is what an immortal is like. Even seclusion causes such a commotion." Just then a hearty laugh rang out from deep within the cave. "Huh, I finally made it." "Made it?" A young man walked out slowly from the cave. The youth was dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe with handsome features and skin that gleamed with a crystalline warm luster, as if he had shed all worldly defilement. His entire being exuded an air of returning to simplicity and natural harmony. Lian studied him, sensing Lu Chen's steady and restrained aura. He felt a subtle relief, then teased with a smile. "You've already succeeded once before, this time is just retreading the same path. Why so happy?" Lu Chen shook his head and said solemnly, "Senior brother, it's different. The heavenly Tao has changed, and so has the path. Every life has its own twists and turns. Every recultivation is a defiance of heaven. The path of cultivation is ever harder in this life, crossing the old passes once more. 1,000 tribulations, 10,000 ordeals, the heart remains unchanged who once attained heaven and earth open wide." Lu Chen looked at Lian, his eyes bright and clear, and smiled. Besides, this life is far more interesting than the last. In this life at least he would not be alone. He had senior brother Master Ah, and a junior sister too. Though the path of cultivation was long and monotonous with these people by his side, it was no longer a solitary journey but a warm human world. Lian understood Lu Chen's meaning and smiled gently. At that moment Lu Chen turned his gaze to the 6 people nearby. He had noticed them when he left the cave, but had not mentioned them at first. These people had strange clothing and faint auras, clearly not from the spirit realm. As for where they came from, he already had a guess. Now that he had returned to the immortal realm, some of his past life's abilities were gradually awakening. After all, in his previous life, he had been a deity who grasped the laws of time, so he could vaguely discern the karma causality past and future of mortals. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, looked at Li Un, and smiled. Senior brother, these people aren't from the spirit realm, are they? At these words, the 6 of them felt a twinge of tension. When they had faced Lian alone, they had been nervous, but after spending time together, they had somewhat grasped his temperament. Now, however, another immortal had appeared, and no one knew his attitude. Lian nodded. Yes, they were sucked into the spirit realm through a realm rift. I happened to encounter them and brought them along. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, and the rift? It had already closed by the time I got there. Lu Chen hummed thoughtfully, his gaze once again falling on the 6. He scanned their faces one by one as if examining something interesting. Wang Jichao's heart leaped. Although the conversation between the 2 immortals was brief, he keenly caught a piece of information. This newly emerged immortal seemed very interested in the realm rift, or rather in the world beyond the rift. It was something he had not sensed when they first met Lian. Lu Chen looked at Lian puzzled and asked, Senior brother, why did you bring these people here? Lian glanced at the others, then suddenly wore a compassionate expression, speaking with deep meaning. Why, junior brother, think about it. These mortals crossed the realm gap and ended up in the spirit realm by mistake. Now they are helpless without family or friends. How pitiful they are. Lu Chen. The crowd. Well, it seemed they were actually touched. Lian continued earnestly, besides, this is a forbidden ground. If I abandoned them here, wouldn't that be letting them fend for themselves? As a righteous cultivator, how could I stand by and do nothing? The crowd's gaze toward Lian changed, especially Wang Jichao, who had been somewhat suspicious, but now with Lian's words. No need to say, a truly good person. As for Lu Chen, at this moment the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, holding back from rolling his eyes. What a joke. Others might not know Lian's true nature, but he did. If someone said Lian was a demonic cultivator, he would be the first to disbelieve. But to claim Lian was a good person, that was even more impossible. This senior brother of his was loyal and affectionate only to his own. To family and friends, he would fulfill any request, but to strangers his eyes saw only profit. If someone offended him, Lian would not hesitate striking to uproot the entire problem, leaving no future trouble. As the saying goes, warm as the sun to those close, cold as frost to enemies. The 3-foot sword in hand asks not of good or evil. This was Lian, his senior brother, helping strangers for free. Unless the sun rose from the west. Lu Chen suddenly waved his hand. All right, senior brother, I understand. Then his expression turned slightly serious as he took out a yellowed parchment from his storage pouch and handed it to Lian. Senior brother, I've already obtained the location of the soul fruit. Here is the map. Lian took the map and unfolded it. It was a detailed topographic map of the outer area of the sacred mountain, marking mountains, rivers, dense forests, and valleys with great precision. And on the eastern central part of the map, there was a red circle. Lu Chen pointed at it. This is where I found the soul fruit in the forbidden ground back then. Go take a look, but should still be there. Lian glanced at the map, then at Lu Chen, nodded, and said, all right. Then these people are your responsibility. Lu Chen smiled. Don't worry. When you come back, I guarantee they'll all be here. Lian said no more. His form flickered, and he turned into a streak of light, vanishing into the night sky. Lu Chen watched his senior brother leave, then withdrew his gaze, and turned to face the 6 people, smiling gently. Lu Chen. Hello, everyone. Guya and the others exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Wang Jichao stepped forward respectfully and said, Immortal Lu Chen, do you have any questions for us? Or is there something you need us to do? He had caught some hints from Lu Chen's earlier words, including Lian's departure likely deliberately arranged by Lu Chen, who probably had some purpose. Lu Chen looked at him and laughed. You're very smart. But don't worry, I sent senior brother away not because I intend to do anything to you. Wang Jichao breathed a slight sigh of relief but remained vigilant. Then, Immortal Lu Chen, is there something you wish to ask? Lu Chen smiled, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 6, and said calmly, I do have a question, but it's not urgent. By the way, do you want to cultivate? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Not long ago, Lian had said he was too lazy to teach them. And now Lian's junior brother suddenly brought it up. Zheng Jie exclaimed excitedly, cultivate. Immortal. Can we really cultivate? Lu Chen, of course you can. In the spirit realm, cultivation is not unusual. Mortals can also cultivate, and many mortals in various places even have some basic foundation for it. The great immortal sects never look at one's birth, but at one's temperament and fate. Foundation establishment entry is not an unattainable goal. Wang Bo couldn't help asking, Immortal, isn't there any threshold for cultivation? I've read some books that say one needs a special physique. Lu Qin shook his head. Cultivation doesn't require any physique. Even grass, trees, beasts, and flying insects can cultivate. As the saying goes, all living things with emotions can follow the Tao. Cultivation is a right shared by all beings. Everyone can set foot on this path. However, there are indeed differences in talent and temperament. Some may enter foundation establishment in a few days, while others may take years to barely touch the threshold. Lu Qin's gaze swept over the crowd. How about this? My senior brother's trip will probably take a few days. Since you're idle, anyway, I'll teach you how to enter foundation establishment. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Immortal Lu Qin. Regardless of why he was willing to teach them the cultivation method, they clung to the idea that learning means gaining, so they definitely wanted to learn. This was immortal cultivation. Who wouldn't want to learn? However, Zheng Jie, standing at the back, suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. He had once read some novels online that said cultivation was actually implanting a goo worm in the body, fattening it up, and then being harvested. There was also the concept of human medicine, where people were used as ingredients for alchemy. Gasp! Combined with Lu Qin's casual tone. He cautiously glanced at Lu Qin, feeling a chill run down his spine. Should he learn or not? What if? Lu Qin suddenly turned his gaze to him and smiled. Your thoughts are quite interesting. But you're not entirely wrong. Among demonic cultivators there is indeed the concept of human medicine. Hearing Lu Qin voice his inner thoughts directly, Zheng Jie's face turned pale, and he stammered, Immortal. You. Everyone turned to look at Zheng Jie, confused, having no idea what was happening. Lu Qin explained, Don't be surprised. I can hear your thoughts. But don't worry. I can only hear thoughts that harbor malice toward me. Kind thoughts and ordinary musings are beyond my reach. Zheng Jie flushed bright red and quickly waved his hands. Immortal. That's not what I meant. I just read some random stuff before. Lu Qin interrupted. All right, everyone, find a place to sit down. I won't make you eat anything strange. Teaching you cultivation is simply because I'm rather free at the moment. Of course, if you don't want to learn, I won't force you. I'll learn. Immortal, I'll learn. Zheng Jie shouted first. Immortal will learn. Li Ruoxuan quickly echoed. Immortal arts. Only a fool wouldn't learn. Recalling how Lian had killed that giant bird with a single punch, everyone felt an irrepressible excitement and longing. If only they could master such skills. Wang Jichao sat down quietly, his eyes slightly lowered, but his mind was churning. He could actually read minds. As for Lu Qin's claim that he could only hear malicious thoughts, Wang Jichao didn't fully believe it. And the excuse of being rather free was even less credible. But in this situation, it was clearly unwise to argue. They were in a strange world, defenseless. Whatever the Immortal's intentions, they had no choice but to passively accept. At least so far he hadn't shown any malice. Yet Wang Jichao couldn't figure out what gain the Immortal could possibly reap from them. 3 days later, in the northwestern periphery of the Holy Mountain, an area shrouded in thick layers of poisonous miasma. Lian swallowed a bai pill, glanced down at the map in his hand, swept his gaze across the surroundings, and murmured to himself. This must be the area ahead. The surrounding miasma was almost as thick as fog, carrying a sickeningly sweet and fishy odor. Here, even inhaling a wisp of the miasma would turn an ordinary person into a pool of blood within a few breaths. Even with the bai pill, its effects lasted only an hour. And Lian, after 2 days of exploration, had already consumed nearly 50 bai pills. The Holy Mountain was indeed a forbidden land for good reason. But Lian was not too worried. Even if the bai pills ran out, his devouring ability could forcibly tear through the miasma to escape. Thus he explored the area meticulously, leaving no corner unchecked. Yet after scanning the entire region, he still found no trace of the soul fruit. I missed the navigation system from my past life. This crappy map has way too broad a range. Fortunately, only the patch ahead remained unexplored. Then Lian ventured deeper, weaving through layers of miasma, until the scene before him suddenly cleared. A dim, faintly green swamp stretched ahead. A thin layer of poisonous mist floated on the swamp's surface, with occasional bubbles gurgling up, lending an eerie atmosphere. In the middle of the swamp stood a half-meter-tall crimson plant, its leaves like carved bloodshed, bearing 3 fist-sized red fruits at its top. It looked exactly like the soul fruit described in ancient texts. Lian's eyes lit up. That's it. But just as he prepared to move, the once calm swamp suddenly churned violently. Boom. A massive serpent over 30 meters long and entirely crimson burst from the depths of the swamp. The serpent was covered in dense scales, and embedded in the center of its head was a giant red gem, glowing with an eerie light like a third eye. SSS. The serpent let out a deafening hiss at Li, and its forked tongue whipping like a lash before it twisted its massive body and charged at him like a crimson bolt of lightning. Lian let out a disdainful laugh. Though this serpent could survive in the miasma, its aura was only around the early Earth immortal realm. To him it was far too weak. He casually raised his right fist without even looking and threw a punch. Boom. The 30-meter-long serpent was struck like a meteor, its massive body hurtling backward dozens of meters, crashing heavily into a boulder and shattering it into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The serpent struggled to rise again, most of its scales shattered, blood seeping through the cracks and dripping onto the muddy swamp, sizzling with a corrosive sound. It glared at Lian with a low, furious hiss brimming with rage and murderous intent. Then the red gem on its head suddenly flared, emitting a strange red light that instantly enveloped Lian. Lian's body stiffened, his eyes turning vacant and dull, as if he had lost consciousness, frozen in place. A flicker of mockery gleamed in the serpent's eyes as it dragged its battered body slowly toward Lian. It opened its gaping maw, ready to swallow the insignificant human whole. But just as its head was about to descend, Lian's eyes suddenly shifted, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Sorry, I was just kidding." The moment the words fell, a thick bolt of purple heavenly lightning descended from the sky, striking the serpent's head. Boom! The lightning exploded, and the serpent's massive body convulsed violently in the raging thunder, scales flying off, flesh-charred black. Within moments it became a blackened corpse, collapsing into the swamp with a great splash of mud. Lian clapped his hands, leaped lightly to the center of the swamp, carefully plucked the 3 crimson soul fruits, and stowed them in his storage pouch. All right, the soul fruit is in hand. Time to head back. 2 hours later, Lian returned to the cliff. As he landed, he was somewhat surprised to see Guya, Wang Jichao, and the other 4 all sitting cross-legged on the stone platforms, eyes half-closed, hands forming seals, with faint spiritual energy flowing around them. Lian raised an eyebrow, slightly scanned the group, then his gaze fell on Lu Chun, who was resting on a large rock by the cliff wall. Lu Chun opened his eyes when he saw Lian, smiled, and greeted him. "Senior brother, you're back. Did you get the soul fruit?" Lian nodded, took out a crimson fruit from his pouch, and asked, "Is this it?" Lu Chun's eyes brightened, and he sat up. "Yes, that's it. With this, master's soul issue can be healed. Then after taking the Bodhi fruit, breaking through to the immortal realm should be no problem." Lian put the soul fruit away, but his gaze fell on the 6 people, puzzled. "These people. What's going on? Did you teach them cultivation?" Lu Chun stretched. "Yeah, I had nothing better to do, so I gave them a little guidance." Lian gave Lu Chun a long, silent look. In truth, the thought of teaching these fellow townsmen cultivation had crossed his mind. But it was just a thought. In his view, though they came from Earth like him, he had no obligation to alter their life paths. He couldn't lend a hand to every fellow Earthling he met. In the end, one must walk their own path. He had already done more than enough by promising to lead them out of the forbidden land. If they met again by fate, and the other was in need, he might not mind helping. But actively taking on karma and meddling in others' destinies was not his style. Just then Lu Chun turned his gaze to the 6 and smiled. But teaching them wasn't without reward. "See for yourself." Lian followed his gaze and swept his eyes over the 6 individuals. When his eyes landed on Wang Jichao and Guya, his expression paused slightly. Especially Wang Jichao, whose spiritual energy was surging into his dantian like a tide, showing signs of solidification. Lian squinted. "Is this foundation establishment?" Lu Chun nodded. "What do you think? In terms of talent, these 2 are indeed promising. If suitable, it might not be a bad idea to take them in as disciples of the sect." Lian paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. "That's not impossible. Foundation establishment in 3 days." That speed, even across the entire spirit realm, marked them as prodigies among prodigies. Even the most exceptional direct disciples of the Qingshao sect, carefully selected from thousands, had mostly taken weeks or even months to reach foundation establishment. Yet Wang Jichao and Guya, with no prior foundation and utterly ignorant of cultivation, had touched the threshold of foundation establishment in just 3 days. Such talent would already have major sects scrambling to recruit them. A few minutes later, Li Ruoxuan, Wang Bozhengjie, and sister Qian opened their eyes one after another. However, their brows were furrowed and their expressions were tinged with frustration and reluctance. For the past 3 days, they had been trying to sense spiritual energy following the method taught by Lu Chun, but after all this effort, they either sensed nothing at all or barely managed to capture a glimmer of spiritual light, only to find it impossible to retain, let alone guide it into their dantian. As the saying goes, channeling qi into the body is like grasping shifting sand. If the mind is not calm, the qi scatters, and if the spirit is not focused, the effort fails. Some had even failed without truly sensing the so-called spiritual energy. At this moment, Li Ruoxuan and the others also noticed Lian standing beside Lu Chun. Their eyes lit up and they were about to greet him, but Lian interrupted them with a shush gesture. Following his gaze, everyone then realized that Wang Jichao and Guya were still in a state of meditative absorption. Unlike their restlessness and wavering, Wang Jichao's body had already begun to emit a faint layer of spiritual light, like a thin mist swirling around his skin, subtly resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Spiritual light circulated, qi sank to the dantian, and inner breath generated on its own. This was the state of approaching foundation establishment. A moment later, Wang Jichao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement and joy. He had actually done it. Following the method taught by Lu Chun, he successfully channeled qi into his body, completing the first step of foundation establishment. Lu Chun stood up and smiled. "I didn't expect it to actually work." Foundation establishment in 3 days. Senior brother, this guy's speed is almost catching up to yours. Lian did not deny it. His gaze fell on Wang Jichao, and he nodded slightly. On the other side, Guya also slowly opened her eyes, but her expression carried a hint of regret. She gently exhaled a turbid breath and murmured, still a little short of foundation establishment. Wang Jichao looked at Lu Chun and Lian excitedly, Immortal eye. Lu Chun, yes, you succeeded. Try the method I taught you earlier. You can try to use your innate ability. Guya, standing by, cast a surprised glance at Wang Jichao. She hadn't expected that he would be the first to successfully achieve foundation establishment. The others also cast envious looks. The Immortal had said that achieving foundation establishment meant taking the first step into cultivation, and Wang Jichao was already far ahead of them. Wang Jichao nodded, all right. He closed his eyes, and following the method taught by Lu Chun, slowly began to mobilize the spiritual energy that had just coalesced within his body. After a moment, he raised his right hand with his palm facing upward. The surrounding air suddenly began to ripple slightly, as if an invisible breeze was gathering and swirling in his palm. Lian, oh, is it the wind element? Among the elemental systems, there is no absolute distinction of strength. Each element has its unique characteristics. For example, a wind element talent, even if their cultivation has just reached the solid life realm, can already use wind spiritual energy to briefly fly in the air. Meanwhile, cultivators of other elements usually need to reach the return life realm to do so. This is one of the inherent advantages of the wind element. Wang Jichao opened his eyes but hesitated as he spoke. Two immortals, actually, I have another talent. Lian perked up, tell me about it. Wang Jichao scratched his head, this talent. I'm not quite sure what it is yet, but it feels like it should be applied to others. Lian glanced at him and said flatly, then try it on me. Wang Jichao was startled, with this. Just do as you're told. All right. Wang Jichao no longer declined. He raised his right hand, and a faint gray-brown light glowed in his palm. He then gently pushed, sending the cluster of light into Lian's body. Lian narrowed his eyes slightly, felt it for a moment, and said with a hint of surprise, it's actually the curse system. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, curse system. Yes. Lian nodded. It should be strength weakening within the curse system. However, his current nature cultivation is too weak. The feeling of weakening is almost negligible. The curse system can also be called the blessing system. This talent is like adding a layer of buff to a person with both positive and negative effects. There is a disciple from the Qingxiao sect who is of the curse system. His talent is auxiliary, allowing the caster to reduce spiritual energy consumption when casting spells. However, the curse system is still related to the caster's nature cultivation. The higher the realm of nature, the more powerful the curse cast. Lian looked at Wang Jichao and smiled. However, being able to awaken a dual element talent right at foundation establishment, your talent is indeed impressive. Wang Jichao was slightly stunned, then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Immortal, do you mean? There is still a chance to awaken other talents later. Lian nodded. Yes, but the chance is very small. Some people are born with latent talents which will gradually be mastered as their realm and cultivation deepen. However, this probability is extremely small, 1 in 10,000. Ordinary people only awaken their talent during their first foundation establishment in their lifetime. At this point, Lian swept his gaze over the crowd. All right, matters here are concluded. Next, I will take you out. The group exchanged glances and began packing their belongings. Wang Bo felt his backpack, making sure everything was there. Li Ruoxuan looked down at her hiking boots, feeling a mix of emotions. Who would have thought that when she wore those boots to climb Mount Tai, she would end up walking into a Xinxiao world? A moment later, Lian raised his hand and waved, and spiritual energy gently lifted the 6 people, flying swiftly toward the outskirts of the sacred mountain. About an hour later, the silhouette of Haisha City appeared at the edge of the horizon. The city walls were towering, and the massive gates swallowed and released a constant stream of people and spirit boats. Spirit boats of various sizes slowly descended from the sky, docking at the port outside the city. At the city gate, the flow of people was dense, and the noise of carriages and horses filled the air. Li Ruoxuan gazed at the magnificent city and exclaimed, Is this the city of this world? Those flying in the sky are boats. Lian, they are called spirit boats, the most common means of transportation in the spirit realm, also used for transporting goods. Wang Jichao stared at the spirit boats, which had no wings or engines, yet hovered steadily in the air, his eyes filled with an incomprehensible awe. No engine, no fuel, yet they can still fly. The group arrived at the gate of Haisha City. The city walls were towering, the gates wide open, and a steady stream of pedestrians came and went. As they entered the city gate, many people around cast strange glances at them. After all, the clothing styles of Guya, Wang Bo, and others were too peculiar. The 6 of them lowered their heads uncomfortably, trying to stay behind Lian and Lu Chun. Just then, Lian suddenly stopped in his tracks, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Junior brother, take them into the city. There is an old friend I should go and meet. Lu Chun glanced at him, asked no further questions, and simply nodded. All right. At the southwestern corner of Haisha City at the entrance of a breakfast stall, an old man in a white short jacket was bending over to tidy up the tables and stools, his movements leisurely. The sign beside him listed various breakfast items. Steamed buns, noodles, soy milk, fried dough sticks, all common fare. However, it was already near noon, and there were few customers left. The old man was packing up to head home. Just then a voice sounded from behind. "Boss, are there any steamed buns left?" The old man did not look up, continuing to tidy the dishes, and replied politely, "Sorry, customer, the buns are sold out. Please come earlier tomorrow." "Then what about noodles?" The old man's movements suddenly halted. This voice seemed familiar. It was like... He looked up slightly and met Li An's smiling eyes. The old man's pupils contracted slightly, but years of experience in the gray triangle allowed him to instantly regain composure, his face breaking into a habitual smile. "This customer, the noodles are also sold out." "Oh, that's too bad." The old man smiled and replied, "No problem, no problem. Come earlier tomorrow, and I'll save some for you." "Tomorrow?" Li An's tone carried a hint of amusement. "I'll be leaving tomorrow," the old man said. "Then there's still a chance in the future." Li An shook his head, his tone suddenly growing cold. "No chance. Someone might not be around anymore." The old man's smile stiffened slightly, but he still forced himself. "You jest, customer. Who? Who is not around?" "You." Li An's lips curled up, his eyes fixed straight on the old man's. "Brother Lu and I. I'm so handsome and young, the one who's not around certainly isn't me." The old man's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "You saw through it. How is that possible? Even an Earth Immortal Realm expert wouldn't notice if they weren't careful." Li An said, "Earth Immortal Realm. I didn't expect that with your mere solid life realm cultivation you could deceive an Earth Immortal. Your illusionary ability is indeed formidable. Even among the creation system, it's considered a rare talent." The old man's face darkened, and he suddenly raised his hand. 3 black pellets slipped from between his fingers and slammed onto the ground, instantly exploding into a thick cloud of gray smoke that engulfed the entire street corner. Hey, what's going on over there? Isn't that Grandpa Chuanya's stall?" Amidst the smoke, Lu Inai quickly transformed back into his original youthful appearance, took advantage of the chaos to dart into an alley, and after several twists and turns disappeared deep into the streets. Soon after, at a secluded corner a few kilometers away, Lu Inai leaned against the wall, panting heavily. "Damn it. How could that guy see through my disguise? Does he have some kind of talent for seeing through illusions?" Back then it was indeed he who revealed Li An's identity as a rich man. In the Gray Triangle, many local bullies engage in this kind of information trade. Especially outsiders like Li An who flaunt their wealth. They hardly last 3 days. He sold the information just to earn some steady petty cash. But he never expected that Li An would not only return alive, but also come looking for him. Lu An was also clear in his mind. For the other party to survive among such a ruthless gang, his strength was definitely above the returning life realm. There was no way he could win. However, after all these years in Haisha City, how could he have no means of saving his life? Li An thinking he could kill him. No way. Lu An caught his breath, straightened his sweat-dampened collar, and quickly headed toward a hidden safe house in the west of the city. Regardless, he'd lie low for a few days. But just as he took 2 steps, a lazy voice came from the eaves above. Recovered already." Lu An's body stiffened and cold sweat ran down his back. He jerked his head up to see Li An sitting on the roof tiles, legs dangling, one hand propping up his chin, smiling at him as if he had been waiting for a long time. "You?" Lu An's face turned ashen, and he warned, "Private fights are forbidden in Haisha City. Even if you want to kill me, you can't do it in this city." Hearing this, Li An was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing, "Ha ha." Before the laughter faded, the smile on Li An's face instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling and terrifying pressure that descended like a collapsing mountain, instantly engulfing the entire alley. Lu An felt as if a mountain had suddenly crashed down on him, his knees buckling with a crack, and he fell to the ground. He cried out in terror, "This Immortal Realm? You're in the Immortal Realm? How is that possible? You look only 20. Li An looked down at him from above and said coldly, "Nothing is impossible. Bye-bye, little brother." He raised a finger and gently tapped. A thread-thin beam of spiritual light shot into Lu An's brow. Lu An's eyes widened, then his pupils dilated, his body went limp, and he fell to the ground lifeless. Li An withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the corpse, and turned to disappear into the alley entrance. Elsewhere, at a street-facing tea house in Haisha City, Lu Chun led 6 people up to the 2nd floor and chose a table by the window. A waiter with a white cloth over his shoulder bustled over eagerly. "Honored guests, what would you like to order?" Lu Chun said flatly, "A plate of peanuts." The waiter smiled and acknowledged, then waited a moment. Seeing that Lu Chun had no intention of ordering more, he couldn't help reminding customer, "Anything else?" "No more." The waiter. "Everyone." The atmosphere became extremely awkward. The waiter's smile stiffened and he coughed dryly, patiently explaining, "Esteemed customer, our establishment has a minimum charge of 10 taels of silver." Lu Chun frowned slightly. "So expensive. How much is a plate of peanuts?" The waiter's tone remained polite. "Customer, peanuts are 1 tael of silver." Lu Chun nodded and said calmly, Then for the remaining 9 taels, just bring some of your signature dishes. The waiter's mouth twitched slightly. Signature dishes. What a dream. Their signature dishes cost at least 20 taels of silver. But out of professional duty, he still smiled and replied, "Sure, customer, wait a moment." The waiter turned, flicked the white cloth over his shoulder, and shouted toward the kitchen, "Table 9, 1 plate of peanuts. 1 plate of boiled greens." Lucien, damn. You're a bunch of profiteers. Boiled greens cost 9 taels of silver. The others at the table hearing this wished they could bury their faces under the table. They had originally thought that Lucien bringing them to a restaurant meant they could at least have a decent meal. After all these days they had been eating only the last bits of dry rations and biscuits. And now, a plate of peanuts, a plate of boiled greens. Although they didn't understand the currency and prices of this world, this was way too stingy. At this moment customers at nearby tables cast strange glances their way. Lucien, however, was completely indifferent to the whispers and stares. He casually picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a leisurely sip. Lucien looked at the others and suddenly asked with a smile, "Are you hungry?" Everyone. "Bro, what do you think?" They hadn't had a proper meal in 3 days, their stomachs so empty they felt concave. If not for the few dry rations they had, they might not even have had the strength to speak. Lucien smiled. "Don't worry. When my senior brother returns, he'll treat you to a feast. All my money is with him." Hearing this, the others felt a little relieved. Just the aroma of food from the neighboring table had already made several people swallow their saliva several times. Before long, the waiter came over with a tray, a plate of peanuts, and a plate of boiled greens. The greens floated in a clear broth with a few tofu pieces scattered here and there. The soup was as bland as dishwater. "All right, customer, your dishes are all here." The waiter set down the plates and turned to leave. Just then a familiar voice sounded beside the table, "Yo, already eating?" Everyone looked up. Leon had somehow appeared at the table carrying a small bulging pouch in his hand. Li Ruoxuan's eyes lit up. "Immortal, you're back." Leon nodded, weighed the pouch in his hand, then put it into his storage pouch. That Lu Ni, though not strong in cultivation, had decent savings. He actually had 20 mid-grade spirit stones on him. Not bad, not bad. Leon glanced at the 2 meager dishes on the table and raised an eyebrow. "Junior brother, this is too shabby." Just as Lucien was about to explain, Leon pulled out a chair, sat down, and waved at the waiter. "Waiter, 6 bowls of rice." Leon turned to the others and said generously, "Everyone eat as much as you want, don't be shy. If the rice isn't enough, we'll order more. Today it's my treat." Everyone looked down at the plate of peanuts and the bowl of watery boiled greens, then up at Li An's grand feast host expression. "Bro, are you serious? An immortal can't be this stingy. More rice if not enough. Listen to that. Someone might think the rice is caviar." An hour later at the port of Haisha City, Leon led the group back to the dock where they had moored the spirit boat. As they approached, they saw that the berths were now filled with all kinds of spirit boats. Compared to earlier when only a third of the spaces were occupied, it was now completely packed. The port master stood at the entrance, his face beaming with satisfaction. The moment he spotted Li and he rushed over, greeting him with the warmth of a long-lost brother. "Yo, little brother, you're back." Leon smiled. "Yes, boss. Business is booming, I see." The boss nodded repeatedly. "That's all thanks to your advice, little brother. Now all the business from the neighboring ports has come to me. Every day spirit boats fill up without any space left. My heart odds never felt more at ease." "Not bad, not bad." Leon praised, then swiftly changed the subject. "Boss, since your business is thriving and my monthly pass hasn't expired yet, how about refunding me half the spirit stones?" Hearing this, the smile on the boss's face froze instantly. What nonsense was this? Others paid 2 spirit stones a day for a monthly pass, and he was getting 1 stone a day, yet still wanted a refund. He opened his mouth, then shook his head helplessly. After all, the turnaround in his business was indeed due to the other's idea. Fine, fine. I'll refund you half." The boss waved his hand in exasperation, though there was little resentment in his tone. "If it weren't for your suggestion, my port wouldn't be this prosperous." Leon accepted the spirit stones with satisfaction, patted the boss's shoulder with a broad grin. "You're a generous man, boss. I'll come back to patronize your business again." At this moment, Guya and the others behind him watched the scene, their perception of Li and stinginess climbing to a new level. From the moment they entered the city, they had followed this immortal, expecting to witness some celestial grandeur and lavish feasts. But what did they get? A plate of peanuts, a bowl of boiled greens, and a bowl of plain rice. Barely a trace of oil. How was that any different from drinking porridge? They exchanged silent glances, none daring to complain. After all, Li had genuinely saved their lives. Without him, they would likely have already reported to the underworld. Boarding the flying boat, which was a small spirit vessel, the space was already cramped. With 6 people plus Leon and Lucien, the cabin felt rather crowded. Everyone sat down cautiously, barely daring to move lest they accidentally tip the boat over. The flying boat slowly ascended, leaving the Haisha City port and heading eastward into the sky. As the boat pierced through the clouds and flew steadily, everyone couldn't help but look around. The spirit boat had no sealed windows. It was almost open on all sides, offering a breathtakingly wide view. Leaning out, they could see the endless mountain ranges and the vast land below, while above was the blue sky. Clouds drifted slowly past their sides, so close it seemed they could touch them. This was completely different from flying in an airplane. An airplane had only a palm-sized window to glimpse the scenery outside, but on this spirit boat, they could take in the beauty of the journey from every angle without any blind spots. What surprised them most was the extraordinary stability of the boat. They felt almost no turbulence. After a while, Lian suddenly turned his gaze to the group and said calmly, "Everyone come over. I need to talk to you." Their hearts tightened slightly. They all guessed that Lian's call now was likely to arrange their departure. Nervously, they walked to the center of the deck, sat cross-legged, imitating Lian, and fixed their eyes on him. Lian looked at them with a faint smile. "Everyone, I trust you've all had a good meal and drink today." The group. "Immortal, don't your conscience ache when you say that?" Lian, acting as if he hadn't noticed the complex expressions on their faces, continued, "Do you still remember what I said earlier? I only promised to bring you out of the Forbidden Land." Li Ruoxuan's heart tightened, and she quickly spoke up, "Immortal, can't we just follow you? Don't worry. I can do laundry and cook. Anything." Qian Jian nodded eagerly beside her. Yes. Auntie can do all kinds of chores." Lian waved his hand. "Sorry, I have no obligation to keep you with me. Bringing you out of the Forbidden Land is already the utmost I can do. Next, I'll take you to a relatively safe place. After that, you'll have to walk your own path." Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment passed through their eyes. Staying with the Immortal at least guaranteed safety. Although this Immortal was indeed a bit stingy, it was still far better than being left alone in this completely unfamiliar world. But Lian suddenly changed the subject, fixing his gaze on Wang Jichao. "Your name is Wang Jichao, right?" Wang Jichao quickly nodded. "Yes, Immortal." Lian said, "I and Lu Chun are from the Qingxiao sect in the Eastern Domain. Are you willing to join our sect?" At these words, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Jichao, filled with intense envy. Just as it was written in the novels, cultivation depended on talent. Wang Jichao had achieved foundation establishment in 3 days. His aptitude must have caught the Immortal's eye. Wang Jichao was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, "Can I really?" Lian nodded. "Your talent has already reached the threshold for Qingxiao sect's disciples. However, to truly join our sect, you still need to pass the entrance test." Wang Jichao took a deep breath and nodded firmly. "Immortal, I am willing." Lian hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to the others. "Of course, if any of you can achieve foundation establishment within 7 days, I can still bring you into the sect." Hearing this, their spirits lifted sharply. 7 days. That meant they also had a chance to join the sect, no matter what they had to give it their all. Then Lian took out 6 jade bottles and handed one to each person. They looked at him in confusion, and he casually explained, "These are bigger pills. Swallow one, and it will keep Immortal from hunger or thirst for an entire day. No need to eat or drink." The group looked at the round pill in their hands with astonishment. One pill could stave off hunger for a whole day? Was the principle similar to compressed biscuits? Over the next few days, Lian and Lu Chun left them undisturbed, giving the 5 others besides Wang Jichao ample time to cultivate. Everyone desperately tried to guide qi into their bodies, not daring to waste a single second. Until the 5th day, a change suddenly occurred with Guya. Spiritual energy surged around her, gathering like ripples of water, and a faint hum resonated from her dantian. After a moment, Guya opened her eyes, a clear shine glimmering in her gaze. She looked down at her hands. I succeeded too." Li Ruoxuan exclaimed excitedly, "Xiaoya. Congratulations." Guya smiled and held her hand. "Ruoxuan, keep going. I believe you can do it too." Everyone felt joy for her, but also a growing sense of urgency. Time was slipping away. However, after 7 days apart from Guya, the other 5 still showed no progress. They hadn't even touched the edge of spiritual energy. Instantly, frustration, resentment, and disappointment painted their faces. Lian looked at them and simply said, "The path of immortality is endless, some bloom early, some late. Do not lament what you have not gained today, oh wait for the blossoms of tomorrow." Wang Jichao, adjusting his glasses, looked at the others with a complex glint in his eyes. This also meant that from now on his path would be completely different from theirs. At this moment, Guya tightly grasped Li Ruoxuan's hand. The mere thought of possibly being separated from her best friend filled her with deep anxiety. "Ruoxuan." Li Ruoxuan's eyes were already rimmed with red. "Xiaoya, I don't want to leave you." Guya bit her lip, then abruptly released her hand, turned to face Lian, and knelt down heavily on both knees. "Immortal, if I become a disciple of the Qingxiao sect, can I bring my family with me into the sect?" Lian cast a glance at her and said flatly, "Of course not. The Immortal sect is a place of pure cultivation. Practitioners must sever themselves from worldly ties. If everyone dragged their families into the sect, what cultivation would be left? Might as well turn it into a marketplace." Guya clenched her teeth, lifted her head abruptly, and retorted, "Then may I ask, Immortal, if one cannot even protect or bring along their own friends and family, what meaning is there in cultivating immortality?" Li Ruoxuan was startled. "Xiaoya." She had never expected that her best friend would actually question the Immortal for her sake. Who says only reliable brothers who share hardships exist in this world? Best friends can also share weal and woe. Seeing this, Wang Jichao also gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and knelt before Lian. "Immortal, we all came to the spirit realm together. We are friends and each other's support. If we can enter the immortal sect while they are left to wander outside the pain of separation is truly. Lian looked at the two before him with some exasperation, raised his hand, and a surge of spiritual power lifted them to their feet. Are you missing the point? What does your friend's situation have to do with me? The immortal sect indeed cannot allow family members in. That is the sect's rule. However, that doesn't mean you yourselves cannot take care of your own friends. Guya was taken aback. Immortal you mean? Wang Jichao's eyes flickered. The immortal means we can take care of them ourselves, but we cannot bring them into the sect. We can provide material assistance to help them survive in this world. Lian smiled and nodded. Exactly. Just outside the Qingxiao sect lies a city called Yunxiao City. Many disciples and elders within the sect settle their families and children in Yunxiao City. Although the Qingxiao sect advocates detachment from worldly affairs and cultivation, it never requires disciples to abandon emotions. If a cultivator is heartless toward friends and family, how sincere can they be toward the sect, the master and fellow disciples? The Tao lies in the heart, not in heartlessness. Cultivating immortality is about nurturing the Tao heart, not a heart of stone. Emotion in the heart does not hinder the Tao. The Tao can be practiced among mortals. Upon hearing these words, the gloom on everyone's faces began to disperse, and hope rekindled in their eyes. Lian waved his hand. Of course, this is all on the condition that you two first pass the sect's test. Wang Jichao quickly asked, Immortal, may I ask what this test? Lian chuckled. Oh, it's very simple. It's a test of character. For instance, you're holding an iron axe, and it accidentally falls into the river. Then the river god suddenly appears holding 3 axes, a golden one, a silver one, and an iron one. He asks which one you dropped. What would you choose? Wangbo immediately blurted out, I know this one, Immortal. Choose the iron axe. It's to test honesty, right, Immortal? The others nodded in agreement. They had been taught since childhood, be honest. The answer was surely the iron axe. Yet Lian raised an eyebrow and refuted bluntly, wrong. 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 You should choose all 3. Zheng Jia was stunned. Huh. All 3. Isn't that cheating? Lian said, cheating. In the spirit realm, this is called opportunity. When the river god places all 3 axes before you, isn't that as good as a gift? To encounter an opportunity and refuse it, that is the mark of a true fool. Everyone. So the point of the question was to be greedy. This. Lian sighed and shook his head. Sigh, it seems you still have much to learn. 20 days later, Yunxiao City. A group of people walked along the street, surrounded by the chatter of cultivators and passersby. Have you heard? The Qingxiao sect has produced another prodigy. I heard he's only a little over 20 and has already broken through to the celestial, immortal realm. Not just heard. A month ago, he defeated the Earth, immortal realm peak-level ancestor of the Wanjian sect in a single move. Damn. This is no mere genius. This is a monster. Even in the central region, there's no one this freakish, right? That person seems to be called Lu Chun. I hear he's even junior brother Ji Mubai's junior. My heavens. I thought Ji Mubai was already the most outstanding talent in the Eastern domain, but his junior is even more heaven-defying. The murmurs rose and fell, drifting into everyone's ears. Guya Wangbo and Li Ruoxuan turned in surprise, looking toward the figure at the very back of the group. Lu Chun dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Could the Lu Chun they were talking about be immortal Lu Chun? They never imagined immortal Lu Chun was so powerful. Lu Chun felt uncomfortable under the stairs, and a rare hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. He turned his head expressionlessly and shot a fierce glare at Leon. Now his name Lu Chun had become famous throughout the entire Eastern domain. Damn scoundrel. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Likes to stir up trouble, does he? Fine. From now on, whenever he went out, he would use the name Lian. Robbing opportunities, picking fights, all under the name Leon. Want to keep a low profile? No way. After a while, Lian led the group to a residence in the center of Yunxiao City. The house was modest, only 2 stories without even a courtyard, but its location was excellent. Right beside the liveliest commercial street in Yunxiao City, with the bustling market just outside the door. Lian pushed open the wooden door, and the hinges creaked softly. On the upper right corner of the door was carved a palm-sized mark, the exclusive emblem of Qingxiao sect disciples. With this mark, it was as if they were proclaiming to all that the residence had an owner, and that owner was from the Qingxiao sect. In Yunxiao City, few dared to covet a Qingxiao sect disciple's property. The interior was simply furnished. 2 floors, a total of 4 rooms. The furniture, though not exquisite, was clean and tidy. Sunlight streamed through the wooden windows, creating a cozy atmosphere. Lian stepped aside from the doorway and said calmly, You'll stay here for the next few days. The commercial street is right next door. If you want something to eat, just go buy it there. Li Ruoxuan hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Immortal. Lian waved his hand. Oh, don't thank me. Thank Guya and Wang Jichao instead. This house of mine isn't cheap. I could rent it out for a good sum. They borrowed some money from me, so I rented it to them. With that, he took out a heavy cloth pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Guya. There are 200 silver taels inside, enough for you to live on for a while. Everyone exchanged glances. 200 taels, was that really enough? After their experience with the nine-tail plate of boiled greens, they had developed a deep trauma regarding the prices in the spirit realm. Lian seemed to read their minds, and added with a smile, "Don't worry. This is the eastern domain, a prosperous and affluent land. Prices aren't that outrageous. Not 9 taels for a plate of boiled greens. Even if you eat meat and fish every day, it will last you a long time." Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. After all, a 9-tail plate of boiled greens would be more insane than the prices in Dasha's Modu. After settling everyone, Lian left with Guya and Wang Jichao heading toward the Qingxiao sect. Traversing the bustling streets of cloud-soaring city, Lian directly soared into the sky, with the 2 others transforming into a streak of light that flew into the mountain gate. The clouds swiftly receded beside them, and the vista before them suddenly opened up. A majestic and magnificent immortal sect gradually emerged amidst the clouds, with pavilions and towers standing in staggered layers, ancient bronze bells hanging under the eaves emitting crisp and pleasant chimes in the wind. In the distance, peaks like swords pierced the sky, and halfway up the mountains a sea of clouds churned. Several immortal cranes flapped their wings across the horizon, their long calls echoing through the valleys. Guya involuntarily held her breath. At this moment, she forgot the vast height beneath her feet, completely awestruck by the scene before her. This is the immortal sect. Wang Jichao stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes shimmering. The immortal sect. This was exactly the same as the celestial gateway he had dreamed of. Clouds part, revealing the celestial palace. Crane's cry heard through the 9 heavens. One step beyond the mortal realm, henceforth within the immortal gate. Passing through the corridor, Lian brought the 2 to a spot before a pavilion and descended. The disciple on duty at the pavilion's entrance immediately bowed upon seeing Lian and Lu Chun. "Uncle Li." "Uncle Lu." That disciple looked up, and when his gaze fell on Lu Chun, sparks practically flashed in his eyes. Now the entire Qingxiao sect was buzzing with rumors the 6th peak had produced another super genius named Lu Chun. At just over 20 years old, he had achieved the celestial immortal realm and defeated the earth immortal realm ancestor of the Wanjian sect in a single move. Lu Chun was utterly speechless about this. The sect's actions were essentially going with the flow. Now the news of Li An's celestial immortal realm was jointly sealed by the higher-ups. Except for a few high-level members and the disciples who had gone to the Wanjian sect, no one else knew. Thus, the super genius label was naturally pinned on Lu Chun. "Senior brother, I really thank you." Lian nodded and asked, "Is the sect leader in?" The disciple quickly replied, "Yes. The sect leader is in the hall." Lian grunted in acknowledgement, then led Guya and Wang Jichao through the door. The hall was bright and spacious, with simple yet dignified furnishings. Behind the desk at the front, a middle-aged man was bent over reviewing documents. The middle-aged man wore a green robe with a refined countenance and a scholarly air between his brows, looking like a teacher. This person was the sect leader of Qingxiao sect, Shun Qingxing, at the Guiming realm. In Qingxiao sect, the sect leader's role differed from other sects, leaning more toward a manager, mainly handling affairs of the inner and outer sects. The true power core of the sect actually lay in the hands of the 9 peak masters. Therefore, many elders in Qingxiao sect preferred to hold idle positions rather than take on the burden of sect leader. Too many matters, trivial chores piled up like a mountain, and thankless work. Shun Qingxing looked up and saw Lian and Lu Chun enter, his eyes instantly brightening. He put down the documents and hurriedly approached, saying excitedly, "Lian, Lu Chun." Lian and Lu Chun slightly bowed. "Sect leader." Shun Qingxing nodded repeatedly, looking them over. "You're finally back. Your master has been talking about you every day these past few days, waiting for you like stars and moon." Lian and Lu Chun exchanged glances, and Lian asked, "Has master come out of seclusion?" "He has. Not only has he come out, but he also took in another little junior brother for you." Shun Qingxing laughed. "Oh." Lian was taken aback. "Another one?" He and Lu Chun had left Qingxiao sect just over a month ago. How could he have taken in another so soon? This was not just an iron tree blossoming. It was an iron tree turning into a flower shop. Shun Qingxing explained with a smile, "You two must know him. It's that boy you saved from the demon clan Lin Fan." Lian was slightly surprised. So it was him. Back then, because he and Lu Chun were in a hurry to head to the western frontier, they had Elder Chun go fetch Lin Fan back to the sect. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan not only passed the sect's test, but was also directly accepted by the master into the 6th peak, becoming his junior brother. At that moment, Shun Qingxing's gaze fell on the 2 behind Lian, and these 2 are... Lian stepped aside and introduced sect leader. "These 2 are disciples Guya and Wang Jichao, whom Lu Chun and I recruited for the sect in the western frontier." Guya and Wang Jichao quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Greetings, senior." Shun Qingxing looked at the 2 with some surprise. The Lin Fan that Lian had brought back earlier already possessed terrifying talent. Could these 2 be super geniuses as well? Lian added, "They have never cultivated before. A while ago, Lu Chun just taught them the basics, and both completed foundation establishment within 10 days. Foundation establishment within 10 days? Hey." Shun Qingxing's eyes lit up. "Excellent, excellent." In the spirit realm, completing foundation establishment within a month was considered a genius. Finishing it in 10 days was absolutely super genius material. At this moment, Shen Qingxing's gaze toward Lian grew even more fervent. Truly the most monstrous disciple in Qingxiao sect's history. Not only achieving celestial immortal in his 20s, but also bringing back 3 super geniuses on a single trip. Lian cupped his hands. Sect leader, I'll trouble you to take them for the sect test. Shen Qingxing nodded. Alright, difficulty level 3. Level 3. Wouldn't that be too hard? Level 2 should be enough. Alright. Guya and Wang Jichao exchanged glances. Level. Did the entrance test have difficulty levels? What was the difference from playing a game? Maybe. Be kind and just set it to level 1 as a token. Shen Qingxing suddenly remembered something and added, oh, by the way, Li and Lu Chun, since you're back, go to the forbidden ground in the back mountain first. The ancestors are waiting for you there. Lian raised an eyebrow. Ancestors. S. Ancestor he could understand. But ancestors, plural. He was somewhat surprised. Could it be that their Qingxiao sect was indeed, as he suspected, far from simple? What to do when encountering a problem you can't solve? Go find the ancestors. What if the ancestors can't solve it either? Go find the ancestors' ancestors. Shen Qingxing smiled. You'll know when you get there. Our Qingxiao sect has been passed down for 10,000 years. It's not that simple. Lian nodded and didn't ask further. Then, after watching Guya and Wang Jichao being taken away by Shen Qingxing, Lian and Lu Chun exchanged a glance, simultaneously soared into the air and flew toward the direction of the back mountain. Moments later, Lian and Lu Chun descended before a forest shrouded in mist. The rear mountain of Qingyun's sect had always been forbidden ground, and when Lian was brought back by his master, he was warned never to set foot there. Thus, Lian had never visited the sect's back mountain. The mist before them was like a heavy curtain enveloping the entire forest so tightly that even divine sense could not penetrate it. Lian narrowed his eyes, inwardly astonished. Even with his cultivation at the great perfection of the heavenly immortal realm, he could not see through the formation before him. As the two approached, the thick mist slowly parted to either side, revealing a winding path. Lian and Lu Chun exchanged a glance, and without hesitation stepped inside. The deeper they went, the clearer the surroundings became. The soil beneath their feet was soft and moist, but what surprised Lian most was the density of spiritual energy here. He had never experienced such abundant spiritual energy anywhere, not even on the 6th peak under the spirit gathering array, which was far less than 1/10 of this place. Passing through a dense forest, the view suddenly opened up. A small village appeared before their eyes with only a few dozen households, blue-tiled roofs, and white walls arranged in a picturesque manner. At the village entrance, a clear stream flowed, and beside it were neatly arranged farm plots planted with common vegetables. Lian gazed at the scene and could not help but whisper, I never imagined that within Qingyun's sect there lies such a paradise. Not far from them, an old man with a bare upper back was bending over transplanting rice seedlings, looking no different from an ordinary farmer. Lian's gaze fell upon him, and his heart skipped a beat. Mid-stage heavenly immortal realm. He had encountered an unknown immortal ancestor as soon as he entered. The old man seemed to notice them, inserted the last seedling into the mud, straightened up, looked at them, and grinned. Oh, you must be Lian and Lu Chun. Lian and Lu Chun quickly bowed and said, Greetings, ancestor. The old man studied them, and his smile gradually faded. Incredible. One has stepped into the earth immortal realm before the age of 20 and the other. He stared at Li and growing more astonished. Good heavens. You've just entered the heavenly immortal realm, haven't you? Your cultivation. Lian did not hide it, and replied frankly, Ancestor, this junior is at the great perfection of the heavenly immortal realm. The old man's pupils contracted. GG, great perfection. Are you joking? Lian did not explain further, but merely released a wisp of his aura. That vast abyssal pressure flashed and vanished. The old man gasped sharply, his wrinkles trembling. Hiss. That's the exact feeling. Just like Jiao Nyang's. Great perfection. Absolutely great perfection. Seeing this, the old man's gaze toward Li and became blazingly intense. A dragon has emerged. A dragon has emerged. Our Qingyun sect has truly produced a dragon. The old man slapped his thighs several times in excitement before calming down and waving a hand. All right, go on in. The village chief is waiting for you inside. Lian and Lu Chun bowed again and were about to proceed when the old man suddenly called out, Wait, do you still remember my name? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. The old man sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I didn't expect that after so many years the outside world has even forgotten my name. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to go out and slay some demonic cultivators to re-establish my reputation. Lian, Lu Chun, demonic cultivators, speak for us. The old man raised his head, looked at them again, and said solemnly, My surname is Jin, given name Xiao. Lian was slightly startled. Jin Xiao. You are the senior peak master of the first peak, Jin Xiao. Wrong. The old man waved his hand, chin slightly raised. I am the senior peak master. Lian. Thanks for the reminder. Lian exclaimed in surprise. But weren't you rumored to have been besieged and killed by demonic cultivators 300 years ago? Jin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. All fake. Mere demonic cultivators worthy of killing me. Back in my day, before he could finish, an ethereal voice suddenly came from deep within the village, cutting him off. The voice was aged and carried a hint of authority. Don't dwell on the past. Go plow your fields. Jin Xiao's face stiffened, and he muttered under his breath, "Rarely do I get some juniors. What's wrong with a few words?" The voice rang out again, "A few words? A day? Or 3 days? You know how long you'll talk once you start. Don't you have a clue in your heart? Lian can't even finish in 3 days? Then this ancestor Jin Xiao must have too many stories." Jin Xiao reluctantly waved his hand. All right, go on. If you have time, come back and chat with me later." Lian and Lu Chen bowed. "Yes, ancestor Jin Xiao." The two continued inward, and soon reached the village entrance. The village road was flat and clean, and at the intersection stood a lush camphor tree with a canopy spreading like an umbrella, enormous in size. At that moment, a black shadow flashed across the trunk. A pitch-black kitten crouched on a branch, its golden vertical pupils quietly watching them, tail gently swaying, its demeanor calm. Lian paused, lifted his head slightly to look at the black cat, and waves of shock surged in his heart again. This seemingly ordinary cat also exuded an aura at the early stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Good heavens, even a cat in the rear mountain of Qingyun sect could have such cultivation. Lian took a deep breath, gaining a brand new understanding of Qingyun sect's foundations. Now, even if someone told him that a true immortal was hidden in Qingyun sect, he would believe it without hesitation. As Lian and Lu Chen stepped into the village, they increasingly realized how profound Qingyun sect's heritage truly was. At the blacksmith shop at the village entrance, a bare-chested middle-aged man was swinging a hammer to forge a piece of metal that glowed with a dark red luster, each strike carrying a dull rumble. A few elderly people sat by the roadside, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans and chatting leisurely. But as Lian's divine sense swept over them, he was repeatedly shocked. The middle-aged man at the blacksmith shop, early heavenly immortal realm. The two old men playing chess by the roadside, one at mid-stage, the other at late-stage heavenly immortal realm. Even the old woman squatting at the alley entrance picking vegetables exuded a steady aura at the early heavenly immortal realm. Throughout this walk, Lian and Lu Chen almost had to bow the entire way. Every time they passed someone, they respectfully bowed and greeted them. In this short journey, they encountered 7 or 8 people, all of whom had reached the heavenly immortal realm. Soon after they left, the middle-aged man at the blacksmith shop put down his hammer, looked at their retreating figures, and could not help but exclaim, "Are the juniors of our Qingyun sect all this monstrous now? I remember it took me a full 80 years to break through to the earth immortal realm, and more than 400 years to reach the heavenly immortal realm. Now we have one under 20 at the earth immortal realm, and another in his 20s at the great perfection of the heavenly immortal realm." The old man sitting beside him shook his fan, his gaze distant, and sighed softly. "Perhaps the era of prodigies is coming again." Passing through the village lanes, they arrived at a quiet little courtyard at the center. The courtyard was not large, with ivy climbing over the walls, and the door was half open. At the entrance, an old woman holding a walking stick smiled at them, her face kind, but her eyes deep as an ancient well. "You've come." Her voice was gentle, as if welcoming home juniors. Lian and Lu Chen quickly bowed. "Ancestor." Lian looked at the old woman, his gaze sharpening. This old woman's cultivation was also at the great perfection of the heavenly immortal realm, the same as his. Could she be the village chief that ancestor Jin Xiao spoke of, the strongest foundation of Qingyun sect? The old woman smiled and waved her hand. "No need to call me ancestor. In this village, just call me Aunt Xiao. The village chief is waiting for you inside. Follow me." With that, she pushed open the courtyard gate and led the two inside. After entering the courtyard, the furnishings were even simpler than Lian had imagined, much like an ordinary modern farmhouse. In the corner of the courtyard was a small vegetable patch. In the center stood a round stone table with several stone stools around it, and on one of those stools sat an elderly man. The old man wore a short blue cloth jacket, straw sandals, and held a coarse porcelain teacup, sipping tea leisurely. At first glance, he looked no different from the ordinary old men basking in the sun at the village entrance. Yet it was precisely this ordinariness that weighed on Lian's heart. After witnessing the Golden Bridge ancestor, the middle-aged man at the blacksmith shop, Aunt Xiao, and others, he would never naively believe that this old man was an ordinary elder. The only possibility was that the other party's strength had far exceeded his perception. 9 times out of 10, he was the legendary true immortal. The true immortal realm, unparalleled in the era, capable of subduing an entire region single-handedly and overturning mountains and rivers with a single wrath. He never expected that the entire eastern domain had not seen a true immortal for 10,000 years, yet their Qingxiao sect had hidden one. In fact, not only Lian, but also Lu Chen, a reincarnated deity, was deeply shaken the moment he saw the old man. He understood better than Li and how difficult it was to produce a true immortal in this age of incomplete heavenly Tao. Without exceptional talent and fortune at the pinnacle of the age, it would be utterly impossible to reach this step. Seeing the two enter, the old man smiled, put down his coarse porcelain teacup, and said gently, "You're here. Please sit." He personally lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for each of them. The tea was clear and bright, with a delicate fragrance rising gently, refreshing the mind. Upon hearing this voice, Li and was almost certain. The ethereal voice they had heard at the village entrance earlier came from this old man. Lian and Lu Chun exchanged a glance, first bowed slightly, and paid their respects, ancestor. Then they sat down on the stone stools. Aunt Jiao, after escorting them to the courtyard gate, quietly withdrew and gently closed the door. The courtyard fell silent for a moment, with only the fragrance of tea drifting in the air. The old man took a sip from his teacup before speaking slowly. My Dao name is Qinjianzi. As for my given name, after so many years I've nearly forgotten it myself. Lian murmured to himself. Qinjianzi. This name sounded so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Qinjianzi looked at their thoughtful expressions and chuckled. Judging by your looks, you truly cannot recall my title. But that's understandable. Oh, it has been 3,000 years. 3,000 years. Lian's heart trembled. The lifespan of a celestial immortal was only around 2,000 to 2,500 years. Only true immortals could live beyond 3,000 years. There could be no mistake. The cultivation of this old man before him was definitely above true immortal. Qinjianzi said, speaking of which, I should be your grandmaster. 3,000 years ago I served as the peak master of the 6th peak. Upon hearing these words, a flash of light suddenly struck Lian's mind. He remembered. In the ancestral hall of the 6th peak, the portrait located near the middle, wasn't his Dao name exactly Qinjianzi? Master. Which generation exactly? Never mind. Lian quickly stood up and bowed again. Grandmaster. Lu Chen followed suit. Grandmaster. Qinjianzi nodded with a smile, his gaze lingering on them for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. What do you think of Qingxiao sect? Lian raised an eyebrow, slightly not understanding why the grandmaster would ask such a question. But Lu Chen, as a reincarnated deity, caught the deeper meaning behind the words. Perhaps the grandmaster suspected that they might be reincarnations of ancient deities, and this question was actually asking whether they felt a sense of belonging to Qingxiao sect. Lu Chen immediately said solemnly, Grandmaster. In death we are ghosts of Qingxiao sect, in life we are people of Qingxiao sect. Lian instantly caught on and added, a lifetime as a guest under Qingxiao's gate, envying neither Penglai nor immortals. Hearing this, a look of satisfaction flashed in Qinjianzi's eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, you two fellows are quite shrewd. After his laughter subsided, his gaze fell back on Lian, and his tone turned more serious. Actually, the reason I summoned you this time is also to see you with my own eyes. After all, a celestial immortal great perfection at just over 20 years old. Even in ancient times such a feat would have shaken the world. Seeing you today, it is truly incredible. He studied Lian for a moment, then said slowly, I perceive that your aura is as deep as an abyss. Your spiritual light is perfectly integrated without any trace of frivolity. It seems you are now but a single step away from the true immortal realm. By then you will be the most supreme existence in the spirit realm. Lian was slightly stunned. Most supreme. Grandmaster, aren't there still you? Qinjianzi shook his head and sighed. We old fossils are no match for you young people. Although the heavenly Tao is currently recovering, and the suppression on cultivation is gradually loosening, breaking through to the mid-true immortal stage remains extremely difficult. With your heaven-defying talent, I imagine that in a dozen years, when the heavenly Tao fully recovers, your cultivation will completely surpass us old fellows. Lian mid-stage. Grandmaster, do you mean that the current spirit realm has no cultivators above the mid-true immortal stage? Qinjianzi nodded firmly. Yes, under the current suppression of the heavenly Tao, the highest cultivation in the spirit realm is only at the early true immortal stage. The moment he received confirmation, a sharp gleam flashed in Lian's eyes. If that were truly the case, then as long as he broke through to true immortal, he would directly catch up to the top tier of this world. For someone like him who lacked a sense of security and pursued stability above all, this was an incredibly good news. By then no one in this world would be able to threaten his life. Jia. After a moment, Qinjianzi's expression gradually turned solemn. There is one more thing I must tell you. Do you know the true origin of our Qingxiao sect? Lian and Lu Chun exchanged a glance, then shook their heads slightly. Qinjianzi paused, then spoke in a low voice. In truth, 100,000 years ago, before the war between gods and demons, our sect was not in the eastern domain, nor was it called Qingxiao sect. It was known as the Qingxiu sect. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Qingxiu sect, he blurted out. In the beginning was the Tao, and Qingxiu was its foundation. 10,000 laws return to the source, one qi transforms into the vastness. Qinjianzi's eyes narrowed. Oh, you are well informed. Lu Chun paused, then covered with a smile. Ah, Grandmaster, those are all bygone tales. I hardly remember them. I only care about the present. Qinjianzi gave him a long probing look, then burst into laughter. Ha, true enough. No matter how glorious the past, life's strength in the present is what truly matters. The past is, after all, just the past. Lu Chen lowered his eyes and said nothing more, but a storm raged within his heart. No wonder. He had always sensed that the techniques of the 6th peak held an extraordinary depth. Now he realized those techniques were steeped in the shadows of antiquity. So the predecessor of Qingxiao sect had such an immense background. Qin Jianzi looked at them and said gravely, "Since you know of Qingxiu sect, you must also know where it was located during the war between gods and demons 100,000 years ago, don't you?" Lian scratched his head and admitted frankly, Grandmaster, I don't know. Qin Jianzi's smile froze. You don't know? Lian, I really don't know, Grandmaster. Qin Jianzi stared for a long while, then asked incredulously, how is that possible? Aren't you a reincarnated deity? In his mind, only a reincarnated ancient god could achieve such terrifying cultivation speed as Li Un and Lu Qin displayed. That was why he had deliberately tested their attitude toward the Qingxiao sect. He wanted to confirm whether these two monstrous juniors were truly loyal to the sect. Lian smiled helplessly. I really am not, Grandmaster. I'm just an ordinary genius. Qin Jianzi. Lu Qin. Look at that. Is that even human speech? An ordinary genius. A celestial immortal perfection in his 20s. Then what was he, a reincarnated deity? A piece of trash. Qin Jianzi gave Lian a deep look. He happened to possess a mind power ability that could discern truth from falsehood in words. And when Lian spoke those words, his heart was open without the slightest concealment. Not a reincarnated deity, yet achieving celestial immortal perfection in his 20s. Qin Jianzi's gaze toward Lian suddenly blazed with intensity. Not a reincarnated deity, yet reaching this step. This was no longer genius. This was an unprecedented, unparalleled anomaly. At that moment, Lu Qin suddenly explained to Lian, Senior brother, in ancient times the human race had a supreme sect far surpassing any of the ancient clans in the central continent today. It was the undisputed #1 sect of humanity 100,000 years ago. And that sect was Qingxiu sect. Lian's eyes lit up. I never imagined our Qingxiao sect had such a background. Truly my home, my sect. Lu Qin. What does that mean? Showing loyalty. You sure know how to say the right things. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianzi burst into hearty laughter. Haha, well said. Qingxiao sect is our home. He looked at Lian with ever-growing satisfaction, his gaze filled with affection and admiration, as if he wished he could empty the sect's treasury and stuff it all into Lian's hands. Lu Qin, Grandmaster, I recall that during the Great War 100,000 years ago, Qingxiu sect. Qin Jianzi waved his hand, his expression slowly darkening as he explained, 100,000 years ago, Qingxiu sect was located at the center of the war between gods and demons, the Void Realm. That battle tore heaven and earth apart, shattered the heavenly Tao, and fractured the Xinhuang continent. Qingxiu sect was nearly annihilated in that catastrophe, almost sinking into the endless void along with the Void Realm. Later, an ancestral master of the sect forcefully tore open the void, leading the remaining disciples and heritage to the eastern domain, where they re-established the sect and renamed it Qingxiao sect. Lian's eyes flickered. He had never imagined that his sect possessed such a tragic and profound history. Qin Jianzi snorted coldly, a hint of suppressed anger in his voice. Speaking of it, the reason Qingxiu sect suffered so grievously was because of a stab in the back from other human sects. If those faithless bastards hadn't turned traitor on the battlefield, how could our Qingxiu sect have met such an end? Lu Qin nodded. He knew something of those events. In truth, humanity had always held the upper hand against demons and other races. The fundamental reason humanity had never unified the myriad realms was not external enemies, but internal strife. Sects schemed against one another, deceitful, and never united. Their deterrence against foreign races naturally diminished. 100,000 years ago, if humanity had been united, the demons would never have dared to wage war. Silence fell over the courtyard. Qin Jianzi cleared his throat and spoke again. Actually, the most important reason I called you here is this: as you know, the heavenly Tao is now recovering. I want you to journey to the Void Realm, to the ruins of the original Qingxiu sect. After the divine battle collapsed, the Void Realm fell into the endless void, and many sect inheritances were lost there. I hope you can retrieve all the heritages belonging to Qingxiu sect. Some of those inheritances have age restrictions. We old ones no longer have the qualification to touch them. So I must trouble you. 3 hours later, the two left the back mountain. Lian was still somewhat dazed. The Qingxiao sect where he had grown up harbored such an astonishing background, something he had never imagined before. The Void Realm. Lian murmured the name, then looked at Lu Qin. According to Grandmaster, the Void Realm might very well be the world where Wang Jichao and the others are. There was another point Li and didn't mention. That the Void Realm was likely Earth. Lu Qin nodded. Grandmaster also said that the Void Realm was probably the first world to merge with the Spirit Realm. It lies at the border between the Spirit Realm and the Demon Realm. Most of the dimensional rifts that have appeared recently connect to either the Demon Realm or the Void Realm. Regardless, since we have already promised Grandmaster, this trip to the Void Realm is unavoidable. First, to retrieve Qingxiu sect's heritage, and second, to gather the scattered fragments of the world's origin. Lian's gaze grew distant, then he pulled himself back. Let's go. Time to return to the sixth peak. Their figures blurred, turning into two streaks of light that vanished at the entrance of the back mountain. On a clearing halfway up the sixth peak, two figures were engaged in a fierce sparring session. Thunder and fist shadows collided, sending gusts of wind scattering fallen leaves into the air. Su Xiaoxiao's body crackled with lightning as if draped in a gossamer cloak of purple electricity. Every palm strike she unleashed carried sharp arcs of lightning. Opposite her, Lin Fan moved with steady steps, his fists and feet carrying a brutal force. With a final clash, Su Xiaoxiao's lightning bolt struck precisely against Lin Fan's fist, sending him stumbling back several steps. Lin Fan steadied himself, hands on his knees, panting heavily, sweat dripping from his chin. His spiritual energy was completely depleted. He could not continue. Lin Fan shook his head ruefully and smiled bitterly. Senior sister, I admit defeat. Su Xiaoxiao withdrew her lightning, took a deep breath and nodded slightly, but a sense of urgency stirred in her heart. This junior brother Lin Fan, though older than her, had been cultivating for less than a month, and yet he was already closing in on her progress. Such talent was terrifying. No, she had worked hard to become senior sister. She absolutely could not let her junior surpass her so easily. Moreover, she now knew of the terrifying talents of her three senior brothers, especially third senior brother Lu Chun. He was actually a celestial immortal. A celestial immortal. In their Qian kingdom, the strongest were only earth immortals. A celestial immortal could easily sweep the entire kingdom. Even the Qian emperor would bow in reverence. At this moment, Qing Xuan, standing nearby, watched the two sparring in the arena with immense gratification. They had only joined the sixth peak not long ago, yet they had already attained such cultivation. Excellent. Added to this were the constant good news coming from all over the sect in recent days. Lu Chun, a peerless prodigy, had reached the heavenly immortal realm before even turning 20. The eldest disciple was also once recognized as the #1 prodigy of the Eastern Domain. Some peak masters even declared outright that Qing Xian was a saintly body for taking disciples. Hearing this, he felt that this life was worth it. What if he couldn't become an immortal? He was a saintly body for taking disciples. What if he wouldn't live long? He was a saintly body for taking disciples. With such outstanding disciples, even if he died, he could close his eyes with a smile. Qing Xian cleared his throat lightly and said, Lin Fan, your talent in body cultivation is truly remarkable. In such a short time you have tempered your physical body to such a level. It's no easy feat. But the path of cultivation cannot be one-sided. Though body cultivation is powerful, it ultimately has its limits. The way of spells and techniques is the foundation for reaching the summit of the immortal path. Remember, the physical body is a boat and spells are the sail. Only by advancing both can you cross great rivers. Lin Fan's expression turned serious and he quickly bowed, saying, Disciple understands. Qing Xian nodded with satisfaction, his gaze toward Lin Fan growing increasingly gentle. This newly accepted fifth disciple was honest, simple, and willing to endure hardship. He had truly struck gold. Unlike those two disciples who were never home and had such odd personalities. Heavenly immortal. How dare they hide such a big matter from him? Did those two unfilial brats even have any respect for him as their master? Just then, at the edge of the clearing, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted, and upon seeing the two familiar figures, she immediately exclaimed with joy, Senior brothers, you're back. She subconsciously wanted to run over, but as soon as she took a step, Lian's previous, outrageous, behavior flashed through her mind. Her steps suddenly halted, and she froze in place, unable to advance or retreat. She was really afraid that Lian would suddenly say, Junior sister, your little cutie is back. A hiss. How perverted. Lin Fan's eyes also lit up when he saw the two, his face full of joy. When he first joined the sixth peak, he was full of joy. Later, when he learned that his savior was actually his own senior brother, the excitement and gratitude were beyond words. Lian smiled and cupped his hands toward the others. Master, junior sister, junior brother. Qing Xuan's eyes widened immediately upon seeing the two. You two brats, you still remember to come back. However, though Qing Xuan's mouth was cursing, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise and excitement. Lian and Lu Chun were practically raised by him since childhood. Although their personalities were each more troublesome than the other, the bond between them was already as deep as that of father and son. He said he wasn't worried, but when these two brats silently ran off to a dangerous place like the Western region, how could he not be worried? Even if he knew that one of them might already be a heavenly immortal as a master, he still had to worry. Lian was just about to explain a few things when suddenly, a black shadow appeared without warning from the side, carrying a fierce gust of wind, and punched fiercely toward his face. Lian's lips curled slightly. Without dodging or avoiding, he raised his hand and casually blocked. Boom! Fist and palm collided, erupting with a dull roar. A powerful shockwave spread outward, and the stirred-up wind sent leaves and dust flying into the air. That black shadow was also forced back 3 steps by the recoil force, leaving 3 shallow footprints on the ground. Lian smiled and withdrew his hand, teasing, Senior brother, I just got back. No need for such a grand welcome, right? The figure slowly materialized. It was Ji Mubai. Ji Mubai was dressed in white, his robes fluttering in the fierce wind, but his gaze was as sharp as a sword, staring intently at Leon. I knew it. That heavenly immortal the outside world is talking about is not junior brother Lu Chun, but you. When the news first reached the sixth peak, others might have been doubtful, but Ji Mubai was more certain than anyone in his heart. That Lu Chun, who defeated the Earth Immortal Realm ancestor in one move, was definitely not Lu Chun, but Leon. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, and for a moment she couldn't react. Then the real heavenly immortal is second senior brother. Qing Xin snorted and glared at Leon and Lu Chun. You two brats, since you've been exposed, why are you still pushing it back and forth? Lu Chun. Master, what an injustice. This matter had nothing to do with him at all. Leon sighed helplessly and said regretfully, damn it. So you still found out senior brother. It seems my ordinary person identity couldn't be hidden after all. Everyone. Lin Fan was stunned and couldn't help asking Su Xiaoxiao quietly, is second senior brother usually like this? Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, her expression complicated. Well, usually he's not like this. Usually she felt Leon was quite proper, a qualified senior brother. But at special times he would suddenly have a fit. Ji Mubai couldn't be bothered with Leon's nonsense, and his aura burst forth. A vast and sharp pressure like a sword being drawn instantly swept across the entire mountainside. Qing Xuan's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, this is the immortal realm. Mubai, you've broken through. Ji Mubai nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on Leon. Yes, master. 3 days ago I successfully broke through to the Earth Immortal Realm. Speaking of which, I have to thank my junior brother for the motivation. Leon said, hey, senior brother, we're all family. No need to be polite. Let's talk. Take this. Ji Mubai's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next instant appeared before Leon, a fist imbued with Earth Immortal Realm's spiritual energy blasting straight out. Boom. The fist wind exploded, and the ground instantly cracked with several deep marks. And just as the two clashed, Lu Chun had somehow already appeared in front of Qing Xuan, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lin Fan, raising a single hand to form a pale golden spiritual energy barrier blocking all the shockwaves. Lu Chun even had the leisure to turn back and smile. Master, junior brothers and sister, it's not safe here. Let's go watch from the side. Qing Xin stood still, his gaze falling on Lu Chun, his pupils contracting again. The aura that Lu Chun had revealed in that instant was clearly also the immortal realm. Qing Xian opened his mouth uncertain. Lu Chun. You are also in the immortal realm. Lu Chun smiled slightly. Master, some things I'll explain slowly after the two senior brothers finished their sparring. Qing Xian was silent for a moment, looking at these three disciples, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The first 3 disciples he had taken in had all surpassed him in cultivation one after another. But wasn't this a good thing? As a master, who wouldn't want their disciples to surpass them? Besides, he only had a few years of life left. As the 3 retreated to a safe zone, Ji Mubai finally unleashed his full potential. His attacks grew increasingly fierce and sharp, each strike carrying spiritual energy as sharp as blades, accompanied by the sound of tearing air so fast that their trajectories were nearly invisible. Yet no matter how ferociously he attacked, Leon remained firmly rooted in place, like an unshakable mountain, blocking every move without even shifting his stance. The terrifying battle ripples ravaged the entire clearing, leaving it riddled with scars. The ground cracked inch by inch, and debris flew everywhere, as if a natural disaster had struck. The 3 in the distance, except for Lu Chun, were all dumbfounded. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, and her entire body trembled slightly. Too strong. She couldn't see clearly at all. In Su Xiaoxiao's field of vision, she could only perceive the aftermath of the battle, and the second senior brother standing still, as if he hadn't moved, but as for the senior brother, she couldn't even locate him. Lin Fan swallowed hard, and exclaimed in shock, is this the strength of senior brother and second senior brother? Qing Xian stroked his beard. Although he couldn't see the details of the exchange, clearly wasn't this a perfect teaching opportunity? Lin Fan Xiaoxiao, as long as you cultivate diligently and devote yourselves to the Tao, your future achievements will certainly not be inferior to those of your senior brothers. Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan nodded simultaneously, a glint of determination flashing in their eyes. They must become as strong as their senior brothers. At the center of the battle, Ji Mubai's movements appeared as slow as a snail to Li, and yet Leon secretly marveled at the senior brother's talent. In his view, even without using his thunder talent, Ji Mubai's pure physical combat prowess had already reached the terrifying Earth Immortal mid-stage. Remember, senior brother had just broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. Such cross-level combat capability was among the top tier across the entire spirit realm. Just then the sky suddenly churned with dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and purple electric serpents slithered through the clouds. Ji Mubai leaped aside, his battle intent undiminished. In truth, after confirming that Leon was that celestial immortal, what surged within him was neither jealousy nor resentment. It was an indescribably complex emotion. What angered him was that Leon had been sparring with him while suppressing his cultivation. In his view, a junior brother being stronger than him was never a bad thing. Rather, it was a good thing. Now that their master's lifespan was limited, the pressure of the entire sixth peak had been weighing on his shoulders alone. But with Lian a celestial immortal to hold the fort, he could at least breathe a little easier and focus on seclusion for further breakthroughs. Ji Mubai took a deep breath, looked at Lian, and said in a deep voice, "Junior brother, you don't mind if I use my full strength, do you?" Lian smiled, a hint of seriousness igniting in his eyes. "Come on, senior brother." The two exchanged a smile, and then the rolling thunderclouds in the sky suddenly exploded. A thick purple heavenly thunder as massive as a flood dragon descended with earth-shattering momentum, striking straight at Lian. Qing Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed this. I never expected Mubai to have cultivated the Zifu thunderclap art to the seventh move, 9 Heavens Thunder Dragon Fall. Truly terrifying. After all he had cultivated for 100 years, but had only reached the sixth move, Purple Lightning startled Swan. The Thunder Dragon descended with destructive force the air, shrieking sharply under the violent thunder pressure. Lian looked up at the surging purple thunder before him, squinting slightly. This strike must have reached the power of the Earth Immortal late stage. Senior brother was truly a monster. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to engulf him, Lian slowly raised his right hand, and a faint layer of darkness appeared in his palm, like a silently spinning black hole. The moment the Thunder Dragon collided with that darkness, there was no explosion, no aftermath, not even a sound. From the ferocious dragon head to the long tail, the entire Thunder Dragon was devoured by an invisible maw, vanishing in an instant. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. What is that? In her eyes, that strike was already terrifying enough to make one despair, and she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for second senior brother. Yet such a devastating Thunder Dragon simply disappeared, without leaving a trace. Lu Chun explained from the side. That's one of second senior brother's talents, Space Attribute Devour. This ability can devour any magical attack. Any technique condensed from spiritual energy will be completely swallowed by that darkness and reduced to nothing. In other words, techniques of the same realm cannot harm second senior brother in the slightest. Su Xiaoxiao murmured, devour. All techniques are useless against senior brother. Exactly, Lu Chen nodded. To harm second senior brother, you either need a higher realm or pure physical combat at close range. Lu Chen paused and didn't continue. Actually, there was one more thing he didn't say. Even with physical combat, Lian couldn't be hurt. That freak also had life attribute healing. If you fought him with physical combat, you'd be the one exhausted to death in the end. On the field, Ji Mubai looked at Li, and who remained motionless, and had effortlessly neutralized his strongest attack, and slowly exhaled a turbid breath, his gaze complex. So this is a celestial immortal. He was about to say something, when he saw Lian suddenly bend over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Damn, as expected of senior brother. You actually pushed me to this extent. Ji Mubai, the crowd. Ji Mubai shook his head in exasperation, landed beside Li and kicked him half-heartedly. All right, you. Lian straightened up with a grin. Senior brother, seriously, the fact that you could cultivate the Zifu thunderclap art to the seventh move. Your comprehension is simply terrifying. I bow to your superiority. Ji Mubai ignored his banter and cut to the chase. Enough. Tell me quickly. After you and Lu Chun left the Wanjian sect, where did you go? Is there something you're hiding from me and master? Just then Qing Xian, Lu Chun, and the others approached. Qing Xian stroked his beard, his gaze sweeping over the two. Although he was angry that these two disciples had concealed their cultivation levels from him, he believed he still understood Li Un and Lu Chen's temperaments. These two were usually homebodies who would rather stay in the sect without moving an inch. For them to travel all the way to the western regions, there must be something major. Lian and Lu Chun exchanged a glance. Lian was silent for a moment, then took out a crimson fruit from his storage pouch and handed it to Qing Xian with both hands. Master, third junior brother and I went out this time, mainly to search for the spirit soul fruit at the sacred mountain. Qing Xian's pupils sharply contracted. Sacred mountain. The sacred mountain of the western regions. He knew it. What nonsense about going to the western regions for a wedding feast. These two were clearly orphans he had picked up. How could they have relatives in the western regions? Lian didn't explain further, just pushed the spirit soul fruit forward. Master, this is the spirit soul fruit. It can repair your damaged divine soul, and also mend the cracks in your down nature. With it you have hope of becoming an immortal. Qing Xian, this. His hands trembling slightly, he took the crimson fruit. Staring at the spirit soul fruit in his hands, his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Becoming an immortal. He had thought he would never have hope in this life, but he never expected that these two unfilial disciples. No, these two good disciples would venture into that deadly forbidden land for his sake. Ji Mubai stood to the side, watching the scene, his gaze complex as he looked at Li Un and Lu Chun. He had thought that only he knew about their master's limited lifespan, which was one of the reasons he cultivated so desperately. But he never expected that his two junior brothers had already known, and had even brought back hope for their master to become an immortal. Lian looked at Qing Xian's slightly reddened eyes, and suddenly grinned. Master, are you super moved? Come here, give me a hug. Qing Xian was taken aback, then laughed, and scolded, "Get lost." He put away the spirit soul fruit, took a deep breath, and looked at the two before him seriously. "But next time you do something like this, you must tell me first. Your safety is the most important thing." Lian smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Master, we understand." In Yunshao City, the stargazing tower. These past 2 days the tower had been exceptionally lively, thronged with visitors. Wealthy cultivators and scions of aristocratic families had flocked there, packing the tavern to overflowing with people, even standing in the corridors. The reason was not that the tower itself held any special allure. It was simply that a remarkably talented storyteller had recently arrived there. On the first day he stunned everyone with a tale titled Steep Slope and Vast Sky. Especially that line, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully a young man for being poor, which stirred the blood of every cultivator present, making them itch to draw their swords and battle for 300 rounds. On the second day, he narrated a story called Journey to the West. The golden quotes of the great sage equal to Heaven's Son Wukong came one after another, spreading through every alley of Yunshao City in just half a day. The crowd marveled. Despite Sun Wukong being a demon, the character was undeniably captivating. Especially the part about the havoc in heaven. It was so exhilarating that it made them pound the table in applause. "I call your name. Dare you answer?" The boy dares not. Every time he reached this part, someone in the audience couldn't help but burst out laughing. Today it was said to be the storyteller's last day at the stargazing tower. Even before sunset, the tower was already packed with people, even clinging to the windows. At that moment, on the stage of the tower's main hall, a young man in a blue robe, holding a folding fan, stood smiling. The youth stood tall and handsome, and with the opening and closing of his fan, he truly had the bearing of a storyteller. The audience below was already buzzing with chatter. "Wow, this storyteller is so young. I wonder what story he'll tell today. I really want to hear Journey to the West again." Yes, tell us about Sun Wukong again." "Hey, the great sage is interesting, but new stories are the best. I say the story today will definitely be more exciting than Journey to the West." At that moment, Lian swept his gaze across the audience, nodded inwardly, and took note of the crowd. Good. These past 2 days had built up the reputation. The number of people today likely exceeded the system's target. The audience below was already growing impatient. "Master, what will you tell us today?" Master. Lian cleared his throat, and instantly the hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. His expression unchanged, he closed his fan and spoke in a deep voice. "Today I will tell you a story from the ancient era." Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. The ancient era? Could it be a tale of the dragon and phoenix clans? I didn't expect the master to know stories from the ancient era. How impressive. "Quiet, please. Don't disturb the master." Lian smiled faintly, cleared his throat again, and announced, "This story is called Shi Yangyang and Hui Tailang." The crowd fell silent. What the hell? The anticipation on everyone's faces instantly froze, and many wondered if they had misheard. Shi Yangyang, Hui Tailang, sheep and wolves. Surely not dragons and phoenixes. Lian, as if oblivious to the stunned faces below, continued smoothly. In the ancient era, the #1 righteous sect was called the Qingqing Immortal sect. Though it was the foremost sect, it had only 6 disciples. The sect leader was Man Yangyang, the holy son was Shi Yangyang, the sect's simp. No, the martial arts fanatic was Fei Yangyang, and the fortune's favored son was Lan Yangyang. What sheep? What sheep? The audience was utterly bewildered, but out of respect for Lian's earlier reputation, they endured and listened on. Lian spread his fan, and his tone grew more impassioned. "And the villains are the Black Wolf clan. The Wolf King Hui Tailang commands the 10,000 Wolf Demon Cave, and after 100 years of bitter cultivation, he vows to master the sheep-devouring demon art. His lifelong ambition is to refine all the disciples of Qingqing Immortal sect into immortal pills and break through his realm." Yet, for 500 years the demon lord Hui Tailang attacked Qingqing Immortal sect day after day, but never once succeeded in capturing a single sheep. And our story begins. Half an hour later, the audience's faces grew increasingly grim. What the hell kind of story was this? Forget whether there were sheep and wolves in the ancient era. Even if there were a master who had cultivated the sheep-devouring demon art, couldn't refine a single sheep in 500 years. Might as well rename it to frog-devouring demon art. Since he couldn't refine sheep, he could just refine frogs. And in this story, the sheep were the righteous path and the wolves the demonic path. But after hearing it, they found themselves for the first time hoping the demonic path would succeed in refining the righteous. What a rage. 5 minutes later, when they heard the familiar line, "I will definitely come back," their anger finally erupted. "Master, what is this story about? 500 years. Overwhelming power. Why can't a genius demon lord like that catch even one sheep?" "Exactly. We spent so much money to come here not to listen to this nonsense." "Refund. Refund." Lian remained silent. That was familiar. Was it some movement from his past life? Now the crowd was seething with anger, and the scene was on the verge of chaos. Lian calmly put away his fan and said indifferently, "You are all mistaken. This Hui Tailang has top-tier talent and excels at mechanisms, puppets, and traps. But there are countless wild beasts and ferocious monsters in the wasteland. Why did he insist on going all the way with a group of little sheep? He paused, swept his gaze over the gradually quieting crowd, and continued. The same principle applies to cultivation. How many cultivators have spent decades stubbornly clinging to an unsuitable technique, sitting in meditation day and night, yet their cultivation stagnates, and they can't advance an inch. Hard work alone never deifies one. Running with all your might down the wrong path only takes you farther from the great Tao. Going south by driving north only wastes effort. Turning back reveals the broad path of the way. As his words fell, the hall fell silent. A moment later, some nodded thoughtfully, others bowed their heads in contemplation, as if struck by a chord. Leon breathed a secret sigh of relief. He had managed to bluff his way through. In his mind, he silently asked, "System, is the task complete?" A system prompt sounded. Special check-in task. Narrate the story of Shi Yangyang and Hui Tailang for over half an hour before an audience of more than 100 people. Completed. Excitement flickered in Lian's heart. Finished. It wasn't in vain that he had prepared so painstakingly for days. He could vaguely sense that after this task he would undergo a transformation. He calmed down. Lian looked at the still somewhat displeased audience. Though many found his words somewhat reasonable, most of the people here were ordinary. Cultivation had nothing to do with them. They only wanted a good story. Excitement. What sheep? What wolves? This was stuff for children. Feeling a bit guilty, Lian decided to tell another story as thanks for their patience in listening to his rambling for an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the story just now might have been absurd, but the lesson is there for you to savor. Next, I will tell you another story. The tale of an ordinary man's journey to immortality. Lian opened his fan, his tone growing steady. This story lacks grand spectacles, but it has a character you will never forget, known as Han Laoma. An hour later, the hall was silent. Someone whispered the line. The heavenly backlash accumulated over 3,000 years in the small town. Han Laoma will mediate it alone. Exquisite. Exquisite. Returning to the 6th peak, Li did not go to his own quarters, but instead headed to the cave dwelling, where he had always secluded himself for cultivation. Seated cross-legged on a green stone, without a moment's hesitation, he thought, system check-in. Signing in. Sign in complete. The following options are available. You may choose any 3 from the special sign-in. 1. Beast Taming Fragment 3. 2. Cultivation Experience 1. 3. Elemental Earth Fragment 2. 4. Cultivation Experience 0. 5. 5. Recovery Fruit 2. Lian's gaze swept across the panel, and his breath caught slightly. It's here. Beast Taming Fragment. After a whole month, he has finally gathered 100 beast taming fragments. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Bunny Girl. He can accept all of them. I choose 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Cultivation Experience 1, Elemental Earth Fragment 2, Beast Taming Fragment 3. As the rewards transformed into warm currents flowing into his body before he could check his backpack to synthesize the beast taming fragments, Lian suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Thump. That sound was like an ancient drum that had been silent for 10,000 years suddenly struck, deep and powerful. The vibration spread from his chest to every limb and bone. Then came the second, the third. Like relentless waves, each one heavier and more intense than the last. The spiritual energy within his body instantly went out of control, surging and churning through his meridians like boiling magma. A terrifying aura of extreme intensity erupted from Li, and transforming into an invisible shockwave that swept outward in all directions. Lian's pupils contracted sharply, then widened instantly. This is a sign of breakthrough. Boom. An invisible shockwave suddenly exploded, and the tables and chairs in the cave dwelling instantly turned to dust. Lian's robes fluttered violently in the turbulent surge of spiritual energy. His hair strands lifted up, and spiritual light surged around him like tides, as if a sun were erupting from within his body. Boom. A second thunderous sound followed, this time not a shockwave, but a substantial spiritual pressure that shot up into the sky. At that moment, the originally clear sky above the 6th peak suddenly darkened. Large patches of dark clouds gathered at a visible speed, with lightning rolling and writhing deep within the clouds, emitting a dull roar. This scene was like the apocalypse. At this moment, Qing Xian, Ji Mubai, Lu Chen, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lin Fan at the mountainside almost simultaneously looked up. What is this? Qing Xian, who had been in secluded cultivation, immediately stopped his practice. In the past few days, he had refined the soul fruit, and his soul was finally restored. His cultivation, due to years of accumulation, had broken through to the middle stage of the cave truth realm in one fell swoop. He had originally intended to push through to the later stage of the cave truth realm in one go, but was startled by this sudden heavenly pressure. Ji Mubai's eyes narrowed slightly. This aura is second junior brother. On the other side of the rooftop, Lu Chen sat up straight, looked up toward the direction of Lian's seclusion, and murmured to himself, senior brother. He is about to break through. Such terrifying cultivation speed. But at this moment Lu Chun was not excited at all, though instead he frowned deeply, staring at the dark clouds that filled the sky like an apocalyptic scene. That is heavenly tribulation. It was actually true. Lu Chun's expression gradually turned solemn. In fact, in ancient times breaking through to true immortal did not attract heavenly lightning. But now it is different. In this era true immortal is the pinnacle. The heavenly Tao will never allow anyone to step into it easily. To break through from the heavenly immortal realm to true immortal one must undergo the baptism of heavenly lightning. The heavenly Tao does not allow too many true immortals in the world. A trace of worry flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He had never experienced the tribulation of the true immortal realm, but he knew that under heavenly lightning 9 out of 10 would die. Only those who survive become the strongest beings of the current era. Lu Chun clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, please don't let anything happen to you." But as soon as his words fell, the dark clouds that had been brewing violent lightning began to fade and dissipate at a visible speed. The thunder grew distant, the clouds dispersed, and sunlight poured down again as if nothing had happened. What the hell? What's going on? Lu Chen's pupils contracted. Without daring to think further, he flickered and rushed toward the direction of Lian's seclusion. When he arrived, Lian had already walked out of the cave dwelling and was slowly coming out. At this moment, Lian had not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on his body. He looked like an ordinary mortal, as ordinary as could be. Yet it was this appearance of returning to simplicity that made Lu Chen's heart tremble violently. At that moment, Qing Xian also hurried over and looked at Lian anxiously, saying, "Lian, what happened?" Lian smiled and said, "Master, it was just a tiny little breakthrough in my cultivation just now." Qing Xian was relieved upon hearing this. That's good. That commotion just now had really startled him. He never expected that his second disciple's breakthrough could cause such a spectacle and even nearly attract the heavenly tribulation. However, Lu Chun, who was standing by, stared straight at Li, and his entire body frozen in place. With his divine sense perception, he could not be mistaken. His senior brother had already broken through to the true immortal realm. No, where is the heavenly tribulation? In the current heavenly Tao, if someone breaks through to the true immortal realm, heavenly lightning will definitely descend, but those thunderclouds just now clearly dispersed on their own. Could it be that his senior brother is truly the legendary son of the heavenly Tao? In his past life, he had heard an ancient being say, in ancient times there were people who were naturally favored by the heavenly Tao. Not only did they have no bottlenecks in cultivation, but even the heavenly tribulation would not descend upon them. However, such people would find it equally difficult to reach the final pinnacle. Senior brother. Lu Chun for a moment did not know whether to be happy for Lian or to worry about him. After all, with Lian's talent, in his opinion, there was a great hope that he would stand at the final pinnacle. 10 days later, on Earth at Azhou Airport. Inside the terminal, 2 Taoist priests in navy blue robes slowly walked into the crowd. One old, one young. The old man was not tall, but vigorous with piercing eyes. The other, a young man, was fair-skinned, lean, and handsome, unlike the typical swarthy and rough Taoist. As the two entered the hall, a man in his 30s with a toothpick in his mouth and a stubbly beard quickly approached. 2 Taoist masters this way. Stepping closer, the man took the toothpick from his mouth and tucked it into his pocket, then gave a slight bow to the old man. "You must be Taoist Wu Zhen from Wudong, right? I'm Su Kai, your contact from the Tianhing Bureau." Wu Zhen nodded slightly, then gestured to the young man beside him. "Yes, hello. This is my disciple Bai Qing Yuan." Bai Qing Yuan clasped his fist in salute to Su Kai, his movements crisp and neat. Su Kai quickly returned the salute. "Taoist Bai." After the formalities, Su Kai's expression turned serious, and he lowered his voice. "Let's go then, 2 masters. The plane to Zhangzhou is about to take off." Wu Zhen nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." Su Kai shook his head. "Master, don't say that. If it weren't for you eminent Taoist masters, Daxiao would have already descended into chaos." 5 minutes later, Su Kai led the 2 to seats in the back of economy class, apologizing. "2 masters, I'm really sorry, but flights are tight, so only these seats were available. Please bear with it." Wu Zhen waved his hand. "No matter." After the plane took off smoothly, Wu Zhen suddenly turned to Su Kai. "I heard that Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain will also be taking part in this operation." Su Kai nodded. "That's right. Zhang Tianshi should also be on his way to Zhangzhou." At this confirmation, a trace of gravity flashed in Wu Zhen's eyes. Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. His real name is Zhang Xuanhui, the only cultivator at the peak of the Guiming realm in the Taoist sect today, and acknowledged as the strongest in Daxia, and even the global supernatural world. 1,000 years ago, the Taoist patriarch foretold that the heavenly Tao of this world is incomplete, so one cannot become an immortal, and the peak of the Guiming realm is the ultimate limit. And reaching the peak of the Guiming realm is extremely difficult. At least in the past century, only Zhang Xuanhui has succeeded. Unexpectedly for this operation, the authorities even mobilized Zhang Xuanhui, showing how grave the crisis is. Wu Zhen was silent for a moment, then asked, "In the strength of those demons, has it been confirmed?" Su Kai's expression darkened. "So far confirmed, at least 2 of them have reached the peak of the Guiming realm." Wu Zhen's pupils contracted slightly. 2 or more. "Are you sure?" Su Kai nodded gravely. Wu Jin frowned. And the military? Haven't they been deployed? Su Kai sighed. Master Wu, you know well that ordinary armies are of little use against powerhouses of your level. Moreover, those demons are now in Zhangzhou where there are millions of people. If we cannot eradicate them directly, I'm afraid, then the people of Zhangzhou will suffer countless casualties. Wu Zhan was silent for a moment, then sighed. A Taoist duty is to aid the world and save the people. Regardless, the Wudong lineage will give our all. Moved, Su Kai said in a low voice, Thank you, Master Wu. Thank you, Wudong. After the plane reached cruising altitude in the cockpit, the captain stood up and stretched. Xiao Zheng, I'm going to get a cup of coffee. The co-pilot nodded. Okay, go ahead, Captain. But just as the captain turned around, the co-pilot suddenly narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze ahead. In the distant sky, a pitch-black crack was slowly expanding like an opening eye. What? Captain, look. What is that? The captain looked back in the direction the co-pilot pointed. What? That? What is it? A bird. No, this is 10,000 meters high. After a second look, the captain's face changed drastically. Wrong. Turn around quickly. But as the words left his mouth, the plane suddenly shook violently. Alarms blared sharply, and the instrument panel data danced wildly. The captain gripped the controls tightly, desperately trying to stabilize the plane, but to no avail. The fuselage seemed pulled by an invisible force, veering off course and flying straight toward the crack. In economy class, Bai Qingyuan seemed to sense something and cried out in alarm. Not good. Master, it's a spatial rift. Su Kai, what? Wu Zhen's face changed drastically. But before anyone could react, the entire fuselage began to tilt violently. The passengers awoke in panic screams, filling the air. Hey, what's going on? What happened? Wu Zhen and the others were about to act, but the plane was already completely out of control. Meanwhile, the crack outside was expanding rapidly, tens of meters wide, like a giant maw devouring everything. A wing collided with the crack's edge, exploding in a burst of flames. Then the entire fuselage was swallowed whole, vanishing into the darkness. At this moment, at the border of Qian Kingdom in the spirit realm Jingbei Pass, on the city wall, a middle-aged general in armor stood with hands behind his back, gazing solemnly at the distant hazy horizon. Recently, border conflicts between Qian Kingdom and Yuanwu Kingdom had been frequent. Not long ago, Yuanwu Kingdom suddenly sent 1500 troops to attack Jingbei Pass fiercely. Although they were barely repelled, Qian Kingdom still lost nearly 500 soldiers in that battle. At that moment, another general quickly climbed the wall and came to Su Weichuan's side, asking in a low voice, General Su, how are those bastards now? Su Weichuan said in a deep voice, they should have retreated by now. The general let out a sigh of relief, then cursed that damn Yuanwu Kingdom, always making sneaky moves lately. I've heard rumors that they seem to have some demonic sect secretly backing them. Otherwise, how would Yuanwu Kingdom dare to offend us, Qian Kingdom? Su Weichuan shook his head, not sure. There's no solid evidence yet. Knowing it was not good to delve deeper, the general changed the subject and suddenly said enviously, By the way, General Su, I heard your daughter has joined the Qingxiao sect and become a personal disciple. That's amazing. That's the Qingxiao sect. At the mention of his daughter, a rare softness and pride appeared on Su Weichuan's stern face. His greatest pride in life was having Su Xiaoxiao as his daughter. The general added, if there really is a demonic sect pulling strings, General Su, you must notify your daughter in advance. As long as the Qingxiao sect is there, those demonic sects can't cause much trouble. Su Weichuan nodded slightly, about to say something. Suddenly, a dull rumble came from the sky. He looked up sharply and saw a pitch-black spatial rift rapidly expanding in the clear sky. Then a fierce wind rose, sand and stones flew, and many soldiers on the wall staggered, crying out in alarm. What's happening? What is that? Look at the sky. At that moment, from within the crack, a huge object engulfed in flames shot out at high speed, trailing thick smoke and fire, plummeting straight toward Jingbei Pass. The general's eyes widened, and he blurted out, holy crap. What a huge bird. Su Weichuan. He stared at the massive object growing closer, sensing something was wrong. No matter how he looked at it, that thing was not a bird. At this moment in the cockpit, the captain gripped the control yoke tightly, veins bulging on his arms as he pulled back with all his might. Damn it. Get up. But the plane had completely lost control, like a giant bird with broken wings diving straight toward the ground. The captain said in despair, It's over. It's over. The co-pilot's face turned pale. The instruments on the dashboard were jumping wildly, and the altimeter's numbers were plummeting. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. As the ground rapidly approached, screams, cries, and prayers mixed together in the cabin, creating chaos. But just then the entire aircraft gave a violent lurch. What's happening? In the economy cabin, Wu Zhen pressed both palms against the ceiling, veins bulging on his temples. Spiritual energy surged out from his body like a tide, forming an invisible giant hand that supported the entire aircraft from below. Out. Su Kai reacted swiftly, turning his head and shouting, Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. The plane was getting lower. 400 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Wu Zhen said. Qingyuan. Yes, master. Bai Qingyuan quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, several thick green vines burst out of the ground, grew wildly, and rapidly spread toward the plane's impending crash site, attempting to weave a huge cushioning net. Boom. The plane finally slammed heavily into the ground. The immense impact instantly disintegrated the fuselage. The nose exploded, flames and thick smoke rose into the sky, and debris scattered everywhere. Sukai stomped the ground fiercely. Several thick earthen walls rose from the earth, protecting a portion of the passengers and crew behind him. Boom. Smoke and dust billowed, flames soared into the sky. After a long while the dust slowly settled. Wu Zhen stood amidst the ruins, his hands trembling slightly, breathing heavily, sweat trickling down his temples. Bai Qingyuan quickly came to his side and asked anxiously, "Master, are you all?" Wu Zhen waved his hand, still not fully recovered, but speaking calmly, "It's nothing. Just a bit of exhaustion." At this moment, Sukai also climbed out of a pile of rubble covered in dust. He patted off the dirt and turned to shout toward the distance. "Nana, are you okay?" Zhang Na, strapped into her seat, struggled to unbuckle and shook her head. "I'm fine. Captain Su, I'll contact headquarters right now." Sukai did not respond, but slowly looked up at the sky. There the huge spatial rift still hung in the heavens. Sukai said in a low voice, "I'm afraid we can't reach them for now." He slowly scanned the surroundings, and everything in sight was a scene of devastation. Fuselage fragments were scattered everywhere. Flames still crackled on the wreckage, and thick smoke billowed upward. The thick vines that Bai Qingyuan had grown lay like a giant green net beneath the fuselage. Although they did not fully catch the plane, they at least absorbed part of the impact, saving many lives. The surrounding ground apart from the wreckage seemed like a flat wilderness with soft soil and sparse wild grass. As far as the eye could see, there were no hills, no rivers, only endless desolation. On the ground, dense hoof prints crisscrossed, extending from the depths of the wilderness and leading off in another direction like a path trampled by countless cavalry. Sukai's brow furrowed deeper, his gaze solemn. Here, could this be the other world behind the spatial rift? In Daxiao, the fact that spatial rifts connected to other worlds was no longer a secret within the Tianheng Bureau. It was these constantly appearing rifts that had caused Daxiao to become so chaotic. Wait, could it be? They had fallen directly into the world where those monsters lived. Sukai's eyes narrowed and he clenched his fists. If that were true, the situation would be far more troublesome than a plane crash. At that moment, Wu Zhen came over with Bai Qingyuan. "Captain Su, are you alright?" Sukai nodded and said gratefully to Wu Zhen, "I'm fine. But thanks to you and Master Bai, otherwise we would have." He didn't finish the sentence, but he knew it well. With his mere condensing yuan realm strength, he could never have survived this crash. That so many passengers had survived was entirely due to the two Wudong masters. Wu Zhen didn't say much, just looked around, his brow gradually furrowing. "It seems we have come to another world." At this moment, Zhang Na had been fiddling with the communication equipment for a while, but her expression turned grim. "Captain Su, there's no signal here at all. We can't reach headquarters." Sukai waved his hand. "Nana, this is no longer our original world, so of course we can't contact them." Zhang Na said, "Then, what do we do?" Sukai looked up again at the huge rift still hanging in the sky and said in a deep voice, "The Tianheng Bureau has long observed these spatial rifts. They are all bidirectional. To go back is simple. Just cross through that rift again, and you'll return to Daxia." Zhang Na looked up at the rift high above, swallowed, and said, "But it's too hot. That's not a problem." Sukai turned to Wu Zhen and handed him a satellite phone. "Master Wu, please return to Daxia first and contact headquarters. Then they will send someone to pick us up." Wu Zhen took the satellite phone and nodded. "All right." But just as he channeled his spiritual energy and rose 10 meters into the air, a dull, hurried sound of iron hooves came from afar, like rolling thunder approaching rapidly. Wu Zhen paused and looked into the distance. Amidst the billowing dust, dozens of cavalry in black armor were galloping toward them. Their mounts were strange, horse-like, but with a deep gray color, 6 eyes on the head and 6 thick, powerful legs. As they ran, muscles bulged, and they moved at great speed. After Wu Zhen recognized the approaching figures, he descended back to the ground and said warily, "A group of people is coming." Sukai's heart tightened. "People? Master, were you sure they are people?" His greatest fear now was that they had fallen into the world of monsters. If the approaching ones were bloodthirsty monsters, their small group wouldn't stand a chance. But if the other side were humans, the situation might not be so bad. Wu Zhen affirmed, "Yes, they are humans." In less than a minute, Su Weichuan led a squad of elite cavalry to the plane wreckage. He reined in his 6-legged war steed, which stopped steadily and scanned the burning wreckage and scattered debris. Then his gaze fell on the dozens of strangely dressed survivors in the crowd. Sukai looked at the iron armor, the swords at their waists, and the 6-legged war horses beneath them, and his heart sank. They were indeed humans, and judging by their attire, definitely not from Earth. They were facing humans from another world. But he had never encountered such a situation either. Should he greet them first? Zhang Na asked quietly, "Captain, what do we do now?" Sukai was silent for 2 seconds, then said calmly, "Don't panic. If they don't move, we don't move. Wait for them to speak first." And so, the two sides remained in a stalemate, staring at each other. For a moment no one spoke. Su Weichuan, the leader, carefully scanned the crowd. One at the mid-stage of the Guaming realm, one at the Gushing realm, one at the Ningyuan realm, and the rest all ordinary people, without any cultivation. Such a combination of strength was not really worth his serious attention. Su Weichuan lifted his chin, slightly breaking the silence. Who are you? Su Kai and the others were stunned upon hearing this. They never expected. The other party actually spoke the Daxiao language. Just moments ago, Su Kai had been worrying about how to communicate if the people of the other world spoke a different language. Zhang Na whispered, "Team leader, how should we respond?" Su Kai's mind was racing rapidly. How to respond? Yes, how to respond. He had no idea whether the humans of this world would be hostile or welcoming toward visitors from another realm. Would revealing their identity rashly bring even greater trouble? Regardless, he decided to test the waters with a greeting. Su Kai clasped his hands slightly and smiled, "Greetings, brothers." But as soon as he finished speaking, the deputy general beside Su Weichuan frowned and bellowed, "Brothers? Who the hell are you calling brothers? General Su is asking you a question. Who the hell are you?" Su Kai's smile froze slightly. He had treated them with courtesy, yet they responded with such vulgarity. Could it be that the term brothers was inappropriate? Maybe he should have called them handsome men. Meanwhile, Wu Zhen quietly moved closer to Su Kai and whispered, "Team leader, Su, all the soldiers around us are cultivators." Moreover, Wu Zhen looked at Su Weichuan, his expression growing grave. The strength of the man in front. I can't see through it at all. He's at least at the Guaming realm. If a fight breaks out, we'll be at a severe disadvantage. Hearing this, Su Kai's heart skipped a beat. He had initially thought these were just ordinary soldiers, and even if they fought with Taoist Wu around, they would have nothing to fear. But he never expected that every single one of them was a cultivator, and the leader's strength was so terrifying. Su Kai immediately decided to play it safe and grovel, hastily clasping his hands. "Gentlemen, we are." However, before he could finish, the deputy general turned to Su Weichuan and said, "General, they still won't confess. Should we arrest them all?" Su Kai, what the hell do you mean won't confess? Did you let me finish my sentence? Su Kai quickly explained, "Gentlemen, we came from a distant place and accidentally ended up here." The deputy general raised an eyebrow. "A distant place? So you're undocumented immigrants then?" Undocumented immigrants. As a top graduate from a prestigious 211 university in Daxiao, well-versed in history, Su Kai naturally knew what undocumented immigrants meant in ancient times. Undocumented immigrants. That meant illegal entry. No matter the dynasty or country, being treated as an illegal immigrant never ended well. He quickly waved his hands. No, we're not undocumented. We just arrived here by accident." The deputy general retorted, "Accident? That still makes you undocumented." Su Kai this. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Put that way, they really did seem like undocumented immigrants. In truth, Su Kai's worry was somewhat unnecessary. In the spirit realm, being undocumented was not a serious crime. Many countries' attitudes toward undocumented individuals varied depending on the situation. As long as one wasn't from a hostile nation or a spy, even if discovered, nothing severe would happen. After all, the spirit realm was vast with countless nations, and the movement of refugees, merchants, and cultivators between countries was frequent, with governance already quite loose. Su Weichuan ignored their argument. He simply looked up at the massive, unhealed rift still hanging in the sky. As a high-ranking general of the Qian Kingdom, he had naturally heard many reports about dimensional rifts. Nowadays, spatial rifts appeared frequently across the spirit realm, and most of them brought demonic creatures from the demon realm, causing civilian casualties. However, these people before him, though oddly dressed, did not seem like demons. Su Weichuan pondered for a moment and finally gave the order, "Guards, take these people away first. Then send for the higher sect's representatives." The surrounding soldiers immediately dispersed and encircled everyone. They intended to take everyone away. Meanwhile, the passengers who had just survived the air crash were still in shock, and now suddenly surrounded by a group of soldiers in strange armor. Their tempers flared up instantly. "What are you doing? Who are you?" "I'm calling the police." The deputy general roared. "All of you shut the hell up. Say another word and you die." But a middle-aged woman in the crowd refused to back down, hands on her hips, cursing, "Die. Are you all out of your minds? Do you really think wearing armor can scare anyone? I don't have time to play cosplay with you." Su Kai's heart tightened, and he silently cried out in alarm. Before he could even open his mouth to stop her, the deputy general, already enraged, drew his sword and swung it at the middle-aged woman. "How dare you curse me, you bitch! Die!" Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Wu Zhen had somehow appeared before the woman with a long sword in hand, precisely blocking the deputy general's blade. A flash of murderous intent flickered in the deputy general's eyes. Damn it! He twisted his wrist and swung again ferociously, his sword techniques sharp and vicious, each strike aimed at vital points. Wu Zhen remained unruffled, his sword moving with his body, his step steady. After a few exchanges, he spotted a flaw and kicked the deputy general in the chest, sending him flying. The deputy general flipped up with a carp-like motion and was about to lunge again when Wu Zhen suddenly released the full pressure of the Guaming realm. That overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire scene. The deputy general's body jerked to a halt, his expression shifting. Guaming realm. But as the pressure just spread, a figure flashed like lightning before Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, Su Weichuan had already punched out. Wu Zhan reacted swiftly, drawing circles with his hands in the opening stance of Wudong Tai Chi, attempting to use softness to overcome hardness. But Su Weichuan's punch was devastating, directly piercing through his defense. Wu Zhan felt an irresistible force piercing through his body, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Master! Bai Qingyuan steadily caught Wu Zhan from behind. Wu Zhan steadied himself, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Su Weichuan in shock and exclaimed, Guiming Realm. Peak. Wu Zhan had made various guesses thinking Su Weichuan was strong, but he never imagined the man was on the same level as Zhang Tianshi of Mount Longhu. Had they just arrived in this world and immediately run into its strongest being? Was their luck that bad? Wu Zhan took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart, and slightly clasped his hands. Sir, we mean no harm. We merely stumbled into this place by accident. If we have caused any offense, please forgive us. Su Weichuan did not pursue further. From the earlier exchange, he had also noticed that Wu Zhan had not killed his deputy general, merely repelled him without taking his life. This showed that the other party was at least not a bloodthirsty person. Su Weichuan withdrew his fist, his tone still cold. Don't worry, we won't harm you. We just need to take you back to understand a few things. He pointed at the massive rift still suspended in the sky, showing no signs of healing. That thing, you should know what it's about. Wu Zhan and Su Kai exchanged glances. It seemed the other party had already guessed they came through the spatial rift. For now, since they couldn't fight or escape, cooperation was the best strategy. By now, most of the passengers had been frightened by the brief skirmish. Many had already begun to realize something. These armored soldiers, or rather this unfamiliar place, was probably no longer Earth. They might have traveled through dimensions. Even those who hadn't yet grasped the situation, seeing the tall, fierce soldiers around them, dared not speak another word. These were real weapons. A single careless slash could cost them their lives. Even the middle-aged woman who had been shouting the loudest earlier was now pale with fear, tightly huddled in the middle of the crowd, not daring to make a sound, obediently following the soldiers. In the outer sect of Qingxiao sect, within a serene courtyard, Guya and Wang Jichao sat across from each other. Both had officially joined the Qingxiao sect, but due to their less-than-ideal performance in the entry examination, they were temporarily assigned to cultivate in the outer sect. Wang Jichao still remembered the entry examination back then. He had firmly believed that his mental fortitude would surely pass any test of willpower. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. This immortal sect examination was truly not something an ordinary person could pass. Can you imagine? Dozens of stunning beauties in diverse attire encircled him, their fragrant breeze brushing against his face, those long legs, that snow-white skin. He had thought closing his eyes would help him endure it, but that wasn't some illusion. The tactile sensation, warmth, and their lingering fragrance were all terrifyingly real. Those women breathed fragrant air against his ear as their fingertips traced lightly across his skin. Even now recalling it made him break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had gritted his teeth and endured through the lowest tier, forcibly suppressing his youthful impulses. Otherwise, this opportunity to join the immortal sect might have slipped away forever. Wang Jichao pulled himself back from his thoughts and turned to Guya, asking, Are Wang Bo and the others doing all right? Guya had just returned from a trip outside the sect, specifically visiting Li Ruoxuan and the others in Yunxiao City. She had also exchanged some of the spirit stones given by the sect for silver to bring them along. After all, they were classmates and fellow townsfolk, so a bit of assistance was still necessary. Guya nodded. They're doing well. They found work over this period, and Wang Bo even secured a position as a shop assistant in the city. Life is relatively stable. Wang Jichao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He had been worried latly that his classmates might lose hope and give up on themselves. After all, in an unfamiliar world, without having joined the immortal sect, and with no one to rely on, it would be too easy to lose one's way. Guya smiled. Actually, there's no need to worry too much about them. Ruoxuan and the others are much stronger than we imagined. Ruoxuan also said that young people from the post-00s generation fear nothing. Hearing this, Wang Jichao couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, that's great. Just then footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. A youth of 12 or 13 poked his head and, calling out with a smile, Junior brother Wang, junior sister Gu. Wang Jichao looked up and recognized the newcomer. Senior brother Yi, what brings you here? In truth, most disciples in the outer sect of Qingxiao sect were teenagers in their early teens, while someone like Wang Jichao, who entered in his 20s, was practically non-existent. However, because both had joined the sect recently and held low seniority, everyone addressed them as junior brother and junior sister regardless of their actual age. At first, being called junior brother by a group of children several years younger than him was quite awkward, but after a while he grew accustomed to it. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others. Senior brother Yi said, the elders asked us to inform you. The sect master is waiting for you at Qingxiao Hall. The sect master. Wang Jichao and Guya exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. Since joining the Qingxiao sect a month ago, they hadn't seen the sect master, nor had they met Leon. Their daily routine consisted of cultivation and attending lectures from the outer sect elders. Their days were hardly different from high school. The only aspect that offered some freedom was that no one supervised their cultivation. However, the outer sect conducted a spiritual cultivation assessment every 6 months, and those who failed to meet the elders' standards would see their monthly spirit stone allocation significantly reduced. This immortal sect was rather like a combination of high school and university, wasn't it? Senior Brother Yi, what does the sect master want to discuss when he summoned us? Senior Brother Yi shrugged. If you don't know, how would I? Besides, aren't you relatives of the sect master? Relatives? Wang Jichao froze. With such a significant background, how is he unaware of this? Senior Brother Yi scratched his head, explaining apologetically, Junior Brother Wang, I didn't say this. It was spread by other disciples in the outer sect. Some claim the sect master personally brought you into the sect, and others said they witnessed you passing the entry test at the lowest level. So, Wang Jichao, Guya. Senior Brother Yi, fearing he might offend those with connections, quickly waved his hands. I only heard it. That's all I heard. But do you really have no connection with the sect master? Wang Jichao cleared his throat twice. Senior Brother, you don't listen to others' rumors. We truly don't have that kind of relationship with the sect master. Senior Brother Yi, however, displayed a knowing smile and lowered his voice. Junior Brother Wang, don't worry, I understand. Tall trees catch much wind, prominent figures attract gossip. It's better to keep a low profile when outside, I get it. Wang Jichao, you understand nothing. We gained entry through talent. Talent? Do you understand? But never mind. Once our talent eventually became apparent, and our strength grew, these doubts would naturally dissipate like smoke. Wang Jichao was too tired to explain further. Meanwhile, inside Qingxiao Hall. Qingxiao Hall was the grand assembly hall where the Qingxiao sect convened for important meetings and discussed matters concerning the sect. And at this moment, only 3 people sat within the hall. Lian sat on the left, his expression relaxed, while the sect master Shen Qingsheng sat on the right, his face etched with complexity. And on the main seat sat Aunt Jiao, resembling an ordinary grandmother. Aunt Jiao asked, Lian, are you certain those 2 who just entered the sect came from the void realm? Lian nodded. Aunt Jiao 9 times out of 10. Hearing this, Shen Qingsheng leaned close to Lian and whispered urgently, my little ancestor. When you brought them into the sect back, then why didn't you tell me? Lian replied, you didn't ask. Shen Qingsheng. Aunt Jiao ignored their banter and turned her gaze towards Shen Qingsheng, saying calmly, Qingsheng, has the list for this journey to the void realm been finalized? Shen Qingsheng quickly composed himself and rose respectfully, replying, as you wish, ancestor. The list has been finalized. When the time comes, each peak will send a direct disciple to accompany you to the void realm. Aunt Jiao gave a slight nod, her gaze growing more profound. Currently, the entire spirit realm, even the demon realm, is watching our Qingxiu sect's heritage. Especially those so-called orthodox prestigious sects in the central continent. They preach benevolence and righteousness with their mouths, yet in secret they long to chew up and swallow the bones of Qingxiu sect whole. In any case, on this journey to the void realm, we must recover all of Qingxiu sect's heritage. Should anyone dare to covet our Qingxiu sect's inheritance, then let them remain in the void realm forever. Shen Qingsheng's expression grew solemn, and he bowed deeply, replying yes. 10 minutes later, Guya and Wang Jichao were already standing at the gates of Qingxiao Hall. This was their first time visiting the sect's most important administrative hall, and they could not help but feel nervous and uneasy. Wang Jichao, Guya, should we just walk in directly? Or should we announce ourselves first? Guya shook her head, indicating she did not know either. They had only been in the spirit realm for a short while, and were not yet familiar with the world's customs. The 2 stood at the entrance for a while until a familiar voice echoed from within the hall. Come on, stop standing there like fools. Get inside quickly. Wang Jichao's eyes lit up. It's Senior Brother Li. He could not mistake Lian's voice. The 2 exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open to enter. Upon entering the main hall, they saw 3 people inside. The 2 first noticed the elderly woman who appeared to be Aunt Jiao seated in the chief position, then glanced at Shen Qingsheng and Lian. They had never met Aunt Jiao before, and were not sure how to address her. Could this elderly woman be the true powerhouse of Qingxiao sect? The sect master's master. Fortunately, Lian smiled and introduced her. This is our Qingxiao sect's ancestor. Wang Jichao hastily bowed, greetings, ancestor. Then he bowed to Shen Qingsheng, sect master. Finally, he turned to Li and Senior Brother Li. Shen Qingsheng nodded and gestured for them to sit. Today I summoned you here, because there is something I need to discuss with you. The 2 who had just sat down immediately felt their hearts tighten. Especially Wang Jichao, who could more or less guess what the other party wanted to ask. It most likely had something to do with their home. Aunt Jiao smiled warmly, her tone kind. Your names are Wang Jichao and Guya, correct? Wang Jichao hastily replied, yes, ancestor. Aunt Jiao slightly nodded. Rest assured, as long as you become disciples of our Qingxiao sect, you are members of the Qingxiao sect family. As long as you do not betray the sect, you will always be under the protection of Qingxiao sect. Today I summoned you here, mainly to learn about some matters regarding your homeland. Wang Jichao internally thought, as expected. After steadying himself, Wang Jichao respectfully said, Ancestor, please feel free to ask. Whatever I know I will answer truthfully. Aunt Zhao's gaze shifted slightly. Oh, are you not worried that we might do something to your homeland? Wang Jichao shook his head and said earnestly, Our Qingxiao sect emphasizes freedom and the pursuit of the Tao. We are a proper righteous sect and would never do anything that goes against righteousness. Aunt Zhao smiled and nodded approvingly. Well said. I did not expect that someone who just joined Qingxiao sect would understand the sect so well. At this moment, Shen Qingsheng beside him quietly reminded, Ancestor, these are the rules that all new disciples must memorize when joining the sect. Over these years you have been in the rear mountain and may not be very aware of the sect's internal affairs. Aunt Zhao lightly cleared her throat and nonchalantly moved past this topic, her expression turning serious. In short, summoning you here is to inform you that in 3 days the sect will send people through the realm rift to visit your world. Additionally, we would like to ask you some questions about your world. Upon hearing this, both Wang Jichao and Guya's eyes simultaneously flickered with shock and excitement. The sect's people are going to their world. In other words, does the sect have a way to reach Earth? Although they did not know what purpose the sect had, could this mean they could go home? At the very least, they could inform their families that they were still alive. Based on the time calculation, they had been missing for almost 2 months. It was hard to imagine what state their families would be in, especially since most of their generation were only children. Guya could even imagine how devastated her parents must have been upon hearing of her disappearance, and her worry increased even more. Guya trembled. Ancestor, going to our world. Is this true? Aunt Zhao did not answer directly, but instead took out a bronze mirror from her sleeve. That bronze mirror was indeed the recording mirror that Lian had shown everyone before. With a casual toss, the mirror left her palm and floated mid-air, its surface rippling with layers of waves before presenting a clear image. That image was like a real recording, crystal clear, without any blurriness. In the image was the barren wilderness at the border of Qian Kingdom, a civil aviation plane broken into several sections, half buried in the ruins, wisps of smoke still rising from its fuselage. And above the plane a massive spatial rift still hung, suspended in the sky. Wang Jichao's pupils contracted. This is a civil aviation plane. Although the plane in the image had broken into several sections, he would never mistake its basic contours and parts. Aunt Zhao explained, 2 days ago this iron contraption fell into the spirit realm through the spatial rift. There were quite a few survivors, but they have all been taken to the border garrison of Qian Kingdom for custody. So do you recognize this thing? Wang Jichao nodded. Ancestor, this is indeed something from our homeland. Aunt Zhao, as you surely know, the reason you came to the spirit realm was because of that spatial rift. This spatial rift is two-way. You can come to our world, and similarly we can pass through it to reach your world. Wang Jichao, then Ancestor, will not this spatial rift close up? He remembered that the spatial rift in the Forbidden Zone had completely healed after just a short while. If the spatial rift healed, would they still have a chance to return? Aunt Zhao, at present this spatial rift does not seem to be closing that quickly. The sect has already sent people to verify. The spatial structure there is very stable. In other words, this rift will at least exist for about a month before closing on its own. Our Qingxiao sect going to your world will not do anything to your world. Our purpose for this journey is only to retrieve some items belonging to our sect. At that time the sect may need you to act as guides. Upon hearing this, Wang Jichao and Guya immediately stood up, their expressions solemn. Rest assured, Ancestor. We will do our utmost to serve the sect. Aunt Zhao nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to ask the two some detailed questions about geography. After some confirmation, she basically concluded that Wang Jichao's homeland is indeed the Void Realm from 100,000 years ago. 10 minutes later, Wang Jichao and Guya walked out of Qingxiao Hall. Walking side by side, both their expressions carried a hint of complexity and excitement. Just not long ago they thought going home might take years, or even decades. They never expected the opportunity to come so quickly. As long as they could go home to let their families know they were safe, the heavy stone in their hearts could be put down more than halfway. Sometimes living is not just for oneself. It is also for the family and friends who worry about them day and night in the distance. And in cultivation, this is called obsession. If they cannot get rid of this obsession, they will never be able to break through to the immortal realm in this lifetime. At this moment a voice suddenly sounded behind the two, Brother Wang, Sister Gu. The two turned around and saw Lian walking over unhurriedly. The two hastily bowed. Senior Brotherly. Both of them had many speculations about Lian in their hearts. First of all, although Lian was ostensibly a personal disciple, his status was clearly extremely high. Even Shun Qingxing, the sect master of Qingxiao sect, was very courteous to Lian. Even that ancestor Aunt Zhao was quite close to Lian. In any case, Lian was definitely a real thick thigh, in their hearts the kind they must cling to. Lian walked closer and casually asked, during this time staying in the sect, are you adjusting well? Wang Jichao hastily nodded. Brother, everything is fine. Lian hummed, good. After saying this, he fell silent for a while. Wang Jichao. At this time, following normal plot conventions, should not Lian continue with something like, "If there is anything you need help with, feel free to speak up, the brother can help you." Why did he stop there? He and Guya actually had a request they wanted to ask of Lian. "Big brother, say something accommodating." Seeing that Lian had no intention of continuing to speak, Guya could only take the initiative to ask, "By the way, brother, on this trip back, can you take our friends along?" They had not dared to ask directly inside the hall earlier. After all, although the ancestor looked kind, that invisible pressure really made people afraid to say more. Plus, they were only newly joined outer disciples of Qingxiao sect. How could they have the qualifications to make requests? But facing Lian was different. They had at least spent some time together on the spirit boat before. Even if they were not fully familiar, they were at least moderately familiar. So they did not have that tension and restraint. Lian readily agreed. "No problem at all. 3 days later, just bring them over." The two's hearts filled with joy as they said, "Thank you, Senior Brotherly." 1 day later, Qian Kingdom, North City. North City was a major border fortress of the Qian Kingdom, also the first city behind the Jingbei Pass. The city had a sparse population, roughly around 100,000 people. On ordinary days, most of the traffic consisted of merchants and garrison troops, so it was not as bustling and lively as typical cities. Just then, not far from North City, in the sky outside Jingbei Pass, 2 streaks of light slowly hovered in midair right beside the enormous spatial rift. The light faded, revealing 2 figures, none other than Li Un and Lu Chun. Lian glanced at the spatial rift, but his gaze quickly shifted away as he looked around with keen interest. So this is the domain of the space element. Interesting. Since arriving near Jingbei Pass, he had faintly sensed an invisible force suppressing the flow of spiritual energy within his body. Lu Chun nodded slightly. Yes, it's indeed a domain. A domain is one of the most formidable talents within the space element. Within the same realm, once the domain is deployed, the caster becomes invincible. Unless the opponent also possesses a domain or overwhelms in cultivation rank, no one can defeat the domain's master within their own domain. A flicker of interest passed through Lian's eyes. To be honest, he really wanted to test whether this domain was truly as powerful as claimed. Just then, Lian suddenly cupped his hands in a slight bow toward a patch of void, Ancestor Jinxiao. The void rippled slightly as a figure slowly materialized. An old man was seen sitting cross-legged on a white cloud, his hands resting on his knees. It was none other than Ancestor Jinxiao, whom they had met at the back mountain. After this spatial rift appeared, the Qingxiao sect specially dispatched him to guard this place. One of the reasons was precisely that Ancestor Jinxiao possessed the domain talent. With the Ancestor's strength, once the domain was deployed, it was extremely difficult for the outside world to probe into what happened within the domain. Unless a true immortal descended in person, no one could see through its secrets. Jinxiao glanced at the two, then suddenly frowned slightly. This. He could sense that the cultivation aura of Li Un and Lu Chun was clearly off. One was only at the mid-stage of the Heaven Immortal realm, and the other merely at the late stage of the Returning Fate realm. This was completely inconsistent with their true cultivation levels. Lian smiled and explained, "Ancestor, we are both avatars now, though our true bodies are still within the sect." Jinxiao said, "Avatars? No wonder. I thought you two seemed a bit hollow." Lian didn't mind. Boys being a bit hollow is fine as long as it lasts long. "Ancestor, let me ask you something. What level of strength can you achieve within your own domain?" Jinxiao stroked his chin. "Strength. Within the domain, my own strength doesn't actually increase directly, but any cultivator who enters my domain will have their cultivation suppressed. Even a cultivator at the late stage of the Heaven Immortal realm would not be a match for me." Lian's eyes lit up. So powerful. After all, Ancestor Jinxiao himself was only at the mid-stage of the Heaven Immortal realm, yet once he deployed his domain, his strength could directly rival the peak of the Heaven Immortal realm. That domain is simply too tempting. Lian recalled his system backpack. He had already collected over 70 pieces of space element fragments, and the awakening of his domain should not be far off. If he could really unlock a domain. Invincible. Even if a god came, he would grind them into the ground. Meanwhile, inside the general's mansion in North City, Su Weichuan was bent over his desk reviewing official documents. Since the appearance of that spatial rift, he had actually become quite a bit more idle. Now the upper sect had already sent word that they would dispatch someone within these 2 days to take over this area, and after that the matter would no longer be his concern. With the upper sect's people stationed here, even if the Yuanwu kingdom truly had support from a demonic sect behind them, they would not dare to act rashly. After all, in the eastern domain, the Qingxiao sect was the true master. Just as he was thinking, Vice General Yue strode in. Su Weichuan looked up at him and asked, "How are those people?" Yue was someone Su Weichuan had rescued years ago during a bandit suppression campaign, and since then he had sworn to follow him to the death for over a decade. The two had faced life and death together for many years. Although Yue had a rough and fiery temperament, his loyalty to Su Weichuan was absolute unto death. Su Weichuan had long regarded him as a brother. Yue plopped down onto a wooden chair at the lower seat, grabbed the wine pot on the table, poured himself a cup, and said with a grumpy tone, "What else?" Those people complain about the food being bad one moment, the sleeping place being hard the next, and a few women even complained about the mosquitoes. Damn, what kind of people are these? Even the princess of Qian Kingdom isn't this fussy. If the upper sect hadn't said to keep them useful, I would have chopped those troublemakers down with one slash. Su Weichuan shook his head and said calmly, bear with it. The upper sect's people will arrive in a few days. Whether they live or die then is no longer our concern. He paused then asked, by the way, are those few cultivators behaving? Yue took a gulp of wine. Those ones are fine, pretty well behaved. Su Weichuan nodded. He was actually not too worried about Wu Zhen and the other two. When they entered Jingbei Pass, he had already put spirit-locking shackles on Wu Zhen and the others. Spirit-locking shackles are common restraining artifacts in the spirit realm. Once worn, the spiritual energy within the body is suppressed and locked, causing a significant drop in strength. For a cultivator like Wu Zhen in the returning fate realm, once wearing the spirit-locking shackles, his strength would be directly suppressed to the condensing yuan realm, unable to cause any trouble. 5 minutes later, just as Su Weichuan finished his official duties and intended to personally check on those outsiders, two figures appeared without warning inside the general's mansion. Yue, who was still drinking, was shocked. He leaped up from the chair, his long sword instantly drawn from his waist held crosswise in front of him, and shouted sternly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the general's mansion?" Lian raised his head slightly, and a terrifying aura like heaven and earth instantly swept through the entire hall. Yue felt his legs go weak as if an invisible mountain pressed down on his shoulders, nearly forcing him to his knees. You. Su Weichuan, seated at the head, was also drenched in cold sweat. The faint pressure Li Yan had just revealed made even him, a cultivator at the peak of the returning fate realm, feel as insignificant as an ant. Immortal realm. The opponent was definitely a powerhouse above the immortal realm. Su Weichuan roared, Yue, shut up. He quickly stood up and bowed to Li Yan Sr. Li Yan did not say much. He casually took out a disciple token engraved with the emblem of the Qingxiao sect. Li Yan, direct disciple of the 6th peak Qingxiao sect. Hearing this, Su Weichuan's heart trembled. Qingxiao sect's 6th peak. Wasn't that the very lineage his daughter Su Xiaoxiao had joined? A surge of joy and excitement welled up in Su Weichuan's heart. He had never expected that his daughter's senior brother was actually an immortal. No wonder the Qingxiao sect. Any random direct disciple was at the immortal level. This was simply terrifying. Su Weichuan immediately composed himself, bowed, and saluted, greetings to the envoy of the upper sect. I am Su Weichuan, the general of Jingbei Pass of the Qian Kingdom. Although his daughter Su Xiaoxiao was Li Yan's junior sister, relationship remained relationship. For ordinary cultivators like them, even as border generals commanding massive armies, when facing a direct disciple of Qingxiao sect, the required reverence and etiquette could not be diminished in the slightest. Li Yan put away the token and said calmly to Su Weichuan, General Su, I heard that a group of people from another world are being held in the North City. Could you take us to see them? Su Weichuan quickly replied, of course, my lord. He tidied up briefly, and then led Li Yan and Lu Chen out of the city. On the way, Su Weichuan turned to them and said with a smile, my lord, I have a daughter who has also been accepted into the 6th peak of Qingxiao sect. Li Yan paused slightly. You are Xiaoxiao's father. Su Weichuan smiled. Yes, that's me. My daughter on the mountain still owes thanks to you for your usual care. Li Yan quickly waved his hand. Not at all, Uncle Su, you're being too polite. Since you are Xiaoxiao's father, don't call us my lord anymore. Just call me Li Yan. Then he pointed to Lu Chen beside him. This is also Xiaoxiao's senior brother Lu Chen. Lu Chen also nodded to Su Weichuan with a smile. Hello, uncle. Su Weichuan was very happy at that moment. To have an immortal like Li Yan call him uncle. Hiss. It was quite enjoyable. Su Weichuan. Then I'll be presumptuous and call you nephews. After a pause, Su Weichuan couldn't help asking, by the way, how is our Xiaoxiao doing in the sect? Has she been lazy? Has she caused you any trouble? Li Yan shook his head. Xiaoxiao is very hard working. Her cultivation has progressed quickly. She is already at the middle stage of the condensing yuan realm. Upon hearing this, Su Weichuan's eyes were filled with relief. That's good, that's good. After a moment of silence, Li Yan asked, by the way, Uncle Su, I heard that among those people from another world brought back this time, there are some cultivators. Su Weichuan nodded and said seriously, that's right, 3 in total. The highest cultivation among them has reached the middle stage of the Guiming realm. Middle stage of the Guiming realm. Li Yan squinted, slightly lost in thought. It seemed that Earth harbored many secrets he didn't know. In fact, over this period he had learned quite a bit from Wang Jichao and Guya and incidentally compared it with his past life. He discovered that the current Earth was not the Earth he was familiar with. Although geographically there was no difference, Daxiao was still that rooster. But the names of cities and regions within Daxiao had changed a lot. Not only that, even everyday things had changed. For example, cats on Earth are no longer called cats. They are called hajime, and dogs are called shogo. At that moment, outside the city at a courtyard. The courtyard was large with a military camp adjacent to it, and many soldiers patrolling and guarding the area. Inside this courtyard, 7 or 8 people were imprisoned, including Su Kai and Wu Zhen among the 4. The survivors of the air disaster were divided into 4 groups and detained in different places. This was just one of them. At this moment in the courtyard, Wu Zhen and Bai Qingyuan sat cross-legged facing each other, their breathing steady, eyes slightly closed, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, Su Kai kept pacing back and forth, his brows furrowed, steps hurried, clearly showing his extreme anxiety and restlessness. After a moment, Su Kai finally couldn't hold back, walked up to Wu Zhen and asked in a low voice, "Wu Daozhang, are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Wu Zhen slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Su Kai, and sighed softly. "Su Zhuzhang, aside from waiting, what else can we do?" After saying this, he looked down at the metal bracelet on his wrist that was tightly attached to his skin. Ever since he was forced to wear this thing, his cultivation at the Guiming realm had been completely suppressed. Now he probably couldn't even defeat any random guard outside. Su Kai rubbed his temples irritably. "I wonder how headquarters is doing now, whether they have received any information. If that spatial rift has healed, what should we do?" We won't be trapped here forever, will we?" Wu Zhen said calmly. "Su Zhuzhang, do what you can and let fate take its course. Everything should go with the flow. You don't need to be so anxious. Moreover, these natives don't seem to have any intention to kill us for now. If they really wanted to harm us, they would have acted long ago." Su Kai was silent for a moment, then said, "Wu Daozhang, what do you think? Why did these people capture us?" Wu Zhen didn't answer immediately, but looked at him and asked back, "What they captured us for, I don't know. But Su Zhuzhang, you can think about it. If the Daxia Tianheng Bureau captured people from another world, what would they do?" Su Kai's eyes narrowed. "What would we do?" At this moment, Zhang Na, who was listening to their conversation, suddenly turned pale and exclaimed, They won't perform human experiments on us, will they?" "Everyone. Human experiments. You really dare to think?" Su Kai looked at her helplessly. "Nana, our Tianheng Bureau would never do those things." Zhang Na whispered, "But I heard that the Western branch has captured those monsters for experiments." "Those are monsters, it's different." Su Kai corrected, then pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "If they captured humans from another world, headquarters would more likely communicate, gather intelligence about the other world, or establish contact through them." Wu Zhen nodded. "That possibility is the highest." Su Kai was still puzzled. "But Wu Daozhang, it's been several days, why hasn't anyone come to question us?" Wu Zhen didn't answer, but suddenly his eyes flickered as he looked towards the courtyard gate. "Someone is coming." Everyone turned their heads simultaneously and saw the courtyard gate pushed open. Su Weichuan strode in with his adjutant Yue. Behind them followed 2 young men dressed in green robes. The young men were handsome and ethereal, clearly not ordinary people. Su Weichuan led Lian and Lu Chun into the courtyard, then stepped aside. "Lian, Lu Chun, this is the place." Lian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the few people in the courtyard, finally settling on Wu Zhen and Bai Qingyuan. Unexpectedly, they were indeed cultivators. Moreover, the 2 sat cross-legged on the ground, their aura steady. Even though they were suppressed, one could still see their solid foundation. Looking at their attire, green Taoist robes, cloth shoes, and hair tied up, he wondered, could they be Taoists? At this moment, Yue stepped forward, pointing at the other survivors besides Wu Zhen and the 2, and bellowed roughly, "You few all get back inside the rooms. As for you free, stay." One of the passengers asked uneasily, "Sir, what is this about?" Yue raised his thick eyebrows and roared, "Get inside, I said. No more nonsense. Anyone still standing in the courtyard in 3 seconds dies." The others, pale with fear, hurried into the house. Zhang Na looked at Su Kai anxiously, team leader-eyed. Su Kai comforted her. "Nana, you go inside too. Don't worry, it should be fine." Zhang Na gritted her teeth, nodded, and slipped into the room, gently closing the door. Lian turned to Su Weichuan, speaking in a gentle tone, "Uncle, you should leave as well. We have some questions to ask them alone." Su Weichuan nodded, "Good." Then he patted Yue's shoulder. "Yue, let's go outside." Yue glared at Wu Zhen and the others and threw out a vicious remark. "Behave yourselves." Then he followed Su Weichuan out of the courtyard, closing the gate behind him. Wu Zhen squinted, his gaze heavy as he examined the 2 young men before him. Although his cultivation was suppressed by the spirit-locking bracelet, his divine sense was not completely sealed. Yet no matter how he probed, he could not see through the depths of these 2. Could it be that these 2 were even higher in cultivation than him? How was that possible? Even the legendary Heavenly Master, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius in the world of extraordinary beings, would likely only be at the Gushing Realm at this age. Lian did not press immediately, but first asked, "What are your names?" Su Kai frowned slightly. Though at a disadvantage, his tone remained neither humble nor arrogant. "Before asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Lian glanced at him. In the next instant, under everyone's shocked gaze, Lian's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he stood like a ghost in front of Su Kai, his right hand clamping around his throat, like iron pincers lifting him off the ground. So fast. Wu Zhen's pupils constricted. Lian's speed. Even he had not caught it. At that moment, Su Kai felt a piercing chill shoot through his body. His neck was locked tight, his breath cut off. Only hoarse gasps escaped his throat, and he had no strength to struggle. Just as his consciousness began to fade, Wu Zhen shouted, "Let him go. Ask whatever you want. Don't take his life." Lian glanced at Wu Zhen, then casually flung Su Kai away. Sukai crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his neck and retching violently, gasping for air. His eyes were filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. He could clearly feel. If Wu Zhan had spoken even a breath later, he would definitely have died here. This young man was a demon, completely disregarding human life. Lian ignored Sukai. He took a wooden stool from his storage pouch, sat down before the three, and then swept his gaze over them calmly. I'll ask again, what are your names? Oh, and also clarify your origins, such as which faction you come from. Don't hide anything. We already know many things. For example, your world is called Launching, and you come from Daxia. The three were startled, but quickly calmed down. Since the other party had captured so many passengers, this information would eventually be extracted anyway. It was not surprising. Wu Zhan took a deep breath and spoke first. My name is Wu Zhan, and this is my disciple by Qingyuan. We are from Wudong and Daxia, and we are Taoists. Lian's eyes flickered slightly at the word Wudong. Wudong. Could it be the same Wudong from his past life memories? The sacred site of Taoism, which he had even climbed to visit in his previous life. At this moment, Sukai finally recovered, climbed to his feet, and said tremblingly, I'm Sukai. Lian's gaze fell on Sukai, and he said coldly, And then, what is your origin? You don't look like a Taoist either. Sukai hesitated for a moment, then answered truthfully, No, I'm not a Taoist. Strictly speaking, my identity belongs to the state. Lian nodded, So you're from the Daxia government. Sukai did not respond, his gaze slightly sharp. He felt that this young man was far from simple, especially those eyes which seemed to see through him completely. Lian did not beat around the bush and continued, Since you're from the government, you must know a lot. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. You tell me what you know, and in return you can ask me some questions too. Sukai's eyes lit up at this. If he could obtain information about this world from the other party, it would undoubtedly be a huge gain for them. Maybe he could even get promoted and become rich when he returned. Deal, he agreed without hesitation. Lian nodded. First, what is the name of the department in Daxiao that manages cultivators and controls supernatural incidents? Sukai said solemnly, Tianheng Bureau. Lian repeated softly, Tianheng Bureau. Then asked, Are there many cultivators in your bureau or in all of Daxia? Sukai was silent for a moment, then replied truthfully, About 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. Lian calculated silently in his mind. This ratio was indeed very low compared to the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, it was commonly 1 in 100 among 100 mortals, there would be 1 cultivator. And in some countries that advocated universal cultivation, it could even reach 1 in 10. Nodding, Lian asked again, And what is the highest cultivation realm of the strongest person in your world? This time Sukai did not answer immediately, but glanced sideways at Wu Zhan. Although the previous questions touched on secrets, they were not truly sensitive. But revealing information about the strongest could potentially have adverse effects on Daxiao, or even the entire launching. Wu Zhan, however, spoke slowly. Go ahead, team leader Su. He had just witnessed Lian's display of power, and had already formed a judgment. The other party was absolutely on a different level from him, and was very likely the legendary Immortal. He had previously thought that Su Weichuan was the strongest in this world, but now it seemed he was no different from a frog at the bottom of a well. Or perhaps this world was not so simple. Sukai said, The strongest we know of is at the peak of the Guiming realm. Peak of Guiming realm. So weak. The crowd. Lian, does your world have no immortals? Immortals? Wu Zhan's eyes flashed. From Lian's tone, it seemed immortals were not uncommon in this world. If that were true, then for cultivators like them, this world might signify a new possibility. At least the ethereal chance of becoming an immortal was right before them. Wu Zhan shook his head. No. Long ago our ancestor declared that the heavenly Tao of our world is incomplete, so it is impossible to become an immortal. Lian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Oh, this meant that on Earth it was impossible to break through to the Dixian realm. He had never expected the suppression of the heavenly Tao in the Void realm to be so severe, directly capping the cultivation limit at the peak of the Guiming realm. He had thought launching would at least have beings at the Dixian realm, but now it seemed that his Tianxian realm avatar was somewhat superfluous. Lian, alright, do you have any questions now? Sukai quickly spoke up, Excuse me. Where's this place? Lian, this is the spirit realm. The spirit realm. Sukai murmured the name, but gleaned little from it. Sukai opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps the sheer number of questions in his mind left him unsure where to begin. Sukai, handsome, could I have a moment to think before I ask? Lian raised an eyebrow. What did you call me? Sukai's heart skipped a beat. Had he addressed him incorrectly again? Was it forbidden to use terms like handsome or bro in this world? What should he call him then? Fellow Taoist. Sir. Comrade. Lian, I asked you, what did you just call me? Sukai swallowed hard. Some. He was genuinely afraid. This youth before him was one who acted without hesitation. Just as Sukai was on edge, Lian's brow relaxed as he nodded. Good eye. Everyone. Did you think that was funny? Still, Sukai breathed a sigh of relief. At least in this other world, terms like handsome and beautiful were universally understood. Lian, I'll give you the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Think carefully and then ask. Once the time is up, I won't answer any more questions. Sukai nodded quickly, fine. Just then Wu Jun spoke up, his tone gentle. Fellow Taoist, may I ask some questions about cultivation? Lian glanced at him. This old Taoist was quite polite. Go ahead. Wu Jun nodded. May I ask, in this world, can one achieve immortality? Yes, Lian replied flatly. In fact, one could say that in the spirit realm, immortality is merely the starting point where cultivators transcend the mortal realm. Beyond immortality, there are even higher realms. Wu Jun trembled violently. In nearly a century of cultivation, was this not the path he had sought? Wu Jun took a deep breath, cupped his hand solemnly to Lian, and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist. Then he asked nothing more. Throughout his life, Wu Jun had pursued the great Tao. Though he lacked the heaven-defying talent of the old heavenly master, he firmly believed that as long as his Tao heart remained steadfast, he would one day touch that threshold. And now hope was right before his eyes. This world was the key to the path of immortality. At that moment, Sukai had also gathered his thoughts. He looked up and said, Handsome, I've thought it through. Lian Imam, go ahead. Sukai asked earnestly, I want to know, how do the humans of this world, the spirit realm, view our world? This question weighed heaviest on his mind. In his view, whether it was the demonic creatures or the conflicts between nations, it all boiled down to resources and territory. He wanted to know whether the people of this world were friendly toward the other world or hostile. Lian suddenly let out a soft laugh, which inexplicably tightened Sukai's heart. Opinions. Everyone has their own. My opinion cannot represent the entire spirit realm, nor can I even fully speak for this region. Sukai was taken aback, then understood. Of course, how had he missed that? Despite Lian's obvious strength, that didn't mean he had authority over the entire spirit realm. Perhaps his status was just like Sukai's own in the Tianheng Bureau, a nobody. Thankfully, Lian lacked a mind-reading talent, or he might have made Sukai rethink his place upon hearing the word nobody. He was the absolute pinnacle of combat power in the spirit realm. With a mere flick, the entire eastern region would tremble. Lian simply walked his own great Tao. If someone provoked him, he crushed them. Simple as that. Everyone had their own stance, and he couldn't care less about what others thought. As long as he obtained what he wanted, that was enough. Sukai asked again then, Handsome, how do you plan to deal with us? Lian said indifferently, We won't do anything to you. On the contrary, I'll send you all back to your own world shortly. Sukai exclaimed excitedly, Really? Lian glanced at him. You're so weak, what benefit would I gain from lying to you? Sukai. It made sense, but it was also a bit insulting. Lian slowly stood up. All right, if you have no more questions, prepare yourselves. In 1 hour, I'll take you back to your world. Wait, Handsome. I still have one more question. Sukai called out. Are there creatures in this world? Black, greedy, covered in black mist. Lian's eyes flickered. You mean demonic creatures? Yes, that's the one. Do you know about them? Lian nodded. Those are things from the demon realm. Judging by your reaction, it seems the demon realm has already infiltrated your world. Sukai's expression turned grave. Yes, our world is being ravaged by these demonic creatures. I wonder if you have any way. Before he could finish, Lian interrupted. All right, I'll return in 1 hour. Prepare yourselves well. With those words, Li In and Lu Chen vanished from where they stood. Sukai stood stunned for a long moment before coming to his senses. He turned to Wu Jun and asked, Elder Wu, what do you think that handsome guy meant by that? Could it be that the demonic creatures are too powerful and they don't want to get involved, eh? Wu Jun shook his head. I don't think so. But as for the exact reason, it's hard to say. If they don't want to intervene, there's nothing we can do. In truth, he had been observing Li In the entire time. When Lian heard about the demonic creatures, his eyes held no fear, dread, or righteous indignation. Only a kind of detachment. It seemed to him that it was merely a matter of whether he wanted to rather than whether he could. Wu Jun sighed. All right, go inform the others inside. Being able to return is ultimately a good thing. Sukai nodded, turned, and walked toward the house. On the other side, in Daxia, at Wudong Mountain. Wudong Mountain, a sacred site of Taoism, is renowned as the unparalleled wonder of the ages, the premier immortal mountain under heaven. It is also a place of tranquility cherished by countless cultivators. Yet today, the entire Wudong Mountain appears unusually desolate. Due to some special reason, the scenic area has long been closed and no tourists can be seen on the mountain paths. Even at the foot of Wudong Mountain, a cordon is drawn and several plainclothes police officers stand guard at the entrance, preventing any visitors from ascending. At the Golden Summit inside the Purple Heaven Palace, 8 second-generation disciples pace back and forth in the hall, their faces filled with anxiety, their gazes frequently falling upon the white-haired elder seated at the head of the hall. The elder, clad in a simple Taoist robe, sits cross-legged on a cushion, his eyes tightly shut. Finally, a middle-aged Taoist cannot help but speak. Sect leader. It's been so many days. Is there still no news from the Tianheng Bureau? Master, Junior Brother, and the others are still missing. Shouldn't we take the initiative to do something? At this moment, a thick-browed Taoist walks over to him, pats his shoulder, and says in a deep voice, Hey, don't be impatient. I believe that Uncle Master Wu Jun and Junior Brother Bai are blessed by heaven and will surely be safe. Zhao Ziyuan smacks away the thick-browed Taoist's hand. Not impatient. Senior brother Huang, of course you're not impatient. It's not your master. Huang Zhun raises an eyebrow, his temper flaring. Junior brother Zhao. What kind of talk is that? If Uncle Master Wu and Junior brother Bai are in trouble, who in the entire Wudong isn't worried? Another Taoist chimes in. Yes, Junior brother Zhao, we understand your feelings, but we've also been up for several nights in a row. None of us have slept. We're all equally worried about Uncle Master Wu and the others. Zhao Ziyuan remains sullen. Then what's the use of waiting here? Let me go directly into that spatial rift and bring Senior brother and the others back. At this, the white-haired elder at the head, Wang Jin, the Wudong sect leader, slowly opens his eyes and says sternly, "This is utter nonsense. Ziyuan, you are no longer a child. You cannot act impulsively when trouble arises. Moreover, you should know your master's strength. Even I am not necessarily his match. If even your master cannot return from the other side of the rift, what use would your entering be? Besides, do you know what lies on the other side of the spatial rift?" Zhao Ziyuan opens his mouth, but sect leader. Enough. Wang Jin cuts him off. Regarding this matter, Elder Yang over at the official side is already trying to find a solution. Zhao Ziyuan grits his teeth, but ultimately does not argue further. Just then a phone rings suddenly, sounds from the pocket on Wang Jin's chest. Yo, 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 baby go. Who is singing? Warming the loneliness. Everyone. A man nearly 100 years old listening to such trendy songs. Wang Jin pulls out his phone expressionlessly. It's the latest domestic smartphone. Wang Jin swipes to answer with practiced ease, showing no signs of being out of touch with the times. Hello. Good. Understood. A minute later he puts down the phone. Zhao Ziyuan immediately steps forward. Sect leader, how is it? Is it master and the others? Wang Jin's gaze darkens as he slowly stands. The Tianheng Bureau has decided to send people into the spatial rift to assess the situation. Zhao Ziyuan is stunned. What? Really? Wang Jin nods. Yes, they have already begun the operation. Alright, Huang Jinyu and Zhao Ziyuan will go to Yuqing together. If the Tianheng Bureau needs our Wudong's assistance, you are to fully cooperate. The two respond in unison, yes. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Yuqing, inside a military base, the core personnel of the Tianheng Bureau's Central China Division are almost all assembled here, everyone staring tensely at the massive rift suspended 10,000 meters high on the big screen. The atmosphere in the base is extremely solemn, with staff members constantly moving back and forth. Inside the command post, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a beer belly stands before the big screen, his expression grave. He is the overall commander of this operation. He Buotao, head of the Tianheng Bureau's Central China District. A staff member quickly approaches him. Sir, the special operations helicopter is ready. He Buotao nods, his tone heavy. Has the technical department confirmed everything is fine? This spatial rift is at an altitude of 10,000 meters. There must be no mistakes. The staff member, everything has been confirmed, no issues. This helicopter is equipped with the latest boost engine and anti-interference system capable of ascending to 13,000 meters, fully meeting the mission requirements. He Buotao, good, that's fine. He raises his head and looks back at the big screen. The screen clearly displays the full view of the massive rift. Its edges distorted, the interior pitch black like an abyss suspended above the clouds. This is the first time the Tianheng Bureau has actively attempted to enter a spatial rift. In the past, most rifts would close on their own within minutes to less than an hour, but this one has persisted for 5 full days. More critically, according to the Academy of Sciences calculations, the spatial structure of this rift is extremely stable and may persist for nearly a month. This could be the first step for Daxia's humanity to step out of their own world and into the unknown. He Buotao's eyes flicker, another world. At this moment, a dark, gray helicopter slowly ascends into the high sky. Inside the cabin, 2 men in special combat suits are making final checks. They are cultivators from the Tianheng Bureau only at the solid life realm, but their talent is wind-based, allowing them to briefly hover and fly at high altitudes. However, even with wind talent, they cannot directly fly to 10,000 meters. Even if they barely manage, the consumption would be enormous, so a helicopter is needed to bring them to this altitude. They are also volunteers who signed up to enter the spatial rift, bearing the heavy responsibility of pioneering exploration. Are you ready? Ready. Open the cabin door. The cabin door slowly slides open, cold wind howling in, just as the two are about to leap out. At that moment, the pitch-black spatial rift ahead suddenly churns violently. Wait, what is that? Something's happening. Quick, notify command. The next second, a figure in white slowly steps out of the rift, tall and handsome, standing in midair. The moment Lian leaves the spatial rift, he immediately feels an immense pressure from the heavenly Tao surging from all directions. His cultivation is forcibly suppressed to the peak of the Guaming realm, and he can clearly perceive that the laws of this world are binding him, as if placing heavy shackles upon him. This feeling is truly strange. Lian flexes his wrist. How to describe it? It's like a person accustomed to traveling light suddenly being forced to wear several layers of sandbags, and the more you try to use power beyond the Guaming realm, the heavier the suppressing force becomes. However, Lian also senses that forcibly breaking through this suppression might not be impossible. He's just uncertain what changes this world's heavenly Tao would undergo as a result. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lian finally turns his gaze to the helicopter hovering in the air opposite him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh, in this world helicopters can fly this high. Meanwhile, everyone inside the helicopter is stunned. How did a young man come out of the spatial rift? And he is floating in midair. Could he also be a wind talent user? Inside the command post, the real-time feed from the helicopter is displayed on the big screen. He Boitao frowns deeply. He is certain this person is not Wu Zhen or the others, but a completely unfamiliar face. Sir, what should we do now? Just as He Boitao is about to speak, the spatial rift fluctuates again. Bai Qingyuan is pulled out of the rift by Lu Chun gripping his collar, followed by Wu Zhen, who emerges with Zhang Na and Su Kai in each hand. He Boitao's pupils contract. That's Taoist Wu. Su Kai? They're out. At this moment, Wu Zhen now wastes no time. Seeing the helicopter, he immediately sends Su Kai and Zhang Na up, then retreats back into the rift to continue transporting the others. Squeeze over there. Okay. Is there a communicator? Yes. Su Kai grabs the communicator and says, "This is Su Kai, head of the Central China Division Action Team. Contact command immediately." The communication connects quickly, and He Boitao's voice comes through the earpiece. "Su Kai. This is He Boitao. What happened over there? Minister He. The situation is urgent. I'll explain in detail later. Please prepare helicopter rescue immediately. All surviving passengers will be sent out." Good. I'll arrange it right away. Half an hour later, all the surviving passengers are gradually sent out of the spatial rift and taken aboard the helicopter. At this time, Wu Zhen has also returned to the Blue Star world, hovering beside Li and friend. "Our people are all out." Li nods. "Yes, you go." Wu Zhen hesitates for a moment, then still extends an invitation. "Friend, why not come down with us as a guest and experience the customs of our daxia? We are a civilized, friendly nation." "Not interested," Lian replies flatly. "I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you might not be able to get away." Wu Zhen opens his mouth, giving Lian a deep look. What does he mean? But recalling Lian's terrifying strength, he ultimately asks no more and turns to fly downward. After Lian watches Wu Zhen leave, the storage pouch at his waist suddenly flashes with spiritual light. 6 palm-sized formation flags fly out and hover around him. Now that my strength is suppressed to the Guiming realm, I wonder if this isolation formation will still work as before. Lian mutters to himself, without hesitation forming hand seals and infusing his spiritual energy into the 6 formation flags. The formation flags instantly scatter, transforming into 6 streaks of light that vanish into the void within a 3-kilometer radius. Immediately, a transparent barrier rises rapidly, enveloping the area along with the massive spatial rift. From the outside, the sky remains unchanged, the clouds as usual, only the rift seems as if it never existed. Inside the command post, the image on the big screen flickers sharply. The spatial rift has disappeared. Along with the surrounding scenery, it has become utterly calm. He Boitao stands up in astonishment. What is that? How did the rift in the sky disappear? The staff member panics. Sir, it's not just the spatial rift. The magnetic field and signals in the area have all been completely cut off. And look at this. The big screen switches to the forest below, directly beneath the spatial rift. On the screen, a flock of birds flies toward that area, but as they approach, they seem to hit an invisible wall in midair, fluttering their wings and falling down. He Boitao stares at the screen, exclaiming, "What is this?" The birds, actually. Wu Zhen gazes solemnly at the sealed-off sky and says in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be a formation." Formation? He Boitao frowns. "Taoist Wu, do you know of any formation that can isolate an entire area?" Wu Zhen shakes his head, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "Minister, to be honest, I have not only never seen such a technique, I've never even heard of it. However, the people who sent us out are far from ordinary. Their methods are absolutely beyond what Daxia's cultivation world can compare to." He Boitao remains silent for a moment, then says in a deep voice, "Taoist Wu, please tell me everything that happened over these past few days from beginning to end." Wu Zhen, all right. Half a day later in Yuzhou. Yuzhou was the most populous state in Daxia, and in ancient times it was known as the center of the Central Plains, bearing the weight of 1,000 years of civilization. In Luoqing Yuzhou, on an antique street, the noise of people gradually rose as shops began to open one after another. In an inconspicuous corner of the street, a young man, wearing black square-rimmed glasses, was squatting on the ground, carefully taking antique pieces out of an old wooden crate and arranging them on his stall. Beside him was an elderly man with graying hair and beard. The old man was sitting on a rattan chair holding a teapot. Seeing the young man setting up his stall so early, he smiled and spoke. "Xiaoling, why are you here so early today?" The young man looked up, pushed up his glasses, and smiled. "Grandpa Nyo school starts the day after tomorrow, so I wanted to come out early today and see if I could earn a little more." Grandpa Nyo sighed. "It's really been hard on you, losing your parents so young and having to take care of your little sister. All these years you've been holding up this family alone. It hasn't been easy." After a pause, Grandpa Nyo added, "Xiaoling, if you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to come to me. Although I'm not a wealthy man, I'll do whatever I can to help you. Zhuge Ling felt a warmth in his heart, shook his head with a smile, and said, Grandpa Nyo, don't worry. My father left some money and these antiques back then. Selling them off can earn me some living expenses. Hearing this, Grandpa Nyo naturally glanced at the items on Zhuge Ling's stall, but said nothing, quietly picking up his teapot. He had been through the grind on this street for a lifetime, and his eyes had long become razor-sharp. As for Zhuge Ling's items, they were clearly artificially aged, not even entry-level, and worth very little. Of course, if he was lucky, he might run into a few clueless novices and make a sale. Time flew by, and the crowd inside the antique market gradually grew. However, the vast majority of people coming to Luoqing's antique market were out-of-town tourists. Locals rarely came to such places to hunt for bargains. After all, if you've been frequenting this place for years, you'd have some sharp eyes, wouldn't you? People kept the good stuff for themselves, or why would they bring it out to sell? At this moment, all along the antique street, most stalls at least displayed a dazzling array of goods, varied and plentiful, with some novel trinkets that could draw a few extra glances. As for the few items on Zhuge Ling's stall, most passers-by merely glanced at them and hurried past, not even bothering to ask the price. Even Grandpa Nyo, whose stall was right next to Zhuge Ling's, was doing quite brisk business. From time to time, someone would squat down to browse, and the sound of haggling could be heard constantly. Zhuge Ling looked down at his empty stall and couldn't help but sigh. He wondered if the things his father had left behind could ever sell for some money. This holiday had only a few days left anyway. Even if he wanted to pick up odd jobs, he couldn't find suitable work. He had originally planned to use the holiday to test the waters with his father's antiques, hoping to exchange them for some money to help with household expenses, but he hadn't expected them to be so hard to sell. Time flew by. The sun gradually set in the west, painting the sky a warm orange. People in the antique market began to leave one after another. Just then, a young man with dyed blonde hair walked over holding a selfie stick and shouted excitedly at his phone screen. Hello everyone. Today I'm taking you all on a tour of Luoqing's antique market. As he spoke, he aimed his camera at Zhuge Ling's stall, scanning each item one by one, muttering continuously. After a moment, he casually picked up a blue and white porcelain vase and turned it over and over in front of the camera. Look at this. This is a typical imitation of Song Dynasty blue and white. The glaze color is wrong, there's no bottom mark, it's obviously new, and the aging treatment is substandard. This kind of thing is worth at most $2. It would be embarrassing to even use it as a decoration at home. The barrage comments instantly flooded the screen with messages like, haha, the streamer has sharp eyes, and this stall owner is too shady, scrolling nonstop. Zhuge Ling only furrowed his brows slightly, but didn't retort. He had never expected to get rich off these things, and being able to sell them at all would be good enough. But Grandpa Nyo, who was nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed the lid of his teapot, knocked it on the table, and glared at the blonde-haired youth. Hey, if you're not buying, then get lost. Stop meddling here. The blonde-haired youth acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to stare at the comments on his screen. At that moment, a comment floated by. Streamer, are there any genuine items on this stall? The blonde-haired youth sneered, sorry to say no. These things at best can barely be considered crafts. Bundled together, they're worth at most $100. The comments exploded. $100. Hilarious. The boss calls this antiques. This stall owner is too shady. Being close by, Zhuge Ling naturally saw those mocking comments. At this point, even with his good temper, Zhuge Ling's expression darkened a bit. He had never expected to sell at a high price. Even if someone was willing to take everything for $100, he wouldn't think it a loss. Just as he was about to say something, an aged voice suddenly came from beside him. Young man, I'll take all the things here for 100,000 yuan. These words stunned everyone present. Even Zhuge Ling was taken aback, immediately turning his gaze toward the source of the voice. He saw an elderly man dressed in a black ancient robe with long hair tied back, walking slowly toward them. The old man walked up to the stall calmly, swept his gaze over the crowd, and finally fixed his eyes on Zhuge Ling. He spoke again. Young man, I'll buy all your things for 100,000 yuan. How about it? Zhuge Ling opened his mouth, but before he could speak, the blonde-haired youth cut in. Hey, old man, are you mistaken? This pile of junk is worth 100,000. Zhuge Ling said, Sir, actually these things don't need that much money. But the old man smiled and continued, looking at Zhuge Ling. Listen to me. I'll buy these, but with a condition. Provided that you also sell me the pendant you're wearing around your neck. Pendant. Zhuge Ling was startled, then reached up and took off the pendant tied with a red string from his neck. The object was small, about the size of 2 fingernails, a square plaque with a transparent glass-like piece embedded in the middle, its surface shimmering with a faint luster, looking quite ordinary. Is this what you mean? The old man nodded, his eyes fixed on the pendant, a flash of excitement passing through them. Yes, that's it. As long as you give me this, I'll take everything else too, for 100,000. The blonde-haired youth leaned in for a look and sneered, Isn't this just ordinary glass? Old man, are you out of your mind? The old man glanced at him, his tone turning cold. Get lost. I don't need anyone meddling in what I fancy. The blonde-haired youth's face turned pale and red. He was about to lose his temper, but remembering he was still live streaming, forced himself to hold back and squeezed out a sarcastic remark. I'm just trying to be nice, afraid you might get scammed. How can you treat my kindness as ill intent? The old man didn't even glance at him. I'll say it again, get lost. You mother. The blonde-haired youth cursed halfway, then forced himself to swallow the rest, sneering, fine, fine, fine. You like being taken for a fool, right? Fine. I'm done with this. With that he walked away, grumbling curses. Just then, the old man's left hand hidden in his sleeve moved slightly, and his fingertip lightly pointed at the blonde-haired youth's back, a motion so subtle that almost no one noticed. Then he turned back to Zhuge Ling, his tone softening a bit. How about it? 100,000 sell, everything together. Zhuge Ling clutched the pendant around his neck, was silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. This is the only thing my mother left me. I don't want to sell it. The old man's gaze flickered. He gave Zhuge Ling a deep look, then suddenly laughed. You are very filial. But this thing in your hands is of no use. In fact, it might be that no one in this world would be willing to pay a price for it. Zhuge Ling looked at the pendant in his hand, then at the old man. For some reason, he felt that the old man's words were very strange. However, Zhuge Ling firmly shook his head. Sorry. The old man, however, was neither impatient nor angry. With a slight movement of his sleeve, a fist-sized gold ingot slid into his palm, and he held it out to Zhuge Ling. Like this, as long as you agree, this gold is yours. The onlookers nearby, seeing this scene, immediately erupted into chaos. Everyone there was in the trade. They could tell real gold at a glance. Holy crap. That huge piece of gold must be worth a few million at least. Wow. If he doesn't take this deal, this gold alone could buy a luxury apartment in Luoqing. He should definitely take it now. If he doesn't, he's a fool. However, under everyone's stunned gaze, Zhuge Ling still shook his head. I'm really sorry. This is my mother's only keepsake. I don't want to sell it. Damn. How foolish. Not taking that deal. He's still young. That's millions. What use is that thing in his hands? Turning it into money is the real deal. Exactly. Hearing the refusal again, the old man's smile gradually faded, his gaze turning colder. Without another word, he put the gold ingot back into his sleeve and turned to leave. Zhuge Ling watched the old man's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. At that moment, Grandpa Nyo couldn't help but lean in and said anxiously, Xiao Ling, that gold was real. I wouldn't be mistaken. That thing is worth at least a few million. How could you not sell it? Zhuge Ling shook his head. Grandpa Nyo, please don't say any more. I won't exchange my mother's keepsake for money. Grandpa Nyo sighed helplessly. You kid. Life can't do without money. With that money, you wouldn't have to worry about your future. Seeing that Zhuge Ling remained silent, Grandpa Nyo stopped urging him. Just as the people around were still discussing Zhuge Ling's ungrateful refusal, a piercing scream suddenly came from not far away. Help me, help me. Everyone instinctively looked toward the sound. They saw that the blonde-haired youth who had been holding a selfie stick and enthusiastically showing off his professional eye moments ago was now violently convulsing, his veins bulging. His facial features began to twist, and then at a visible speed, he rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, a young man in his early 20s turned into a gray-haired, wrinkled, old man. What's happening? Oh my God. He was just a young man. How did he suddenly become an old man? Call an ambulance. In an instant, the antique market was thrown into chaos. The crowd backed away, and even the livestream comments paused for a few seconds before exploding into a frenzy. Before long, several people in dark plain clothes with stern expressions hurried to the scene. These individuals, who seemed to be police, quickly cordoned off the area and began questioning witnesses and retrieving surveillance footage. Their movements were swift, clearly not ordinary people. The atmosphere in the antique market suddenly became tense, and many tourists and stall owners hastily packed up and left. Zhuge Ling also took advantage of the chaos to quickly pack his things, putting the few antiques back into the wooden crate and placing it on the back of his tricycle. Grandpa Nyo, I'll head back now. Zhuge Ling pushed his cart and greeted Grandpa Nyo. Grandpa Nyo nodded and warned, I'll be careful on your way home. Okay, Grandpa Nyo. You take care too. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened. The last remnants of the sunset were swallowed by the city's silhouettes, and streetlights flickered on one after another. In the northwestern part of Luo City lay an old district where years of neglect had left the streetlights dim and sparse. Zhuge Ling pedaled his tricycle slowly along the narrow potholed road toward home, flanked by decades-old buildings on either side. The rustling of plane trees in the wind brought a familiar quiet peace, that rare comfort, to Zhuge Ling. But it was a pity. He had set up his stall all day and earned only 10 yuan. He had hoped to make a living from the antiques his father left behind, but alas. Still, he knew such items were hard to sell. Making a sale at all was already a stroke of luck. If things didn't work out, he'd just have to find a part-time job over the summer break. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in the dim middle of the road. Zhuge Ling froze, and without time to think, slammed on the tricycle's brakes. Squeal. The bike came to a steady halt. Looking up through the faint yellow light, Zhuge Ling recognized the man. The old man in a black ancient robe who had wanted to buy his mother's keepsake earlier that day. The old man's shadow stretched long under the streetlight, standing still, as if he had been waiting there all along. Zhuge Ling's heart tightened inexplicably. You're that gentleman from today? The old man clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Young man, I won't waste words with you. I'll give you one more chance. Hand me your pendant and take the gold." Zhuge Ling frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Sir, isn't this coercion? I made it clear today. I'm not selling this pendant." The old man's face turned cold. "I offered to trade because I still harbor a shred of righteous heart. If this were 100 years ago, you'd already be a corpse." 100 years? You? Zhuge Ling's heart jolted. What nonsense was this old man talking? 100 years. He looked no more than 60. Could he be mentally ill? But could a madman casually pull out a gold nugget that size? Zhuge Ling quickly steadied himself, deciding not to engage further. He kicked the pedals hard, and the tricycle lunged forward abruptly. He didn't believe an old man could stop him. Watch him take the curve. But just as he was about to speed past, the old man snorted and vanished from his spot, reappearing in front of him in an instant, striking out with a palm. Boom. Zhuge Ling felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending him and the tricycle flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He groaned, and before he could react, a bony, powerful hand clamped around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Choking, Zhuge Ling's face turned crimson. He kicked wildly and clawed at the hand, but it was like trying to move a steel clamp. Unyielding. The old man held him with one hand and reached for the pendant around his neck with the other, snapping the red string and taking the pendant into his grasp. Then, with a slight squeeze of his fingers, crack, the outer shell split open, revealing a translucent pale golden fragment inside. The old man's eyes blazed with ecstasy. A fragment of the primordial source indeed. Excellent. Ha ha. He laughed heartily, then looked down at the fragment in his hand, his gaze burning. I never imagined that a casual stroll through this realm would yield such a divine treasure. Marvelous. If I refine it back in the spirit realm, my power will ascend to another level, and I will surely claim a place on the path to the great Tao. At that moment, Zhuge Ling mustered all his strength and forced out a cry. Let go of me. This is against the law. The old man glanced down at him with a sneer. Against the law? You mean the laws of this world? I've read them. They're decent for governing mortals, but to a strong being they're nothing but empty words. This world. Strong beings. What was this old man talking about? Zhuge Ling found himself utterly unable to understand. Just then the old man suddenly set Zhuge Ling down, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. All right, you can go. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. Get lost. Zhuge Ling trembled all over. The frail-looking old man in ancient robes had lifted him with such ridiculous ease. This terrifying strength defied all his understanding. He was terrified, but that pendant was the last keepsake his mother left him. Zhuge Ling gritted his teeth, his right hand trembling slightly, his palm feeling a faint, increasing heat. You leave me no choice. At that moment, a metal pipe lying beside the overturned tricycle suddenly quivered, then shot forward with incredible speed straight toward the old man's hand clutching the fragment. But the old man merely cast a casual glance, flicked his hand, and effortlessly sent the bullet-fast metal pipe flying away. Zhuge Ling's pupils constricted. How was this possible? He had secretly practiced his metal manipulation ability for a long time, and those pipes moved at bullet speed, yet the old man had swatted it away so easily. The old man glanced at Zhuge Ling, surprised. Kid, not bad talent. You awakened your ability without any cultivation. But, since you attacked, you've sealed your fate today. As the words fell, the old man vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he appeared before Zhuge Ling, kicking out. Bang! Zhuge Ling was sent flying backwards, slamming into the wall with a dull thud before sliding to the ground. He clutched his chest in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all his internal organs had been crushed, the pain so intense that breathing became a struggle. And the most despairing part was that the old man was now walking toward him step by step. Just then a lazy voice suddenly echoed from the street corner. Impressive, old man. Every time I see you, you're bullying the weak. The old man's pupils shrank, and he whirled toward the source of the voice. He was at the peak of this world, yet someone had managed to approach him without a sound. From the corner emerged a handsome young man in a white t-shirt and sweatpants, his hair casually tied into a Taoist bun. He walked out with his hands in his pockets, a playful smile on his face. The old man's expression shifted drastically when he saw the youth. What the hell? You're here. The newcomer was Lian. Back in the forbidden zone of the holy mountain, Xuanyangzi had been beaten nearly senseless by Lian, barely managing to snatch a Bodhi fruit and escape. After refining it, his strength had increased considerably. He was heading back to the middle continent when he unexpectedly encountered a dimensional rift along the way. Being naturally curious and seeing no monstrosities pouring out, he boldly stepped through and ended up on Earth. Though his cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the return to life realm, he found great interest in all the novelties of this world. Skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and those strange technological gadgets. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon a legendary fragment of the primordial source today. He thought it was his lucky day, but he never expected to run into Lian in this world as well. No, he had to hide the source fragment well. Absolutely no letting that kid see it. At this moment, Lian studied Xuanyangzi with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Why can't I be here? As for you, haven't seen you in a while. Why are you so decked out? He remembered when he encountered Zunyangzi at the Holy Mountain before. The old man was wearing a tattered gray robe, his hair as messy as a bird's nest, looking as slovenly as a beggar who had wandered for centuries. But today, good heavens, this black robe tisk, even his hair has been tidied up. If not for the fact that the other's aura hadn't changed, he might not have dared to recognize him. Hearing this, Zunyangzi's face darkened. What did he really want to wear such clothes? He never really cared about his attire as long as it was casual and comfortable. But as it turned out, after arriving in this world, he had been interrogated no less than 5 times by those who called themselves police. Even those mortals each time asked him with concern, "Old sir, do you have any difficulties? Do you need help?" Daxiao has special shelters that can help you with food and clothing. Shelter, food and clothing. Food and clothing. He, the dignified elder of the heavenly Dao sect, an old monster at the celestial immortal realm, was being treated as a beggar. The most absurd thing was that a young policewoman crouched in front of him, coaxing him like a child. "Grandpa, don't be afraid. Our Daxiao has special assistance policies for homeless elderly. Come back with me to register, and we'll arrange accommodation for you." Zunyangzi was so angry, he almost flew up on the spot. Forced, he had to change into decent clothes and tidy his hair. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed, and he said irritably, "Youngster, what business is it of yours how I dress?" "Lian, that's right. I'm not your father, so I can't control you." Zunyangzi's brow twitched. If it were anyone else daring to speak to him like that, he would have already slapped them into dust. But facing Lian, he dared not provoke him. He knew too well how freakish this kid was. Devouring and healing his own methods were completely useless against him. "I won't engage in a war of words with a youngster like you. I'm leaving." Humph. With that, Zunyangzi turned to slip away. But as soon as he took a step, Lian's figure instantly appeared before him, blocking his way. "Oh, did I say you could leave?" Zunyangzi's face darkened. "Youngster, what do you want?" "What do I want?" Lian said coolly. "You took my things and want to leave." "Your things, eh?" Zunyangzi almost couldn't resist punching Lian. "You're bullshitting. When did I take your things, eh?" Lian's gaze fell calmly on his sleeve. "Hand over my origin fragment." Seeing this, Zunyangzi's heart sank. So he had seen it. Damn. If only he had snatched it directly back at the antique city, he wouldn't have to put up with this kid's nonsense now. "When did that thing become yours, eh?" Zunyangzi pointed at Zhuge Ling, who was kneeling on the ground. "It's clearly that guy's thing." Lian looked at Zhuge Ling, then back at Zunyangzi, and sneered, Good. At your age, you still rob mortals. Truly, the older you get, the more shameless you become." Zunyangzi's face was full of dark lines. He was too lazy to argue with him, so he leaped into the air and turned into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. However, he had barely flown 10 meters when his right leg was grabbed firmly by a hand. Lian sneered, "Run. You can't escape." As his words fell, Lian exerted force, directly yanking Zunyangzi out of the air and smashing him heavily onto the ground. Boom. The street's surface instantly cracked, sending stones flying and creating a shallow pit. Zunyangzi, thrown with his chi and blood churning, flipped up and said angrily, "Bastard. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" He clasped his hands together, and spiritual energy surged violently. A massive fire dragon took shape behind him, its body crimson, like blood, heat waves rolling, and the temperature of the entire street suddenly skyrocketed. The surrounding walls began to crack under the high temperature, and the street lamp poles were slightly twisted and deformed. Nearby, Zhuge Ling, clutching his painfully aching chest, desperately moved further away, his eyes full of terror and shock. "What is this?" That old man smashed a big hole in the ground, yet he's completely fine. And now he's conjured a fire dragon. Facing the roaring fire dragon, Li and just let out a disdainful laugh. Instead of retreating, he advanced, opening his right hand, and a pitch-black vortex instantly appeared in his palm. "Devour." The moment the fire dragon collided with that darkness, it was like being swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. The massive dragon body disappeared segment by segment into the vortex. In just a few breaths, the entire fire dragon was devoured completely, not even a spark remaining. Zunyangzi, damn. What a freak. Zunyangzi didn't dare to continue fighting at all. He turned to flee again. But Lian gave him no chance. Ice suddenly spread from under his feet, covering the entire ground in a thick layer of frost in the blink of an eye, freezing Zunyangzi's feet to the ground. At the same time, dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, thunder rumbled, and streaks of purple lightning snakes darted and wove through the clouds. Zunyangzi looked up at the thunderclouds, his face changing drastically. "You also have lightning affinity." Lian did not answer, merely slowly raising his right hand, his fingertip pointing to the sky. At this moment, Zhuge Ling looked up at the white-clad figure surrounded by lightning, his eyes becoming somewhat dazed. Is this a god?" Boom. Terrifying lightning struck down instantly. Zunyangzi also dared not hold back anything and used his full strength to resist. Boom. The terrifying shockwave of the battle directly flattened the surrounding old houses, sending bricks and stones flying, and the entire area became shrouded in dust. Many civilians living nearby were knocked over by the blast or injured by flying debris, and screams rang out incessantly. Meanwhile, inside the Luoqing Tianheng Bureau branch, urgent alarm bells echoed throughout the entire building. What's going on? What happened? Report. It's the old district. There seems to be cultivators fighting in the old district. The spiritual energy fluctuations are extremely terrifying. Damn it. What the hell are these cultivators doing? Immediately notify the Wolf Fong team, head to the battlefield at once. Yes. In the old city district, Li An had already unleashed his full power, determined to finish the fight quickly. After all, this battle had caused too much commotion, even affecting the civilians. He grabbed Zhuan Yangzi by the ankle, hurled him high into the air, and then punched him directly into the ground. Boom. The ground exploded again, sending debris flying. Zhuan Yangzi crawled out of the pit in a sorry state, covered in dust with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Damn it. How can this guy be so strong? Both of them were at the peak of the Guiming realm, yet the gap in strength was even greater than when Li An was a full realm above him. He even felt as if he were being crushed by a mountain with no chance to fight back. Li An gave him no respite, raising his right hand high as the rolling thunderclouds in the sky exploded once more. Then a thick purple heavenly thunderbolt, like a flood dragon wielding devastating power, came crashing down straight at Zhuan Yangzi. If Qing Xian had been present, he would have been utterly stunned. Li An was just like Jimu Bai. Both had cultivated the seventh form of the Zifu thunderclap art, the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon Strike. A colossal thunder dragon roared down from the sky, its ferocious jaws agape, lightning radiating everywhere, dyeing the entire sky purple. Zhuan Yangzi's pupils contracted, his heart pounding wildly. How could such power be unleashed by a cultivator at the Guiming realm? No. If this strike hit him directly, he would surely die. At the brink of death, Zhuan Yangzi gritted his teeth. His aura abruptly surged, and his cultivation at the peak of the Guiming realm forcibly broke through the heavenly Tao suppression, ascending to the earth immortal realm. Li An narrowed his eyes. This old man. Is he trying to forcibly break through the heavenly Tao suppression? Yet Zhuan Yangzi had no time to relish the power. He thrust both hands forward, and a crimson curtain of fire shot up, carrying terrifying heat, smashing fiercely into the thunder dragon. Boom! Heaven and earth quaked. Fire and lightning intertwined and exploded, sending shockwaves in all directions. The thunder dragon was deflected by the fire curtain, grazing Zhuan Yangzi's side and crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater tens of meters wide. But in that instant, the sky suddenly grew even darker, and an overwhelming pressure far greater than before rapidly gathered from the depths of the heavens. Li An looked up sharply. That was the rejection of the heavenly Tao. Was a tribulation coming? He hadn't expected that forcibly breaking the heavenly Tao suppression would trigger a thunder tribulation. Zhuan Yangzi's face twisted in horror. Damn it. Damn it. It's a thunder tribulation. He didn't hesitate and tried to forcibly suppress his cultivation back to the peak of the Guiming realm using a secret technique. But Li An wouldn't let him succeed. He activated his ice element talent again. The frost on the ground spread wildly, instantly covering Zhuan Yangzi's feet and freezing him solidly in place. Zhuan Yangzi screamed in fury and panic, struggling desperately. No. If this continued, once the tribulation fully formed, he would be doomed. Though this world was small, the power of the tribulation could severely wound even a heaven immortal cultivator. The only ones who could ignore the tribulation were true immortal cultivators, but due to the heavenly Tao suppression, no true immortal could enter this world. Zhuan Yangzi's face twisted with rage. He roared, "Kid, remember this. I will never forgive you." As his voice trailed off, he hurled the origin fragment in his hand toward the heavenly thunder. Then the first bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. Li An frowned and had to alter his move. He flickered, catching the origin fragment midair while activating his devouring power with his right hand to block the following heavenly thunder. Fortunately, it was only the first bolt, and its power was not overwhelming, still within Li An's devouring limit. But just as he was about to finish off Zhuan Yangzi suddenly crushed a token in his hand. An ancient spatial fluctuation instantly enveloped his body, and his figure was pulled as if by an invisible force, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li An landed back on the ground, staring at the empty space. He raised an eyebrow. Was that a great teleportation token? That old bastard actually had such a treasure. The Great Teleportation Token was a one-time spatial teleportation artifact, now impossible to forge, crafted only by ancient gods who had comprehended the laws of space. In the current spirit world, such items were almost extinct. He never expected that Zhuan Yangzi, that old codger, would possess a life-saving artifact from the ancient era. Well, at least the origin fragment is in hand. Coming back to himself, Li An stored the origin fragment into his storage pouch, then glanced down below. The once old but intact city district was now largely reduced to ruins, with rubble and debris scattered everywhere. From beneath several piles of rubble came faint, painful moans and weeping. Some people were trapped under collapsed walls, others struck by flying debris, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Li An frowned slightly, then flickered and disappeared. Beside a collapsed house, a middle-aged man was pinned under a broken beam. His right leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, bones piercing through flesh, blood seeping out steadily. Two children around 7 or 8 years old knelt beside him crying. Dad, are you okay? Dad, if you die, how can I go on living? The man's face was drenched in cold sweat from pain, but he gritted his teeth and comforted them. Don't worry. Don't look. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Before the man could react, the visitor reached out and placed a hand on his injured leg. A soft green light flared up instantly. The broken bones reconnected at a visible speed, the torn flesh rapidly healed, and in just a few breaths the entire leg was restored to its original state. The man stared dumbfounded at his now perfectly healed leg, his mouth agape. Before he could utter a word of thanks, the figure had vanished again. Is that an immortal? In every corner of the ruins, streaks of green light kept flickering. The elderly woman trapped under a collapsed wall, the young man with a shattered shoulder from debris, the worker who had been knocked unconscious by a shockwave. Everyone on the verge of death was renewed by that green light. Not far away, Zhuge Ling lay prone on the ground, his entire body aching. Fortunately, he hadn't been hit by falling rocks, but the kick from Zhuan Yangzi and the impact against the wall had severely damaged his internal organs. Every cough brought up blood clotted with fragments. Now Zhuge Ling felt his limbs growing colder and colder, his vision blurring. Just as he felt his consciousness slipping away, a pair of white sneakers stopped in front of him. Do you want to live? Yes. A gold ingot for your pendant. Deal, Zhuge Ling. If I don't trade today, I'll die, right? Deal? What? No deal. Good. I admire your spirit, young man. Zhuge Ling closed his eyes and passed out. You son of a... When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in the back seat of a black commercial van covered with a thin jacket. Through the window, street scenes flashed by. There were 3 men and 1 woman in the car. Zhuge Ling instinctively touched his chest. Huh, no pain. Was this a medical miracle? Or was he just special in constitution? At that moment, a woman in her early 30s with a ponytail in the front row seemed to sense the movement behind her and turned around. Captain, he's awake. Hearing the voice, Zhuge Ling realized that he was lying on the back seat of a black commercial vehicle. He had just thought he was in an ambulance rescued by medical staff. Zhuge Ling propped himself up and sat up warily, eyeing the 4 people in front. Who are you? Hearing this, a middle-aged man in the passenger seat who was looking down at his phone turned around and smiled at him. Don't worry, we're good people. Zhuge Ling was silent. Good people. If good and evil could be defined by words alone, there would be no villains in this world. The middle-aged man turned back, looked down at his phone, and recited casually. Zhuge Ling, 19 years old, sophomore at Luocheng University. Your mother passed away from breast cancer when you were 6. Your father fell off a cliff while gathering herbs in your hometown when you were 12, and he has been missing ever since. Now your only living relative is a younger sister who is a high school sophomore. Zhuge Ling frowned. Are you police? To have investigated his information so thoroughly, they were most likely police. Sort of. The middle-aged man nodded. But wait, I haven't finished. You like playing basketball and billiards, your favorite food is braised pork, but you haven't eaten it for a long time due to financial constraints. Also, the TV series you like to watch is Ultraman Leo. Recently, you even voted for Leo in the Ultraman's 60th anniversary event. Hearing this, Zhuge Ling's pupils slightly contracted. The police could indeed find out the earlier information, but the later preferences, even his close friends might not know all of them. Especially his mother. She even knew about his vote for Leo. You didn't vote for Saga, did you? The middle-aged man continued. In the summer vacation of your 17th year, you gave your first time to your left hand. Wait. Hearing this, Zhuge Ling's face immediately flushed bright red. Don't say any more. Say more and he'll explode. Who exactly are you? How can you even find out about something like this? The middle-aged man acted as if he hadn't heard. At 18, you were mocked by classmates for having no parents. In a fit of anger, you got angry, just a little. After returning home, you were astonished to discover you had awakened the ability to manipulate metal. Your ego began to swell, and you thought you were the protagonist of the world. But in the end, you decided to hide your ability until today, when an inexplicable old man beat you up. You tried to fight back with your ability but failed and were severely injured. Anything else to add? Zhuge Ling. You've already stripped me down to my underwear, what else is there to add? Zhuge Ling took a deep breath, suppressing his shame and fury. So you tell me all this. What do you want me to do? The middle-aged man nodded. Good, I like your straightforwardness, young man. Xiao Long, give him the documents. A young man in his 30s in the second row responded and handed 2 stacks of pre-prepared documents to the back. Zhuge Ling took them, glanced down, and asked, what's this? Shenlong turned around and explained, the first is a confidentiality agreement. You must not reveal a single word about everything you saw today. Below that is a prohibition of ability use document. You must not use your ability in any public place. If discovered, the penalty ranges from 3 to 7 days of detention to over 3 years in prison. And the other one is the application form for joining the Luocheng Tianheng Bureau. Tianheng Bureau. Zhuge Ling raised an eyebrow. What is that? Shenlong. The Tianheng Bureau is the official institution of Daxiao that handles all supernatural power and cultivator affairs. The battle you saw today was caused by 2 top cultivators clashing. And the meaning of our Tianheng Bureau's existence is to prevent such things from happening and protect civilian safety. Zhuge Ling's gaze lingered on the documents for a few seconds, then he looked up. If I join the Tianheng Bureau, what can I gain? Shenlong smiled. First, all the benefits of a civil servant. Second, methods of cultivation. Hearing this, Zhuge Ling hardly hesitated. All right, I'll join. As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man in the front suddenly rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke. Kid, think carefully. Don't think the Tianheng Bureau is that simple. Just like the battle you saw today. Working for the Tianheng Bureau can get people killed. Zhuge Ling said calmly. Young with ambition, dedicating myself to the nation. What fear of life or death? Hearing this, the middle-aged man froze for a moment, then was choked by the smoke, and coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Young people nowadays sure have a high cultural level. Young with ambition, dedicating myself to the nation. What fear of life or death? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly, and shook his head. You kid. I hope you truly have that resolve. Zhuge Ling, by the way, I don't know your names yet. Are you also from the Tianheng Bureau? The middle-aged man stubbed out the cigarette, casually tossed it out the window, and rolled up the window. That's right. My name is Zhou Yong. We are members of the Wolf Fang Squad of the Luoqing Tianheng Bureau. Zhuge Ling's eyes lit up slightly. Wolf Fang Squad. Sounds awesome. Shenlong in the back couldn't help puffing out his chest. Of course. Our Wolf Fang Squad is the #1 paranormal squad in Luoqing, and even nationwide we rank among the top. Zhuge Ling, so you're saying you're very strong. Then the two people today, have you already dealt with them? As soon as he said that, the car suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Zhou Yong said in a low voice, the strength of those two is stronger than ours. We received the notification and rushed to the scene immediately, but by the time we arrived, the battle had already ended. He looked up at Zhuge Ling in the rearview mirror, his tone as if to tell Zhuge Ling that the work of the Tianheng Bureau was not that simple. Just from the extent of destruction at the scene combined with the street surveillance footage, I can say with certainty that even if our entire Wolf Fang squad attacked together, we would absolutely not be a match for either of those two. That terrifying heavenly thunder. Such power, does it really exist? Zhou Yong did not continue, but deep down he still felt a trace of relief. Fortunately, the people were already gone when they arrived. Otherwise, what method would he use to detain them? Talk no jutsu. In terms of strength, don't even think about it. Even the #1 heavenly master on the heavenly ranking might not have such terrifying power. Zhuge Ling opened his mouth. So strong. He didn't understand what the Guiming realm was, but he hadn't expected that even the official personnel were no match for those two. Zhou Yong, alright, this matter is not something you need to worry about. Later we'll take you to a place to simply record your statement, and then go through the procedures for joining the Tianheng Bureau. Someone will notify you of the specific time to start work. Zhuge Ling nodded. Yes. At this moment, he turned to look out the window at the receding street scenes. In his mind, he couldn't help but envision that figure standing amidst the lightning. That youth who looked about the same age as him could summon thunder and freeze ice into walls with every move, just like a god from legends. Could he achieve that in the future as well? At the outskirts of Luoqing, within a park, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow and the shadows of trees swayed gently. The night breeze was cool and few people remained in the park. Only a few couples strolled by the lake, and occasionally 1 or 2 night runners passed along the flagstone path with earphones in. Beneath a street lamp at a street corner, a young Taoist sat cross-legged on an old rush cushion. Before him stood a half-worn wooden board engraved with 2 characters, fortune-telling. Below there was a line of small text, no charge if inaccurate. By now many people were passing by, yet almost no one gave the young Taoist a second glance, as if he did not exist at all. The young Taoist was not anxious. He sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the distant lake, as if waiting for someone or for the right moment. Half an hour later, a young couple strolled hand in hand along the lake. The girl was tall and slender, her skin as fair as a layer of fine snow under the moonlight. She wore a white dress that reached her knees, revealing 2 straight and well-proportioned calves. Her temperament was clean and gentle. The young man beside her was equally tall and handsome, dressed in a gray hoodie with a sunny smile. When they reached a spot not far from the Taoist, the girl suddenly stopped, her eyes falling on the wooden board, and she asked curiously, "Suyong, look, there's a fortune teller here. Want to give it a try?" Suyong followed her gaze and looked around, but saw nothing. Fortune telling? Where? Huang Mingyao pointed to the Taoist under the street lamp a few steps away. Here. Can't you see? Suyong turned his head and followed her pointing direction. Only then did he see that on the street corner, which had been empty just moments ago, a young Taoist was now sitting upright, as if he had appeared out of thin air. He instinctively stepped back. Damn. A ghost. Huang Mingyao frowned slightly. Suyong, what are you doing? Suyong finally came to his senses. He took another look at the figure and found that it did have a shadow, was neatly dressed, and had a clear face. Nothing like something unclean. Suyong coughed awkwardly. Sorry, Mingyao. I must have been seeing things earlier. I didn't see him. Huang Mingyao gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, stepped forward 2 paces, and smiled faintly at the young Taoist. Hello, excuse me. How much does this cost? Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, looked at her calmly, and said in a flat tone, 1 yuan. 1 yuan. Huang Mingyao was slightly taken aback. That cheap. Lu Chen added, if you think my reading is accurate you can give me more later. Huang Mingyao nodded and gave him a sweet smile. Then please read for me. By the way, do I need to do anything? No need. Just give me your birth date and time. Huang Mingyao gave her birth details. After a brief pause, Lu Chen spoke. You were born into a well-off family. You are the only daughter, your parents are healthy, and your elders have always doted on you. You have had a smooth life, almost never experiencing hardship. Huang Mingyao grew increasingly surprised, her eyes gradually lighting up. Every word he said matched perfectly. Her family situation, her parents' health, her status as an only child, all were accurate. Lu Chen paused, then abruptly changed the subject. However, you will encounter 2 tribulations in the future. If you can safely pass through them, your future will be bright. Huang Mingyao's heart tightened. 2 tribulations. Little Taoist, can you tell me specifically what they are? At this, Su Yang tugged at her arm and whispered, Meng Yao, this kind of thing can't be trusted. Huang Mingyao smiled at him. Don't worry, I'll just listen. Lu Chen continued, the first tribulation is right beside you. It is a love tribulation. Huang Mingyao was stunned. Huh? What do you mean? Su Yang's face stiffened at these words, and he said with displeasure, Little Taoist, don't talk nonsense. Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently. If you don't believe me, you can leave. Huang Mingyao, it's fine, please continue. Lu Chen, your love line is very smooth, but you will suffer betrayal in your first relationship. Hearing this, Huang Mingyao's expression changed slightly. Her first love was with Su Yang, the one she cherished as a precious first love. Su Yang exclaimed in anger, Little Taoist, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. What betrayal? I will only love Meng Yao in this life. Meng Yao, don't listen to this Taoist nonsense. He's just putting on an act. I can tell he's no good. Huang Mingyao's face also turned cold. For a Taoist she had just met, she naturally trusted her boyfriend of over half a year more. Little Taoist, if you're here to break us up, I'll have to report you. Lu Chen remained unmoved. If you don't believe me, open his phone, go to some chat app, and find a name called Jingjing. Jingjing. Huang Mingyao frowned, a faint impression flashing through her mind. She remembered glimpsing that name in Su Yang's WeChat before, and he said it was a close childhood friend, a good buddy. But she had never actually met that buddy, though she often heard Su Yang say, I want to think of Jingjing. Now the more she thought about it, the more suspicious it became. She turned abruptly to Su Yang. Su Yang, unlock your phone, and let me see. Su Yang's face turned pale. Mingyao, you don't trust me. Huang Mingyao, a relationship is built on mutual trust. I trust you, but you need to give me a reason to feel at ease. Su Yang gritted his teeth, pulled out his phone with a dark face, and pretended to hand it to her. But just as the phone was about to reach Huang Mingyao's hand, his wrist suddenly flipped, and the phone fell straight toward the ground. Just as the screen was about to shatter on the ground, the phone did not make the expected crashing sound. A hand caught it steadily. Lu Chen had somehow stood up and casually handed the phone to Huang Mingyao. Huang Mingyao took the phone and quickly found the WeChat account marked Jingjing. She opened it and scrolled through a few chat records, her pupils suddenly contracting. Baby, I miss you. I'll come to you after I send this woman back. Remember to prepare the little umbrella I bought you last time. Okay, big brother, followed by a few ambiguous emojis. The more Huang Mingyao read, the colder her face became. Her fingers scrolled through screen after screen of explicit, suggestive conversations and indecent photos. In an instant, her whole body trembled with rage, her eyes reddened, but she held back her tears. Su Yang said anxiously, Mingyao, let me explain. Slap. A sharp, loud slap landed on Su Yang's face, leaving a red mark of 5 fingers on his fair cheek. Huang Mingyao said coldly, get lost. Get lost now. Su Yang's face burned with pain, and in his humiliation and anger, he gave up all pretense. You blame me. After half a year together, aside from holding hands, what have you let me touch? I'm a normal man. Do you think I can hold back? Get lost. Get lost. Huang Mingyao screamed, repeating the words. Su Yang's face twisted with rage, completely dropping his disguise. Damn bitch. I'll teach you a lesson today. He lunged to grab Huang Mingyao's hair, but just as his fingers were about to touch her, an invisible force suddenly struck his chest, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the grass and passed out on the spot. Seeing this, Huang Mingyao was momentarily stunned. She stared blankly at her own unharmed hands, then turned to look at Lu Chen. Her intuition told her that the one who acted must be this young Taoist. She had indeed met a true master today. Huang Mingyao came to her senses and quickly bowed slightly to Lu Chen, saying gratefully, Thank you, Taoist, for your help. Lu Chen, you're welcome. It was the right thing to do. The right thing to do. Huang Mingyao was slightly puzzled. The words sounded a bit strange. By the way, Taoist, what about the other tribulation? Lu Chen shook his head. You will know the other one in time. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure vanished instantly from the spot, as if he had never existed. Huang Mingyao's eyes widened, and she was completely stunned. She instinctively turned around to look everywhere. Gone. Really gone. That Taoist had suddenly disappeared. Could it be a ghost? But she hadn't paid yet. The night wind brushed by the tree shadows swayed, and all around was only the faint light reflected from the distant lake, as if everything that had just happened was a brief illusion. At that moment on a bench on the other side of the park, Li En was lounging lazily, his hands behind his head. Seeing Lu Chen approach, he casually asked, "Is this the person you mentioned?" Lu Chen sat down beside him and said flatly, "This is just one of the threads I saw. It's still uncertain if it's her." Li En looked at him with interest. "Impressive. Then read my fortune too." Lu Chen shook his head. "I can't." "Why, oi? You're on a higher level." Li En. 2 days later, within the sealed sky enveloped by the isolation array, a spatial rift quivered slightly as a medium-sized spirit boat slowly traversed the pitch-black fissure, its hull glowing with a faint azure spiritual light, gliding steadily into the skies of Earth. On the spirit boat, Wang Jichao, Guya Wang Bo, Li Ruoxuan, and others stood on the deck, gazing at the gradually clearer land below, their hearts instantly surging with indescribable excitement. Wang Bo was the first to break down, his voice choked with emotion. "Everyone, we're back. We're back." Thinking back on their recent experiences, it felt just like a dream. Fortunately, they had returned alive. Li Ruoxuan's eyes reddened slightly as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's so good. So good." Wang Jichao, "By the way, everyone turn on your phones. Check if there's any signal." They all took out their phones and pressed the power button. However, when the screens lit up, the top right corner remained blank, not a single signal bar. "What's going on?" "Still no signal." "What about you?" Guya sighed, shaking her black screen phone. "Mine's out of battery." Wang Jichao, "Don't worry, maybe it's just because we're in a remote area with poor signal." Just then Wang Bo suddenly shouted, "I have it. I have signal." "Holy crap, what are you using? The signal is so good." The crowd immediately gathered around. They saw Wang Bo's phone, which had only 9% battery left, showing the long-lost signal bars on the screen. At that moment, Wang Bo tremblingly opened WeChat, and the flood of incoming messages made him freeze entirely. Almost all were messages from his parents. Every day, there were 10 or more. Wang's mother, "Zhuozhuo mom misses you. Please come back soon. Zhuozhuo mom has topped up your phone with another 500 yuan. If you see this, you must reply to mom. Zhuozhuo, come back soon. Mom has cooked your favorite dishes. Zhuozhuo, if you don't come back, mom will cry again." A stream of messages flooded the screen, each word stabbing into Wang Bo's heart like needles. His whole body trembled slightly, his nose tingled, and his eyes reddened. He struggled for a long time, holding back tears. But just then the screen went dark and a prompt appeared: "Low battery, shutting down in 30 seconds. Perhaps because the phone had been off for too long, the 9% battery was merely a phantom. "Quick! Wang Bo's phone is about to die." Wang Bo panicked and fumbled, quickly pressing the voice button in the last few seconds. "Mom, I'm here. I miss you too. By the way, I'm back. My phone is out of battery now. Once I charge it, I'll call you." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen went completely black. Wang Bo wiped his eyes roughly with the back of his hand and took a deep breath. Fortunately, in the last few seconds, he had sent the message and saw it delivered successfully. The others felt a bit more at ease seeing this. Although they were disappointed by the lack of signal or dead batteries, seeing Wang Bo successfully contact his family, this at least proved that they were indeed on Earth. They would be home soon. Li Ruoxuan leaned close to Wang Bo and suddenly teased, "Wang Bo, were you just crying?" Wang Bo turned his face away. "No, you missaw." During their time together, the two had grown close. Wang Bo had finally let go of his feelings after seeing Guya join the Qingxiao sect. Just as everyone was looking forward to going home, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Guya, Wang Jichao, the ancestor, said to take you home first." Everyone turned around, seeing Xiao Yi and Ji Mubai walking side by side. Guya and Wang Jichao quickly bowed. "Elder Xiao, senior brother Ji." The others also looked at the two with awe, occasionally stealing glances at Ji Mubai. To be honest, they had never seen anyone so beautiful in their lives. He exuded an ethereal, pure aura, as if he didn't belong to the mortal world. Wang Jichao hesitated. "Elder Xiao, won't this affect the sect's plan?" Although he didn't know the specifics, as a disciple of the Qingxiao sect, he knew that the sect's massive move to Earth was to search for some kind of relic. Xiao Yi smiled. "Don't worry, it won't affect anything. The ancestors still need to prepare some things. We'll first send you back to report your safety, then rejoin the ancestors." Guya and Wang Jichao exchanged glances and bowed again. "Thank you, Elder Xiao, senior brother Ji." Ji Mubai said indifferently, Let's go then." After saying that, Ji Mubai turned and left. Wang Jichao looked at his back, then turned to Xiao Yi with confusion. "This is senior brother Ji in a bad mood?" Xiao Yi laughed heartily. "It's nothing, he's just like that. And he is indeed in a bad mood right now. He's probably still resentful that someone abandoned him." "Abandoned?" Wang Jichao was stunned. Could it be senior brother Ji's Dao partner? But someone so beautiful and ethereal. How could anyone bear to abandon him? In Zhangzhou, within a dim alley in Maching, streetlights sparsely stood at the entrance, casting a faint yellowish light. At this moment, Li En and Lu Chen walked side by side in the alley, their footsteps softly echoing in the narrow space. The surroundings were so quiet that only the occasional barking of dogs from afar could be heard. Lu Chen held a palm-sized disc in his hand with a pale golden fragment embedded in the center, radiating a soft golden glow. The disc was engraved with concentric runes, and a slender pointer at the top steadily pointed toward a direction deep in the alley. This artifact was called the Seeking Origin Disc, and the fragment in the center was a small piece of the Heavenly Tao Origin Fragment. According to Lu Chun, he had obtained this item by chance in his past life. It seemed to have been specially refined by a certain great cultivator using their unique talent capable of precisely locating other origin fragments within 100 kilometers. However, it later somehow ended up elsewhere, and Lu Chun got his hands on it. It was precisely with this Seeking Origin Disc that Lian was able to accurately find Zhuge Ling's location that night and obtain the second origin fragment. Lian well, found it. Lu Chun nodded slightly and raised his hand to point at an inconspicuous spot on the ground at the end of the alley. Found it over there, about 3 to 4 meters underground. Lian good. With that, Lian walked a few steps to the spot Lu Chun had indicated, lowered his head, and slightly opened his right hand toward the ground. In the next instant, the soil beneath his feet vanished, as if devoured. Then it kept collapsing downward, layer by layer, peeling away. Within a few breaths, a circular pit about 3 to 4 meters deep appeared in the ground. At the bottom, a thumb-sized pale golden fragment hovered silently above the soil, emitting a faint and warm glow. Lian reached out and drew it into his palm. Excellent, the third origin fragment is also in hand. Over the past 2 days, he and Lu Chun had traveled across most of Daxia, and fortunately their harvest was good. They had successfully obtained 3 origin fragments. Lian, by the way, junior brother, how many origin fragments do you think exist in this world? Lu Chun shook his head, not sure. But origin fragments, each one is extremely rare. Even a tiny piece upon refinement can enhance cultivation and accelerate the comprehension of the laws of the world. Lian, so the more the better. Lu Chun, exactly. Ha ha ha. Slap. Why are you copying my laugh? That's my exclusive laugh. Lu Chun, your exclusive laugh is quite perverse. What normal person would laugh like that? After putting away the fragment, Lian glanced around. From the moment he entered Maching, he could clearly sense a faint trace of demonic qi lingering in the air. Though thin, it was still noticeable. This area, even the entire city, bore traces of demonic activity. Lian's gaze darkened. It seems those bastards from the demon realm are already infiltrating this world. Although he was already certain that this earth was not the one he had lived in his past life. But with the same environment, he still could not bear to see Daxia defiled by such disgusting things. Lu Chun said calmly, since ancient times those bastards from the demon realm have been like this, obsessed with tainting the entire vast world with demonic qi and completely demonizing all living beings. Since they have come to this realm, they naturally want to turn this world into their paradise. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Lian's eyes. If I ever get the chance, I will personally go to the demon realm and uproot them all. Lu Chun gave Lian a deep look. For over 1,000,000 years, humans and demons had been opposed, neither able to overcome the other. If anyone else had said such a thing, he would have dismissed it as a joke. But if it was Lian, he absolutely believed it. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from the dark street corner, not far away. The two turned to look, and under the dim streetlight, a young man in a black vest with dyed, yellow hair and arms covered in tattoos slowly walked out. The young man's face was unnaturally pale, as if he had not seen sunlight for a long time. Despite this sickly appearance, his eyes were filled with manic excitement and bloodlust. The young man looked at Lian, and Lu Chun licked his lips and smiled. That smile was a mix of crying and twitching. In any case, Lian had never seen such an ugly smile. Young man, hello there, two young gentlemen. Lian, is that how you address people? Didn't you go to school? The young man's mouth twitched. Sorry, hello to you. Lian, sorry, I was in a pretty good mood, but after seeing you, it's completely ruined. Young man, Lian's consecutive remarks directly made him forget the next line he had prepared. However, the young man froze for a moment, then laughed again. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you're not happy now, you'll be happy soon. Lian raised an eyebrow. You loser, whether I'll be happy or not later, what's it to you? Are you a tapeworm in my belly? The veins on the young man's forehead bulged, and he could no longer hold back, cursing. What did you say? Lian, are you deaf? I said practice more if you're bad. If you can't talk, shut up. The young man's face instantly twisted into a ferocious expression. I want you dead. With a roar, the young man suddenly pushed off the ground and lunged at Lian like a leopard, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Lu Chun. It had to be said, his senior brother was truly impressive when cursing. His mouth seemed blessed by some divine power. But then again, with all that demonic qi emanating from the opponent, how could he be anything good? Lian sneered. See, you're getting angry again. Casually lifting his foot, he kicked the young man square in the chest. The young man instantly flew backward, slamming heavily into the wall with a dull thud, then slid to the ground, writhing in pain with a grimace. The young man struggled to his feet, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot, his gaze at Li and growing more ferocious. Bastard. How can your strength be so great? Lian taunted. Sorry, I thought you were tough, but you're so fragile. Need me to help you up? Damn it, die. The young man roared, charging at Lian again. However, Lian simply raised his hand and lightly slapped the young man on the cheek. Slap. The young man was sent flying again, flipping twice in the air before landing. Lian, look at you, we just met, and you want me dead. You're such a bad person. The young man lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently, the red light in his eyes intensifying, and he grew increasingly agitated. Then his bones began to crackle and pop, his jaw jutted outward, his teeth became sharp and jagged, and his entire body rapidly expanded. In just a few breaths, he shot up from 1.7 meters to over 2 meters tall, veins bulging all over his body, his face becoming utterly hideous and terrifying. Lian, tisk, is this an evolution? Lu Chun, senior brother, this is a blood servant. Lian, blood servant. Lu Chun nodded. Yes, this is a technique of the Blood Demon clan from the demon realm. The Blood Demon clan uses their own essence, blood, as a catalyst to transform other beings into blood servants. Once transformed, they will completely obey every command of their blood master. In the past, the Blood Demon clan entered the spirit realm and turned all the people of a medium-sized human kingdom into blood servants. When the news spread, it enraged a great human cultivator. That great cultivator personally slaughtered into the demon realm and nearly wiped out the entire Blood Demon clan. Afterwards, the Blood Demon clan vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, over 100,000 years later, they have become active again. Lian's eyes turned much colder upon hearing this. Then this Blood Demon clan truly deserves to die. At this moment, the blood servant youth had completed his transformation, his clothes completely torn, his red eyes fixed dead on the two. Eat you. I'll eat you. With that, the youth lunged at them again. Lian simply raised his head slightly, and the moment the youth was upon him, he shot out his right hand and precisely grabbed his neck. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out, and the youth's head immediately lolled to one side. The red light in his eyes rapidly faded, and his body visibly shrank back to its original form. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the rooftop, not far away, and then two figures jumped down, landing steadily in front of Lian and Lu Chun. Both wore black combat suits with standard equipment at their waists. The leading woman had a neat short haircut, a fit figure, and slightly heaving chest. Her gaze quickly swept over the scene. Then the short-haired woman looked at Lian and Lu Chun. You killed him. Lian did not answer. He simply tossed the corpse aside casually. At this point, the slightly older man behind the short-haired woman immediately stepped forward, crouched down to check the youth's breath, then looked up at the short-haired woman. Captain, he's dead. The short-haired woman, what? The person is dead. Damn it. This blood servant criminal they had been tracking for 5 entire days, finally locking onto his whereabouts, intending to capture him alive for interrogation. And now, after all those days of hard work, someone actually killed him. The more the short-haired woman contemplated this, the more exasperated she became, her face gradually turning ashen. Then she fixed her gaze upon Lian and Lu Chun once more. According to their investigations over these past few days, this young man's strength was at least at the mid-stage of the condensation origin realm. While his cultivation wasn't considered formidable, he could effortlessly slaughter ordinary people. Yet even so, he was still instantly killed by this young man before her. With this thought, the short-haired woman's eyes narrowed slightly. These two must also be cultivators, and their strength definitely won't be weak. The short-haired woman interrogated them. Who are you? Why are you here? Lian glanced at her and asked in return. Then who are you? Why are you here? Zhang Qing raised an eyebrow, but still explained. My name is Zhang Qing, captain of the Gray Falcon Squad, Tianheng Bureau of Mo City. Lian, alright then, you all can attend to your own business. Zhang Qing. What does attend to your own business mean? Do you even know how to hold a conversation? Zhang Qing took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her rising anger. Who exactly are you people? I advise you to answer honestly. The Tianheng Bureau belongs to the Dixia government, serving as the administrative institution overseeing the cultivation world of Dixia. You just killed the criminal we've been investigating for so long. If you don't answer honestly, we have the authority to arrest all of you and send you to specialized detention facilities. However, before she could even finish speaking, Lian had already turned and walked toward the alley's exit, paying absolutely no attention to Zhang Qing's words. Let's go, junior brother. I've suddenly lost the desire to chat. I'm tired. Lu Chun. What the hell? Tired? Weren't you quite the talker just now? Wait, don't tell me you only like chatting with guys. Seeing this, Lu Chun also turned and followed Lian's departure. Zhang Qing's expression darkened. She, the foremost expert of the Tianheng Bureau in Mo City, the captain of the Gray Falcon Squad, had never been so thoroughly ignored in her life. Stop. I'm telling you to stop, did you hear me? Zhang Qing's figure flickered, and within the span of a blink, she had caught up to the two men behind them. She reached out, about to seize Lian and Lu Chun by their collars. Yet the instant before her fingers were about to brush against their clothes, a palm precisely clutched her throat. Then with a reverse grip, it pressed her entire body flat against the ground. Slap. Zhang Qing's pupils contracted sharply. Just now, she actually hadn't seen the opponent's movement at all. With her cultivation at the solid birth realm, she hadn't even had a chance to react before being pinned to the ground. Lu Chun lowered his head, gazing at the Zhang Qing he had subdued. He looked up toward Lian. Senior brother, how should we handle this? Lian didn't even turn his head, waving his hand backward. Throw her far away. Didn't you hear, just now? They're people from the official authorities. Such a powerful background. We absolutely cannot afford to provoke them. Lu Chun. At this point the Zhongqing pressed against the ground was utterly furious. Let me go. In an instant, thunder light blazed from Zhongqing's entire body as her solid birth realm cultivation erupted with full force. Lu Chun's expression remained unchanged. He simply gripped her neck and casually flung her away. Zhongqing tumbled through the air for several rotations before landing steadily on the ground, her complexion slightly pale, her breath somewhat disordered. She hadn't expected that even when she unleashed all her strength the opponent still appeared so composed and at ease. At this moment a young man who had come with Zhongqing hurried to her side, anxiously saying, "Captain, are you alright?" Zhongqing shook her head, her gaze sternly fixed on the two men. "I'm fine. The opponent's strength is extremely terrifying. Yuzheng, have you contacted the other members?" "Yuzheng, I have. Old Qin and the others are all on their way." "Good." Zhongqing quickly steadied her thoughts, preparing to find a way to delay these two. As long as her squad members arrived with their coordination, they would definitely be able to take down these opponents. However, the moment this thought crossed her mind, a blinding white light suddenly exploded beneath her feet. Immediately following was a wave of intense numbness that swept through her entire body. "Zhongqing, what? Not good." Before she could finish speaking, both she and Yu Zheng were completely engulfed by that ball of white light, vanishing on the spot in an instant. Lian glanced back. "Tis, Junior brother, where did you send those people?" "Outside the city, probably." Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Lian nodded. "All right, let's go meet that blood demon race member." Lu Chun acknowledged with a sound. The two walked side by side out of the alley, their figures quickly merging into the night. Meanwhile, outside Imo City, beside a garbage dump, a streak of white light flashed abruptly. Two figures materialized out of thin air, plummeting straight down from midair. Fortunately, the height wasn't too great. Zhongqing and Yuzheng merely fell beside a garbage pile, emitting a pungent odor with foul water splashing all over them. After the two climbed up, Yuzheng immediately covered his nose. "Damn, it smells so bad. Where the hell is this place?" Zhongqing pinched her nose, frowning, though she didn't particularly mind the surrounding environment. That move just now, was it a spatial type talent? She recalled that sensation from before being transported. The key issue wasn't in that final instant, but in the lightning released before the white light touched them. At that time she had been completely unable to react, before being struck by the lightning, causing her body to go numb. That overwhelming strength, the one in the Taoist robe, must have been at the Fate's Decree realm. But the other party's age clearly appeared even younger than hers. How could they possibly be this strong? In Xia, which Fate's Decree realm expert wasn't at least 40 years old. "Yuzheng, Captain, what should we do now?" Zhongqing glared at him. "What else can we do? Get out of here first. Can't you see this is a garbage dump? Are you planning to stand here until you turn into preserved meat?" "Yuzheng." "Fair point." Zhongqing. "By the way, send a message to the bureau to have someone come pick us up." "Yes." 30 minutes later, two black off-road vehicles sped rapidly to the edge of the garbage dump. From the lead vehicles door, a middle-aged man was the first to leap out. It was precisely the Gray Falcon Squad's deputy captain, Fu Xiaoqiang. Seeing this, Yu Zheng hastily waved, "Deputy Captain." Fu Xiaoqiang nodded and walked quickly to Zhongqing. "Captain Zhang, are you unharmed?" Zhongqing shook her head and said urgently, "I'm fine. By the way, Captain Fu, did you see the combat surveillance? Have we identified those two people who teleported us away?" Their Gray Falcon Squad carried recording devices every time they went on missions. Even without surrounding surveillance, the command center or the bureau could view the combat situation. Fu Xiaoqiang shook his head, his expression somewhat complicated. "Let's discuss this when we return to the bureau. The director wants to speak with you personally." "The director?" Zhongqing was stunned. Could those two people have some special identity? "I'm not sure either, but Captain Zhang, you'll understand when you return to the bureau." "Understood." On the other side, at the central tower of Maching, Lian and Lu Chun stood at the foot of the building, looking up at the tallest structure in Maching, which soared over 50 stories. Lian sneered, "These demonic creatures are truly audacious." Finding their lair was far easier than he had imagined. Or rather, these creatures had no regard for the cultivators of Earth, flaunting their presence by clustering here so blatantly that they didn't even bother to conceal their demonic chi. It was as if they were saying, "I'm right here, what can you do about it?" Lian said calmly, "Let's go. Send these bastards to hell." He nodded. The two figures flickered and vanished from the spot. 10 minutes later, at the Maching Tianhing Bureau, Zhongqing practically burst into Director Qian's office. "Uncle Qian, Uncle Qian." At this moment, Director Qian was sitting behind his desk flipping through documents. Seeing Zhongqing in such a state, he was not annoyed, but rather showed a benevolent tolerance of an elder toward a junior. "Are you all right, Xiaoqing?" Zhongqing was the daughter of Director Qian's comrade-in-arms, and because of this connection, he had always taken special care of her. Moreover, Zhongqing was efficient and the strongest in Maching, so he let her have her way and rarely restrained her. "I'm fine. By the way, Uncle Qian, do you have any information on those two?" Director Qian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and nodded. "Xiaoqing, don't investigate those two anymore." Zhongqing was taken aback. "Why, oi?" She recalled Lu Qin's Taoist robe. and suddenly seemed to understand something. Could it be? They are from the Dao sect. But even if they are from the Dao sect, how dare they ignore the Tianheng Bureau? In Daxiao, even the Dao sect, and even the number one heavenly master on the heavenly list must obey the orders of the Daxiao Tianheng Bureau. And on top of that, they teleported me into a garbage heap. Director Qin shook his head. They are not from the Dao sect. Zhangqing, not Dao sect. Then who are they? Director Qin looked at her and sighed slowly. Xiaoqing, sometimes you are too persistent. There is a saying, not taking the path seen leads to seeing the cause and effect. Sometimes not blindly pursuing the truth will save you from harm. Zhang Qing hesitated. But, Director Qin said firmly, in short, these two people have been classified as top secrets of Daxia. Do not investigate them further. Zhang Qing gritted her teeth and took a step back. Then, Uncle Qin, at least tell me, are they friend or foe? Director Qin said calmly. Xiaoqing, if they were enemies, would you still be standing here right now? Zhang Qing opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire building. Director Qian's face changed, and he quickly grabbed the desk phone. Hello, what's going on? An urgent voice came from the other end. Director Qian, it's the Central Tower. Something's happened there. Cultivators are fighting. Central Tower. Director Qian stood up abruptly, about to issue orders. But Zhang Qing had already dashed toward the door. Director Qian, I'll take people there immediately. All right, be careful. At this moment, the area below the Central Tower was already crowded with people. The workers who had been staying late in the building, upon hearing the violent tremors and roars from above, poured out of the doors in panic. Some were still clutching their office laptops, others hadn't even had time to put on their jackets. What's happening? An earthquake? I don't know. I heard there was a gas explosion on the top floor. Bullshit. This kind of office building doesn't allow gas tanks. Don't spread rumors, goddammit. Then how do you explain the tremors just now, eh? Could it be that slapping sound, eh? At this moment the crowd was buzzing with discussion. Some raised their phones to film while others were busy calling the police. The entire street was clogged and the sound of sirens grew closer. Soon several police cars arrived at the scene. On the rooftop the night wind howled. A humanoid youth, naked from the waist up, knelt on one knee, his body pale as paper, his skin covered with blue-black vein patterns. The youth's teeth were sharp as blades and his ears were long and pointed, completely unlike a human's. At this moment a hole the size of a pipe had been blasted through his chest, piercing the entire thoracic cavity. Blood continued to flow, pooling at his feet into a dark red puddle. However, even with such a severe wound, the youth was still alive, and the edges of the wound were even slowly writhing, attempting to heal on their own. The youth raised his head, staring at the two in front of him with terror. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He had clearly reached the blood general level, equivalent to the late Guiming realm of human cultivators. Logically, in this small world suppressed by the heavenly Tao, he should not have encountered anything that could threaten him. Yet these two before him had utterly crushed him. Especially, from start to finish, it was basically the youth in the Taoist robe who did all the fighting. The one beside him in the white t-shirt, who looked very cocky, didn't even move. Monsters. They are monsters. Both of us are in the Guiming realm, so why is the gap so huge? Lian stood a few steps away, looking down at the youth in the blood pool, and said in surprise, this vitality is really tenacious. Despite having no life attributability, the wound was still slowly healing after such a severe injury. Lu Qin said, this is the terror of the Blood Demon Clan. It is said that once the Blood Demon Clan reaches the Blood Emperor level, their terrifying recovery ability rivals the healing power of the life attribute. Regrowing limbs and surviving a heart-piercing wound are not uncommon. Lian glanced at the youth still writhing on the ground and said coldly, all right, kill him. This commotion has gotten a bit too big. Without a word, Lu Chun walked slowly toward the youth. The youth's pupils contracted as if sensing the approach of death, and he immediately let out a hoarse roar. Don't come near, you damn humans. If you dare kill me, the Blood Emperor will never let you go. As if he hadn't heard, Lu Chin's steps did not falter. He walked up to the youth, raised his hand, and gently pressed it on the top of the youth's head. With a slight exertion of force, the youth's body stiffened. Suddenly the red light in his eyes instantly dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Lian said, let's go. The two figures then vanished into the night wind, fleeing into the distance. Less than 3 minutes after they left, Zhang Qing rushed to the rooftop with 5 members of the Kanjing squad. She swept her eyes over the corpses scattered across the floor, and her expression changed. The corpses were of various forms. Some had remnants of flesh wings on their backs, others had fangs protruding from their mouths, and their skin showed an unnatural pallor and purple-black color, clearly not ordinary humans. Fu Xiaoqiang crouched down, turned over a few corpses, and examined them carefully, then looked up in shock. Captain Zhang, several of these people are exactly the suspects we've been tracking these past few days. Zhang Qing frowned. She turned to look at Yu Zheng. Yu Zheng, have you retrieved the surveillance footage? Yu Zheng looked down at the tablet in his hand, his expression a bit off. It's been sent over. But what? Zhang Qing frowned. Captain Zhang, see for yourself. Zhang Qing took the tablet and pressed play. The footage showed Lu Chun and Lian fighting those monsters. Each of those monsters was quite powerful, especially the leading youth whose aura was even stronger than Zhang Qing's own. Yet even so, before those two, almost none of them lasted more than 3 moves before being killed one after another. Zhang Qing's pupils contracted, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the edge of the tablet. After a moment she calmed down. Zhang Qing raised her head and handed the tablet back. Make a copy of the video and send it to me privately. Yu Zheng was taken aback. Huh. But what about Director Qian? Zhang Qing shot him a glance. Moi. Yu Zheng quickly shrank back. Yes. Yes. 2 days later, Liqing City, Zhejiang Province. Inside a shopping mall, the crowd's gaze converged instinctively on the same direction. Look, that person is too breathtakingly handsome. Oh my god, he's literally my ideal type. Should we ask for his WeChat? I don't dare. He's far too magnificent. I'm afraid I'd only humiliate myself by approaching him. At this moment, inside a men's clothing store, several young female clerks were quietly raising their phones, their lenses fixed on Jimu Bai as he tried on clothes before the mirror. Jimu Bai wore a simple white t-shirt paired with light gray casual trousers and a pair of pristine white sneakers. Though it was the most ordinary ensemble, he carried it with an otherworldly elegance, as if he might ascend upon the clouds at any moment. Wang Jichao stood to the side, utterly captivated. He had merely intended to accompany senior brother Ji to the mall to pick up a couple of casual outfits, never expecting such an overwhelming result after the change of clothes. All those so-called idols and internet celebrities paled in comparison to Jimu Bai. Xiaoyi, standing nearby, grinned at Jimu Bai. Junior brother handsome. So incredibly handsome. Jimu Bai stood before the mirror, his expression calm and serene. He examined his reflection from all angles, seemingly quite satisfied with the outfit. Simple and comfortable, devoid of those flashy designs. It perfectly matched his preferences. He then turned to face the salesgirl nearby, who was still visibly spellbound. Excuse me, how much is this outfit? Before the words had barely left his lips, a gold ingot the size of a fist materialized in Jimu Bai's palm. Would this suffice? The salesgirl had just snapped back to reality at his voice, but upon seeing the gold ingot in his hand, she froze once more. Gold? Did people really still pay for clothes with solid gold? At that moment, Wang Jichao lunged forward and swiftly gripped Jimu Bai's wrist. Senior brother, no need. Let me handle the payment. Without waiting for Jimu Bai to refuse, he hurried to the checkout counter, pulled out his phone, and scanned the payment code, all in one fluid motion. Only when the payment confirmation chimed did he secretly exhale, covertly wiping the perspiration from his forehead. After exiting the men's clothing store, Jimu Bai looked at Wang Jichao with mild puzzlement. Junior brother Wang, does this world of yours not accept gold? Wang Jichao hastily replied, Senior brother, we do accept it, but what you offered was far more than necessary. That complete outfit and shoes didn't even cost 1,000 yuan. Your gold ingot alone is worth at least several 100,000. Jimu Bai nodded. I see. Then Junior brother Wang, please accept this gold ingot. Without allowing Wang Jichao to protest, he pressed it firmly into the younger man's hand. Wang Jichao, but no need. This is far too much, senior brother. Xiao Yi, watching from the side, chuckled. Just take it. To us this gold is nothing. In the spirit realm, we often assist villages in eliminating demon beast threats. When they lack spirit stones, they offer gold and silver as compensation. We typically accept some, though gold is nearly impossible to spend within the cultivation world. If you find it useful, there's no harm in giving you more. Jimu Bai, indeed. Moreover, you've treated us to numerous meals over these past 2 days and purchased these clothes for us as well. Wang Jichao hurriedly waved his hands. No need. No need. Senior brother, this is plenty. 1 ingot is more than enough. He carefully stowed the gold ingot away, his heart still pounding. This was worth hundreds of thousands, perhaps even over 1 million given current gold prices. Just months ago, he had been an ordinary college student, yet now he had unexpectedly become a millionaire. Hiss. One had to admit this world truly held every possibility. After a moment of silence, Wang Jichao composed himself and said earnestly, Senior brothers Xiao and Ji, would you honor us by joining me for a meal at my home today? In the past couple of days after the group returned from the spirit realm, Jimu Bai and Xiao Yi had brought them to the nearest city. Wang Bo, Li Ruoxuan, and the others had borrowed power banks. As soon as they reached the urban area, charged their phones and successfully contacted their families, who quickly came to pick them up. Since Guya and Wang Jichao were both natives of Zhejiang Province and formal disciples of Qingxiao sect, the 2 senior brothers personally escorted them back. As Guya was a woman, traveling with 2 unfamiliar men would have been inconvenient, so the 2 senior brothers finally accompanied Wang Jichao back to Liqing first. However, wary that his family might struggle to process so much information at once, Wang Jichao had not brought the 2 senior brothers directly home. Instead, he arranged hotel accommodation for them first. After all having been missing for so long, his family was deeply concerned, and many matters required careful, gradual explanation. Xiao Yi asked, have you explained things to your family? Wang Jichao nodded. Yes. My parents aren't the stubborn old-fashioned type. They're reasonable and understanding. They were shocked upon learning about my situation, but overwhelmingly happy for me. Now they know about you two senior brothers as well. They scolded me for being thoughtless to leave you outside and insisted I must invite you home for a proper meal. Xiao Yi, ha, that's wonderful then. Ji Bai also gave a slight nod and said slowly, since we've received such generous hospitality, why not accept? The warmth of mortal life is itself a form of cultivation. After leaving the mall, Wang Jichao led the two to a shop with a distinctly traditional aesthetic where neatly tailored Zhongshan suits hung on display. Xiao Yi took an immediate liking to the style and was quite pleased after trying on a few pieces. He had always preferred this dignified, commanding look. He looked every bit a leader. When they had finally finished shopping and were considering finding a place to rest, Ji Bai suddenly paused mid-step and said coldly, a few individuals have been trailing us for some time. Shall I handle them? Wang Jichao started instinctively glancing behind them, but saw nothing. Someone's following us. Could it be because you're simply too handsome, senior brother? There had indeed been quite a few people trailing them today. Several had even attempted to approach and ask for WeChat, but Wang Jichao had declined each one. Ji Bai shook his head. No, these people carry strong intent, and they are all cultivators. Wang Jichao's heart tightened. What? They had just returned from the spirit realm. How had they been targeted so quickly? Then, what should we do now? Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly, what else? We simply go and ask. Huh. Before Wang Jichao could react, Xiao Yi was already striding toward a cafe on the sidewalk. Outside the cafe, two young men in casual attire were seated at an outdoor table, each with a cup of coffee long since drained. They had been stationed there since Wang Jichao and his two companions entered the mall, their gazes periodically sweeping toward the exit. A voice suddenly crackled through the earpiece of the young man wearing sunglasses. The target has emerged. 003, report target location. The young man in sunglasses lowered his voice, copy that. But just as he turned his gaze toward the mall entrance, Wang Jichao and his companions were walking straight toward him. Huh. The voice on the other end of the earpiece also sensed something amiss. 003, what's going on? The target is heading my way, probably to buy coffee. All right, continue surveillance. Remember, don't blow your cover. Copy that. The young man in sunglasses had just replied when he suddenly felt something was off. He instinctively looked up and saw his teammate across the way frantically signaling him with his eyes. Before he could react, a voice sounded right beside his ear. Hello there, you two. Holy sure. The earpiece also crackled with urgent queries. 003. What's happening? The young man in sunglasses forced down his panic, quickly composed himself, and looked up at the three figures who had somehow appeared behind him. Who are you? Is there something you need? Xiao Yi, who are we? You've been tailing us this whole time, and you're asking who we are. Both their faces changed simultaneously. The young man in sunglasses swallowed hard, stunned. You. How did you know? Just then the voice in the earpiece spoke again. 003, be careful not to provoke them. They're almost certainly cultivators too. We're on our way. Xiao Yi, how did we know? Do we even need to look? You think wearing a black hood over your eyes would stop us from noticing you tailing us? Black hood? The young man in sunglasses twitched his mouth. Little brother, these are sunglasses. I don't care what they are. Xiao Yi's tone turned grim. Talk. Why are you following us? The young man in sunglasses was getting irritated by the interrogation. He was from an official organization. What's wrong with tailing a few suspects? Just as he was about to snap back, a command came through the earpiece. Don't pressure him. And don't reveal your identity either. Find a way to stall them. The young man in sunglasses swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, his mind racing. Stall them? How? His eyes darted over the three of them, then a bright idea struck. He pointed at the crew-cut young man beside him and looked at Ji Bai. My friend here wants your contact info, but he was too shy to come up to you, so we waited here for you to come out. The crew-cut young man. What the hell? You're the shy one. You're the one who wants the contact info. Fine, we're brothers, so you're pulling this on me. You're treating me like a fool from Rongqing, aren't you? But since things had come to this, he had no choice but to play along, forcing a look as affectionate as possible toward Ji Bai. Handsome, can I add you on V? Ji Bai's expression was cold. Although he didn't know what V was, the look in the other man's eyes was clearly off. It was a bit like the look Lian had after he did something bad. In any case, it couldn't be anything good. Ji Bai's aura turned slightly icy, and he said coldly, stop with this nonsense. Tell me honestly, why are you following us? From the moment we left the hotel this morning, you were in a black sedan. It's been 5 hours now. You changed personnel twice, once at a convenience store, once in the mall's underground parking lot. Hearing this, the young man in sunglasses stiffened. He hadn't expected the target to be aware of their surveillance from the very beginning, even knowing the exact personnel changes and routes. Such counter-surveillance skills were terrifying. But the young man in sunglasses still insisted, what are you talking about? We just sat down. Who would follow you? Before he could finish, Xiao Yi's right hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. The young man in sunglasses instinctively tried to break free, but found all the strength in his body sealed away. He couldn't move even a single finger. Yui. His face changed drastically. Xiao Yi leaned down, his voice low. You too. One at the mid-stage of the Ningyuan realm, the other at the early stage. Killing you would be easier than crushing an ant. Answer me honestly and don't make me use force. The young man in sunglasses' pupils contracted. They had even seen through their cultivation levels. Just then a black commercial vehicle pulled up and stopped swiftly beside the cafe. The door opened, and a short-haired woman in a small suit with a well-proportioned figure stepped out quickly. Her features were ordinary, but her eyes were extremely sharp. The young man in sunglasses relaxed upon seeing her. Deputy Captain. Wang Yu walked briskly up to the three, first giving them a friendly nod, then fixing her gaze on Wang Jichao and producing a badge from her pocket. My name is Wang Yu. I'm the deputy head of the action team of the Tianheng Bureau in Li City. You can think of it as national security, protecting the people, something like that. Wang Jichao narrowed his eyes slightly. So, police. You can put it that way, Wang Yu said calmly. Wang Jichao glanced at her, then at the two with sunglasses. Actually, he had always had a doubt. After returning to Li City, he was a missing person. His parents had reported it to the police, yet the police had never come to question him. That was abnormal in itself. Now it seemed that this so-called Tianheng Bureau had probably been watching him since the moment he returned to Li City, just never making direct contact, likely because of the two senior brothers at his side. Wang Jichao looked at Wang Yu. So why have you been following us? Wang Yu scanned the surrounding bystanders who were gradually gathering and raising their phones to take photos. She frowned slightly. This isn't a good place to talk. Could we go somewhere else? Wang Jichao turned to look at Ji Mubai and Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said indifferently, Junior brother Wang, it's your call. Wang Jichao nodded, then looked back at Wang Yu. Let's go. Please get in. Wang Yu stepped aside and opened the middle door of the commercial vehicle. Ji Mubai and Xiao Yi didn't say much, having ridden in a few cars before they were used to it. They bent down and slid into the back seat. With these people's strength, the two of them didn't take them seriously at all. But since they had come to this world, they still needed to respect Wang Jichao's opinions. The commercial vehicle slowly drove away from the city center. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, on the other side of the world, the sky, which had been clear and bright, suddenly darkened without warning. Pedestrians on the streets stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky. Everyone look. What is that? The sky is torn. Above Tokyo Tower, a massive black rift suddenly split the sky, accompanied by dancing purple lightning. Its twisted edges looked like a wound in the heavens. Then a giant hand burst out of the rift. Rough rock-like skin of a dark gray, the entire hand over 10 meters long, like the limb of some ancient demon. The enormous hand gripped the edge of the rift tightly, its fingers straining as if trying to tear the opening even wider. Oh my God! Something's coming out. Run! Monster! Monster! Mom, that's a monster. Kid, believe in the light. Chop! The streets erupted in terrified screams. The crowd scattered in panic. Some fell, others cried out. Car horns and sirens blared, plunging the entire city into chaos. Yet just as the giant hand tried to widen the rift further, countless thick bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, precisely slamming into the giant hand. Electric light exploded, thunder roared. The giant hand, as if scorched, jerked back into the rift. Then a low, furious roar came from deep within the rift. Damn you, heavenly Tao! At that moment, the enormous hand high in the sky withdrew back into the rift. Silence fell for a brief moment. Tens of millions of people across the city fixed their gaze upon the colossal fissure. What's happening? Could it be an illusion? So many people saw it. How could it be an illusion? Are you stupid? Just as everyone was bewildered, countless demons suddenly surged forth from the rift. Holy crap! What are those? Those demons included humanoid bull-headed monsters, a giant wolf with 6 eyes, and a sinister dragon engulfed in black flames. They poured out of the rift like a tidal wave, plunging straight toward the crowd below. In an instant, screams resounded across the entire sky. Off! Save me! Off! Stop! The streets descended into utter chaos. Just then, dozens of fighter jets suddenly flew in from afar, unleashing countless missiles toward the demons that had just emerged from the rift. Boom! A massive explosion of fire erupted outside the rift. In an instant, the demons that had surged forth were struck down one after another under the relentless bombardment of the missiles. First combat squad, all targets hit. Yosh! Excellent! Second wave, prepare. Let's blast these scumbags back in one go. Missiles kept firing and demons fell from the sky like rain. Amid the billowing smoke, the distant crowd even began to erupt in cheers. Awesome. Wipe them out. A bunch of carbon-based life forms trying to invade Earth. Go back and train for another 20,000 years. Yet as the crowd rejoiced, 2 slightly smaller hands suddenly thrust out from the rift, bracing themselves against its edges. Then an enormous bull head slowly emerged. The head was a grayish-black with massive crimson eyes burning like fire nostrils, spewing searing hot air, and 2 huge curved horns extending from either side of the rift. What is that? A minotaur? Shut up. It's a minotaur. Let pure love warriors win this time. This doesn't look good. I'm out of here. What's there to fear? Just a carbon-based life form. Meanwhile, the fighter jets in the sky adjusted their aim again, locking onto the minotaur. Prepare to fire. Boom, boom, boom. Countless missiles struck the bull-headed demon, precisely the explosion's fire and smoke instantly engulfing it. Everyone held their breath, staring at the smoke. Yet before the smoke cleared, a crimson beam of light shot out from within, instantly piercing through several fighter jets in the air. Explosions burst forth in the sky, debris scattering and falling into the city. No. What's happening? As the smoke dissipated, the bull-headed demon was revealed to be completely unscathed. It opened its massive maw, flames gathering once more, and a crimson beam swept across the horizon. In an instant, the first and second squadrons of fighter jets were all shot down, their wreckage trailing smoke as they crashed into the city. Explosions echoed one after another, flames soaring into the sky. Then the 50-meter-tall colossal body emerged fully from the rift and crashed onto the ground, causing the entire city to tremble violently. The bull-headed demon's crimson eyes swept over the ant-like humans below, its voice thundering like a storm. This land will belong to the Bull Demon clan. Kill them, my minions. From the rift, countless demons surged forth again, charging toward the crowd below. Despair flooded the eyes of everyone in the city. Run, run, don't run. Believe in the light. Believe in your grandpa. Meanwhile, on a street in the capital of Daxia, an old man in a gray Taoist robe walked side by side with a young child of 5 or 6. The child had a vermilion mole on his brow, delicate features, and a porcelain-like appearance, drawing many a glance from passers-by. Many people even raised their phones to take photos of the child. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that the child's eyes lacked the innocence of youth. Instead, they held a calm and detachment far beyond his years, even a hint of indifference. It was as if the people around him were nothing more than ants, or even the most insignificant objects. When they reached an intersection, the old man suddenly halted, his gaze fixed eastward. The child glanced at him sideways and said flatly, "What is it?" The old man immediately composed himself, bowed slightly, and replied respectfully, "Young master, an immense surge of demonic energy has erupted in the east. It seems the demons have forcibly torn open a rift in this world using some forbidden technique. What do you think? Should we?" The child waved a hand dismissively and said coldly, "Ignore it. The humans of this world are none of our concern. The secret realm is about to open. The inheritance of the Qingshu sect is our primary objective here." The old man lowered his head. "As you command, young master." On the other side, in a small town called Qingzhou in the west of Daxia, Lian leaned against the doorframe of a noodle shop, eyeing the menu on the wall. He smiled and asked, "Boss, how much is this noodle?" "It's cheap, handsome. 10 yuan a bowl." "Lian, so expensive. But I already had a bowl of noodles earlier. Now I just have a strong urge to see you." The boss was taken aback. "Hey, handsome, what are you talking about? What do you mean you want to see me? Aren't we face to face right now?" "Lian, I just heard a song called You're Not By My Side. It breaks my heart." The boss's face stiffened. "What the heck? If you're not eating, go somewhere else. Don't bother me while I'm working." "Lian, fine, I'll leave right away. But do you know what my flaw is?" "You're crazy," the boss said coldly. "No, it's that I'm flawed without you." The boss's face darkened, and he completely lost his temper, grabbing a long ladle and waving it. Get lost now. If you stay here any longer, I'll call the cops." Lian calmly pulled out a 100 yuan bill and slapped it on the table. "Boss, 1 bowl of rice noodles with an egg. Keep the change." The boss. He took the bill, rubbed it a few times, confirmed it was real, and looked at Lian with a puzzled expression. "Are you sure you don't want change?" Lian said flatly, "No need." Upon hearing this, the boss's face instantly changed. "Ha ha ha. Sorry about earlier. Come on in, handsome." As soon as Lian sat down, the boss came over again, enthusiastically asking, "By the way, handsome, what else would you like to eat?" "No need, just this bowl is fine." The boss suddenly patted Li and shoulder with a grin. "No, it's I like gazing at you." With that, the boss turned and walked away, humming a tune. Lian. Ugh, can't take it anymore. A bit disgusting. Indeed, it was one thing to shamelessly say those cheesy lines to others, but hearing them from someone else was a completely different experience. Uncomfortable, absolutely uncomfortable. System, is the check-in done? System, special check-in completed. The task of saying 3 cheesy pickup lines to a random stranger. Proceed with special check-in. Check-in, checking in. Check-in complete. The following options are available. Choose 3 for the special check-in. 1. Cultivation experience 0. 1 2. Cultivation experience 0. 3 3. Elemental gold fragment 2 4. Curse fragment 1 5. Recovery fruit 1. Gold fragments again. Over the past few months, whether special or daily check-ins, gold fragments were the most common reward. Now he almost had as many gold fragments as water fragments. Could it be that his next awakened talent was gold element? I choose 2 3 and 4. Congratulations, host. You have received cultivation experience 0. 3. A elemental gold fragment 2. Curse fragment 1. Lian was about to check his inventory when his expression suddenly changed slightly. He turned his head to look east. Are those demons? Then he sensed the direction and relaxed. It's neon. Oh, then it's fine. Lian sat back, down, his expression calm. With the ancient ruins about to open, he didn't want to stir up trouble at this critical moment. After all, this was merely one of his avatars. As long as those demons didn't invade Daxiao, he wouldn't intervene. After all, Daxiao was considered his home in his past life. At this moment in the urban district of Lichi City, a black business vehicle slowly drove through a gate. Wang Jichao glimpsed the sign at the entrance through the car window, his brow slightly arching. A police station. Aren't you people from the Tianheng Bureau? Wang Yue, seated in the passenger seat, turned her head to explain. That's right, we are from the Tianheng Bureau. Our office is just next to the municipal bureau. She raised her hand to point at an unassuming office building beside them. There, that's the one. After the car parked, Wang Yu was the first to step out. Please follow me. Wang Jichao hesitated for a moment before following along. The three of them passed through the corridor, with Wang Yue arriving at a conference room. Soon after, Wang Yu personally poured a glass of water for each of the three. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room on the top floor, Bao Wang, the person in charge of the East China region, had arrived ahead of time. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and possessed an exceptionally refined demeanor. Bao Wang stared at the three people in the conference room on the screen and spoke in a low voice. Elder Yuan, can you discern the cultivation levels of these two? The old man shook his head. I cannot tell. The distance is too great, and their auras are suppressed extremely well. However, if we were to sense them face to face, perhaps we could get a more direct understanding. Bao Wang nodded, his gaze returning to the screen. Ever since the Mount Tai incident occurred, the entire Daxiao network had been shaken for some time. After all, so many people had vanished all at once, and survivors had immediately posted footage from the scene online. However, this matter was quickly suppressed. Later, it was confirmed that those people had been taken into another world. Most had assumed they would most likely never return, yet several months later 5 individuals actually managed to make it back to Earth. From the moment they boarded the high-speed rail and airplanes, the Tianheng Bureau had already tracked them down and discovered that 2 strangers had returned alongside them. Moreover, these 2 individuals' clothing was extremely peculiar, their behavior and mannerisms entirely out of place with modern society. Clearly, they were not Earth natives. More crucially, after Su Kai and the others returned, the senior leadership of Daxiao had been informed. Beyond the world teeming with those demonic creatures, there existed an even more vast realm, known as the Spirit Realm. At this moment in the conference room, all 4 had taken their seats. Xiaoyi leaned back against his chair and said calmly, Miss, please speak your mind directly. Wang Yu nodded, turning her gaze toward Wang Jichao. Wang Jichao, male, 21 years old. You went to Mount Tai on July 22nd, encountered a spatial rift along the way, and were drawn into an alternate world. The world you entered is called the Spirit Realm. After she finished speaking, she observed Wang Jichao's expression. Finding that he showed not the slightest hint of surprise, she could not help but ask, Aren't you the least bit curious how we know all this? Wang Jichao replied coolly, Was it Wang Bo or Sister Qian? They've already been questioned separately by you, haven't they yet? Wang Yu paused slightly, then nodded. Perceptive. But don't worry, they're fine. We simply spoke with them to understand the situation. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Xiao Yi and Ji Mubai. Gentleman, Daxiao holds absolutely no ill will toward you. We hope to engage with you in a friendly manner. Xiao Yi's lips curved slightly. Friendly. So you've been surveilling us the entire time. Wang Yu stood up and bowed slightly to the 2 of them, her tone sincere. If this has caused you any distress, I apologize here. We never intended any offense. The 2 of you are not from this world, and we had no way of knowing whether you harbored goodwill toward us. Taking precautions is simply to protect our own world. With that, Wang Yu straightened up and met their gazes with open eyes. I hope you can understand. Ji Mubai, go ahead. What is it you actually want to discuss with us? Wang Yu nodded, adjusting her posture before speaking seriously. I'd like to ask you all a question. You've both been living in Daxiao for several days now. What are your impressions of Daxiao? Ji Mubai fell silent for a fleeting moment, then uttered just 2 words. Interesting. Wang Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Anything else? No. Wang Yue. She had originally expected Ji Mubai to say more. After all, from Wang Bo and the plane crash survivors, they had already learned quite a bit about the Spirit Realm. That world had many powerful individuals, but its technological level was extremely backward. Living conditions probably comparable to Daxia's ancient society several centuries ago. Someone who had emerged from such an environment upon seeing skyscrapers, smartphones, aircraft, and high-speed rail could only offer a 2-word evaluation, interesting. Xiao Yi seemed to sense her confusion and let out a soft laugh. Miss Wang, perhaps other people from the Spirit Realm would have more to say after learning about your world. But we are different. We are cultivators. Our sect's lineage spans tens of thousands of years, and there is only one thing we seek, the Tao. Even if your world grows richer and more splendid to us, it is merely the mortal dust. Nothing more than fleeting clouds before our eyes. The Tao lies in simplicity, how all techniques converge. With the heart inclined toward immortality, why cling to mortal concerns? What we pursue is never novelty or excitement, but a path leading to eternal life. So interesting. That word is already the most sincere evaluation we can give. In the monitoring room, Elder Yuan heard these words, and his entire being trembled slightly. The Tao lies in simplicity, how all techniques converge. With the heart inclined toward immortality, why cling to mortal concerns? He fell into a long silence, a profound emotion flickering in his eyes. Never had he imagined that after nearly a century of cultivation, he Yuan Lang would still fall short of the clarity possessed by this junior. No, perhaps this was precisely what a true person walking the Tao should be. Wang Yu was also a cultivator, and since both the Taoist and Buddhist sects of Daxia advocated, a calm mind naturally brings clarity, and the Tao is heavenly bestowed, she could understand at least some of Xiao Yi's words. She composed herself slightly. Regardless, the brief comment of interesting at least indicated that their impression of Daxia was not unfavorable. Wang Yu, sir and madam, we have a general understanding of your identities. You come from Qingxiao sect in the spirit realm, the largest immortal sect in the eastern region. Our primary intention this time is to. 20 minutes later, Jimu by Xiao Yi and Wang Jichao exited the conference room. Wang Yu personally escorted the three downstairs. Thank you for this exchange. Daxia sincerely hopes to establish friendly relations with your sect. Xiao Yi and Jimu by nodded slightly, without saying more. At that moment, a black minivan was waiting downstairs, and Wang Yu opened the door for them. The driver will take you back directly, gentlemen. Wang Jichao thanked her, and the three got into the vehicle one after another. After watching the car depart, Wang Yu returned to the conference room and leaned wearily against the sofa, gently massaging her brow. This conversation was undoubtedly a failure for her. Her task from above was to build friendships and connections with the people from Qingxiao sect. Based on various signs and intelligence reports, the people from Qingxiao sect do not seem to be malicious. In particular, according to the report from Taoist Wu Zhen of Wudong, Qingxiao sect possesses genuine immortals. It was said those were individuals far more powerful than the heavenly Taoist Grand Master, and such formidable experts were reportedly not few in number. After all, he was the heavenly Taoist Grand Master, the universally acknowledged number one in Daxia's cultivation world. At his realm, modern weaponry could no longer pose a threat. Only detonating a nuclear weapon nearby could potentially harm him, but the cost would be far too great. Moreover, such an expert would hardly be foolish. Hitting him with a nuclear strike was practically impossible. And now, Daxia desperately needed such powerhouses to shift the tide. The battles on the front line against the demons were sustained almost entirely by the heavenly Taoist Grandmaster alone. If he fell, all of northwest Daxia would be utterly overrun by demonic forces. But Wang Yu's gaze grew distant as the other party seemed completely uninterested in establishing connections. She had expressed her goodwill on multiple occasions, yet they remained indifferent as though separated by an insurmountable barrier. At that moment, the conference room door opened once more. Wang Yu looked up and promptly stood. Director Bao, Elder Yuan. Bao Wang adjusted his glasses and spoke solemnly. Team leader Wang, you've worked hard. Wang Yu forced a bitter smile. Director Bao, are you putting me down? Of the mission you assigned me, I haven't completed a single one. Bao Wang waved his hand and sat on the opposite sofa. This is not your fault. He turned to Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, please sit. Elder Yuan nodded and took a seat beside Wang Yu. Wang Yu sat back down and after a moment of silence asked Director Bao, what should we do next? Bao Wang sighed. The domestic situation has become increasingly complex. The purpose of contacting Qingxiao sect from the spirit realm this time is to establish connections and cooperation with the righteous forces there. Currently on the front lines, nearly all the Taoist sect elites and our bureau's finest have been deployed, yet the casualties remain devastating. Wang Yu, Director Bao, are the people from the spirit realm truly that powerful? In her view, the heavenly Taoist Grandmaster's strength was akin to that of a deity. She dared not imagine someone surpassing even him. Bao Wang did not answer directly, but instead looked at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, you examined those two people up close just now. What was your impression? Elder Yuan was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Unfathomable. It's like, he paused, searching for the right words. A towering peak one looks up to a noble path one follows. I am by no match for them. Wang Yu's pupils contracted. How is this possible? She was well aware of Elder Yuan's strength. Ranked 17th on the heavenly list at the mid-stage of the life return realm, already among the most formidable experts in Daxia's cultivation world. Yet those two young men had felt no different from ordinary people when she stood face to face with them. How could they warrant such an assessment from Elder Yuan? Elder Yuan shook his head. My perception is never wrong. The strength of those two is at least comparable to the heavenly Taoist Grandmaster. Wang Yu was stunned, once more momentarily speechless. So the two seated across from her earlier were actually two heavenly Taoist Grandmasters. At that moment, Bao Wang's phone rang suddenly, and his expression grew increasingly grave as he answered it. A minute later, Bao Wang ended the call and spoke grimly. Elder Yuan, something has happened. Tokyo has fallen. What? The details are still unclear, but I need to go to Kyoto immediately. What about me, eh? Come along. With that, Bao Wang rose and headed for the door, glancing back at Wang Yu as he reached it. Team leader Wang, continue following up on those two over the next few days. If all else fails, pursue the lead through Wang Jichao. Wang Yu's expression hardened, and she immediately replied yes. Zhangzhou Wuqing. As the largest city in Zhangzhou, Wuqing once boasted a population of millions. Yet now, merely a few months after its bustling streets thrived, the city exudes an unprecedented desolation. Even in broad daylight, few pedestrians could be seen on the streets, and most shops and restaurants had their rolling shutters firmly drawn. Police cars roamed slowly through the roads from time to time. At that moment, in a nondescript residential complex, a humble eatery remained open with a sparse scattering of patrons seated at a few tables. At one table, a middle-aged man in a checkered shirt heaved a sigh, his voice brimming with resentment. Alas, this life is utterly unbearable. Lockdowns here, quarantines there. When will this ever end? I have elders to support and children to raise. How can I feed my family without earning money? The bald man opposite him wore a bitter expression. Who isn't in the same boat? They call it a flu, but how many days have passed, and they still haven't figured out what's really going on? Day after day, the news just reports new outbreaks here and deaths there. Without even clarifying how it spreads, they just keep shouting lockdown, lockdown. To hell with lockdown. Just then a young man at a neighboring table lowered his voice and interjected. If you ask me, this might not be a flu at all. It could be something unclean. Oh, young man, what have you heard? The youth replied, a few days ago in the lower district, a few kilometers from our complex, a place called Zywangren village. Every single villager died suddenly. I heard the deaths were horrific. Their hearts were gouged out. The bald man frowned. We know about that. The authorities issued a statement saying it was due to a flu outbreak. What do you mean, hearts gouged out? Don't spread rumors, young man. That's destabilizing society. The youth shook his head, pulled out his phone, and flipped through a few photos before handing it over. Brother, take a look at this first. The bald man glanced at the screen, immediately furrowed his brows, and turned away. What are you doing? We're eating. In the photo, several corpses lay sprawled on the ground with gaping bloody holes where their chests should have been. A gruesome sight. The youth retrieved his phone and said earnestly, Brother, do you believe me now? The bald man remained stubborn. How can I believe this? It could be a random internet picture. The youth sighed. Indeed, once a generation gap exists, communication becomes difficult. Anyway, believe it or not. These photos were taken by my friend who lives in the village next to Zywangren. He saw it with his own eyes. It scared him so badly he was hospitalized. Another middle-aged man at a nearby table leaned in. Really? The youth, absolutely true. Anyway, after I finish this bowl of rice, I'm leaving Wuching to go back to my hometown. And besides, the whole of Zhangzhou has become bizarre lately. Haven't you noticed? Especially in Shannoncheng, I heard something major happened. The military was deployed and all residents were evacuated to neighboring Lanqing. The bald man was taken aback. Shannoncheng. Isn't that the epicenter of the flu outbreak? The youth sneered. Uncle, do you really believe that? If it were really a flu outbreak, why would they evacuate the entire city? Wouldn't it make more sense to quarantine everyone inside? The bald man was startled. You're right. Young man, now that you mention it, it does seem off. Do you know what actually happened? The youth shook his head, lowering it to take a few bites of rice. No, and I don't want to know. Anyway, my life is more important. I'm leaving after this meal. Zhangzhou is getting more and more unsettling. Going back to my hometown to make a living feels safer. Not far from where the three were chatting, a young man and woman were quietly eating with their heads down, but their ears were perked up. The man was around 30, while the woman appeared to be about 25 or 26. Ding Lu remarked in a low voice, Senior brother, it seems the truth can't be hidden much longer. Jiang Cheng sighed. Given the current situation, it's only a matter of time. In his view, it was only a matter of time before all of humanity learned of the existence of demons, monsters, and cultivators. After all, ordinary people were not fools. Now the only question was when the authorities would officially tear down that veil of secrecy. Ding Lu continued in a hushed tone. Senior brother, our uncle sent us to investigate that demon, but we still have no leads at all. Jiang Cheng immediately made a shushing gesture. Don't talk about that while eating. Ding Lu had no choice but to nod. Just then 2 more people walked in through the door. 2 young men. One wore a clean white t-shirt, his features delicate and handsome. The other was equally refined looking, but dressed in a floral shirt and floral shorts. The white t-shirt youth waved at the owner. Boss, 2 servings of braised pork trotter rice. Coming right up. 2 trotter rice, 88. Damn, that expensive, eh? Handsome, these are special times. It's really hard to get ingredients now. All right. Jiang Cheng had been staring at them since they entered, his brows slightly furrowed. Ding Lu asked softly, Senior brother, what's wrong? Jiang Cheng murmured, those 2. There's something off about them. Ding Lu's expression tensed. What? Could they be demons? What are you thinking? Jiang Cheng shot her a glance. I suspect they're from the Taoist sect just like us. Look at their hair. Ding Lu turned to look and noticed that both of them wore their hair in Taoist top knots. Despite their casual attire, the way the top knots were tied matched that of Taoist disciples exactly. This? Ding Lu hesitated. But I've never seen these 2 disciples in the sect. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment. That's easy. Remember the big group chat we created for the young disciples during the grand Taoist ceremony? Just sneak a photo and send it to the group to ask. Ding Lu hesitated. Taking a photo of someone without permission. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's the big deal? It's not like we're up to anything bad. Hurry up. Then. Senior brother, you take it. It's awkward for me to turn sideways. Jiang Cheng. Left with no choice, Jiang Cheng pulled out his phone, pretending to scroll idly, while secretly adjusting the angle to snap 2 quick shots of the young men. But when he looked down to check the photo, he froze completely. In the frame, the white t-shirt youth had somehow turned toward him and was flashing a peace sign. Jiang Cheng. Damn, he'd been caught. Jiang Cheng's face flushed red. He pretended to swipe through his phone, nonchalantly daring not to look in their direction again. Then he opened WeChat and found the group chat for young Taoist disciples he had joined earlier. The group had over 200 members, but when he first joined, the messages were overwhelming. A few chatterboxes flooded the chat all day long. Annoyed, he had muted notifications. He tapped into the chat, and messages were still scrolling rapidly. By Young Wenxiao Zayan, damn. Yesterday a few more demons slipped into launching and killed quite a few people. Finally caught them today. Laoshan Sun Bowen, senior brother Chao, as a Taoist, please watch your language. By Young Wenxiao Zayan, this humble priest has anger in his heart. It's hard to hold it in. Xiaoyao sect Wu Fan. Alas, ever since Shannon Cheng fell, these demons have grown more rampant. Changchun Guanzhong Wenjia. If it weren't for the Heavenly Master personally gravely wounding 2 peak Guaming realm demons back, then I fear. By Young Wenxiao Zayan, these damn demons. Once I break through to the Guaming realm, I'll drive every last one of them out of Daxia. Maoshan Feng Ping, junior brother, Chao, don't boast. Breaking into the Guaming realm is no easy feat. By Young Wenxiao Zayan, that's for you. I'm ranked 7th on the Daxia Hidden Dragon list. Breaking through to the Guaming realm is only a matter of time. Jiang Cheng read through these messages, feeling a mix of emotions. He was reserved by nature and didn't like to chime in the group, but he was familiar with Chao Zayan, one of the chatterboxes. Both were from the Chuanjin lineage. Bai Yongwen was not far from their own temple, and they had often sparred as children. Besides, Jiang Cheng himself was ranked 8th on the Hidden Dragon list. The two considered each other both brothers and rivals. Then Jiang Cheng posted the photo he had secretly taken into the group. Chuanjin Jiang Cheng, fellow Taoist, has anyone seen these two? Or do they belong to any sect? The message instantly stirred the group. Bai Yongwen Xiao Zayan, damn. Old Jiang, you actually took a candid shot of someone. Chuanjin Jiang Cheng, ahem, that's not the point. Laoshan Sun Bowen, Taoist Jiang, did something happen that made you ask about these two? Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Indeed, he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt an urgent need to identify these two people. Was it just because their Taoist top knots were so perfectly tied? No. Perhaps it was because he sensed they were cultivators like himself, or because Wu Qing now desperately needed more help. If they were also from the Taoist sect, he might be able to ask for their assistance. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had not responded, everyone in the group chat began to reply. Feng Ping of Maoshan, senior brother Jiang, those two are not disciples of our Maoshan. As for whether they are rogue cultivators from Maoshan, I am not certain. Zhang Wenjia of Changchun Temple, friend Jiang, those two are not from our Changchun Temple either. Wu Fan of the Xiaoyao sect, not from our Xiaoyao sect. Soon messages kept popping up one after another, all uniformly stating that they did not know them, had never seen them, and they were not disciples of their respective sects. Chao Zayan of Baiyun Temple. Old Jiang, you know everyone from my Baiyun Temple, so I'll skip the explanation. Jiang Cheng looked at the replies scrolling across his screen, his brows furrowing slightly. It seems I was overthinking this. Perhaps those two were simply fond of Taoist culture and happened to wear their hair in Taoist buns and dress casually. Quanzhen Jiang Cheng, thank you all. I was merely asking. Chao Zayan of Baiyun Temple. Old Jiang, if you've taken a fancy to them, just go over and ask directly. Quanzhen Jiang Cheng, get lost. At this moment, Ding Lu noticed his expression had relaxed and asked, Senior brother, what did the others in the group chat say? Jiang Cheng shook his head. They don't know them either. It must have been my misunderstanding. He put away his phone. Alright, are you done eating? We should head out. We still need to prepare properly for tonight's operation. Ding Lu nodded. Just as the two stood up and walked out of the shop, Jiang Cheng's phone suddenly vibrated. Jiang Cheng casually tapped to open it, and his gaze instantly tightened. It was a message from Bai Qing Yuan of Wudong. There was no personal relationship between him and Bai Qing Yuan. If there was any interaction at all, it was only during the Taoist ceremony, when the two had fought on the arena. In that match, he had lost to Bai Qing Yuan. The opponent's strength was indeed far beyond his peers, and he was no match for him. Moreover, Bai Qing Yuan ranked 2nd on the Qianlong list, making him arguably the strongest among the younger generation of Daxiao, aside from the chief disciple of the Heavenly Master Mansion. Opening the message, it was a private chat. Between him and Bai Qing Yuan, their conversation history only contained, hello friend Jiang, and hello friend Bai, and then nothing else. Oh, he had sent a few rose emojis, but Bai Qing Yuan had not. Wudong, Bai Qing Yuan, junior brother Jiang, those two people you posted in the group chat, are they near you? Jiang Cheng's heart stirred. Could those two be from Wudong? No, if they were Wudong disciples, Bai Qing Yuan would not have said those two people. Instead, it was more likely that Bai Qing Yuan knew them. Jiang Cheng immediately replied, yes, senior brother Bai. Although they are not right beside me, the distance is no more than a shop doorway apart, which is practically the same. After sending the message, Bai Qing Yuan's reply appeared almost instantly. Do not provoke those two under any circumstances. Jiang Cheng was stunned and quickly followed up why. He considered himself familiar with everyone on the Qianlong list, yet he had never heard of these two. Why would Bai Qingyuan say such a thing? Could their background be extraordinarily formidable? But as for background, the Convergence sect was already among the top-tier forces within the Taoist community. Apart from the Heavenly Master Mansion and Wudong Mountain, there were no other powers capable of intimidating them. Bai Qingyuan soon sent another message. Those two are extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. Jiang Cheng stared at the words, extremely powerful, on the screen, his brows tightening further. He knew Bai Qingyuan's personality somewhat. The man was always composed and taciturn, never someone who exaggerated. For him to describe someone as extremely powerful, then it truly meant their strength was extraordinary, not merely their background. Bai Qingyuan, there are things I cannot say yet. In short, absolutely do not provoke them. If you happen to encounter them, treat them with respect. Jiang Cheng looked at his phone screen silent for a long while. Treat them with respect. He never imagined that two people he had casually photographed could prompt Bai Qingyuan to issue such a solemn warning. Could senior brother Bai be joking with him? No, impossible. Senior brother Bai would never do such a thing. Could his account have been hacked? But if it were hacked, wouldn't they ask him for money instead? Meanwhile, inside the shop, Lian set down his chopsticks and looked at Lu Chen with a smile. Junior brother, how is it? Tasty, isn't it? Lu Chen nodded in agreement. He never expected that the food in this world would be so delightful. He was not someone who indulged in culinary pleasures. Even Li and snail noodles had failed to captivate him back then. Moreover, at his current cultivation realm, food was no longer needed to sustain his body. That said, Lu Chen glanced down at the floral shirt he was wearing. But senior brother, the outfit you chose for me is truly hideous. He tugged at the collar of the shirt. Its colors were garish, and its patterns exaggerated, drawing absurdly high attention wherever he walked. Especially some middle-aged women and men who kept pointing and whispering. Young people nowadays. TSK, TSK, TSK. He's quite handsome, but this outfit is too. Lian, huh? Don't you like it? This outfit perfectly highlights your aura. You look incredibly handsome. Lu Chen, then why aren't you wearing it yourself, senior brother? Lian, isn't it because I want to save the best for you? Lu Chen, I am speechless. I'm truly grateful. After a brief silence, Lu Chen dropped the matter of his clothes and asked, Senior brother, our ancestor and the others should be arriving soon, correct? Lian's expression grew slightly more serious. Yes. The heavenly Tao of this world is gradually merging with the heavenly Tao of the spiritual realm. The suppression of heavenly Tao realms is also recovering. Soon, once spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold, the Qingshu ruins will reopen. And the ruins location is near this Wuqing. Lu Chen sighed. The Qingshu sect was once the true hegemon of the Xinhuang continent. Legend has it that the only human emperor who ever suppressed all races in human history came from the Qingshu sect. With such ruins emerging, peace is unlikely. Lian snorted coldly. When the time comes, whoever dares to reach out shall never return. Lu Chen nodded. Since our Qingxiao sect inherits the Qingshu sect, we naturally will not allow anyone to lay a hand on the Qingshu sect's legacy. After a while, the two successfully finished their 2 bowls of braised pork leg rice. Lian raised his hand and called out, Boss, check please. Coming right up, handsome. Cash or scan? Cash. No need for change. As the two stepped out of the shop, Lu Chen looked at Lian curiously. Senior brother, where did you get so much money in this world? Did Sukai give it to you? Lian shook his head. No, not exactly. I simply asked him to set up an identity for me. Back when he rescued Sukai Wuzhen and those survivors, he had also made a side request to obtain a legal identity in Daxia. The other party agreed readily. On the very next day of his arrival in Daxiao, a representative found him and delivered his documents along with a mobile phone. The efficiency was indeed impressive. At the time, the other party even asked whether he needed any additional assistance, but he declined them all. Lu Chen, then? You didn't rob them, did you? Lian raised an eyebrow. Huh, am I the type? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and slowly replied. Senior brother, with your distinguished appearance and upright character, you certainly would not resort to such things. Lian laughed. When it comes to making money, do I need to rob? Senior brother has his methods. Lu Chen. What methods? Pickpocketing. But he had actually misunderstood Lian. After obtaining his identity and phone, Lian went to various online lending platforms, credit cards, and loan sharks, and applied for everything. The ads were literally popping up right in his face. Why wouldn't he take the money? As for repayment, let them call the spiritual realm first. Outside the shop, Jiang Cheng watched Lian and Lu Chen walking away, ultimately restraining the urge to approach them. For Bai Qingyuan to say such a thing, those two were definitely not ordinary figures. Yet he could not fathom it. Those two youths who appeared even younger than himself, what on earth gave them the right to make Bai Qingyuan so solemn? Seeing her senior brother fall silent, Ding Lu softly asked, Senior brother, what should we do now? Jiang Cheng withdrew his gaze, his tone deepening. Let's go. Yes, senior brother. In the spirit realm, within the central region, upon a lofty mountain peak, the summit soared into the clouds, shrouded in misty veils. Beneath a pavilion atop the mountain, an elder and a youth sat facing each other, their white and black stones falling alternately upon the go-board. The black stones launched relentless assaults wave after wave like a tempest, sharp and aggressive. Yet each white stone stood firm as a fortress, steady as Mount Tai, impervious to every strike, leaving not a single flaw. The youth placed a stone and remarked with emotion, "I never imagined that after a millennium your skill in the game remains so formidable." The elder picked up a white stone, set it firmly at the edge of the board, and chuckled, "Haha, I fear my game has little room for improvement. As for you, your style grows ever more fierce with a domineering aura that brooks no rivals. Sharp and overwhelming, unstoppable as splitting bamboo, quite reminiscent of your master in his prime." The youth toyed with the black stone between his fingers, then, after a moment of silence, said, 100,000 years have passed, and now the heavenly Tao has finally revived. This Xianhuan continent is likely to face a reshuffling. If one is not decisive and forceful enough to seize these chaotic opportunities, standing firm and ascending higher will be as difficult as reaching the heavens. The elder slowly placed a stone and said calmly, "The revival of the heavenly Tao is both a blessing and a curse. Fortune and misfortune interweave. Only those with great destiny can find stable footing in that tide." The youth shook his head dismissively. "You still believe in that as always. Heavenly fate and destiny are but excuses for the weak." The elder smiled. "Destiny or fortune, some things are already ordained. Only those with lofty aspirations can cut through thorns and thistles without losing their original intent." The youth paused for a moment, then said indifferently, "I do not believe in any heavenly mandate. I only trust myself. If there is no road ahead, I will forge one. If heaven's principles oppose me, I will overturn the cosmos." The elder sighed. "You young ones speak so differently." The youth. He was nearly 2,000 years old, yet still called a youth. But compared to the elder, he was indeed a junior among juniors. He calmed himself again, gently placing the black stone. The elder's gaze sharpened him. "You would actually play this move?" The youth's lips curled slightly. "When you don't know how to attack, it's better to pass the problem to your opponent. Isn't that what you taught me?" The elder glanced at him, then placed a stone. "You catch on quickly." The youth watched the white stone, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Indeed, the elder had chosen the safest move. The word caution seemed etched into his bones. The youth set down his stone. "So does your heavenly Tao sect truly intend to abstain from the Qingshu sect's inheritance this time?" The elder shook his head. "What belongs to others is ultimately theirs. Stones from other hills may polish jade, but are never as good as one's own gem. The path must be walked by oneself." The youth stared at him intently. "Did you foresee something?" The elder was silent for a long while, then said slowly, "Some things lose their efficacy once spoken. In short, the heavenly Tao sect will not intervene in the Qingshu sect's ruins." The youth cast a deep look at him. That was the relic of the Qingshu sect. How many inheritances and treasures lay hidden within? How could the heavenly Tao sect simply abandon it? He wondered what the elder feared. Was there anyone in this world capable of threatening them? 10 minutes later, the youth slowly rose. "I concede." At their level, the outcome was clear by mid-game, and the end of this match was that he would lose by half a point to the elder. Yet facing the youth's admission of defeat, the elder shook his head. "No, this game is lost by me." The youth was startled. "Why?" The elder smiled. "You may not know, but the rules of Go have changed. It used to be a komi of 6.5 points, now it's 7.5. Under the current rules, I am the loser." Hearing this, the youth felt no joy, only casting another profound look at the elder. This oldest man in the spirit realm seemed to know everything. Yet he had been secluded here for 1,000 years. After a moment, the youth cupped his hands in farewell and turned to leave the pavilion. The elder gazed at his departing figure, lost in thought for a long time. Xiantian sect. The heavenly Tao is unfathomable. After another pause, the elder suddenly turned his head and said flatly, "Have you contacted Zunyangzi?" A respectful voice emerged from the void, reporting to the elder ancestor, "Not yet." The elder's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. This rebellious disciple. Better he die out there. At that moment, in a wilderness of the central region, a narrow rift suddenly tore open in the void, and a figure clambered out in disarray. It was none other than Zunyangzi, who had escaped death from Li and using the great teleportation token. Now he had reverted to his scruffy appearance. After landing, Zunyangzi felt his suppressed cultivation return to the celestial immortal realm, breathed a long sigh of relief, and couldn't help cursing. "Damn it. Why do I always run into that freak?" He had lived for millennia, but never encountered such an outrageous genius. Last time he encountered Li and at the sacred mountain, and was beaten into a hasty retreat. This time he barely managed to find a fragment of the primordial source, only to bump into that jinx again, wasting his last life-saving great teleportation token. If his master found out, he'd likely be skinned alive. No. He had to go back and ask his master to perform a divination. Was he tied to that brat Liun by some karmic thread? Otherwise, how could he keep running into that kid? Wait, could it be that he owed the kid something in a past life and hadn't paid it back? And now he was here to collect the debt. Just then the communication token at Zunyangzi's waist suddenly lit up, and a respectful voice came through. "Dozi, the elder ancestor requests your immediate return to the sect." Zunyangzi's eyes flickered. "Daozi." That title hadn't been used for him in many years. He Xuanyangzi was not only an elder of the Heavenly Dao sect, but also centuries ago was personally appointed by the elder ancestor as the sole Daozi. However, having spent years wandering far from the sect, the appellation had gradually faded. It seemed something had occurred within the sect. Very well, I'll return now. Late at night in Wu City, within an old alley in the South City district. This was the city's notorious red light district, though strictly controlled, yet when darkness deepened, the neon lights in the alley would still flicker to life. Many patrons continued to frequent this place, seeking a new thrill. At the entrance of Laopai Alley, two young men barely in their early 20s hesitated and lingered. One wore a loose hoodie and a silver chain, the other carried a backpack with a tense expression. Xiao Liang glanced into the alley and made up his mind. Let's go. Since we're here, we might as well check it out. Duze shrank his neck. Brother Liang. Maybe we should forget it. I feel something's off. Off my ass. We finally managed to trick the dorm supervisor and sneak out of school. If we don't let loose, how can we face our own desires? But I want to save my first time for my first love. Xiao Liang turned around, staring at him in disbelief. Damn. Bro, you're still a virgin. This semester after midnight, every night whose bed was creaking nonstop. You really think I couldn't hear? Duze's face flushed. Holy crap. Brother Liang. The other two guys snore so loud, and you could still hear that. Of course. Our beds are right next to each other. When you were doing that, do you really think my bed couldn't feel it? But that doesn't count as losing it since it wasn't. With a girl. Why not? You moved, didn't you? Your friends came out, didn't they? Well, I still don't want to go. Xiao Liang threw an arm around his shoulder. Enough talk. Come on. Let me show you what real pleasure is. Hand stuff is nothing. With that, he dragged Duze into the alley. But as they walked deeper, both felt something was wrong. The neon lights on both sides of the alley were clearly on. Red, pink, and blue light diffused through the mist. Yet the entire street was shrouded in an eerie dimness. Not a single street lamp was lit, and only faint patches of light marked their steps. Duze couldn't help but hunch his shoulders. Brother Liang. Why is there no one? Xiao Liang frowned. What's going on? I was here just a week ago, and there were plenty of people. Duze, maybe it's the flu. And they're all closed. Xiao Liang slapped the back of his head. What are you thinking? Even if the supermarket closes, this place never closes. Duze, then. Maybe there are too many customers today. Already busy. Impossible. Normally at this hour there should be women standing at the door along this street. Xiao Liang scratched his head. Strange. Duze reminded him. Brother Liang, didn't you add her on WeChat? Ask her. Xiao Liang pulled out his phone and shook it. I already asked. Xiao Hong said they're open today. Why else would I drag you out of the dorm? But Duze was uneasy. But there's no one here. Maybe we should go back. Hey, quit it. We're already here. How can we go back now? The school gates are locked. Come on, let's go further in. They continued deeper, surrounded by emptiness. At some point, a faint mist began to drift through the alley, mixing with the neon colors, making the scene eerily sinister. Most unsettling of all, the silence was absolute. No insect chirps, only the sound of their own footsteps. Duze halted. This is wrong, Brother Liang. No matter how you look at it, this place is too weird. Even if it's past midnight, there should be someone. Not even a cat. Xiao Liang finally sensed the anomaly. He was lustful, but not a fool. After nearly 5 minutes of walking, they should have seen someone, but there was no one. Not even a stray dog. He pulled out his phone. I'll call and ask. But when he lit up the screen, he froze. The signal bar was blank, and the top left corner read no service. What's going on? How can there be no signal? Duze, no signal. Brother Liang, did you forget to pay your bill? How is that possible? I just topped up 100 yesterday, and I have 60 in overdraft. Check your phone. Duze quickly pulled out his own phone. When the screen lit up, his face also changed. Damn, I have no signal either. They exchanged a glance, and a chill crept up their spines. Duze swallowed hard. Brother Liang. Let's get out of here. I think this place is seriously wrong. This time Xiao Liang didn't argue. He nodded. This wasn't some remote area. Neither of them had unpaid bills, and they weren't on the same carrier. There was no way both could lose signal at the same time. Let's go back. But the moment they turned, the surroundings seemed to shift subtly, as if something had gently nudged the scene. On both sides of the alley, which had been empty just moments ago, several figures had appeared out of nowhere. Several women in cheongsams leaned against doorframes, their dresses slit high, revealing pale, slender thighs. Their makeup was exquisite and heavy, exuding an indescribably seductive aura in the dim light. When they saw the two men, they smiled and called out in soft, alluring voices, "Handsome, want to come sit with us?" Both men halted abruptly, their hearts pounding. What was going on? This alley was completely empty just now. When did these women appear? Duze, wait. Brother Liang, am I seeing things? Duze even took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, and put them back on. But the cheongsam beauties were still there, smiling at him, with eyes curved like crescent moons. Damn, there was no one here just now. Several of the cheongsam women approached them, cooing sweetly. Big brothers, come play with us, it's very cheap. The two had never encountered such a scene before. Gulp. Xiao Liang's eyes were nearly popping out, his atoms, apple bobbing up and down, as if his soul had been stolen. He had been to Laupai Alley before, but the women at the door then were mostly heavily made-up middle-aged women in their 30s or 40s. Attractive young ones were rare. Back then he had spent ages picking and finally settled on Xiao Hong, who was relatively young. But now looking at these women before him, each had the looks and figure of a celebrity with an extra touch of irresistible charm that was hard to describe. He wanted them all. What to do? Just then Du Zhe sensed something amiss, grabbed Xiao Liang's arm and whispered, "Brother Liang, I feel like something's wrong." But Xiao Liang, blinded by lust, shook off his hand impatiently. "Stop being paranoid. What could be wrong?" Du Zhe, well. He couldn't articulate it, but his intuition screamed that this place was dangerous. These women had appeared too suddenly, and they were far too beautiful. Why would such gorgeous women be in this line of work? Before he could think further, several Cheongsam women pressed close, their perfume filling the air, soft touches coming through the thin fabric. Xiao Liang was completely carried away at him. "Beautiful ladies, how much does it cost?" "Oh, big brother, come upstairs and we'll discuss it. We have many options." Her voice was sweet and soft, the end of each word curling like a hook. Xiao Liang had surrendered entirely. All right, let's go. Let's go, big brother." One of the women took his arm and led him toward the stairs. Another Cheongsam woman sidled up to Du Zhe, her voice honeyed. "And what about you, big brother?" The moment she got close, Du Zhe leaped back several steps, his ears turning bright red. I'll pass." "Oh, big brother, sister won't eat you." Xiao Liang called out impatiently from the stairway. "Du Zhe, can you stop being such a coward? Come on." Du Zhe shook his head firmly. "Brother Liang, forget it. I'm not going." "Why?" "I still want to save my first time for my first love." Xiao Liang nearly laughed in anger. "Damn. Are you some kind of pure love warrior?" Du Zhe didn't retort, just lowered his head and stayed silent. His mind was in turmoil. But no matter what, the alley gave him a very strange feeling. Seeing his expression, Xiao Liang couldn't be bothered to persuade him further. "Suit yourself. What are you going to do then?" "I'll find a hotel. I'll send you the location later." "Fine." With that, Xiao Liang was escorted upstairs by two women. Now only Du Zhe and the other two Cheongsam women remained downstairs. "Big brother, are you sure you won't come? Sister promises you'll have a good time." Du Zhe kept his head down, not daring to look. No. "Thank you. I'll be going." He lowered his head and hurried toward the direction they came from. But after just a few steps, a strange sound came from behind. Growling. Like the slow grinding of a chainsaw. What's that sound? Du Zhe turned around instinctively. What he saw was the once beautiful Cheongsam woman, her skin now covered in bluish-gray scales, her head elongated and deformed, her jaw opened like a snake's, eyes glowing with a cold red light. A long, thin tongue drooped from the corner of her mouth, her face no longer human. GGG, ghost. Ghost. Du Zhe was terrified out of his wits and bolted toward the exit. Holy crap. Brother Liang. Ghost. Behind him, the blood-red eyes fixed on him, the long tongue licking her lips. "Run. You'll be our meal." Meanwhile, outside the red light district, a black sedan slowly pulled to a stop at the mouth of the alley. The door opened, and Jiang Cheng and Ding Lu stepped out, one after the other, followed by several operatives clad in dark, specially tailored tactical gear. One of the young operatives rushed forward and handed a stack of documents to Jiang Cheng. "Daoist Jiang, this is the only area left to investigate. According to the Tianheng Bureau's investigation, that demon is most likely hiding in this zone." Jiang Cheng took the documents, glanced at them, and nodded. Then he turned to Ding Lu. "Junior sister, don't let your guard down on this operation." Ding Lu smiled. "Don't worry, senior brother. With you here, I'm not afraid." Just then, the operatives handed over communication devices and some equipment. "Daoist Jiang, this mission is primarily reconnaissance. If you confirm the target, notify us immediately. The armed unit is standing by nearby." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Their task was to investigate and capture. Too many people entering might alert the enemy. Once prepared, the two stepped into the alley. According to intelligence, this demon was not particularly powerful, but excelled at disguise, able to assume human form. However, no matter how well it concealed itself, the demonic energy it exuded was unmistakable. After prolonged conflict with demons, the Tianheng Bureau had developed countermeasures. Jiang Cheng pulled a pair of glasses with gray tinted lenses from his pocket and put them on. These glasses were actually a simple magical artifact. Once worn, they allowed the user to see the residual demonic energy fluctuations left by a disguised demon. Ding Lu glanced at him and laughed. "Haha, senior brother, those glasses make you look like you're wearing reading glasses." Jiang Cheng adjusted the frame. "They're not that bad." Afterward, the two walked one after the other deeper into Laupai Alley. But the moment they entered the alley, they both sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet, eerily quiet. Though it was the dead of night, the entire alley should not have been utterly devoid of sound. The windows of the houses on both sides were pitch black, not a single light was on, and even the curtains betrayed no hint of illumination. Logically speaking, even in the deep night, there should be some night owls, people gaming through the night, or insomniac residents. But here it was as if all vitality had been drained away. Ding Lu said warily, "Senior brother, this place feels strange." Jiang Cheng scanned their surroundings and replied in a low voice, "And stay alert." They continued a few steps deeper. Suddenly a flash of light flickered before them, as if someone had flipped a switch. Then row after row of neon lights blazed to life, casting red and green glows through the mist. And at the entrance of every shop stood a beauty in a figure hugging Chong Sam, alluringly posed, leering seductively toward the alley mouth. At one of the doorways, a familiar figure stood there, bantering back and forth with a woman at the entrance. Come on, big brother. Leon, no. Tell me the price first. Settle the price first. If it's not good, I'm not going. The woman's smile stiffened slightly, and she said coquettishly, well, 500. 500. Leon looked as if he had been mortally offended. Damn, look how handsome I am. And you only offer 500. The woman. What do you mean? Leon, what do you mean? You're pulling me up there, but you don't pay. How about this? Since it's my first time, just give me 8. The woman was stunned. I pay you. Are you joking? Not far away, Jiang Chung was momentarily taken aback when he saw Lian, but then his gaze fell on the beauties. Through the gray lenses, he clearly saw a thick, black, demonic energy swirling around them. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. All these people are demons. Lian, as if oblivious to the commotion, continued otherwise. I'm this handsome, this good-looking. That price is a steal. The woman began to tremble slightly, her features distorting under the neon lights. Are you messing with me? Is this fun? Lian nodded. It's fun. I'll kill you. The woman suddenly erupted with thick, demonic energy, her body rapidly swelling and deforming. Jiang Cheng, no. Watch out. But just as the woman made a move, a flash of cold light swept past, and her head flew into the air, purple blood spraying out. Her body froze for a moment before crashing to the ground, transforming into a mutilated monster corpse. Lian disdainfully stepped aside to avoid the splattering blood. Look at you getting all worked up. If you won't pay, just don't. You can haggle, you know. At that moment, the other women in Chong Sam, upon witnessing Lian effortlessly sever the head of their companion, erupted in fury. Human. You seek death. Damn human. I'll devour you. The disguise on the women instantly shattered, revealing cyan gray scales covering their entire bodies. Their features began to twist and distort, fangs protruding and slender tongues flicking out of their mouths. Lian sneered contemptuously. You look utterly disgusting. With that appearance on the street, kids would have nightmares for 3 days straight, and even dogs would give you a wide berth. Next time you transform, give me a heads up so I can close my eyes. Oh, sorry, there won't be a next time. As he spoke, Lian gently raised his right hand. In an instant, a wave of cold surged outward from him, as if a harsh winter had suddenly descended, plunging the temperature around them to freezing point. The half-transformed fiends froze in place, their bodies visibly encrusted with a thick layer of frost, and within the blink of an eye, they became bizarre ice sculptures. Then Lian lightly snapped his fingers. A crisp crack echoed, and all the ice sculptures shattered simultaneously, scattering into a shower of glistening ice fragments that fell to the ground without leaving a trace of blood. Jiang Chung and Ding Lu, standing nearby, were stunned into silence, frozen in place. Ding Lu's cultivation was relatively low, and though she couldn't discern many details, the sudden blast of cold and the floor covered in ice shards were enough to make her scalp tingle. But Jiang Chung was different. He was a cultivator at the Gushing Realm, and he could perceive everything that had just happened. In the moment Lian raised his hand, all the ice elements around seemed to receive a command, converging, solidifying, and compressing like a tidal wave. That level of control over the elements was almost instinctual. Such an instantly activated ice domain. It was terrifying. He couldn't even be sure if he could have escaped that strike if he had been standing within its range. Such terrifying strength. Jiang Cheng's voice unconsciously lowered. Guiming Realm. No, he even felt that his own master, a mid-stage Guiming cultivator ranked 9th on the Tianbong, couldn't achieve what Lian had just done. After disposing of the fiends, Lian slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Jiang Chung and Ding Lu. Meeting Lian's gaze, Jiang Chung instinctively tensed up, the warning from Bai Qingyuan, don't provoke him, springing unbidden to his mind. He quickly steadied himself and bowed slightly. Fellow Taoist, I am Jiang Chung of Chuanjin sect. Thank you for your help in clearing the fiends from this area. Lian nodded, his expression calm. He had indeed come here to eliminate the fiends in this region. The opening of the Qingshu sect's ruins was only moments away. The ancestor had decreed that all lurking fiends within 100 li of the ruins must be eradicated, leaving none alive. Since ancient times, fiends and humans had been locked in an irreconcilable conflict. With so many disgusting creatures appearing in their territory around the ruins, they naturally couldn't stand idly by. As for the humans of Daxia here, they couldn't care less. Seeing Lian's nod, Jiang Chung breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least the man showed no hostility, though he still didn't know what kind of person he truly was. Was he amiable or humorous or rigorous? As long as he wasn't the chaotic type, Jiang Chung could handle him with ease. Just as Jiang Chung was about to ask more questions, Lian suddenly spoke. You should leave now. This area has been overrun by a large number of fiends. If you can't hold back, go somewhere else. Jiang Chung. What did he mean? Although the comment about a large number of fiends was shocking, he was more concerned about the absurd follow-up. He exchanged a glance with Ding Lu, both puzzled. If they couldn't hold back, go somewhere else. Wait. Jiang Chung suddenly realized, his face darkening. His eyes swept over the neon lights, dim alleys, suggestive signs. and the adult shops. Combined with Li Yan's words, he understood. He got it. He was 30 years old after all. He could tell at a glance what kind of place this was. Jiang Cheng quickly waved his hand embarrassed. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. We came here to clear the fiends from this area too. Li Yan looked at him. You? Clear the fiends from this area? Yes. Li Yan was silent for a moment, then said flatly, then you're really asking for death. Jiang Cheng was startled. Huh? Seeking death? He didn't understand why Li Yan would say that. But Ding Lu couldn't hold back frowning. Who are you looking down on? We're not weak either. Jiang Cheng quickly pressed her shoulder. Junior sister. Senior brother. He's belittling us. Jiang Cheng shook his head, hurriedly lowering his voice. Junior sister, this fellow Taoist. No, this senior is extremely powerful. Since he said that, there must be a reason. Ding Lu's expression shifted slightly. She knew her senior brother's character well. Though sometimes straightforward, he was always steady and perceptive. If he called someone younger than them a senior, it meant that person's strength far exceeded their imagination. She fell silent immediately. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng's mind was racing, feeling increasingly uneasy. The intelligence they had received clearly stated that only one disguised fiend was in this area. Yet Li Yan had just eliminated at least 4 in front of him. Though Li Yan killed them effortlessly, and Jiang Cheng couldn't gauge their exact strength, the numbers alone didn't match. Combined with Li Yan's earlier remark about a large number of fiends, Jiang Cheng bowed again. May I ask, senior, how many fiends are actually in this area? If needed, we can call for reinforcements immediately. If the number was truly overwhelming, even if the individual fiends weren't strong, he wouldn't risk his and his junior sister's lives. If there were too many, retreat first. He had no desire to be a hero or a martyr. Before leaving, his master had repeatedly advised him. The Tao exists where you are, perish, and the Tao vanishes. Among countless cultivation methods, survival is the foremost. Li Yan glanced at Jiang Cheng. He had been in Daxiao for a while and had met many Daxiao cultivators. He had to admit that even with their cultivation suppressed by the heavenly Tao, Daxiao cultivators generally possessed good intelligence and character devoid of reckless fools. Perhaps the value of 9 years of compulsory education was still rising. After all, those who had studied were different. In the Lingjie, some who cultivated halfway, without education, often spoke mindlessly. A gushing realm cultivator's first reaction to encountering a Guiming realm cultivator was not to flee, but to fight. What was that if not brainless? It was a pity, really. Without the heavenly Tao's suppression, the cultivators of this world might not be inferior to those of the Lingjie. Then Li Yan suddenly said indifferently, do as you please. And without looking back, he walked deeper into the alley. Ding Lu was bewildered. Senior brother. What does he mean? Jiang Cheng was silent for a moment, then said quietly, this senior means that whether we call for reinforcements or not, he can handle all the fiends in this area. What we do makes no difference to him. Ding Lu opened her mouth. Then, senior brother, what should we do next? Contact the outside first, Jiang Cheng said decisively. Ding Lu immediately picked up the communication device, but when she pressed the call button, her expression changed slightly. Senior brother. The signal is dead. Jiang Cheng frowned, took his own communicator, and tried. Hello? Anyone there? But no matter how he called, there was only static, no response. Jiang Cheng looked gravely at the thickening fog around them. What's going on? Is this area blocking signals? Forget it. Let's follow that, senior. Ding Lu was startled. Senior brother, shouldn't we try to get out and contact the outside? Jiang Cheng glanced at the increasingly dense fog. His instincts told him not to try to leave, but to follow Li Yan. Without further explanation, he led Ding Lu and quickly chased after Li Yan in the direction he had disappeared. Li Yan at the front naturally sensed the 2 figures following behind, yet he said nothing, merely continuing his unhurried walk. The 3 ventured deeper, the surroundings growing ever more eerie and malevolent. No insect chorus broke the silence, no wind stirred the air, and even their footsteps were swallowed without trace by the thick mist. Suddenly Li Yan halted, his gaze falling upon a diverging alley to the right. Jiang Cheng and Ding Lu stopped in unison, their eyes following his line of sight. Lying at the alley's entrance was a corpse, its death agonizingly wretched. The entire abdomen had been hollowed out, internal organs devoured without mercy. The flesh of arms and thighs had been torn and gnawed into jagged ruin, exposing the stark, white gleam of bone beneath. Jiang Cheng rushed forward and crouched to examine the remains. After a moment, he spoke in a grave tone. Time of death was no more than an hour ago. At this, he suddenly noticed something clutched tightly in the deceased's grip. Prying it open, he discovered it was a student identification card. The photograph matched the victim's face, and the name read Duze. Jiang Cheng stood in silent contemplation for a moment, then gently reached out to close those wide-open eyes, murmuring softly, rest in peace. It was evident how immensely painful this Duze student's final moments had been. Yet, even in death's agony, he had clung to the student card, facilitating identification for the authorities. What a promising young soul. Having completed this somber duty, Jiang Cheng turned back to Li Yan, his expression heavy with concern. Elder, do you understand what manner of demon creatures haunt this region? Exactly what is happening here? Li Yan replied nonchalantly. The creatures you witnessed earlier are properly called green-scaled parasitic servants, also known as serpent attendants. They are birthed when a creature known as the green-scaled demon snake injects its magic-infused serpent eggs into living human hosts, allowing them to incubate within. These serpent attendants develop with astonishing speed, typically reaching maturity in 3 to 5 days, their strength attaining the condensation yuan stage. While they mature rapidly, fortunately this species has a low ceiling. Most serpent attendants can only ever remain at the condensation yuan realm throughout their entire existence, never breaking through to greater heights. Jiang Cheng's heart lurched at this revelation. He had assumed Lian merely knew the general characteristics of these creatures, never imagining his knowledge would extend to their very names, origins, and developmental patterns. Currently, the entire Dao sect, and even the Tianheng Bureau, possessed extremely limited understanding of demon creatures. Moreover, they had never before encountered this parasitic category of demonic life. Jiang Cheng asked, parasitic incubation. Elder, then what of the numbers? Lian replied, considerable. As long as the parent entity survives and living hosts are available, it can continue parasitizing without end. If conditions permit, it could parasitize serpent eggs into 1,000 individuals within a single day. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. Parasitizing 1,000 people in one day. If left unchecked within merely days, this entire region would likely be devoid of any living soul. Damnable. I underestimated the situation. Yet Lian waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry excessively. The mother snake shares a life force link with the serpent attendants. Simply kill the mother, and those servants will perish along with her. Jiang Cheng pressed eagerly. Elder, do you have a method to locate the mother snake? A subtle curve formed at the corner of Lian's mouth. There are many methods, but the most reliable approach is what? Lure with sweets, then strike from the shadows. Jiang Cheng froze. Lure with sweets. The latter phrase he grasped easily enough, but what did lure with sweets mean? Luring the mother snake with candy. Uncertain, he simply asked for clarification. How does the elder plan to strike from the shadows? Lian explained, the green-scaled demon snake prefers to seek out powerful living hosts in which to parasitize its offspring. For weaker hosts, it orders the serpent attendants to devour them directly, just like that corpse earlier. Those with frail, inferior constitutions are rejected entirely. What it desires is a parasitic host capable of gestating powerful offspring. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed with sudden understanding. The elder's intention is to have us serve as bait. Lian nodded. Precisely. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, then spoke with resolute gravity. Very well. I will be the bait. However, elder, could you please protect my junior sister? Ding Lu immediately protested. No, senior brother. I wish to accompany you. Jiang Cheng's tone brooked no argument. No junior sister. This mission is far too perilous. Before our master departed, he specifically instructed me to protect you at all costs. Simply stay with the elder. Enough. Stop performing this sibling devotion act here. Lian rolled his eyes. What were you two thinking? I meant all three of us would serve as bait. Jiang Cheng stared blankly. But elder, if all three of us are bait, what if special circumstances arise and things go south? Lian replied, going south. The serpent attendant's vision is linked with the mother snake. Whatever the servants can see, the mother perceives as well. When those few serpent attendants died earlier, the mother snake already caught sight of you too. As for things going south, impossible. With me present, failure is simply not an option. Jiang Cheng fell into contemplative silence, his heart torn by indecision. His own death was of no consequence, but his junior sister. This strategy of making all three into bait was simply too dangerous. Furthermore, he barely knew anything about Lian, entrusting his own life and his junior sister's to this stranger still felt far too precarious. Beside him, Ding Lu watched anxiously, her hand unconsciously clutching her sleeve. Ultimately, Jiang Cheng shook his head. No, elder. I myself am expendable, but I cannot gamble with my junior sister's life on such a reckless plan. Come, junior sister. Let us leave for now. He turned to Lian and offered a slight bow. Forgive me, elder. Having spoken, he took Ding Lu's hand and turned back toward the path they had come. Lian stood motionless, gazing at the pair's retreating figures. A faint smile curved his lips. Bait. Jiang Cheng and Ding Lu retraced their steps along the path they had come, both of them on high alert. However, within minutes, Jiang Cheng suddenly halted, every hair on his body standing on end as a chill shot from his spine straight to the crown of his head. He sensed it. 1, 2, no. A swarm of unknown entities was closing in. Wait. Ding Lu was startled. What's wrong, senior brother? Before her words faded, a faint, dense rustling sound emerged from the surrounding darkness, like countless scales scraping against the ground and walls. Then pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. On the rooftops, at alley entrances and wall crevices behind broken windows, dense and numerous, at least dozens of them. The red light flickered in the mist like a surging tide of blood. Damn. So many. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted. He had originally planned to evacuate Ding Lu first, and then call for reinforcements. But he hadn't expected to be surrounded by so many snake attendants before even leaving this alley. Ding Lu, senior brother, what do we do? The snake attendants gave them no time to think, surging like a tide from all directions. Jiang Cheng reacted swiftly, forming hand seals with his hands. Several pieces of refined iron flew from his waist and suspended in front of him, then stretched into metal threads as fine as hair. As the leading snake attendants lunged fiercely, Jiang Cheng struck out with his palm. The wind from his palm wrapped in the iron threads instantly ensnared the snake attendants' bodies and tightened sharply. Crack! Several snake attendants were instantly sliced into pieces, their fragments scattered on the ground. Seeing the increasing number of snake attendants around them, Jiang Cheng knew they couldn't delay. Once they were swarmed, even with his high cultivation, he would eventually exhaust his strength. Jiang Cheng shouted sternly, "Junior sister, focus your fire and break through the encirclement first." Ding Lu responded instantly, lightly tapping the ground with her feet, executing a set of agile and fluid steps. It was the Chuanjin sect's movement technique, flowing cloud steps, highly effective for maneuvering and dodging attacks in tight spaces. Ding Lu continuously dodged the snake attendants' attacks, while vines sprouted from under her feet, entangling and tripping some of them, temporarily isolating them a few meters away. Fortunately, the snake attendants were not particularly strong. Even Ding Lu at the condensation realm could temporarily withstand several waves with her wood elemental talent. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was more efficient. His steps were similar to Ding Lu's, but faster, heavier, and more seasoned. "Junior sister, I'll clear the way. Stay close." With that, Jiang Cheng pushed forward toward the entrance with all his might, his iron threads like a silver storm continuously cutting down the snake attendants in his path. Ding Lu followed closely, vines continuously emerging from the ground to block the snake attendants surging from behind. Yet even with their full power, the number of surrounding snake attendants showed no sign of decreasing. After 10 minutes, they had advanced only 100 meters, and the red lights around them remained dense, as if they could never be eliminated. Jiang Cheng severed another snake attendant's throat, gasping as he pulled out a communication device. "Hello, hello, need backup." But no matter how he called, the device's red light blinked, showing no signal. Just then, two dark figures leaped down from the rooftops on both sides, charging straight at Jiang Cheng from left and right. Jiang Cheng's eyes turned cold as he swiftly manipulated the iron threads to cut. But this time the iron thread struck the snake attendants with a harsh metallic screech. Jiang Cheng's expression shifted slightly. What? He then saw clearly these two snake attendants were much larger, completely different from the previous small fry. These might be the high-grade snake attendants incubated from cultivators' bodies, as Lian had mentioned. Yet even if they were stronger, it was not enough to make him retreat. Jiang Cheng's fists wrapped in spiritual energy struck the two snake attendants' abdomens fiercely, sending them flying, crashing heavily into the wall. However, the two snake attendants only had a small dent in their abdomens, and quickly got back up. So tough. Jiang Cheng's heart sank. Even his full-force strike should have severely injured a peak condensation realm opponent. Just then Ding Lu's scream came from behind. "Off! Senior brother, save me." Jiang Cheng whirled around, seeing several snake attendants breaking through the vine defense, lunging at Ding Lu from all sides. "Junior sister." Jiang Cheng, alarmed, quickly manipulated a strand of iron wire to wrap around Ding Lu's waist and yanked her out of the encirclement. Just as he thought he could save his junior sister, a similarly robust snake attendant emerged from the rooftop, spitting a pool of green liquid that accurately splashed onto the iron wire. The liquid was highly corrosive, emitting white smoke upon contact, and the iron wire snapped visibly. Snap! The iron wire broke. Ding Lu's body lost its support midair and fell straight to the ground. Jiang Cheng had no time to think. He was about to rush to save her when the two peak condensation realm snake attendants sent flying earlier lunged at him again. "Damn it! Get lost!" The surrounding refined iron threads stirred again, slicing toward the two snake attendants. But after prolonged intense combat, the iron threads had become blunt. When they struck the snake attendant scales, they emitted a grating sound and snapped on the spot. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank. Before he could react, one snake attendant's claws had already torn through his robe. He kicked one away and turned to punch another on the head, but as he briefly broke free, a piercing scream came from behind. Jiang Cheng immediately turned around, seeing Ding Lu pinned down by several snake attendants, one of which had opened its fangs and bitten off her right arm. Blood gushed out, and Ding Lu's voice broke into a hoarse cry. "No, junior sister." Jiang Cheng roared, but the surrounding snake attendants gave him no respite, swarming and tightly binding him. 5 minutes later, Jiang Cheng's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, his body covered with deep claw marks and bite wounds, blood soaking through his Taoist robe. Finally, a dark figure pounced from the side, slamming him to the ground, and countless snake attendants surged over, completely engulfing him. At that moment, on a nearby rooftop, Lian watched the scene, silently, his gaze calm as still water. The path of cultivation has always been like this. In this world, there has never been a safe path to immortality. The survival of the fittest has always been the only law. Upon regaining consciousness, the intermittent sound of dripping water reached his ears. The droplets were not closed, yet the surrounding silence made them exceedingly distinct. Drip, drip. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness as blurred as if torn by a dull blade. He tried to call out for his junior sister, but only a hoarse breath escaped his throat. Then excruciating pain erupted throughout his body, as if thousands of needles and spears pierced him simultaneously. Hiss! Suppressing the agony, he did not cry out. Instead, he glanced downward. Both of his legs were fractured in multiple places, the right one twisted at an unnatural angle, with stark, white bone shards protruding through the flesh. He could not even stand. The air was thick with a foul stench, a mixture of rotting corpses and blood. Jaw clenched against the pain, Jiang Cheng forced his gaze across the surroundings. The space was a dim crimson with walls composed of massive chunks of flesh that oozed viscous fluid, as if inside some colossal creature. On those fleshy walls hung bulging sacks, each containing a human outline. Within them were people. No even living people. He noticed that the chests of those within the sacks still rose and fell faintly. They had not died. Where is this? A chill surged through his heart, then he suddenly recalled something. Junior sister. Junior sister. He hastily scanned the area, and soon spotted Ding Lu lying not far away. Her injuries were even worse than his. Her left arm was fractured and her entire right arm was severed. The wound had been crudely bandaged with cloth, perhaps the work of those monsters. Her face was deathly pale, her breath so faint it seemed on the verge of ceasing. Jaw-tight, Jiang Cheng crawled over to her, injecting the last trace of spiritual energy within him into her body, then tore off a piece of his own clothing to rebandage the severed wrist. After a moment, Ding Lu slowly opened her eyes. The intense pain made her cry out instinctively, but Jiang Cheng clamped his hand over her mouth. Junior sister, Barrett. Ding Lu trembled, all over, veins bulging, trying to push herself up only to realize her hands. One was broken, the other gone. She stared at the empty right sleeve collapsing. My hand. Senior brother, my hand is gone. It's gone. Jiang Cheng looked into her eyes, swallowed by despair, and felt his heart clench. Had he known this would happen, he would rather have withdrawn from the start or followed Lian. Perhaps there might have been a glimmer of hope. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, suppressing the wave of despair, and spoke firmly. Junior sister, don't be afraid. I will take you out of here. Once we're out, I'll take you to Master Yuanji. His innate ability can surely heal your hands. Ding Lu was no weakling. Even with her body so severely wounded that she could barely move, hearing her senior brother's words, she gritted her teeth and nodded vigorously. All right, senior brother. I trust you. A measure of calm settled in Jiang Cheng's heart, and he began to examine the environment closely. He soon noticed that apart from himself and Ding Lu, the others were all wrapped in the fleshy sacks, motionless. If he guessed correctly, this was the birthing chamber of the green-scaled demon serpent. Those encased had already been implanted with serpent eggs. As for him and Ding Lu, there was no abnormality yet. After all, as a cultivator, he could sense his own physical condition clearly. As he pondered how to escape, the nearest fleshy sack suddenly began to convulse violently. The outer membrane tore from within, and a wet, dripping human head burst out, gasping for air. Tui! Tui! Damn it! What is this disgusting stuff? Xiao Liang spat out mucus while frantically wiping his face. The slime made it hard to even open his eyes. After roughly clearing the mucus from his eyes, Xiao Liang opened them and looked around in bewilderment. Seeing the dim crimson flesh walls and giant sacks everywhere, he was utterly stunned. What the hell? Where's this? Wasn't he just in the embrace of beautiful women? One arm around each. How satisfying. But just as he was savoring the memory, how did he end up in this godforsaken place? What was all this around him? Wait, maybe I overexerted myself and got tired. Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming. Jiang Cheng spoke coldly from nearby. Xiao Liang was startled. Whoa, an NPC in a dream just talked. Jiang Cheng, you're the NPC? Xiao Liang froze for a few seconds, gradually realizing something was wrong. This sticky touch, the real pain, the nauseating smell. This was definitely not a dream. He scrambled out of the sack covered in slime and gagged from the disgust. Swallowing, he looked at Jiang Cheng. Hey, big brother, what is this place? Why are those people all inside those sacks? Jiang Cheng's gaze was somber. This is the monster's birthing chamber. Those people have been implanted with serpent eggs. Birthing chamber. Implanted. Xiao Liang was baffled. What the hell? It's the 21st century. Where do monsters come from? Big brother, you've read too many novels, haven't you? But before he finished, 3 nearby sacks began to tremble violently. The 3 people inside suddenly opened their eyes and let out heart-wrenching screams. Off. It hurts. Save me. Save me. Xiao Liang instinctively moved to help, but the next second the abdomens of the 3 ripped open from the inside. 3 child-sized monsters covered in green scales burst out shrieking as they devoured the corpses of the now dead 3. What? What is this? It must be a dream. Yes, definitely a dream. How could monsters exist in the real world? Xiao Liang gritted his teeth and slapped himself hard. The searing pain made him instantly collapse to the ground, his legs too weak to stand. This pain, it was unmistakably real. Not a dream. Birthing chamber. Belly splitting. Xiao Liang instinctively lifted his shirt and looked down at his own stomach. Could it be that I have one inside me too? Oh heavens. I don't want to die. I don't want to give birth to a monster. Jiang Cheng growled, quiet. Stay calm. You're still alive. There's still hope. Xiao Yang snapped back to reality, speaking urgently. Hope. Right. There's still hope. Handsome, do you know what's going on? Jiang Cheng did not answer. His gaze swept quickly over the juvenile serpent servants devouring the corpses. If Lian was right, the serpent servants shared vision with the mother serpent, meaning every move they made was under her watch. To escape now, they would have to lure away or kill these young serpents. But he had exhausted his spiritual energy. His right foot was completely crippled. He had no fighting capability. His heart sank. A decision had to be made. He glanced at Xiao Liang, then at Ding Lu, whose breath was faint, and whispered, "Come here. I know the direction out of this birthing chamber. Now we can only rely on you. If you escape and notify the police, reinforcements will come quickly to destroy these monsters. I'll draw the attention of those little monsters. You find an opportunity to run straight out." Xiao Liang was taken aback. "What about you two?" Jiang Cheng said gravely. "We're already crippled. Escaping would only be a burden. You are our hope. As long as you make it out alive, we still have a chance." Xiao Liang opened his mouth. He never expected to meet such a good person, willing to risk his own life to let him survive. "Don't hesitate. Once those adult monsters come back, none of us will escape." Xiao Liang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "All right, tell me which route." "Don't worry, brother. Once I'm out, I'll contact the police as fast as I can." He swore he would not let Jiang Cheng down. This man was practically a saint. His second father. Jiang Cheng cast a profound look at Xiao Liang. The other's abdomen had already been implanted with a serpent egg. He would not live long. But he did not say it aloud. This was perhaps human nature. In desperate situations, someone must be sacrificed. He could not die. He was a cultivator, and he still had his junior sister. He had to survive. "Forgive me, brother." Jiang Chen quickly swept his gaze around. He had just observed the layout of this delivery room. This area had two exits in total, one facing west and one facing south. That demon serpent could remain hidden here undetected, indicating that the delivery room was most likely still within Lao Pai Alley. If his judgment was correct, the south-facing door was more likely to lead toward the outside of the block. Having confirmed his suspicion, Jiang Chun lowered his voice to Xiao Yang. "Take the west door, go through the corridor, then run along the alley toward the outside. Once you reach the street, you can call for help." Xiao Yang didn't think much, nodding heavily. Good. As for whether Jiang Chun would trick him, he was actually somewhat reassured in his heart. After all, a cripple, and someone who looked about to croak, couldn't possibly still think they could escape, right? Letting him, a physically fit person, go out for help was the only choice. At this moment, the three young serpent servants beside them had devoured all the flesh and blood of the three corpses, their bodies visibly swelling to the size of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Xiao Yang glanced at them and instantly felt his scalp tingle. Damn, these monsters grow too fast, don't they? Just a moment ago, they were the size of children, and after eating one corpse, they've become like this. SpongeBob absorbing water isn't even this exaggerated. Jiang Chun ignored his nonsense, propping himself up with his hands, standing unsteadily on one foot, and said in a deep voice, "Run. Run as fast as you can." Xiao Yang was taken aback. "But, no buts. We'll hold these monsters back, even if it costs us our lives." Xiao Yang trembled all over. He had never imagined that in the 21st century there would still be such a selfless hero willing to sacrifice his life to save him. He secretly vowed that as long as he got out alive, he would treat Jiang Chun like a brother, even call him for a night of fun. Jiang Chun shouted again, "Go." Xiao Yang no longer hesitated, turned and rushed toward the west door, staggering and nearly slipping several times on the slime on the ground. The three serpent servants were attracted by his movement, letting out hissing warning sounds, and turned to pounce at him. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed several chunks of meat and hurled them fiercely at the three serpent servants. A collision sound rang out. The three serpent servants immediately stopped, turned to look at Jiang Chun, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty red light. "Trash, come on." Seeing that Xiao Yang had already left the area, Jiang Chun shouted. The three serpent servants were instantly enraged, hissing and pouncing toward him. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he pulled out 3 talismans from his bosom, hurling them out fiercely. This was his last trump card. The 3 explosive flame talismans turned into 3 fire serpents in the air, instantly engulfing the 3 serpent servants. However, just as the last serpent servant was about to be engulfed by flames, Jiang Chun helped Ding Lu up and pretended to rush toward the west door. By the time that last serpent servant had completely turned to ashes, he stopped again. Go through the south door." Ding Lu supported him, looked back at the direction of the west door, and understood in her heart. Senior brother had used Xiao Yang as bait, using his escape to divert the attention of those serpent servants. She bit her lip, said nothing, and just tightened her grip on his arm. The two supported each other as they rushed toward the south door. At least in her eyes, senior brother had not done wrong. Being a saint was too difficult. They also wanted to survive. Pushing open the south door, they found a downward staircase, dimly lit, with a stench even stronger than that of the delivery room, permeating the air. The stairs were piled with human bones, layer upon layer, almost nowhere to step. This Jiang Chun raised his hand to shield Ding Lu's nose, and said in a low voice, "Go." Ding Lu gritted her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. These beasts. There were at least several hundred corpses here. It seemed now that this whole area of Laopai Alley had no living people left. The two supported each other and struggled down the stairs. At this time the sky outside was beginning to show a faint glimmer of light. They arrived at a wooden door. It was an old wooden door common in the countryside, with faint daylight seeping through the cracks in the door panels, casting light in the dim hallway. Jiang Chun reached out to push it open, but his fingertips withdrew the moment they touched the door. He grabbed Ding Lu around the waist and quickly dodged into the shadowy corner of the hallway, squeezing into a gap between a pile of debris and clutter. Ding Lu's mouth was covered by his hand, and she let out only a faint nasal sound. "Senior brother." Jiang Chun did not answer, but only made a tight shush gesture. Immediately after, a rapid vibration sound came from outside the hallway from the alley. A rustling sound, as if several tanks were simultaneously stomping the ground, surging toward the west. At this moment Ding Lu didn't need to think to know what those vibrations outside were. It was that group of serpent servants. Just then a tall black shadow suddenly stopped outside the wooden door, as if sniffing something. That black shadow tilted its head slightly, its dark red gaze sweeping through the gaps in the door. Jiang Chun and Ding Lu both held their breath, their hearts almost leaping out of their chests. Fortunately, the creature only sniffed, and then stopped lingering, its figure flickering as it chased toward the west. The footsteps faded away, and Jiang Chun finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, pushing open the wooden door without hesitation and helping Ding Lu rush out. The two limped through the alley, running desperately toward the south. Ding Lu's face was now as white as paper, the cloth at her severed wrist soaked with blood, and then dried, her steps growing increasingly unsteady, as if she might faint at any moment. "Hold on, junior sister. We'll definitely make it out alive." Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, using all his strength to support her. The two passed one alley after another, seeing the light ahead grow brighter and the outline of the street become clearer. However, just as they were about to burst out of the last alley, a sharp voice sounded from above and to the side. "Where do you think you're going?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Chun's hair instantly stood on end. Without even having time to see who it was, he hurled the last explosive flame talisman from his bosom. Fire burst forth and waves of heat surged. However, the expected explosion did not come. The talisman had barely touched that figure when it seemed to be suppressed by some invisible force. The flames instantly extinguished, turning into a pile of ashes that scattered to the ground. Truly a lowly world to throw out such toys. Jiang Chun turned his head in terror to look. The figure slowly slid out of the shadows, nearly 3 meters long, with a humanoid upper body covered in cyan scales and a surprisingly delicate face. However, those eyes were pure black, without whites, only a pair of golden vertical pupils glowing eerily in the darkness. The lower half of that figure was a thick serpentine tail entirely covered in cyan scales. You are the mother serpent," Jiang Chun said tremblingly. The golden vertical pupils of the Qinglin demon snake regarded them with keen interest. "Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. I recall I have only arrived in this world for about a month." Jiang Chun offered no reply, his mind racing frantically, yet he could not think of any way to escape. All he could do now was delay time, even if it were only 1 additional second. "What exactly do you intend to do with us?" The Qinglin demon snake raised its scaled claw, flicking its crimson tongue from the corner of its mouth as it sneered. "You will naturally become the nurturing ground for my offspring. Cultivators like yourselves are simply the finest hosts for my Qinglin demon snake lineage. As long as I can cultivate more and stronger offspring, my Qinglin demon snake clan will break free from the fate of lower races. When that time comes, even within the demon realm, our Qinglin demon snake clan shall hold a place." Jiang Chun sneered. Even facing death, he would still sink his teeth into them. "Lower race? So you're nothing but the scum of some paltry lower race." A glint of cold light flashed across the Qinglin demon snake's eyes before it laughed. "So what if we are? Even as a lower race, we still treat you humans as livestock, merely vessels to breed our young." The Qinglin demon snake tilted its head slightly. "All right, I also have something nice to show you." At that moment, numerous snake servants began swarming from all around them. Then the snake servants slowly parted, and 2 larger specimens carrying a figure approached. Jiang Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. The figure was none other than Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang at this moment was trembling violently, his complexion ashen, his eyes brimming with utter despair and terror. The instant he was thrown to the ground, he caught sight of Jiang Chun and Ding Lu across from him, and a flicker of hope crossed his gaze. "Brother, it's you." But he immediately shrank back, voice breaking. "I'm sorry, brother. I couldn't escape. I failed you both." Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, his voice grave. "This is not your fault." The Qinglin demon snake emitted a derisive laugh. "Huh, humans truly are foolish. You still believe these two were buying you time. They merely used you as bait so they could escape themselves. What a pity, just barely." At these words, Xiao Yang shuddered, then turned his glare upon Jiang Chun. "Is it speaking the truth?" Jiang Chun paused for a moment, then nodded. "It is true. I'm sorry, brother." Xiao Yang roared in fury. "You bastard. I'll kill you, you liar. He lunged toward Jiang Cheng in a sudden burst, but after only 2 steps his body went rigid, and a grotesque swelling erupted from his abdomen then. Squelch. Blood gushed forth as a juvenile snake servant burst through his flesh slick with mucus screaming as scrambled up his chest. Xiaoyang looked down at the creature, then at Jiang Cheng. His lips moved several times before he managed to rasp out an incomprehensible whisper. Duze, I should have listened to you. Then Xiao Liang's body crumpled heavily to the ground and never rose again. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and offered a slight respectful gesture toward Xiao Liang's fallen form. Regardless of whether he survived this day, his spiritual cultivation would likely stagnate here. This spiritual knot would haunt him for the rest of his life. The Qinglin demon snake let out a cold laugh. Enough. Take them away. The surrounding snake servants surged forward slowly, closing in on Jiang Cheng and Ding Lu. Ding Lu, senior brother. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists. If death was inevitable, perhaps he could send his junior sister ahead to wait for him. Maybe it would spare her some suffering. It was the final kindness he could offer. The moment he raised his hand, a devastating thunderclap tore from the heavens. Lightning struck the ground before them like a silver dragon, then erupted outward in a circle of ferocious electrical arcs. Rumble. The dozens of nearby snake servants were consumed by the lightning before they could even scream, instantly reduced to charred fragments scattered across the ground. Jiang Cheng looked up sharply, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A figure emerged slowly from the thunderlight, walking with composed grace, while lingering violet electric energy swirled around him. A flicker of hope returned to Jiang Cheng's eyes. It's him, Lian. The Qinglin demon snake's golden pupils contracted sharply as it noticed the newcomer, and it bellowed. Who are you? Lian, someone on their side. The Qinglin demon snake. Jiang Cheng. Ding Lu. The Qinglin demon snake stared coldly at him. Human, who's on your side? Oh, those were your own words. Before Lian finished speaking, his figure vanished from where he stood. A flash of lightning, and he materialized before the Qinglin demon snake. The serpent was startled, its scales instinctively bristling. So fast, she couldn't even perceive his movements. Reacting on instinct, the Qinglin demon snake unleashed a torrent of thick green fluid from its maw. A corrosive projectile shot straight toward Lian's face with a pungent stench. Jiang Cheng's heart tightened. Be careful. He had witnessed that liquid firsthand. It had dissolved specially refined iron into molten slag in an instant. Yet the corrosive blob never neared Lian. It seemed to strike an invisible barrier and dissolve midair. For the first time, terror flickered in the Qinglin demon snake's pupils. How is this possible? At this moment, Lian's figure had already appeared before the Qinglin demon snake. Lian said calmly, serious punch. With those words, he threw a punch. Watching the half-hearted strike, the Qinglin demon snake sneered. Surely no mere human body could pierce its scales. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as the Qinglin demon snake's upper body was struck as if by a meteor, its scales shattering and bones pulverizing. Its entire upper half was obliterated in an instant. Only the severed tail end crashed down, carving a deep fissure into the ground. The force of the punch continued unabated, carving a massive hole clean through the buildings behind the serpent, including walls and rooftops. Lian withdrew his fist and glanced at the ruined structure. Not good, I overdid it. Meanwhile, dark clouds began rapidly coalescing above storm clouds, rolling as faint lightning flickered within. That last punch inadvertently breached the heavenly Tao suppression. Lian glanced at the thickening storm clouds and scratched his head. Sigh, that was excessive. I barely released any power at all. Disperse, quickly disperse. Remarkably, the billowing dark clouds seemed to understand. Their rolling motion stalled, then began dissipating at a visibly accelerating pace. Soon the pale light of dawn returned to the sky. Simultaneously, the surrounding snake servants began falling, one after another, collapsing like puppets with severed strings, their stiffened corpses littering the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng's mind churned with innumerable thoughts as he gazed at Lian with utter astonishment. This level of power. Is he even human? This level of power. Is he even human? After dispatching the azure-scaled demon snake, Lian turned and glanced over the snake retainers sprawled on the ground, paying them no mind. Cleaning up the battlefield was hardly his responsibility. Then he turned his gaze toward Jiang Cheng and slowly walked over. Give me your hand. Jiang Cheng, just recovering from his shock, paused upon hearing those words. Hand. Senior, I. Stop wasting time and hurry up. Lian had no patience for his hesitation and simply seized Jiang Cheng's right hand. A green glow blossomed in his palm, and a warm, yet immense surge of vitality instantly flooded into Jiang Cheng's body. The emerald light continuously nourished his shattered flesh and bones, while his broken right leg began to tingle with warmth and itchiness. Then the bones reknit, muscles regenerated, and flesh sealed itself shut. In merely a few breaths, his ruined limbs were restored to wholeness. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. This is healing, just like Master Yuanji's ability. But he quickly noticed something different. Lian's healing power was far more pure and potent than anything he had ever witnessed in all his life. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Jiang Cheng had no time to dwell on it, and immediately bowed deeply, his voice urgent. Please, senior, heal my junior sister as well. Lian waved his hand dismissively. Saving one or two makes no difference. Lian approached Ding Lu and said calmly, give me your hand. Still reeling from the spectacle he had just witnessed, she hesitated a moment before extending her severed wrist. Lian glanced at it, said nothing, and directly grasped the stump. The green light shimmered forth once more, gentler this time. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a palm and fingers regrew from the stump, soon restoring themselves completely. Ding Lu opened her hand in astonishment, turning her newly grown right hand over and over, her eyes glistening faintly. Emerging from despair into new life, it was always a kind of bliss. Yet even though his wounds had healed, the depletion of his qi and spirit required time to recuperate, and his complexion still appeared somewhat pale. Still, compared to the figure on the verge of collapse from moments before, she was far better. Jiang Cheng bowed deeply once more and said gratefully, this great kindness shall never be forgotten, senior. Should you ever have need of me in the future, I will serve without hesitation. Lian glanced at him sideways. Oh, you do not harbor any resentment toward me. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Senior did nothing wrong. Quite the opposite, you saved both of us. In truth, Jiang Cheng understood very well that Lian had indeed used them as bait. However, even without Lian, he and his junior sister would have perished in that old alleyway. Once they had stepped into Lao Pai Alley, their fate had been sealed long ago. The cause and effect he could see clearly enough. Jiang Cheng fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. He felt he owed an apology to only one person, the young man who had been dragged into this. That young man perhaps should never have been drawn into all of this. Had it not been for his interference, there might still have been a sliver of hope. Lian cast him a glance, but said nothing more. A moment later, his figure gradually dissolved into the morning light, leaving only a voice echoing from the air. I will leave you with one piece of wisdom: only by saving yourself can you save others. Only by crossing to your own shore can you help others cross. On the path of cultivation, everyone harbors private interests and makes their own choices. There is no perfect righteousness in this world, only each person's own Tao. Whether you can untangle this knot is entirely up to you. The voice faded, the morning light brightened, and it all felt as though the preceding events had been nothing more than a dream before dawn. Jiang Cheng stood motionless, gazing at the direction where Li and had vanished, lost in thought for a long while. Only by saving yourself can you save others. Only by crossing to your own shore can you help others cross. Jiang Cheng turned those words over in his mind repeatedly, yet his brows remained furrowed. He understood the reasoning perfectly, but the thorn in his heart stubbornly refused to fade. Xiaoliang's death was ultimately set in motion by him. He had stood upon another's life to carve out a path for himself and his junior sister. If Lian knew Jiang Cheng was still tormenting himself over this, he would surely have some sharp remarks to make. Perhaps this was the fundamental divide between the modern world and the spiritual realm. The modern world placed great weight on the principle that all people are equal, and that was not wrong, but different environments naturally produced different truths. In the spiritual realm, even the righteous sects could not entirely escape the kinds of conflicts, betrayals, and infighting that existed, and this did not diminish the good they accomplished. Good and evil were never absolute. They were the products of perspective and choice. The righteous were deemed so not because they never erred, but because when confronted with the crossroads of good and evil, they ultimately chose to stand with the multitude, to guard a stretch of peace and protect the living. Those who possessed strength had an even greater obligation to survive, to benefit more lives. It was at this moment that Ding Lu's voice pulled Jiang Cheng from his reverie. Senior brother, shall we leave? Jiang Cheng came to his senses and nodded. All right. Regardless of whether he could resolve the knot in his heart, the most pressing matter right now was to report today's events. Especially regarding Leon. His power was so formidable that it far surpassed even Jiang Cheng's master. More terrifying still was that his understanding of demonic beasts far exceeded the knowledge held by the Heavenly Balance Bureau and the Taoist sects. Perhaps, Senior Brother Bai knew something. Meanwhile, several kilometers outside Wu City, Lu Chun stood in an open clearing, gazing upward at the sky. A moment later, the once peaceful firmament suddenly rippled like water, and a medium-sized spiritual vessel slowly materialized from the void, its hull shimmering with ethereal light as it descended steadily not far from where Lu Chun stood. Several figures leaped from the spiritual vessel. The vanguard were Aunt Jiao and Ancestor Jin Xiao, with the most outstanding direct disciples from each peak trailing behind them. Every one of these disciples had reached the life-taming realm. Lu Chun bowed slightly. Ancestor. Jin Xiao scrutinized Lu Chun from head to toe, his gaze landing on his gaudy floral shirt, and his brow immediately knitted together. Lu Chun, what in the world is that garment? Flowers blooming all over it. Strangers might take you for a demon cultist. Lu Chun, my senior brother picked this out for me. He said I should trust his aesthetic sense. Aesthetic sense? What aesthetic sense does he have? No proper girl would wear that. Jin Xiao sneered. From now on, stop letting your senior brother choose your clothes. Lu Chun silently nodded. Yes, Ancestor. Excellent. Shifting the blame onto his senior brother had been the right call. If these words reached Li An's ears, the old man would likely beat the boy senseless. Though he claimed to dislike it, years of companionship allowed Li An to see through the act. Lu Chen quite enjoyed that outfit after all. His junior brother was the textbook definition of quietly flamboyant. Aunt Zhao's gaze swept across the surroundings before she asked, "Where is your senior brother?" "Returning to ancestor. Senior brother is eliminating nearby demonic beasts as per your instructions." Aunt Zhao nodded. "We must hasten our pace. The recovery of the heavenly Tao is proceeding faster than anticipated. The relic is expected to awaken within the next few days." She then raised her voice slightly. "All personnel listen up, form pairs and scatter in different directions. Eliminate every demonic beast within 100 li radius as swiftly as possible." "Yes, ancestor." The disciples from each peak quickly paired off, chose their respective directions, and vanished into the morning mist in flashes of movement. Meanwhile, aboard a flight from Hangzhou bound for Wu City, Ji Mu Bai Xiao, Yiwang Jichao, and Guya sat together in the same row as the aircraft pierced through the clouds heading westward. After several days of communication and reassurance, Wang Jichao and Guya had finally succeeded in persuading their parents. Every parent dreams of their children's success, and the prospect of ascending to immortality was something they had never dared to imagine, not even in their wildest dreams. Though they might see each other infrequently in the years to come, perhaps only once every few years, the pride and hope burning in their parents' hearts ultimately outweighed their reluctance to let go. A mother worries when her child journeys far, yet if her child walks among the clouds, she smiles without turning back. At the rear of the same flight, a man in a black coat leaned close to his earpiece and reported in a hushed voice, "Control, this is 003. All 4 targets have boarded en route to Wu City." The reply crackled through the earpiece. "Wu City again. Understood. Continue observation. Do not cross any lines." "Roger." The man in black ended the transmission, casually scanning the 4 seated ahead before lowering his gaze to the magazine in his hands. Half a day later, in the capital of Daxiao, at the headquarters of the Tianheng Bureau. At this moment, nearly all of Daxiao's high-ranking officials were gathered in the conference room. At the head seat, Yang Jinghua clasped his fingers together, his gaze heavy and contemplative. "Everyone, I summoned you all because you must have already received the intelligence." An elderly man in a general's uniform on the left spoke first. "According to the intelligence received, the monsters from Shannon City plan to launch a unified eastward assault. Now Tashi County and Longyi County outside Shannon City have already fallen. Among them, nearly 10,000 civilians in Longyi County have all perished at the hands of the monsters. Those damned beasts." Another high-ranking official slammed the table heavily. "The most critical part is that our information warfare units are completely useless now. Those creatures seem to have found a way to disrupt signals and block communications. Once our troops get close, they lose contact with headquarters. Now the disciples of the Taoist sect and the squads of the Tianheng Bureau have suffered heavy casualties. If we cannot hold them back, once they reach Wu City, millions of civilians will be at risk. Moreover, those monsters seem to understand human weaknesses. Every time they enter a city, they avoid excessive slaughter, always leaving a large number of civilians as shields. Damn it, they know we won't harm civilians." The crowd broke into discussion, but most were filled with complaints and curses. At this moment, a middle-aged official in glasses turned to Yang Jinghua. "Elder Yang, do you have any strategy to deal with the current situation?" Yang Jinghua was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "I have already contacted the heads of all major Taoist sects, including the old Heavenly Master. They unanimously decided to gather all forces of the Taoist sect and the Tianheng Bureau at Shalipo 50 Li outside Wu City for a decisive battle against these monsters." The crowd exchanged glances, their faces showing difficulty, but not long ago at Shannon City, the Taoist sect had already. "Yes, if we go for a decisive battle." Indeed, the Taoist sect had just suffered a crushing defeat at Shannon City. Now so soon, without even regrouping, they would have to. The conference room fell into a momentary silence. Everyone understood that if a decisive battle truly came, their chances of victory were slim. Yang Jinghua slowly rose to his feet, his gaze resolute. "The old Heavenly Master asked me to bring a message to all of you. Since I have devoted myself to the people, why should I fear leaving no name in history? Even if my blood spills on Shalipo, I will not fail Daxiao nor fail you." Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. What a line. "I will not fail Daxiao nor fail you." Many in the room were military men. Moments later, a general suddenly stood up. "Damn it. Let's fight. I may not be a cultivator, but I was once a top-tier soldier and sharpshooter. I want to go to the battlefield and fight alongside the Heavenly Master." "Well said." Another elderly man also stood up. "I may only be at the condensing yuan realm, but I can still contribute by killing some ordinary monsters." Yang Jinghua clenched his fists and growled, "Daxiao will never fall. As long as our hearts remain in Daxiao, Daxiao will forever be the land we protect. Yes, Daxiao is our home. Let's fight." At this moment, Yang Jinghua took a deep breath, pressed his palms down to signal everyone to quiet down. "All right, I have another piece of news to tell you." Everyone fell silent and looked at him. Yang Jinghua turned on the projector in the conference room. and the image showed Lian slaughtering monsters in a certain location. Lightning and thunder intertwined, frost spread, and monsters fell in droves, offering no resistance. Some cultivators present gasped, such terrifying strength. There is no figure like this on the heavenly ranking. The image switched to another unfamiliar figure, also slaughtering monsters. Those monsters that normally required several solid birth realm experts to handle were like ants before these people annihilated in an instant. These people. The crowd exchanged glances. Do you recognize them? No. Not a single one. Everyone turned their gaze back to Yang Xinghua. He explained, you must all be very curious, right? Actually, these people are not from our world. An elderly man who knew some inside information exclaimed, is it from the spirit realm? Exactly. Yang Xinghua nodded. A look of joy appeared on everyone's faces. Elder Yang, have you reached a cooperation with the spirit realm? Are they willing? Yang Xinghua waved his hand to interrupt them. No, not at all. Those images were not taken from all over the country. They are all from the same place. And this place is not unfamiliar to you. It's Wu City. Wu City. What's going on? All happening in Wu City. Yang Xinghua said solemnly. Not only that, but we have discovered that all the cultivators from other worlds we have been tracking over the past few months have in the last few days converged toward the same direction. That location is also Wu City. Wu City. Could it be? They know the monsters are about to attack, and they are coming from all directions to help. As the words fell, the conference room fell silent for a moment. Many people subconsciously looked at the elderly man who had spoken, their eyes carrying a subtle expression. Yang Xinghua glanced at the elderly man and said helplessly, Old Liang, you've been in this position for several years now. How can you still say such a thing? Put yourself in their shoes. If the United States was besieged by monsters, would you go to help? Old Liang opened his mouth, his face stiffening as he realized how thoughtless his words had been. Indeed, under the current circumstances, many countries could barely protect themselves, let alone send aid to others. Even neighboring countries might not lend a hand, let alone unfamiliar visitors from another world with whom there had never been any contact. With no understanding and no trust between them, why would they help? He fell into silence. Then, what do you think they are after? Someone asked in a low voice. The conference room fell silent once more. From a perspective of self-interest, they could not think of any reason. Yang Xinghua said, no one knows their purpose right now. But regardless, what they are doing now is undoubtedly a good thing for Wu City and the people of Zhangzhou. Our immediate priority is to cooperate with the Taoist sect and the old heavenly master to annihilate those monsters at Shalipo. As for those visitors from other worlds, whatever they intend to do, time will tell. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Outside Wu City, inside a village. Due to the monsters, the villagers had been evacuated by the authorities in advance. The original houses were now requisitioned as forward bases. Yellow warning tapes were stretched across the village entrance. Occasionally figures in Taoist robes or standard combat uniforms hurried in and out. At the entrance of a two-story Western-style house in the center of the village hung a wooden sign nailed with a few characters. Elderly Association. This place was originally where village cadres worked, discussed affairs, and the elderly played cards for entertainment. But now the Elderly Association was packed with people. Almost all the sect leaders of major and well-known schools in the Great Xia had gathered, with only a few leaders of minor sects unable to arrive. Seated in the center of the hall was the undisputed #1 figure in the cultivation world of Great Xia today. The Grand Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Xuanhuai, who had dominated the heavenly rankings for 50 years. Zhang Xuanhuai had a gaunt face, wore a plain Taoist robe, and sat there like an old pine tree, calm and vigorous. At this moment, the head of Baiyun Temple spoke up. Heavenly Master, this decisive battle. Isn't it a bit too rushed? Before the Heavenly Master could respond, the Gate Master of Xuanwu Gate interjected, rushed. Then should we just watch those monsters charge into Wu City and watch millions of people fall into danger? Baiyun Temple head, alas, you know that's not what I meant. We just experienced a major battle, everyone hasn't recovered yet. We can let the authorities evacuate the people of Wu City first. Xuanwu Gate Master, absurd. If you want to leave, go yourself. I left when Shannon City couldn't be defended. I left when Tashi County couldn't be defended. I left when Longyi County couldn't be defended. But this Wu City, I Tang Zhongyi, will not leave. Even if I die, I will defend this Wu City. Baiyun Temple head sighed, alas. Tang, why must you do this? Wudong Mountain head. Alright everyone, let's hear what the Heavenly Master has to say. Everyone simultaneously looked at the head seat. They also wanted to know why the usually steady Heavenly Master had suddenly initiated this decisive battle. At this moment, Zhang Xuanhuai, who had been silent all along, slowly opened his eyes, his sharp light restrained, then swept his gaze across everyone present. I believe all sect leaders know that I, Zhang Xuanhuai, possess a time-based talent. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present flickered. The Grand Heavenly Master was not only the recognized strongest in the Taoist sect, but more importantly, he possessed an ability that could not be used in combat, yet was extremely heaven-defying. Time-based precognition. Although this ability could not directly intervene in the battle, it could capture certain key omens of fortune and misfortune in the future, which was no less than opening a heavenly eye for major decisions. Shushan head, Heavenly Master, are you saying? You have foreseen the outcome of this decisive battle. Could it be? We can win. Everyone looked sharply at Zhang Xuanhuai, their eyes filled with both expectation and doubt. They had already experienced the terrifying power of those monsters back in Shannon City. If not for the Grand Heavenly Master suppressing the top combat power among the monsters with his own strength at that time, at least half of the Taoist disciples would have been left forever in that city. Now that the various sects had not yet recovered their vitality facing that almost invincible group of monsters again, what reason did they have to win? Even if they won, how many lives would it cost? Zhang Xuanhuai was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. The future is like watching the moon through clouds, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, hard to see fully. But based on the direction I can capture, the result of this decisive battle is auspicious and greatly auspicious. Greatly auspicious. Everyone looked at each other. Someone couldn't help asking, Heavenly Master, are you sure? But the strength of those monsters. Heavenly Master, it's not that we doubt you. It's just that in that battle back then, the gap between us and those monsters, I'm afraid. Even if we want to win, it's very difficult. Zhang Xuanhuai did not deny him. What you said is also true. However, what I can see is indeed this. The heavenly Tao is like a fog. Not everything can be seen clearly. What I can tell you is only this hexagram. But one thing I am very sure. That threshold leading to the immortal realm is dissipating. The concentration of spiritual energy between heaven and earth is constantly rising. As soon as the words immortal realm were spoken, the entire meeting room fell silent. Immortal realm. Every sect leader present had seen these two words in the ancient records of their sects. That was the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators. Ascending to immortality, transcending the mundane. Once ascending to immortality, mortal bones are exchanged for immortal womb. From then on, the world is vast, no longer dust. Baiyun Temple Head, that is to say, Heavenly Master, if according to the Heavenly Master to turn this crisis into great auspiciousness, then only a powerhouse from the immortal realm could appear. And in the cultivation world of Great Xia, only one person was most likely to reach the top. That was the Grand Heavenly Master. Zhang Xuanhuai nodded. I feel that I am getting closer and closer to the immortal realm. Once ascending the immortal path, 10,000 ages held in the palm. If this door does not open, I will split it myself. This immortal realm, Zhang Xuanhuai will surely achieve it. Upon hearing these words, everyone trembled in unison. This almost arrogant remark coming from Zhang Xuanhuai, no one felt it was arrogant. However, that was an immortal. For thousands of years, no, even tens of thousands of years, the cultivation world had never had anyone truly cross that threshold. And the Heavenly Master actually spoke the three words, will surely achieve it, with such firm tone. Truly worthy of the number one figure of the present era, even the number one in the past few hundred years. If the Heavenly Master truly becomes an immortal, then this decisive battle might indeed be greatly auspicious. Greatly auspicious. Heavenly Master, truly worthy of being our Great Xia's number one. Heavenly Master is mighty. Facing these praises and flattery, Zhang Xuanhuai's expression remained calm. 100 years of age had long tempered his mind into steel. Immortal he, Zhang Xuanhuai, would surely achieve. As for the final decisive battle, whether it would be him alone turning the tide, or there were other variables, he was not sure. But the greatly auspicious hexagram would never deceive him. At night between 7 and 8 o'clock in a large courtyard on the outskirts of Wuqing. This courtyard was rented by Li En from an old man for a small gold ingot, with a lease of 3 years. When he made the decision, Li En was quite satisfied. The courtyard was spacious and secluded, but on the very first day of moving in he regretted it. Not because it was expensive, but because every night the sounds from the adjacent building were too loud. He even wondered how the old man had endured it for so many years. Oh, perhaps the old man was already deaf. Forced to, Li En set up a soundproofing array in the courtyard, finally achieving some peace. At this moment, Li En sat alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. He could clearly feel the heavenly restraint of this realm gradually loosening, like an invisible shackle being slowly unfastened. It would probably not be long before the suppression of the return to fate realm completely dissolved, and his cultivation would return to the earth immortal realm. Once at the earth immortal realm, the true power of many divine abilities could be unleashed. Li En sighed softly as he looked at the nightscape, so different from the spirit realm, his gaze slightly distant. The beast taming talent had awakened for several months, but so far he had not found a truly suitable spirit beast. For spirit beasts, bloodline mattered most. In ancient times, the strongest demon beasts were undoubtedly the 3 clans of Dragon Phoenix and Shilin. But due to their decline and concealment, the spirit realm no longer saw traces of these 3 clans. There were some spirit beasts with diluted bloodlines of the 3 clans, but those he had encountered so far lacked purity. Their cultivation would likely reach only the heavenly immortal realm at most. Such strength and talent fell far short of his requirements. Either choose the best or not choose at all. Li En was not someone who settled for anything less. After a while, as if sensing something, Li En tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The next moment the dim lights in the courtyard all lit up at once. Immediately after, several streaks of light descended from the sky, landing steadily in the courtyard. The arrivals were none other than Ji Mu Bai Xiao Yi, and behind them Wang Jichao and Guya. Lian stood up and smiled. You've finally come. Xiao Yi looked around the courtyard and nodded in satisfaction. Lally, this place is not bad. Of course, Lian said with a mysterious smile. And not only that, there's good news to welcome you. Good news. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. I didn't hear anything. Lian casually deactivated the soundproofing array. Instantly the sounds from the adjacent building reached them. Oh dear, be gentle, you rascal. Then came a series of la 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 hum la la sounds. Everyone's expressions stiffened and Guya's ears turned crimson. Seeing this, Lian casually reactivated the soundproofing array. Xiao Yi said, loudly, that's not good news, that's the sound of passion. Lian, good heavens, even more knowledgeable than him. Ji Mu Bai, alright, where are the others? They are making preparations, Lian replied. The others nodded. This time to retrieve the entire inheritance of Qingshu sect, Qingxiao sect, had prepared many measures striving for absolute certainty. At this moment, Xiao Yi's expression turned slightly grave. I already sensed people from other forces on my way back. Lian naturally knew whom he was referring to. It was nothing more than those from the spirit realm who coveted the Qingshu sect ruins. However, what puzzled him was that despite setting up numerous detection measures inside and outside Wuqing these days, he had never found traces of the major sects from the central continent. Logically, the decline of Qingshu sect back then was due to the backstabbing of those major sects. Now that the Qingshu sect ruins were opening, shouldn't they have swarmed over like sharks smelling blood? Don't worry about them for now, Lian said coldly. If they dare to make a move, I guarantee they will regret it. Everyone nodded. The inheritance must remain in Qingxiao sect. 3 days later the world changed drastically. The eastern horizon was suddenly dyed with a splendid rosy glow, layers of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet overlapping like an immortal splashing ink, turning the entire sky into a flowing painting. The colorful clouds spread from east to west at a visible speed, covering the entire sky of Daxia in less than half an hour. The internet instantly exploded. Wow, what is that? So beautiful. Is it also in Hangzhou? I see it in the capital too. Too gorgeous. What? The capital can see it too. Isn't the capital's sky always gray? Hey, no regional discrimination. On the internet and in real life, ordinary people took it as a rare spectacle, taking photos and posting them on social media and short videos. But all cultivators felt a jolt in their hearts at the same moment. They clearly sensed that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was rising rapidly. The world had begun to revive. 1 day later, outside Wuqing at Shirley Slope. This was a natural high slope, its top hastily fortified by thousands of soldiers in just a few days into a sturdy defensive position. Before the slope lay an open grassland with excellent visibility and ideal terrain for defense in any war. Now the elite of the Tianheng Bureau, the cream of the Taoist sects, and the masters of major cultivation families were almost all gathered here. Nearly all the named experts on the heavenly list had arrived, except for a few left to guard various regions. Has the Celestial Master not emerged from seclusion yet? No. But everyone must trust the Celestial Master. The people nodded silently. No one would doubt the old Celestial Master. Moreover, all the elite of Dragon Tiger Mountain had also gathered on Shirley Slope. That was the best statement of support. Just then the distant dense forest began to shake violently. Flocks of birds startled into flight, trees swayed, and the earth rumbled with a dull rhythmic roar, as if an invisible army was rapidly approaching. They're here. Everyone get ready. Orders passed from the command post to the front line, and everyone stared tensely ahead. The next moment the edge of the forest burst open. Countless demonic creatures surged out like a tide. On the ground, wolf-shaped monsters, giant ox-headed beasts, and countless crawling creatures never seen before charged forward. In the sky, a dense swarm of flying demonic creatures, like a black cloud pressing down, rushed towards Shirley Slope. Prepare to fire. At General Chun of the 3rd Daxiao Army Group's command, the artillery positions unleashed a volley. Countless bullets, shells, and missiles were fired all at once. Warplanes roared overhead, dropping strings of bombs. Under the intense barrage, the first wave of demonic creatures fell like mowed wheat limbs, flying explosions lighting up the entire area. Despite the evident effectiveness, no one felt joy. Everyone knew these were merely the vanguard of the demonic army. The real battle was yet to come. In fact, modern forces had already clashed with demonic creatures at Shannoncheng. Unlike all previous wars, even the most advanced armor could not resist modern firepower against ordinary armies. But against a truly powerful demonic army, the situation was entirely different. First, the demonic creatures were too fast. Especially the demon eagles in the sky, each matching the speed of a fighter jet, making missiles and bullets extremely hard to lock on. Worst of all, the demonic creatures seemed to possess some ability to disrupt signals, paralyzing the information-based units shortly after the battle began. At that moment, the earth trembled violently again. From deep within the forest, more demonic creatures poured out, more numerous and faster than the previous wave. In the sky, countless demon eagles swooped down, their piercing shrieks tearing through the air, and one fighter jet after another fell in flames. Damn it! Don't stop! Fire! Kill those beasts! General Chun roared, continuously directing the troops to attack. Yet the demonic creatures' advance remained breathtakingly swift, surging forward like waves even under the dense artillery cover. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard of the demonic creatures had reached the foot of Shirley's slope. On the slope, all Taoist disciples drew their weapons simultaneously, their gazes unwavering. Fellow Taoists, prepare to fight. Give it your all. For Daxia. For Daxia. Kill. The battle between the demonic creatures and the cultivators of Daxia erupted instantly. In a flash, the heavens and earth changed color. Thunder roared across the nine skies and fire burned, all evil. Not far away on a lofty mountain, two figures coldly surveyed the smoke-filled battlefield below. Their temperaments were vastly different, and their attire was not that of modern people. One of them, a young man with a simple, honest look, round face and broad forehead, sneered, "The cultivators of this world are truly weak. These demonic creatures are merely low-ranking demons, yet they can still fight like this." The other, taller and with a stern countenance, let out a cold laugh. "Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. Our rat's offspring will only dig holes. How strong can you expect cultivators from such a barbaric land to be? Just look at the so-called technology they've cooked up. It's laughable. A place that relies on external aids for cultivation. How many can truly achieve enlightenment?" Seeming bored, the honest-looking young man withdrew his gaze and said flatly, "All right, the relic is about to open. We should go prepare the cross-realm grand array. When that time comes, if we're in a good mood, it wouldn't be a problem to help these ants from the barbaric land deal with these demonic creatures. Let's go." The two figures seemed to merge into the wind and vanished from the mountain peak in an instant. On the battlefield, as the Daxia cultivators unleashed their full power, first Dao techniques poured out like a tidal wave, and countless demonic creatures fell and rose under spells and sword light. The front line began to slowly advance, and the morale of the crowd surged. "Excellent. Keep pressing. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Slaughter them all." Meanwhile, in the depths of the dense forest, nine figures radiating overwhelming demonic energy coldly scanned the battlefield. The one at the lead, a woman with a slender figure and an enchanting face, was none other than the demonic creature who had descended on Earth and personally slain the captain of the Scorpion Squad. Lophies. Beside her, a giant creature, nearly 5 meters long, resembling a bull demon, slowly stepped forward, its nostrils spewing hot white breath. "Lord Lophies, should we attack now? These ants are far too arrogant. It's time to show them the true power of our demon race." Lophies extended her long tongue, licked her lips, and a red light flashed in her eyes. Now that the heavenly Dao suppression had ended, her strength had returned to the Demon King realm. Although it was only the initial stage, the power she could mobilize was far greater than before. Lophies gently rubbed her fingertips and said coldly, "Fine. Remember, if you encounter that old human from before, leave him to me. I want to personally devour every piece of his flesh." "Huh, Lord Lophies, rest assured. We guarantee to keep him intact for you until the end." In an instant, apart from Lophies, 8 demonic shadows charged out of the dense forest, carrying terrifying pressure. "Kill. Slaughter them all." In the center of the battlefield, all the Daxia cultivators at the Guiming realm sensed the rapidly approaching terrifying aura almost simultaneously. Zhang Yunhe, the master of Baiyun Temple and ranked 4th on the heavenly list, narrowed his eyes and immediately raised his sword, shouting, "They're coming. Everyone prepare." The hearts of all cultivators on the scene trembled. That overwhelming, domineering aura made them instinctively hold their breath. Every one of these 8 demonic shadows had reached the peak of the Guiming realm. The master of Changchun Temple, his face ashen, tightened his grip on his sword. "What do we do, Heavenly Master?" The master of Xuanwu Gate let out a furious roar, his hair and beard bristling. "What else can we do? Kill. I'll take one." Before his words faded, he shot forward, actively meeting the peak Guiming realm demonic creature charging at the front. The demonic creature looked down at his tiny figure and sneered, "Ant." The Xuanwu Gate master's eyes bulged. "I am your father." The demonic creature raged, "You're asking for death." The two collided with a thunderous impact. Dust surged skyward and spiritual energy clashed with demonic energy, exploding in a chaotic storm. "Damn it. Let's do this." "So what if they're at the peak of Guiming? Kill them." A Guiming realm powerhouse from the Tianheng Bureau drew his blade and roared, charging forward right behind. In an instant, the Taoist sects, the Tianheng Bureau, and the various great families unleashed their artifacts and abilities, simultaneously colliding with the 8 demonic creatures. However, with the arrival of 8 demonic generals at the peak of Guiming, the tide of battle instantly reversed. After all, in the entire Daxia cultivation world, only the Heavenly Master had the strength of the Guiming Peak. No one else could single-handedly defeat any of these demonic generals. Even a group attack couldn't achieve victory. At that moment, the 8 demonic generals were like 8 sharp blades piercing the human defense line. Wherever they passed, cultivators were repelled and wounded, and gaps began to appear in the formation. Although the human cultivators fought with all their might, they were still suppressed by the demonic energy and forced to retreat continuously. Blood began to stain the grass before the 10-mile slope. Damn it, the defense line is about to collapse. A Guaming realm cultivator was sent flying by a single punch from a demonic general, his chest caved in blood spurting, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately after, another captain from the Tianheng Bureau was impaled through the shoulder by a demonic claw, screaming as he tumbled backward. In just a few breaths, dozens of cultivators were severely wounded, and the front line began to crumble completely. We can't hold on much longer. Xia Baoqing, the master of Xuanwu Gate, gritted his teeth and endured over a dozen strikes from the demonic general opposite him. His arms were already numb, the tiger's mouth split, and blood dripped down the hilt of his sword. His attacks landed on the enemy like striking refined iron, utterly unable to break through its defense. The demonic general grinned, thrust a fist forward, and struck Xia Baoqing square in the chest. Xia Baoqing was sent flying backward, his sternum shattered. Clutching his chest, blood continuously seeped from the corners of his mouth. Demonic general, haha, you overreaching ant. Xia Baoqing, I am your father. Demonic general, damn you ant. Is that the only thing you can say? Xia Baoqing, I am your father. The demonic general felt as if he would be infuriated to death. Die, 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 die. Die. As the fist hurtled closer, there was still no trace of fear in Xia Baoqing's eyes. Though the body perishes, the soul remains, a righteousness fills the vast sky. The bones of Daxia's sons where they lie become verdant peaks. What is death? Xia Baoqing was not afraid. Just then, clang, several flying swords arrived from the sky, forcing the demonic general back several steps. Wu Jin stood before Xia Baoqing, sword in hand. Are you all right, sect master Xia? Xia Baoqing pushed himself up from the ground, gasping heavily. I'm fine. Thank you, Taoist Wu. Wu Jin's face was full of gravity. Retreat. If we stay, we'll all die here. In this battle, the gap in top-tier combat power was too vast. In his view, if the Heavenly Master didn't break through to the immortal realm, even with him present, they would ultimately lose. Retreat. You won't escape. The demonic general licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. You will all become fodder for our demon race. Die. The demonic general charged at Wu Jin again. Just as Wu Jin was about to fight to the death, a voice suddenly resounded in the air. 9 heavens, mystic thunder, heed my command. Thunder moves the 9 skies, vanquish evil and extinguish falsehood. Boom. A thick purple heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky, striking precisely on the demonic general's head. Thunder exploded and the demonic general let out a miserable howl, his massive body trembling violently in the lightning. In an instant, the scales on the demonic general's body began to crack, flesh and blood flew, and his demonic energy dissipated like dew under the scorching sun, finally turning into ashes scattered by the wind. The battlefield fell silent for a brief moment. All cultivators looked simultaneously at the figure in the sky. Not far away, a figure wrapped in thunder was striding through the air, moving with incredible speed, like an unsheathed celestial sword tearing through the sky. It's the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master is here. Wu Jin, seeing that figure and feeling the majestic, suffocating pressure, was overjoyed. The Heavenly Master succeeded. The immortal realm. He actually broke through to the immortal realm. Xia Baoqing exclaimed excitedly, the tide of battle is about to change. The remaining 7 demonic generals, upon seeing Zhang Xuanhuai, were shocked. This guy has actually reached the power of a demon king. Zhang Xuanhuai hovered in midair, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield before his voice rang out again. Take thunder as my blade, vanquish all evil. Heavenly thunder descends, annihilating all demons. The moment his words fell, countless bolts of heavenly thunder poured down, like a torrential rain, striking precisely into the horde of demonic creatures. Explosions sounded one after another, demonic creatures turned to ashes in the lightning, and the entire battlefield became like a sea of thunder tribulation. This is the power of an immortal. So terrifying. Kill. Kill them all. The rest of the 7 demon generals resisted with all their might. Demonic chi surged like tides, but they were steadily retreating before the heavenly thunder. One of the demon generals was struck by 2 heavenly thunderbolts, simultaneously roaring as he exploded into pieces. Ah, Lord save me. Lord Luofei. Just then the sky darkened, a dense mass of black demonic chi shot up from the depths of a dense forest, charging straight at Zhang Xuanhuai. Zhang Xuanhuai frowned slightly, turned his palm, and condensed heavenly thunder into a lightning shield before him. Boom. The demonic chi collided with the lightning shield, sending out a terrifying shockwave. The demonic chi slowly dissipated and Luofei's figure stepped out from the shadows, her slender form vaguely visible in the black mist. Luofei looked at Zhang Xuanhuai. I never expected that the moment the heavenly Tao's suppression loosened you, a native would break through. Zhang Xuanhuai's gaze sharpened, lightning flickering incessantly in his hand. He had once fought Luofei at Shannon City. Her strength was unfathomable. Even then he vaguely sensed that her power might not be at the Guaming realm. Zhang Xuanhuai, you're not at the Guaming realm. Luo Feixi chuckled mockingly. Guiming realm. You call demon generals Guiming realm. That's merely the name used by low-ranking demon clans. Luo Feixi raised her fingertip, a wisp of demonic chi coiling around it. Of course I'm not a demon general. If not for the heavenly Tao suppression back, then you would have been devoured by me, bones and all. Zhang Xuanhuai's expression turned solemn. So it is. As his words fell, Luo Feixi's aura suddenly surged, terrifying demonic chi sweeping across heaven and earth. Her momentum rapidly swelled, finally stabilizing at the peak of the early earth immortal realm. Luo Feixi said coldly, today, you will all die. Zhang Xuanhuai did not reply. He formed hand seals, lightning surging around him. Then he struck, first condensing heavenly thunder into a roaring lightning dragon that charged straight at Luo Feixi. Luo Feixi merely raised her hand slightly. The black mist surged like a living thing, forming a huge demonic shield that forcibly blocked the lightning dragon. Lightning and black mist collided violently, the resulting shockwave cracking the ground all around. Without any pause, Zhang Xuanhuai's figure flickered within the lightning, unleashing several thunder techniques in succession. Yet Luo Feixi's figure seemed to merge with the black mist, effortlessly evading each lightning strike just before it landed. The surrounding cultivators, shaken by the terrifying shockwaves, retreated in fear, staring in awe at the two figures clashing in the sky. The Heavenly Master is being suppressed. A Taoist disciple tremblingly watched Zhang Xuanhuai retreating step by step in the air. Wasn't it foretold as great fortune? Why is this happening? Heavenly Master. In the center of the battlefield, Zhang Xuanhuai poured all his strength into every strike. But his cultivation was only at the early earth immortal realm, while Luo Feixi, boosted by demonic chi, had already firmly surpassed him. At this moment, Zhang Xuanhuai's robe was torn by black chi blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his figure beginning to stagger. Not good. The Heavenly Master is injured. Zhang Xuanhuai steadied himself, blood sliding down his chin. He glanced back at the despairing cultivators behind him, then looked ahead at the demonic chi that blotted out the sky, and suddenly smiled. Zhang Xuanhuai took a deep breath. I, Zhang Xuanhuai, have cultivated for 100 years and never retreated a single step. Today either I achieve the Tao here, or I sacrifice myself for the Tao. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators of Longhu Mountain were greatly alarmed. They knew all too well what their sect leader was about to do. A desperate fight to the death. Then Zhang Xuanhuai pressed his palms together, lightning blazing around him, his entire form turning into a blazing sun of thunder as he charged at Luo Feixi. Heavenly Master, you must win. Countless voices rang out across the battlefield. Even tens of thousands of miles away, all the high-ranking officials of the Tianheng Bureau watched this scene with tension. Yang Jinghua gritted his teeth. Heavenly Master, we're counting on you. At this moment, when all hope was placed on Zhang Xuanhuai, suddenly a clear, lingering cry echoed from the heavens. Then a brilliant golden light descended from the sky like a heavenly sword, slicing through the surging demonic chi between Luo Feixi and Zhang Xuanhuai. Everyone was stunned instantly. As the golden light faded, a white-robed figure slowly descended from the sky, like a bright moon falling into the battlefield, cold and dazzling. Who is that? A human? No, an immortal. At this moment, Wu Zhen, Su Kai, Jiang Cheng, and others, upon recognizing that figure, all pupils contracted. It's him. It's him. Luo Feixi narrowed her eyes, the severed demonic chi surging around her again. Facing this suddenly appearing figure, she found herself utterly unable to see through his power. Luo Feixi, who are you? Lian did not bother to answer her. His gaze first swept across the battlefield below. The cultivators lying wounded on the ground, those still standing, but covered in blood and grime, and the ordinary soldiers gripping their weapons, refusing to retreat. After all, in his past life, his homeland was also called Daxia. This favor Lian was definitely going to help. However, he indeed did not intervene immediately, because some truths can only be truly understood by experiencing life and death firsthand. The battle against the demon realm was never merely a contest of cultivation, it was also a trial of will and spirit. The strong prey on the weak, the fittest survive. Only by standing firm in blood and fire could the Daxia cultivation world truly grow. At this moment, Zhang Xuanhuai was also sizing up the white-robed youth before him, only to find that he too could not see through the other's depth. His heart stirred. Could this be the great fortune foretold in the divination? Seeing that Lian continued to ignore her, Luo Feixi's demonic chi began to riot. A mere human dares to ignore me. If you won't speak, then die. The moment her words fell, a torrent of demonic chi like a huge black net rushed straight at Lian. Lian cast a faint glance. A demon king-level creature. To him, it was no different from an ant. Even with the heavenly Tao suppression, it was still the same. He slowly raised his right hand and blocked it with a casual gesture. The vast demonic chi seemed to hit an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch. Then Lian lowered his hand and lifted his chin slightly. 9 heavens thunder roar, divine might like a prison, out all evils, inviolable thunder sweeps all. In an instant, heaven and earth paled. A shocking thunderbolt tore through the sky, like a divine punishment, descending with earth-shattering might. The lightning illuminated the entire battlefield as bright as day. Luofei was terrified, and before she could even dodge, she was completely engulfed by the thunderbolt. In an instant, the demonic chi surging around Luofei collapsed like paper. Her body disintegrated in the lightning, turning into a wisp of smoke and dissipating into the void. Yet the thunder did not stop there. It swept across the entire battlefield like a roaming electric dragon. Wherever it passed, countless demonic creatures turned to ashes in the lightning. In just a few breaths, the original demon army was mostly cleared. The surviving demons had no time to turn and flee in panic before the spreading lightning arcs caught up and crushed them one by one. The battlefield fell into utter silence. Everyone stared blankly at the white-robed figure in the sky, at that strike like a god descending, their hearts shaken. A god? How wonderful it would be if they themselves were that person. Zhang Xuanhuai stared at Lian in a daze. Great fortune. So that's it. Jiang Cheng stood still, gazing at the white-robed figure in the sky, murmuring to himself. Horrible. Truly horrible. He had witnessed Lian's strength, and had even imagined that Lian might be stronger than the Heavenly Master, but he never expected him to be this powerful. That terrifying demonic creature which had suppressed even the old Heavenly Master after his breakthrough to the immortal realm was effortlessly annihilated by Lian. Such power was simply divine. At that moment, Chao Zhan of the White Cloud Temple, his azure Taoist robe stained with blood, walked over to Jiang Cheng and followed his gaze toward Lian in the sky. Old Jiang, isn't this the person in the photo you posted in the group back then? Jiang Cheng nodded. That's right, it's him. Chao Zhan, holy crap. Really? Do you have his WeChat? Jiang Cheng shook his head. No. Chao Zhan, damn. Old Jiang, you don't even have the WeChat of such a godly figure. What good are you? Jiang Cheng gave him a calm look. Then why don't you ask for it? Chao Zhan, asking him to do it. He didn't dare either. What if the other party got displeased and struck him? He'd probably end up meeting his ancestors. Chao Zhan, so old Jiang, do you know who this godly figure is? Could he be a hidden master of our daxia? He just looks so young. Jiang Cheng shook his head without answering. Just then a figure approached them. It was Bai Qingyuan. Bai Qingyuan, stop guessing. This person is not from our world. Jiang Cheng turned to Bai Qingyuan in surprise. Senior brother Bai, you know? Chao Zhan, not from our world. Could it be like those demonic creatures from another world? Bai Qingyuan nodded. Exactly. To be precise, he comes from a place called the Spirit Realm. Spirit Realm? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. What kind of place is that? Bai Qingyuan was silent for a moment, then said slowly, it is a world of a higher order than Earth. The specifics I am not clear about either. But what is certain is that there are many immortals there. Chao Zhan, then this. Isn't this the immortal realm? Bai Qingyuan, you could say that. At this moment, Lian surveyed the devastated battlefield and was about to turn and leave. However, Zhang Xuanhuai flashed over and stood before him, bowing respectfully. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. The daxia cultivation world will remember this kindness today. Lian said indifferently, humans and demons are different. Slaying demons is merely my duty. Zhang Xuanhuai straightened up and said gratefully, regardless, if not for you, I'm afraid. Lian raised his hand, slightly cutting him off. I can help you this time, but that doesn't mean I can next time. The demon realm will not easily give up on this world. Moreover, I can tell you that those demonic creatures just now were only the lowest level. As the heavenly Tao further awakens, the descending demonic creatures will only grow stronger. You, take care of yourselves. With that, Lian's figure dissolved into the wind and vanished in midair. Zhang Xuanhuai stood still, gazing in the direction where the figure had vanished. After a long while, he murmured softly, lowest level demonic creatures, huh? After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, looked toward the distant horizon, and sighed gently. The road ahead is long and fraught with perils. How can we as cultivators fear the path? No matter how many dangers they might encounter in the future, they would have to face them. But for now, the most important thing was to become stronger. Elevate the strength of the daxia cultivation world. One day later at dawn, the first rays of light had just broken through the clouds, casting a pale, golden morning glow. Suddenly, without any warning, the land outside Wu City began to tremble violently. The ground shook, houses swayed, windows rattled, and many residents still asleep were jolted awake, rushing out of their doors in panic. What's going on? An earthquake? Holy crap. I'm on the 18th floor. What do I do? Jump down quick. If the building collapses, you're dead. Screw you. Jump yourself if you want. Let's see who dies first. At that moment, the streets of Wu City were in chaos. Some people ran out in slippers, others leaned out of windows wrapped in blankets. In an instant, the entire city was thrown into turmoil. And just then, a massive crack began to split open at the edge of the sky. 7-colored light poured out from the rift like a flowing tapestry woven from twilight, glowed, dyeing the entire sky with a brilliant, resplendent hue. Everyone was drawn to the 7-colored light in the sky. Inside the Wu City branch of the Tianheng Bureau, many Taoist disciples were still recuperating and resting, for although the great battle yesterday had not caused heavy casualties, the exhaustion was immense. Such tremors naturally alarmed all the daxia cultivators remaining in Wu City. What is that? Look! Zhang Xuanhuai walked to the window, gazing at the increasingly bright seven-colored halo on the horizon, his eyes narrowing slightly. A seven-colored glow. It seems something is about to emerge. As if struck by a thought, Zhang Xuanhuai said in a deep voice, "Could this be the purpose of those otherworldly cultivators coming here?" "Heavenly Master, what should we do next?" Zhang Xuanhuai replied, "No rush. Let's observe first." Meanwhile, all the cultivators from the spirit realm hidden in every corner around Wu City simultaneously raised their heads, their eyes burning with fervor as they stared at the ever-widening rift in the sky. "It's here. The Qingshu ruins are finally about to open." Not far away atop a tall building, an old man stood bowed beside a young child, murmuring, "Young master, the ruins have opened." Chu Tianheng's eyes flickered. And then in a park within Wu City, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky, transforming into a massive luminous screen that reached straight to the heavens. Within the light screen, space twisted violently, and a vast, overwhelming aura surged forth. Success! The cross-realm grand formation has been activated. Let this world see what a true overlord of a grand realm looks like. The old man exclaimed, Young master, someone has activated the cross-realm grand formation. Chu Tianheng's gaze swept coldly over the light screen, and he said disdainfully, "Just as I thought. I knew those fellows wouldn't give up on the Qingshu sect's ruins." Inside the Tianheng bureau, Wu Zhen stood beside Zhang Xuanhuai, his expression grave. "What is that?" Zhang Xuanhuai's eyes locked onto the soaring light screen. "It's a spatial fluctuation. Could it be?" Before he finished speaking, two pitch-black flood dragons suddenly emerged from within the light screen. These two flood dragons were enormous, their heads held high, occasionally spewing icy cold breath from their mouths. And behind them, they were pulling an extremely ornate palanquin. The palanquin was carved from spiritual jade with several runes shimmering with spiritual light floating around it. Seeing this, the entire Wu City erupted in an instant, and everyone could hardly believe their eyes. "What the A? Am I still dreaming? I actually saw a dragon. Oh my god, a dragon. It's a dragon. Quick, record it. Our dynasty's might." Countless people raised their phones, trembling as they aimed at the sky. They never imagined they would see a dragon in their lifetime. If they posted this video online, wouldn't the comments exceed 10,000 in no time?